Legend of the Great Sage Chapter 781 to Chapter 845. Savage Mountain, Lair of Demons, First Cave Master's Abode. A streak of white light flashed in the darkness, illuminating Yu Wufeng's face. He opened his eyes and stared at the fogbow sword in his hand. He could sense that his injuries had completely healed, but his brows were still tightly furrowed. How much time has passed? 2 months? 3 months? Perhaps even longer? With his cultivation, he should not have lost track of this amount of time, but the impact of this battle was far too great. The plans he had been preparing for a long time had been completely disrupted. He should have taken a step forward and undergone the third heavenly tribulation, then refined the Blood Oath Scroll to unite the Lair of Demons and become the king of savages. In the end, he had become someone else's slave, and he could not escape this situation with his own strength. His mind was still in a mess. Although the original Blood Oath could be said to have covered all aspects, there was one thing that could not be written into the oath, which was to prevent the cave masters from raising their cultivation and undergoing the third heavenly tribulation. The first cave master would not have cut off his own path of cultivation. Instead, he had made a secret agreement that whoever underwent the third heavenly tribulation would become the king of savages, and he would be able to unite the Lair of Demons and establish his own sect. However, Little and would not leave behind such a loophole. Once Yu Wufeng attempted to undergo the third heavenly tribulation, he would immediately trigger the Blood Oath's curse. The Blood Oath Scroll was no longer a fair and reasonable treaty of alliance between the 8 cave masters. Instead, it was a bona fide slave contract, returning to its original purpose of being created. Even without this restriction, he would not dare to undergo the tribulation so easily. The third heavenly tribulation was incredibly dangerous. Even the slightest mental fluctuation could be fatal. Yu Wufeng let out a long sigh and walked out of the abode. He gazed at the south and said quietly, "Master, do you know my current situation?" Of course, contacting others without permission was also a violation of the Blood Oath. And even if he had permission, he could not divulge the secret between Xianxia and Little Anne. The oath was like invisible shackles, binding him firmly. He could not take a single wrong step. I can only wait for the news of Savage Mountain's fall to spread to the South Sea. There's still a chance. Yu Wufeng glanced in the direction of the hall in the belly of the mountain. Xianxia, you don't know what you provoked. That's an existence you definitely cannot defeat. Xianxia did not know that someone was talking about him. He was completely focused on the traitorous demon sword on his knees. The straight and narrow sword edge was flowing with a dim light. The hilt of the sword seemed to be a mass of flesh and blood. It wriggled and wrapped around a huge eyeball, which looked a little disgusting. Under Xianxia's control, the eyeball turned. She met his gaze. In that instant, he saw the traitorous demon sword with his eyes, and then he saw himself through his eyes. The two images overlapped. He used the technique of the Sword Collection Palace to refine the traitorous demon sword once more, as well as refine his heart of the sword. He was not a swordsman. What had condensed in his body was a demonic heart, not the sword embryo or sword seed of a swordsman. Even the sword nascent soul that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations was a completely different path of cultivation. However, it did not affect his comprehension of the sword Tao and the tempering of his sword heart. Although he was multitasking, actually, refining the traitorous demon sword, tempering his heart of the sword, and practicing the demon suppression statuary were all one. With a flash of demonic light, he assumed his demon commander form again. After 3 months of cultivation, his outer appearance had changed slightly again. His originally smooth lines had become a little more angular. Unlike regular cultivation methods, the demon suppression statuary was an extremely inclusive cultivation method. Whether it was humans, demon folk, or demons, they could all practice it and convert their cultivation into demon chi. Their demonified form constantly changed too. In the beginning, he stood 3 meters tall and wore heavy armor. He had comprehended the will of the demon suppression statue in one fell swoop. It was just an empty shell. Afterwards, his slender and smooth form was influenced by the arts of the boundless ocean and the ocean pearl. Now, the effects of the heart of the sword began to manifest. Regular cultivation methods focused on single-mindedness, but the demon suppression statuary was different. It did not care about the cultivator's past, nor did it demand the cultivator's future. It seemed to be all-encompassing. If he wanted to unleash its true power, he would instead have to draw parallels. A demonic light flowed out of the demon eye, enveloping the hilt and blade. It became brighter and denser. Only after quite a while did the light gradually dim, and the pupils of the demon eye vanished. Another demon heart had been depleted. Xianxia recovered his normal form too. He let out a long sigh of relief and stood up to move about. Little and had turned into a shiny, white skeleton, also sitting down with her legs crossed. Her bone hands formed a Buddhist seal as she sat in the roaring flames. She seemed dignified. Xianxia had handed all the corpses he had accumulated over the years to her. There were many existences that had undergone the second heavenly tribulation among them. In particular, the demon folk corpses he had collected from the battle in the demon suppression tower amounted to mountains and seas. She had turned them all into the samadhi flames of white bone. Probably because she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation, the flames seemed even purer, without the slightest hint of evil. Even if other cultivators saw it, they would only think it was divine fire or sacred fire. They would never imagine that the flames fed on flesh, blood, and souls. Little and continued to practice the path of white bone and great beauty, tempering her white bones and stabilizing her current cultivation. This process had already lasted for several months. The white bones became more and more solid and glossy. A white bone sarira seemed to be condensed from flames. As a cultivation method that Brother Ox had personally taught her, even if the path of white bone and great beauty paled in comparison to the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, it still completely surpassed any cultivation method in this world. Many years ago, she basically possessed the strength to sweep through all those who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Now that she had undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a white bone sarira, just what kind of strength would she possess? Xianxia was very eager as well. After watching for a while, he sat down again and continued cultivating. Time passed quickly. Xianxia tossed the demon hearts Duoj had given him into the traitorous demon sword one by one. The traitorous demon sword had the ability to strengthen itself by devouring demon hearts. As Xianxia refined it, its form changed bit by bit, shrinking from its original length of nearly 3 meters to 7 feet. The long and narrow blade became much thicker, while the flesh and blood around the hilt seemed to be solidifying. His demonified form changed as well, becoming more and more angular. Even the oval mask on his face had a bulge in the middle, like the spine of a sword. After fusing another demon heart into the sword, Xianxia opened his eyes. Little and was standing guard nearby, waiting for him to wake up. Xianxia was slightly taken aback. The white bones were covered with flesh and blood, turning into great beauty. The problem was that her body was completely bare. Only her seaweed-like long hair hung down, barely concealing her. Seeing that Xianxia had woken up, Little and smiled and threw herself into his arms. "You finished cultivating?" Xianxia also smiled and hugged her gently. He could feel the incomparably vast life force contained within that delicate body, but at the same time, it contained the eternal silence of death. The two merged into one in a wondrous way, turning into this soft, fragrant, and delicate jade. The legend of white bones of great beauty was to let people understand that lust was but an illusion. No matter how beautiful a great beauty was, it would eventually turn into a pile of white bones. Xianxia admitted that he did not have such great wisdom. He had always been a person with strong desires. Yet when faced with this devastatingly beautiful appearance that could turn all living things upside down, other than the slight pause just now, his heart was as calm as still water. He did not feel embarrassed at all, as if it was only natural. Of course, this was not because he had comprehended some profound Buddhist truth from the transformation of white bones and great beauty. In the past, when he had first transformed into a demon and could not accept his savage appearance, she had wholeheartedly given him her approval. Later on, when he underwent the tribulation and took human form, she did not like him more because he had become handsome, because she had long since reached the peak. It didn't matter whether he gained or lost a portion of his luster, it didn't matter at all. Great beauty and white bones, in his heart, were equally beautiful. There was no difference between them. Yes, next, I have to start refining the sword. As Little An spoke, she took out the Buddha-slaying sword. In reality, it was still just a sword embryo. What a good sword! Li Qingshan accepted the Buddha-slaying sword. As his comprehension of the path of the sword deepened, his ability to appreciate swords grew stronger too. He sighed in amazement. If I can truly forge this sword, then the 10 renowned swords and whatnot will all be scrap compared to it. I wonder when the 3 absolutes calligraphy will be completely restored. Little An changed her position. Back then, she was still young and used to sitting in his arms like a child. Now that she had grown a lot, it was a little awkward. Yeah. If we can comprehend the way of the sword within, our strength will definitely rise to a whole new level. We can go to the Ink Sea and seek revenge against that old dragon even sooner. Speaking of which, Li Qingshan did not lack arcane treasures. The Azura Field counted as one, the Demon Dragon sword counted as another, and the Blood Oath Scroll and Yu Wufeng's Fogbow sword obviously belonged to him too. In the future, there was also a demonic treasure from the Unraging Monk, a renowned sword from the Sword Collection Palace. He was determined to pull out a renowned sword and make the Sword Collection Palace feel the pinch, as well as the traitorous demon sword that he was about to refine. All in all, he had as many as 7 treasures. In the cultivation world of the 9 states, this could be said to be heaven-defying. It was rare for a cultivator of the second heavenly tribulation realm to have a treasure. Even among those great cultivators of the third heavenly tribulation realm, it was rare. However, the one he looked forward to the most was still the 3 absolutes calligraphy, and it was not just because of the way of the sword it contained. As a work left behind by the 5 absolutes immortal, its power probably surpassed regular arcane treasures. He had specially left a piece of jade for Chu Danqing. Once he succeeded, he would crush it and notify him. Definitely. Little An gripped the Buddha-slaying sword firmly, and a rare coldness appeared in her eyes. She could still remember how she felt like the world was about to end back then. Then she said to Li Qingshan, "But you're not allowed to take any risks." "I still have to take some risks, or won't I have to wait until I'm about to ascend before I can go find him?" Li Qingshan pinched her nose with a smile. The Dragon King of the Sea was basically a peak expert of this world. Any higher and he would be ascending to another world. "I'll go with you." Little An bit his hand. "All right," Li Qingshan looked at the bite marks on his hand and said helplessly. South Sea County City, Serene Sea Marquee Manor. The moonlight shone through the dense foliage, casting a silver beam of light on the treetop courtyard with difficulty. Dressed in luxurious clothes, the Marquis of Serene Sea paced back and forth under the moonlight with his hands behind his back. His brows were sometimes furrowed and sometimes relaxed. His expression was relaxed one moment and grave the next. He kept repeating a name, Li Qingshan. Ever since Li Qingshan came, he had been feeling uneasy. At first, she was filled with anger and hatred, wanting to find an opportunity to make him suffer. But now, she was filled with fear and uneasiness, wishing that she could never see him again. This child has a vicious nature and will definitely take revenge for the smallest grievance. He cannot be provoked casually. However, what kind of place was Savage Mountain? It was one of the few dangerous places in the south. According to the news from his subordinates, the entire city had been flattened. Aside from the 8 cave masters, all the other demonic cultivators had been killed. Not a single one had managed to escape. However, the main peak of Savage Mountain was enveloped by formations, preventing any information from being sent back. As a result, he had no idea what the outcome of the battle was. Did Li Qingshan die on Savage Mountain, or? No, that was impossible. None of the 8 cave masters of Savage Mountain were weak. The first cave master, Yu Wufeng, was a sword cultivator at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation. He had been a genius disciple of the South Sea Sword Pavilion in the past, slaying countless powerful enemies with his fogbow sword. His reputation was resounding, even greater than his, the Marquis of Serene Sea. Even third heavenly tribulation cultivators might not necessarily be able to kill him. Yes, that's impossible. Since Li Qingshan hasn't returned, does that mean he's already dead? This deduction lifted the Marquis of Serene Sea's spirits. "Marquis, long time no see." In the tranquil courtyard, a faint voice rang out. That voice was erratic, sometimes sounding like it came from a deep and distant place, sometimes like it was whispering in one's ear. It was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman, young or old. The Marquis of Xianxia's heart trembled. Spiritual light surged, and he took out the seal of mountains and rivers with a flip of his hand. He was inwardly shocked. The Marquis's manor is enveloped by a spirit formation. How did someone sneak in without a sound? And they're so close, yet I didn't notice them. Looking back, he saw the moonlight like water. The darkness was like a tide. No one could be seen, and no aura could be sensed. Third cave master, the Marquis of Xianxia asked hesitantly. He continued to stare at the darkness before him, his guard not at all relaxed. You recognized it. A shadow emerged from the darkness. It was a tall and slender masked man. His ears were sharp and long, and his exposed skin was dark blue in color. In this southern region, other than the third cave master, who else would be able to infiltrate my mansion without a sound? The Marquis of Xianxia smiled, and his expression relaxed. His aura was still condensed, ready to be unleashed. Among the 8 cave masters of the Lair of Fiends, the strongest was naturally the first cave master, Yu Wufeng, but the most dangerous was the third cave master. No one knew his name. He only had a nickname, which was Ghost Shadow. He originated as a night roamer. For some reason, he betrayed his clan and joined Savage Mountain. Adept at concealment and assassination, they were the most terrifying assassins in southern border. Marquis, I just want to know one thing. Was the White Hawk commander, Xianxia, the one who took action in the Battle of Savage Mountain? Ghost Shadow asked slowly. A few months ago, he had been hiding in the jungle, preparing to carry out an assassination. Suddenly, he felt like he was in great danger. The danger was so great that only the battle when he fled from Deep Shadow City back then could rival it. The blood-red hand slammed down, activating the blood oath. Although he had always been doing what Yu Wufeng and the Gentleman of Heavenly Blubber were doing his best to dilute his connection with the blood oath scroll, his cultivation paled in comparison to the two of them. Faced with great danger, he had only managed to escape with his innate ability as a night roamer. He had not been slapped to death. After a period of recuperation, most of his wounds had recovered. As an assassin, he had almost been finished off like this, which was basically a great humiliation. He could endure the humiliation, but what he wanted to understand was just what had happened. Who had refined the Blood Oath scroll and wanted to kill him? He had yet to recover completely, so he was afraid to go to Savage Mountain. No matter who it was that had refined the Blood Oath scroll, they definitely could not be underestimated. As a result, he came to the Marquis of Xianxia's estate to investigate. It's hard for me to say. It's not like he's going to tell me what he's going to do. It's been a long time since I last saw him either. However, someone personally saw him and that woman called Little and head in the direction of Savage Mountain. The Marquis of Xianxia tried to think of what to say. Xianxia, Little and Ghost Shadow repeated the two names, as if he wanted to carve them firmly into his heart. Don't tell anyone that I'm still alive, or I'll come looking for you again. As Ghost Shadow said that, the darkness surged over like the tide, gradually swallowing him up and turning him into a blurry shadow. The Marquis of Xianxia frowned. With his identity and cultivation, not just anyone could threaten him. However, the person before him did indeed have the right. Moreover, it was quite nice to add a fatal opponent to Xianxia, even though it was very likely that he was already dead. Ghost Shadow vanished into the boundless night. The next morning, someone discovered that all the White Wolf Guards and the Hawk Wolf Guard had died peacefully, as if they were still sleeping, unaware that they had already been killed. Time passed by in the mountains in a hurry. Finally, only a single demon heart remained in Xianxia's hand. The traitorous demon sword had changed drastically. It was only around a meter long now, and the narrow edge had become extremely thick. It had gone from a strange sword to a huge sword, shrouded in a layer of black demonic light. Its sharpness was withdrawn, making it seem even more condensed. The flesh and blood on the hilt had already completely solidified. The demon eye in the center swiveled, already possessing quite the intelligence. However, it was still a step away from a true demonic treasure. I've fed several dozen high-level demon hearts from demon commanders. The energy I need is already enough. All I'm missing is a final gamble. Li Qingshan formed a seal with his hand and pointed at the traitorous demon sword. The traitorous demon sword leapt up from his knee, turning the blade around and stabbing towards his chest. One with a sword. The blade stabbed into Li Qingshan's chest inch by inch. Only the hilt remained, but it did not pierce through his body. My unity of man and sword is really ugly, Li Qingshan said in a self-deprecating manner. He gripped the hilt and pressed down hard. The hilt also stabbed into his chest, leaving behind a huge wound that flickered with a dark light. The wound closed up very quickly, but the demonic light seeped out from Li Qingshan's body, dyeing him black. Li Qingshan focused and powered the traitorous demon sword, taking that crucial step. Quite a while later, the darkness receded, and his skin returned to normal. He smiled. It's done. But before he finished speaking, there was a clang, and a blade pierced through his shoulder. In the blink of an eye, several dozen blades had pierced through his body, making him look like a porcupine. In the past, when Li Qingshan had taken this sword from the demon general in the demon suppression tower, the demon general had ended up like this. His strength had greatly increased, but the price he had paid was being devoured by the sword, turning from the sword's master into a sacrifice for the sword. The blades trembled and gave off a strange hum. Eyes actually opened on them, staring straight at Li Qingshan, revealing a cruel and greedy light. The traitorous demon sword that had always been as docile as a puppy in Li Qingshan's hand had devoured several dozen demon hearts and become a demonic treasure. It had finally turned into a monster, wanting to devour even Li Qingshan's demon heart. It's just a demonic treasure. You're overestimating yourself if you want to devour me. Whatever, this is your ability, so I'll let you devour me. Collect. A demonic light flashed through Li Qingshan's eyes, and the blades were withdrawn into his body. In the boundless darkness, the eyes stared at Li Qingshan's demon heart. Waves of dark energy enveloped over, wanting to corrode and devour it. Not only did Li Qingshan not stop it, he even opened up and allowed the traitorous demon sword to devour the demon heart. The power contained in his demon heart naturally could not compare to the several dozen demon hearts, so it was quickly devoured. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed, and the demon suppression statuary began to circulate at full power. The devoured demon heart shone brightly, infusing the power of the traitorous demon sword. Let alone these several dozen demon hearts, even if the owners of these several dozen demon hearts were all revived, he could still suppress and kill them all. Furthermore, these demon hearts had been fused into the traitorous demon sword through his hands, so they carried the imprint of his power. It's just a sword at the end of the day. It might have gained some intelligence, but it's nowhere near intelligent. It only knows how to act based on what it can do. In the past, I made a promise with you that if I wasn't strong enough and you devoured me, I would have no complaints, which was why I named you traitorous. Now that you've failed, there's only one fate awaiting you. A sword thrum rang out from Li Qingshan's body, filled with fear and pleading. However, it subsided very quickly, finally dying away. The intelligence it had just nurtured was directly suppressed and obliterated. It was like an army of 100,000 had rebelled. A single imperial edict had been issued, and the army immediately changed sides, killing the leader of the rebel army and presenting his head before the steps. The heavy demon chi condensed once again, turning into a set of armor and displaying a brand new form of the demon commander. Li Qingshan summoned a spirit turtle's profound shell and used it as a mirror to examine himself. All he saw was that the black armor enveloped his entire body. The lines were sharp and neat, making him seem even more robust. His limbs were long and slender, and his entire body was on full display. Only half of the curved visor remained. A crystal that resembled an eye condensed at the center of his forehead. And it was not just his forehead. There were many crystals on his shoulders, chest, knees, and even his back as well. They shone with different colors, as if they were several dozen demon hearts. At the same time, there were several dozen demon eyes that could peer into his surroundings and see through all openings. It doesn't look bad, but it doesn't seem to be what I imagined. Is this a sword seed? Li Qingshan said in thought. He wanted to fuse with the sword and catalyze the traitorous demon sword into a demonic treasure, and he had indeed succeeded. However, he never expected the traitorous demon sword to suddenly rebel, which he suppressed mercilessly. After losing its intelligence, it merged with him. A tiny sword hovered in his demon heart. Although it was unexpected, he was extremely satisfied with the result. The power of the traitorous demon sword had completely merged with his body. Seeking help from an external object was nowhere near as powerful as himself. If it were possible, he would like to merge the demon dragon sword into his body as well. However, the demon dragon sword did not have the ability to devour its owner, nor would it merge with its owner, which was quite a pity. Then Li Qingshan looked in Little Ant's direction. The samadhi flames of white bone burned silently, lifting up Little Ant like a lotus of fire. Under the illumination of the flames, her skin would fade in and out of existence. Sometimes, she would be a white skeleton, and sometimes, she would be a great beauty. The Buddha-slaying sword hovered in the flames, taking on a blurry, rudimentary form. It was no longer a sword embryo. Li Qingshan saw how she still needed some more time to forge the sword, so he did not disturb her. He dove into the azure field. In this blood-red world, only the sky held up by the banyan tree king possessed a normal color. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the tree and gazed down. The night roamers prospered and thrived under the tree. It was a very peaceful sight, but the color of blood was currently invading in strand by strand. This peace and tranquility probably could not continue forever. Keeping the night roamers in the azure field isn't a solution either. Li Qingshan thought as he searched for Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu. He discovered that they were in secluded cultivation as well, working hard to break through to the second heavenly tribulation. The two of them sat before each other. Between them was Yi Mingzhu's spinning night demon core. It had already become much smaller, radiating with power that merged with their bodies. He had no idea how Yi Liubo had convinced her, but Li Qingshan felt rather relieved inside. "How's the progress in the south?" A gust of wind blew over, and the banyan tree king rustled. The aged voice reached Li Qingshan's ears. "Not bad. I've already taken down Savage Mountain and obtained the Blood Oath Scroll. I've also accepted 2 cave masters as subordinates along the way." Li Qingshan turned around and smiled. "Your strength has become more and more refined." As a demon king that had taken root in the Mist Province for 10,000 years, no one understood the Mist Province better than the Banyan Tree King. He knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. Taking down that place and obtaining the Blood Oath Scroll was anything but easy. "We can't just waste our time. Fellow Daoist, are you interested in staying somewhere else?" Li Qingshan asked. As the azure field strengthened, the Banyan Tree King's existence had already started to affect the azure field's operations. Moreover, the purpose of the azure field was to train in battle, to summon azuras to do battle, and not to be a mobile abode. "Sure. It just so happens that I'm a little tired too. Savage Mountain is a good place, a famous paradise in the southern border." The Banyan Tree King smiled. Although he had Li Qingshan's spiritual chi replenishment, he had been fighting against the power of the Azura path. It was also very exhausting. "It's good that you're willing. This was indeed not a place to stay for long. However, I'm not in a hurry, so please hold on until I'm fully prepared, so that you can return to the Mist Province." With that, Li Qingshan leapt up and arrived in the desert. He called out, "Great King Millipede, stop sleeping." His voice echoed through the desert. A while later, the sand dune in front of Li Qingshan began to tremble. The sand flowed and surged. With a thump, a huge, pink worm pierced through the sand dune, wrapping around him intimately. "Aren't you cultivating a little too slowly? Here, I'll give you something good to eat." Li Qingshan tossed way of the poisonous pill to Millipede. Millipede turned into human form and swallowed the poisonous pill in a single gulp. He burped and rubbed his bald head, grinning widely. "Stop grinning like an idiot. Refine this poisonous pill properly and become a demon commander. Don't say I'm not a good friend." Li Qingshan smiled. Millipede nodded foolishly. At this moment, the lake in the distance suddenly surged. With a splash, thousands of splashes flew into the air. A huge, red carp leapt out and shot through the air, lunging towards Li Qingshan. "You bastard, you've come to take advantage of me again." Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed a young man in red. He was the carp demon he had named Li Hong. Great King, I want it too." Li Qingshan casually fished out a pill and shoved it into his mouth before tossing it out forcefully. With a plop, it fell into the lake in the distance. Li Qingshan returned to the great banyan tree and asked the banyan tree king for guidance on the cultivation of the demon suppression statuary. The banyan tree king was rather amazed by the wonders of this cultivation method, but he admired Li Qingshan's breadth of mind even more. This cultivation method could be described as one of the greatest cultivation methods in this world. Its value was immeasurable. In the hands of regular cultivators, all of them would view it as more important than their own lives, so why would they tell others so easily? However, he did not care at all. Sensing this trust, the banyan tree king also did his best to play the role of a teacher. Although he had never practiced this cultivation method, even the unraging monk paled in comparison to his 10 millennia of experience and knowledge, which allowed Li Qingshan to benefit tremendously. It was not that he did not know how to keep things to himself. For example, he would never tell anyone about the cultivation method of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, but a mere demon suppression statuary was not worth so much attention. This cultivation method would be replaced sooner or later anyway. Chatting with the banyan tree king was a great joy, and it was not just for cultivation. The banyan tree king's knowledge was vast and his experience was as vast as the sea. He knew the history of the past like the back of his hand. He had great foresight regarding the general situation of the world. It broadened Li Qingshan's horizons, allowing him to benefit tremendously. Just like that, time passed day by day. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky one day, producing a great rumble. Someone's undergoing a tribulation. Yi Liuxing. Li Qingshan stood up and gazed over. All he saw was an island in the center of a lake. The lightning illuminated the surroundings, but it was unable to illuminate Yi Liuxing's gloomy figure. She peered through the light, staring at the horizon coldly. I never thought she'd be the first to undergo the tribulation. Li Qingshan shook his head. Upon closer thought, it made sense. He could vaguely remember that Yi Liuxing's cultivation was higher than Yi Liusu's in the past. Since she could become the matriarch's daughter, her talent obviously went without saying. Moreover, her willpower was cold and determined. When Yi Liusu was distracted by the matters of the clan, she had never slacked off on her cultivation. Instead, she became even more focused due to the end of the civil war. With the development of the night roamers, she obtained quite a lot of resources. Afterwards, she received an origin spirit pill as a reward. After such a long period of accumulation, it was finally time for her to break through. Bolts of lightning struck down, and the entire azure field shook. The sounds of her clashing with the lightning froze in everyone's vision. Although the second heavenly tribulation was much more dangerous than the first, it did not pose a life-threatening threat to her. The last bolt of lightning struck down, and Yi Liuxing descended from the sky. Her clothes were tattered, and her body was covered in scorch marks. Although she seemed in a horrible shape, her vitality had undergone a qualitative change. Her thin lips curled up, and a smile that came from the bottom of her heart appeared on her cold face. It was like a glacier had cracked. Of course, what flowed out was still the icy river water. Congratulations! Yi Liuxing raised her head and saw Li Qingshan. She smiled at her and said politely, Yi Liuxing greets master. The glacier froze up again. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and flames surged over with a whistle. He's going to kill me while I'm weak? Yi Liuxing's heart tightened, but she did not dodge. She allowed the flames to land on her. She felt warm, and her wounds rapidly healed. Only then did she relax. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin as he considered whether he should make her the third in the blood oath scroll. If master wants to kill me, why go through all this trouble? Yi Liuxing said. It's for the best that you understand that. You can treat it as congratulations on your success in undergoing the tribulation. If you have any requests, I can grant them to you, said Li Qingshan. Then please allow me to marry Yi Liusu, master. Yi Liuxing's eyes flickered, filled with stubbornness. You won't. Li Qingshan turned her down flatly. You damned lesbian. How dare you set your sights on my woman? Yes. Yi Liuxing said nothing more. Her face was so cold that it seemed like it had frozen over. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. Li Qingshan wondered, is she purposefully exposing her weakness to me? Yi Liusu viewed the revitalization of the night roamers as her duty. Just for the sake of her race, she would never betray him, let alone their relationship. Although they had not actually done anything yet, their relationship had basically been confirmed. The power of the night roamers was extremely special. They could produce wondrous effects in certain places. Afterwards, he would definitely attack everywhere and gather 10 people for the Blood Oath Scroll so that he could form a tremendous force. Through deterrence and trade, he could get the fire-devouring folk to lend him the divine Wutong tree for cultivation. Otherwise, why would a mere White Hawk commander like him make the fire-devouring king lend his clan's treasure to him? And, through the Banyan Tree King's warning, he discovered another hidden danger, which was the Lord of the Mist Province, the King of Southern Yu, and the Lord of the Green Province, Chu Lai King. Before the founding of the Great Xia Empire, these two clans had founded the Kingdom of Yu and the Kingdom of Chu respectively. The so-called Lord of the Province was the ruler of the country in the past. They attacked one another, and the grievances between the two countries stretched over who knew how many generations. Even their ancestral teachings were to destroy the other. They could be described as absolutely irreconcilable. Afterwards, the founding emperor enfeoffed the 8 vassal kings of the provinces and delineated the border between the Mist Province and the Green Province, which prevented the two clans from attacking one another. However, the grievances did not end there. Instead, it was buried until now. The Great Xia Empire's rule gradually weakened, and the smell of conflict between the two provinces grew heavier. In the past, perhaps Li Qingshan would have thought this had nothing to do with him. It was not like he was a member of the two clans, but only after talking with the Banyan Tree King did he realize this. Clans were different from sections. After several thousand years of peaceful development, the number of descendants in clans had swelled to a startling number. They joined the various large sects, and their organizations were intertwined. The children of great clans had an innate advantage, not just in terms of bloodline. They grew up drinking spirit spring water and eating medicinal pills. How could mortals who only ate grains and miscellaneous grains compare to them? The education they received from a young age was also like heaven and earth. After joining a sect, they would receive the support of resources from both sides, making it very easy for them to distinguish themselves and become a core figure in the sect. The two queens of Chu Lai King were elders of the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect respectively, and this was not a coincidence. It was not even a political marriage like Li Qingshan had imagined in the beginning, where he would sacrifice himself. On the contrary, the three of them had known each other since they were young. Although they were separated by several generations by blood, they were truly members of the same clan. They were geniuses chosen from the thousands of descendants of the clan. They received guidance together and formed a friendship. The young man remained in the clan to continue cultivating due to his supreme talent, while the two girls joined the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect due to their different talents and personalities. In the past, I was wrong in my thinking. This is the only logical thing to do. The world of cultivation attaches great importance to a cultivator's independent will. How could two powerful and talented female cultivators go against their own will and marry a man, let alone serve the same man? If they were regular female cultivators, it might be possible, but they both have a chance at overcoming the third heavenly tribulation. At the end of the day, Little An's father's harem is really good. It's worth learning from. Though, it still fizzled out in the end. Even his own daughter died mysteriously. Li Qingshan could not help but think, in the past, the three of them were childhood sweethearts. No, they were childhood sweethearts, so why did they turn against each other in the end? Probably the Sword Collection Palace and the Umbraline sect were involved. When the clan influenced the sect, it was unavoidable for the clan to be influenced as well, even forming different factions within the clan. It sure was difficult for Little An's father to run a harem. 2 women were easy to deal with, but how was he supposed to deal with 2 sects? Coupled with the conflict between forces within the clan, even a god would be helpless. In the end, it ended up harming Little Anne. In short, the Umbraline sect, the Sword Collection Palace, and the King of Chu's clan were inseparable. They were in each other, completely entangled together. Back then, when he heard the great Banyan Tree King mention it, Li Qingshan even rejoiced that he did not belong to that category. He was a proper monk. Although he was a secular disciple, even if he did not have 6 pure senses, he still had 3 at the very least. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that among the 3 great sects of the Green Province, the one with the closest ties to the royal clan was not the Sword Collection Palace or the Umbraline sect, but the Buddhist Holy Land, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga. These monks obviously came with a home. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga was located in the center of the Green Province. It was extremely close to South Hub City, so this was no surprise. Before the Great Xia Empire was founded, Buddhism was the state religion of the Kingdom of Chu, while the Chan Monastery of Devanaga was the imperial temple of the Kingdom of Chu. There were even kings who entered the Chan Monastery of Devanaga to shave their hair and become monks after abdicating. In the campaigns of the Kingdom of Yu that spanned several millennia, they played a decisive role. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga had been the protector of the Kingdom of Chu during the few major crises they faced. As a matter of fact, even the current sect master of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, the Dauntless Monk, they all had the bloodline of the royal family. As a result, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga seemed to be neutral, cutting off the balance between the Umbraline sect and the Sword Collection Palace, but when it truly mattered, they would definitely be the central force. The unraging monk went mad, killing countless people. In the end, he was able to safely return to the mountain to cultivate. It was probably not only the sect behind him that protected him, but also the royal family. It was possible to imagine that once the 2 vassal kings resumed their battle, it would definitely develop into a full-scale war between the Green Province and the Mist Province. As for the 2 genius disciples of the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Xianxia and Little And, it was impossible for them to remain uninvolved. Instead, he must be a key figure. The more famous they were, the more likely they would be eliminated by the prefecture overseer's manner as a potential threat. If they were in a state of war, the king of Southern Yu might even directly charge over and slaughter the 2 geniuses. However, the Banyan Tree King told him that there was no need for him to worry too much. At the very least, war would not erupt within the next decade. His identity as a White Hawk commander would come in handy too. The decline of the Great Xia dynasty was not something that happened overnight, even though the sun had already set. Even when the sun had already set, the afterglow could still shine for a very long time. Right now, the 2 provinces were making preparations as well. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, they would not be able to do so. If the king of Southern Yu personally took action to kill them, the Chan Monastery of Devanaga would definitely launch a large-scale retaliation. War would immediately erupt, but while they would not do it openly, it was hard to say what they would do in secret. This was all thanks to Xianxia moving fast enough. He killed the White Hawk commander as soon as he struck before killing his way into Savage Mountain a few days later. His whereabouts became a mystery, and his fate was unknown. Even if others wanted to take him down, they would have to consider the situation first. Although the Banyan Tree King did not give him any direct suggestions, Xianxia understood a little. He needed to continue moving quickly and establish the framework of Savage Mountain before the hidden enemies could respond. He needed to use the power of the Blood Oath Scroll to gather 10 experts and form a great organization. That way, no one would dare to underestimate him. Even if they wanted to take action, they would have to consider the consequences. The king of Southern Yu might even adopt a more conciliatory approach to recruit him. Only then did Xianxia understand why Little And had chosen Savage Mountain after reading through all the books. Even if it was not a flawless plan, it was still a meticulous plan and a precaution. At this moment, a ghostly shadow roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain. This was the strongest assassin of the South. After a lengthy period of rest, he had finally recovered from all his wounds. After experiencing a life-threatening crisis, his strength had increased slightly again. This was already the 7th time he had visited Savage Mountain. Every time, he would choose the night that was most suitable for him to unleash his strength. Moreover, the stars and moon were both shrouded by dark clouds, unable to shine through it all. As a ghostly shadow, he completely merged into the night. He roamed around the surroundings of Savage Mountain, observing every single trace to determine his opponent's strength. As he faced Savage Mountain, he felt like he was facing a tiger's den or a dragon's lair. Every time he approached it, he would be extremely cautious. The path of an assassin was not about drawing his sword in a fit of rage. Instead, it required absolute patience and calmness. Since he needed to assassinate an opponent, they would definitely be stronger than him, or why would he go through so much trouble? If he wanted to kill an opponent stronger than him, how could he not pay a price? Spending a few years to plan an assassination was very normal. He had a vague premonition that the target this time would be a colossus. There were no stars or moon tonight. There was rain and wind. There are many claw marks like this in the surroundings of Savage Mountain. They seem to be from some kind of colossal demon. There are a lot of them, and they're the ones who stopped the people who tried to escape. However, the marks can't be compared to the claws of any demon, let alone such a large group. Looking at the proportions, they actually seem like human hands. Is this one of their abilities? Ghost Shadow observed the marks on the cliff before climbing up the eastern peak of Savage Mountain. He used the geographical advantage to observe the ruins below. The city has been destroyed very thoroughly. It doesn't seem like it was destroyed by the shockwaves of battle, but more like an earthquake. Ghost Shadow drifted down and patrolled through the ruins, stopping above a huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber wanted to escape, but he was stopped. Afterwards, he directly collided with Xianxia or Little and here? That's why he left behind this huge pit. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was actually sent flying and slammed into the wall over there, leaving behind this huge pit. The pit was much smaller than his body, so he was clearly very heavily injured. He was forced to use his fat to offset it. This power is basically terrifying. I definitely can't face it head-on. The more Ghost Shadow observed, the more shocked he became, but this did not make his determination waver. He gazed at the main peak of Savage Mountain and became slightly excited. The more powerful the prey was, the more worth it they were to assassinate. A gust of wind blew over, and he drifted up the mountain with the drizzle. Although Xianxia had taken control of the formations, how could it stop him who knew these formations like the back of his hand? With his innate ability as a night roamer, he passed through silently and followed the aura into the center of the mountain. Xianxia suddenly snapped open his eyes. His mind rippled. This was the spirit turtle's warning. The enemy was already extremely close. However, he failed to sense anything at all. He calmed down and used the spirit turtle to perform a divination. The corner of his lips curled slightly, and he stood up and made his way out. The pale white flames in Little An's eye sockets flickered as if she had sensed something too. Xianxia nodded at her, and she continued to focus on forging the sword. The 8-point formation in the Blood Oath Hall is a little troublesome. Although I can force my way through it, it's impossible for it to remain completely silent. The senses of the 8 desolate beasts are far too sharp. Once they activate the formation, it'll be very difficult for me to escape unscathed. Just as Ghost Shadow was thinking, his drifting figure suddenly stopped. He thought, even the heavens are on my side. His prey had appeared. Ghost Shadow was not worried about whether he had been discovered or not. He was extremely confident in his ability to conceal himself. Even if he was a great cultivator who had undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation, they might not be able to discover him as long as he did nothing. He did not plan on carrying out an assassination tonight. He just wanted to observe his prey from a closer distance. He focused his mind, and all he saw was a man walking over from the hall in the center of the mountain. He made his way up the stairs step by step. He was tall and large, and his steps were firm. His appearance was nothing special, and the aura he gave off was not particularly powerful either. However, Ghost Shadow dared not underestimate him at all. It was very likely for him to be the one who had sent the gentleman of heavenly blubber flying in a direct confrontation. He had probably been injured in that battle and had been recuperating in secluded cultivation the entire time. The fact that he was still alive was the best proof. As Xianxia approached, Ghost Shadow gradually felt a sense of pressure. It was not from his aura or presence, but from an ability he had honed through countless life and death experiences, allowing him to understand which prey were extremely dangerous. Xianxia did not seem to notice anything at all. He approached Ghost Shadow step by step. 10 steps, 8 steps, 5 steps. When he was only 3 steps away, Xianxia's gaze suddenly became as tranquil as water. He said nothing at all, throwing a punch at Ghost Shadow. He smiled. An esteemed guest has come to visit. I was unable to welcome you from afar, so eat my punch first. Li Qingshan suddenly radiated with surging malice. Ghost Shadow seemed to see a vicious tiger roar. Even with his willpower, he was slightly affected. By the time he returned to his senses, the punch had already landed on him. It was already too late for him to do anything. However, Ghost Shadow was not afraid. Having transformed into the night roaming god, he could not be injured so easily. Whether it's techniques or blades, just pass through my body. That was his final thought before he fainted. Under Li Qingshan's control, the shockwaves condensed without dispersing. A black shadow was peeled away from the darkness, like a blob of ink that was constantly being shaken up. It had completely lost control over its body. Li Qingshan's punch could shatter space, although it was not as powerful in a stable world. The ghost shadow was clearly not as tough as space. After over a year of cultivation, he had already passed the Nirvana realm. He was much more powerful than when he fought the Corpse King. Although he had failed to shatter space, he could already shake it up. If the gentleman of heavenly blubber was bold enough to face him head-on now, he would struggle to avoid the fate of being killed in a single punch even if he threw away all of his fat. It's actually a night roamer, but it's a pity that he's a man. Whatever, his strength is passable. Doesn't that make me a third one? Li Qingshan turned around with Ghost Shadow. The strongest assassin of the south had not even managed to endure a single punch at the end of the day. Li Qingshan had also determined that this guy's strength is passable. If you can survive a punch from me, then go swear an oath. P.S. When Li Qingshan tossed the unconscious Ghost Shadow in front of Little and said, "Ghost Shadow?" Li Qingshan asked in surprise, "You know him?" "The third cave master of the Lair of Demons." "I didn't think he'd still be alive." "Sure enough, those ranked at the top do have some strength." "Yeah, he actually survived a punch from me. Coming to Savage Mountain this time really was the right decision." Ghost Shadow remained unconscious for 3 whole days and nights before waking up. His breathing was feeble, and his face was pale white. When he recalled the punch, he still felt lingering fear. Did I still underestimate the terror of prey in the end? This isn't the strength a White Hawk commander should possess. Stop playing dead. Get up. A bellow shook up Ghost Shadow's mind. He dared not be careless, sitting up slowly. All he saw was Li Qingshan crouching in front of him. His face was vicious as he waved a sheepskin scroll in his hand, like a creditor who had come to collect a debt. The 2 people behind him were obviously his subordinates or bodyguards. They currently gazed at him with mixed emotions. There was some sorrow and pity, as well as some schadenfreude. Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. Ghost Shadow blinked his eyes in surprise. "Third brother, you've come too." The gentleman of heavenly blubber sighed. After over a year of recuperation, his body had already turned back into a mountain of flesh. Yu Wufeng just shut his eyes. A while later, Ghost Shadow understood everything. He could withstand the backlash of the blood oath without dying, so the 2 of them could do it even more. At the same time, he managed to make out what the sheepskin scroll in Li Qingshan's hand was. He even got a rough idea of the blood oath that had been rewritten on it. In other words, Li Qingshan killed the 4 other cave masters and forced Yu Wufeng to sign a new blood oath with the gentleman of heavenly blubber. That's actually how it turned out. How is his strength? Yes, he has the strength. The fact that the gentleman of heavenly blubber can withstand a punch from him without dying can already be regarded as his cultivation method. Kid, I can see that you're very talented, so I can't bear to kill you. Swear an oath. Li Qingshan pressed down on Ghost Shadow's shoulder and chuckled. Just kill me. Ghost Shadow said calmly. You want to die? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He never thought there would actually be a tough nut to crack in Savage Mountain, which piqued his interest. I don't. However, I don't want to be a servant anymore and live an ignoble existence anymore, Ghost Shadow said calmly. He stared death with equanimity. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's face reddened, but he was completely red, so it was quite difficult to tell. Yu Wufeng even clenched his fists tightly. He silently told himself that he had to endure the humiliation. He could not give up on this sliver of hope. I heard that you escaped from the clan. Why? Because you're a man, you were oppressed by those women? Li Qingshan asked with a smile. Ghost Shadow's eyes narrowed. He said nothing, but Li Qingshan knew he had guessed correctly. He also felt some sympathy for him, so he said, I know the most about the night roamers. There are benefits if you follow me. I'll send you a few night roamer beauties. Unexpectedly, not only was Ghost Shadow not moved, but he also said resolutely, don't talk nonsense, kill me. You do have character. I like it. Li Qingshan gave him a thumbs up and put away the Blood Elf scroll. With another wave of his hand, Ghost Shadow disappeared. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Ghost Shadow was prepared to die, but the scene before him changed. Seeing the light red sky and a towering tree, he blinked his eyes and cried out involuntarily, Banyan Tree King. Probably no one in the entire cultivation community of the Mist Province did not know this phrase, nor was there anyone who did not revere this phrase. However, the Banyan Tree King mainly existed in the central and western regions of the Mist Province. It did not exist in the south. What left Ghost Shadow even more surprised was yet to come. A night roamer arrived before him. She was a female night roamer. Her nose was straight and thin, but her eyes were very faint, which made her seem even colder. However, she was also a rare beauty. There was a hint of surprise in her eyes. This night roamer has already undergone the second heavenly tribulation and condensed a night demon core. Her status in the clan should be very great, so why haven't I seen her before? And even if I haven't seen her before, she should have seen me before. Isn't she a night roamer under the Shadow Queen's command? But the night roamers of the Mist Province have clearly been unified a long time ago. Ghost Shadow sank into his thoughts. He had a vague feeling that something bad was about to happen. Yi Liuxing suddenly paid close attention and said, yes. After a moment of further thought, she grabbed Ghost Shadow and made her way towards the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow saw even more night roamers. The night roamers all looked at him in surprise. He gradually understood. This is a tribe of night roamers that has never been under the Shadow Queen's rule. Arriving beneath the great banyan tree, they passed through the cavern condensed from tree roots and arrived before a black altar. Yi Liuxing removed Ghost Shadow's clothes and placed him on the altar. She activated the altar, and black shadow surged. Ghost Shadow felt his wounds slowly recover, but he did not feel at ease at all. Another strand of dark green liquid poured into his mouth, which immediately melted into his body. His wounds rapidly recovered. That's a branch from the Banyan Tree King, the most renowned medicine for healing in the Mist Province. However, the restraints left behind by Li Qingshan still suppressed him firmly. The Black Altar possessed this power too. Yi Liuxing studied Ghost Shadow's body and nodded in satisfaction in the end. Ghost Shadow, who had always been unafraid of death, showed fear in his eyes as if he recalled something. Very soon, Yi Liuxing summoned a group of female night roamers to the side of the altar. They listened to what Yi Liuxing said and looked at Ghost Shadow on the altar. They all became interested. Afterwards, a female night roamer stripped off her clothes and began kissing and caressing Ghost Shadow. Ghost Shadow's eyes widened as his body tensed up, but it was not excitement, but fear. It was unimaginable that a person who was not even afraid of death would actually be afraid of a female night roamer. Seeing how Ghost Shadow did not respond at all, the female night roamers in the surroundings mocked him. The female night roamer was furious too, slapping Ghost Shadow viciously and asking Yi Liuxing for help. Yi Liuxing gave a few more instructions. A while later, she brought over a porcelain bottle and took out a blue pill, shoving it into Ghost Shadow's mouth. It was like a spark had landed in the wilderness. In the blink of an eye, the flames of lust blazed. His rationality was still there, but his body's reactions were involuntary. The female night roamer on him became excited. A tear rolled down from the corner of Ghost Shadow's eye. Night roamers were a society where women were superior to men, as the talent of men was nowhere close to that of women. Undergoing the first heavenly tribulation was extremely difficult, and those who underwent the second heavenly tribulation were even rarer. All male night roamers who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation would immediately experience an overwhelming change in status. They no longer had to carry out any dangerous missions. They could remain in the safest main city the entire time. Ghost Shadow was one of those lucky dogs. Of course, this did not mean he did not have to do anything. At the very least, there was one job he had to do, which was reproduce with the female night roamers in his clan. It was just like how the children of human cultivators would often possess impressive talent for cultivation. As long as they could guarantee they would only marry cultivators, they would develop a cultivation bloodline. That was how clans came about. Other folk clans placed even more emphasis on bloodlines than human clans. They were born with talent and lifespans that mortals could never hope to attain. They basically possessed the advantages of both humans and demons, allowing them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. This was the importance of bloodlines. As a result, Ghost Shadow obtained a job that could drive all men mad with envy. Every day and night, different women would visit him and make love with him. For the sake of this opportunity, the various organizations in the clan even engaged in an open and covert struggle. In the end, the Shadow Queen mediated and set a timetable. As a result, there was a very long period of time when he could not even see a single repetitive face. Countless faces overlapped and became blurry. That was because the stronger the bloodline, the lower the chances of having children. As a result, day and night, it never ended. He felt like he had to face a blurry face like that every single time he was awake, and it became more and more terrifying. Actually, most of the women were beautiful, but they seemed to be deeply envious of him, a man who had actually undergone the second heavenly tribulation. As a result, the so-called making love with him was more like a form of revenge and humiliation most of the time. He didn't know why he had fallen to such a state, nor did he know what he was doing, let alone calming his heart to cultivate. Of course, the clan provided him with many miraculous pills so that his cultivation wouldn't regress, but there was no longer any possibility for him to improve. He wanted to turn them down, but he was just a lowly man. Even the female night roamers with weaker cultivations did not take him seriously. Instead, they scolded him for being ungrateful before humiliating him even more violently. If he dared to resist, he would be challenging the order of the entire clan. As a result, he was like a pig in a pigsty, constantly fattening up and constantly having his flesh cut off. He finally grew numb. No matter how beautiful a woman was, she was unable to make him react at all. Afterwards, he was forced to eat aphrodisiacs, finally almost losing his mind. Finally, on that night, he ran away. The nightmare finally ended. He knelt in the rain and sobbed, roaming about freely in the night. He finally obtained the freedom he had always dreamed of. But at this moment, the nightmare descended once more. Li Qingshan left him to Yi Liuxing to deal with. He said this person was unwilling to submit to him and only wanted to die. She could do whatever she wanted with him. Even killing him and taking his Naiden was fine. It had to be mentioned that the night roamer's train of thought was pretty much the same. They felt like they had to unleash some of his value before killing him. Perhaps he could help the night roamers give birth to a few geniuses. Li Qingshan held the azure field and looked at it with great interest. He smiled. That night roamer's body sure is nice. This guy sure is lucky. Even if he dies under a beautiful flower, he'll still be a romantic even as a ghost. He actually shed tears of gratitude. Heh, there's no need to thank me. Ghost Shadow was not afraid of death, but he was afraid of sinking into a nightmare like this. To him, this was basically crueler than any form of torture. Through his powerful willpower, he unleashed all of his potential. His lips parted. I'm willing to swear it. Have you been moved by my sincerity? Sure enough, seduction is still the best way to deal with men. Li Qingshan summoned Ghost Shadow out of the azure field and made him swear a blood oath, successfully obtaining his third subordinate. He conveniently removed Ghost Shadow's restraints and patted him on the shoulder. Heh, that felt pretty good just then, didn't it? I'm a very loyal person. As long as you do your job well, even greater benefits await you. There might even be a time when you remove the blood oath in the future. Are my words that disgusting? You're purposefully provoking me, aren't you? If you really want to die, I'll send you off right now. Li Qingshan was taken aback at first before becoming furious. Just what kind of physique did a second heavenly tribulation cultivator have? How could he vomit so easily? He was clearly purposefully trying to disgust him. Damn it. And no. Ghost Shadow could not speak of his troubles. Surely he could not say it was all because of the female night roamers. Li Qingshan definitely would not believe him, and he was reluctant to mention the greatest humiliation of his life. Actually, he had planned on committing suicide as soon as he removed the blood oath. Even if the blood oath would bite him, he would not care. However, after going through another nightmare, he suddenly felt like he could endure any pain and hardship in life. Since he had already endured the most difficult period of his life, what was there to be afraid of? Li Qingshan's words had basically given him a sliver of hope, giving him some will to live. Forget it. I won't hold grudges against you. Just serve me well and atone for your crimes. Oh right, you're also a night roamer. Li Qingshan asked around and learned that Ghost Shadow came from the largest and only night roamer clan in the Mist Province, the Deep Shadow Clan. The leader of the clan was known as the Shadow Queen. When Li Qingshan listened to the Banyan Tree King's analysis of the situation in the Mist Province, he had heard this name before. He had even asked about it out of curiosity, but the Banyan Tree King was reluctant to reveal it to others, so he was unable to gain a deeper understanding. All he knew was that she led the largest organization of assassins in the Mist Province, the Shadow Palace. As for why he had escaped, Ghost Shadow was reluctant to talk about it. Li Qingshan did not ask about it either. He just thought it was because he could not stand the chauvinism of night roamers. Since you're also a night roamer, stay with the night roamers under me for a while. They probably need you. They need me. Ghost Shadow's expression changed. He seemed like he was about to vomit again. He would rather be sent to assassinate the most dangerous of enemies than see a single female night roamer again, but he could not turn him down. In the end, all he could do was agree reluctantly. In the azure field. In a tree hole high up in the great banyan tree. Ghost Shadow sat with the three sisters, Yi Liusu, Yi Liubua, and Yi Liuxing. They asked and answered questions. Although several days had passed, the disgust in Ghost Shadow's heart had yet to dissipate. He was almost unwilling to look at the three of them directly. He wanted to play the role of a teacher. Teaching them the cultivation method of night roamers was the mission Li Qingshan had given him. He could not turn it down or brush it off. The only thing he was glad about was the attitude of the three of them. The one with the highest cultivation, the one called Yi Liuxing, had a very cold expression the entire time. There was a sliver of disdain in her eyes. He wasn't afraid of being despised. Anyway, he was already used to it in the Deep Shadow Clan. As long as they didn't look at him with that kind of expression, he would be fine. However, Yi Liuxing would glance at Yi Liusu from time to time with that gaze, which made him feel very relieved. So you're not interested in the opposite sex. Although Yi Liusu's cultivation wasn't high, she was still a saint. However, he seemed to be the leader of the three. From their conversation, he learned that she was even the leader of this clan. When he asked what the clan was called, Yi Liusu was taken aback. She thought about it for a while and said, Yuing. Ghost Shadow used his experience with countless women to discover that Yi Liusu seemed to be inexperienced. He discovered that Yi Liusu did not seem to have any experience. Was she the same as Yi Liuxing, someone who liked the same sex? It did not seem like it. Among the night roamers, this was basically as unbelievable as a child who had grown up in a brothel and was still a virgin at the age of 80. Among the three of them, Yi Liusu was the most focused. She constantly asked Ghost Shadow questions. After being oppressed by Helicoverpa Rosa underground for several thousand years, she had lost a lot of important information on the cultivation method, let alone any progress. Ghost Shadow's arrival was basically a welcome rain after a long drought. Even if it went without saying, it would be of great assistance to her current cultivation. She was extremely curious about the Deep Shadow Clan. She never thought there would actually be such a powerful clan of night roamers in the world. She constantly asked the Shadow Queen how she led them, frowning in thought from time to time as if she did not agree. However, the person who worried Ghost Shadow the most was still Yi Liubua. It was said that she was the one Li Qingshan trusted the most. She seemed like a typical female night roamer. Back in Deep Shadow City, women like her would often be the most fearless when they humiliated him, which still lingered in his heart. You're saying, you were thrown in here by a person called Li Qingshan, not North Moon? Yi Liubua asked. Ghost Shadow had only learnt from their conversation that their master was actually the North Moon that the Dragon King of the Sea hunted down. All he could think about his current fate was serves you right. Even the 10 demon kings could not kill him, yet he tried to assassinate him. What else could he do other than serve him right? What left him even more surprised was the Banyan Tree King's attitude towards Li Qingshan. According to Yi Liubo, the Banyan Tree King actually referred to Li Qingshan as a fellow cultivator. Even though the Banyan Tree King was known for his peace and neutrality, not just any random person had the right to be referred to as a fellow cultivator by him. Ghost Shadow deeply doubted this. He must have just dug a great banyan tree into the azure field. With the Banyan Tree King's personality, he probably won't do anything for a measly branch, but if this makes it out, there'll be a show to watch. The Banyan Tree King's status in the cultivation community of the Mist Province was so great that it was unimaginable to cultivators from other provinces. He was like a benevolent grandfather. Children were not too afraid of him. Normally, they would even climb onto his back and tug at his beard, but if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. However, if someone tried to harm him, the children would definitely leap forward and fight them. Many of these children had undergone the third heavenly tribulation. Even Li Qingshan had to repay his kindness. Oi, why aren't you saying anything? I'm asking you. Yi Liubo said impatiently. I can't answer that, said Ghost Shadow. This was the restriction of the blood oath. He could not purposefully expose Li Qingshan's secret. You idiot, don't you understand? This is his other identity. He uses it to move about in the human world, Yi Liuxing said coldly. Is that so? You're the idiot. Yi Liubo bellowed furiously. Yi Liuxing smiled coldly. Alright, stop arguing. Fellow ghost, please continue explaining the fifth transformation of the night roaming god. This was within Li Qingshan's expectations. Since even Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber knew about his dual identity, there was nothing wrong with telling them. Moreover, this was different from exposing the North Moon's identity under Li Qingshan's name. He did not have that many qualms. Sure enough, since they had never had any contact with Li Qingshan before, they were not too surprised by this identity. The North Moon had done far too many shocking things. Disguising himself as a human and becoming a White Hawk commander really was nothing. In short, after spending some time with them, Ghost Shadow was convinced that the three women did not have any romantic thoughts towards him. The pressure he felt decreased drastically, and he definitely did not feel any sense of loss at all. He had already slept with all the women he should have slept with and should not have slept with in his 10 lifetimes. From today onwards, he would sever his emotions. There were only 2 things that could interest him, which were assassination and cultivation. At this moment, Li Qingshan appeared in the tree hole. Only then did Ghost Shadow see his other form. He had scarlet hair and eyes, and he was peerlessly handsome. Master. Yi Liubo immediately threw herself over. Looks like you're about to undergo the second heavenly tribulation. Liusu, what's wrong? You don't want me to hug you anymore? Li Qingshan picked her up with a smile before extending his hand towards Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu placed her hand in his, and he pulled her gently. She leaned into his arms and could not help but say, "Thank you." What was she thanking him for? She was thanking him for bringing Ghost Shadow here, allowing her to take a step closer to her dream. She was thanking him for his warm embrace right now. Perhaps these 2 feelings had already merged together completely, such that they could not be separated. She yearned for the night roamers to love one another, instead of killing one another. She also yearned for his warm embrace, instead of his cold gaze and vigilance. Li Qingshan whispered into her ear, "If you say something like that again, I'm going to spank you." Yi Liusu's delicate face reddened slightly. She lowered her head and said nothing more. It made Yi Liuxing's face become colder and colder, but there was nothing she could do. Not only was he so powerful that she could not reach him right now, but as a bystander, she understood the best that Yi Liusu had already bet everything on him. Ghost Shadow lowered his head and stared at the wood grain on the floor. It was not because he was concerned about not looking at indecent things, but because this scene had stirred up far too many unpleasant memories. He was like a person who had eaten so much meat that he vomited and swore he would never touch any meat again. Even when he saw someone else eating lavishly, he would still feel very uncomfortable. He would even feel a sense of sorrow. You have no idea how disgusting this is. Li Qingshan then asked Ghost Shadow, once they undergo the second heavenly tribulation, we'll have to prepare for a big fight. Ghost Shadow lowered his head. If the four of us work together, there'll only be a handful of places in the south that can stop us. Very good. We'll be making a quick move when the time comes. Alright, I won't disturb you any further. Li Qingshan was just about to leave the azure field, but Yi Liubo wrapped her arms around him firmly, refusing to let go of him. Li Qingshan patted her back. Be a good girl. Cultivation comes first. It's already been so long. If you still don't keep me company, how am I supposed to be in the mood to cultivate? I might as well just die, Yi Liubo grumbled. Don't spout nonsense, said Li Qingshan. Yi Liusu said, fellow ghost, let's stop here for today. Ghost Shadow was more than happy to do that. Although the attitudes of Yi Liusu and her sisters did not pressure him too much, his disgust towards women, especially female night roamers, had already become a form of hatred. He could not get over it, nor did he want to get over it. Not to mention that he had yet to recover from his wounds completely. You can return to your dwelling and rest. Li Qingshan waved his hand and released Ghost Shadow from the azure field. He asked Yi Liubo in his arms, how do you want me to keep you company? Master, you already know the answer. Yi Liubo grumbled coquettishly. Without anyone else present, her expression was basically seductive. She gently licked his ear and rubbed her full chest against his arm. Li Qingshan saw how flustered Yi Liusu was and asked with a smile, what's wrong? You don't want to spend a little more time with me? I do. Yi Liusu lowered her head and said softly, but Li Qingshan was clearly going to do it with Yi Liubo. Was he going to do it with her too? She felt her body heat up. Yi Liubo said mischievously, what do you want, big sister? Yi Liusu shot a glance at her. What do you think about this place? Li Qingshan released them and pointed into the distance. They currently stood on the top of the main peak of Savage Mountain. They could see the entire valley from there. It had just rained today, so the thick mist merged with the clouds, basically burying the entire valley. A waterfall plunged 1,000 meters down like a white dragon, flickering in and out of the clouds. What dense spiritual chi and what beautiful scenery. This really is a rare blessed land. Yi Liubo gazed at the scenery in the distance and sighed in amazement. Yi Liusu temporarily forgot about her embarrassment and gazed over. This is the Mist Province. Before I knew it, I've already crossed over 50,000 kilometers with him, reaching a distance I've never imagined in the past. I've also seen scenery that has never been recorded in books. Once the time is ripe, I'll move the tree out and have it rooted in the valley. You can rebuild the territory of the night roamers here. As long as you cast down a powerful formation, it'll be enough to stop third heavenly tribulation enemies, and Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and pointed out the environment in the valley, imagining how he should decorate the village of night roamers. Yi Liusu's gaze followed the tip of his finger. She was fascinated, but it gradually returned to his face and became fixated on it. Yi Liubo's gaze moved past their faces. She sighed with a smile and sighed. Is Master using his method to express his apologies? What a great gift. With how dreamy my sister is, she'll definitely be enchanted by it. Li Qingshan was rather delighted too. Compared to hard work in cultivation, defeating powerful enemies was another kind of happiness. He had used his own strength to help a race. Step by step, he was confident that he would not let Yi Liusu down. How is it? Facing Li Qingshan's question with a smile, Yi Liusu took a step forward, tiptoed, and kissed him on the cheek. She said seriously, thank you. I'm really going to spank you this time. Li Qingshan smiled and patted her perky butt. In Maid Sanyang's cave, there was a faint fragrance in the air. The stone walls were covered with embroidered wallpaper, which looked like it was woven from silk. The decorations were very elegant. The most eye-catching place was the center of the cave. A huge white cocoon hung under the dome, it seemed to be where Maid Sanyang rested and cultivated. Yi Liubo dived into the cocoon. He poked his head out and said, you guys come in too. It's so comfortable in here. Hurry up and go in. I'll look around. Yi Liusu said to Li Qingshan, her eyes darting around, not daring to meet his eyes. Li Qingshan carried her up and jumped into the cocoon. The space inside was not small, but it was still a little cramped to accommodate 3 people. The pure white silk was smooth, cold and soft, glowing faintly, like a huge sleeping bag. This cocoon is a treasure. Li Qingshan examined it. Before he finished speaking, Yi Liubo pounced on him and sealed his mouth with her plump lips. Her tongue slid in like a snake and she mumbled, "Master, love me. You're so horny, can't you see your sister is still here?" Li Qingshan flipped her over and pressed her under him. With a light wave of his hand, her bra fell off and 2 voluptuous mounds jumped out. He held them in his hands and played with them, pinching the tips lightly. Yi Liubo moaned softly and said with a flirtatious look, "It's not like I can escape from your demonic claws anyway." Yi Liusu, who had always been composed and generous, was basically at a loss for what to do. Born as a night roamer, she had seen many things like this before. She was not as shy as mortals and treated it as a matter of course. She had been mentally prepared for this a long time ago. But only now did she realize she could not act as naturally as she imagined. Li Qingshan's hand caressing Yi Liubo basically felt like it was on her body. Even her breathing became labored. Li Qingshan glanced at Yi Liusu with a smile. He adjusted his posture and placed her beside Yi Liubo. 2 equally beautiful faces were currently looking at her with different expressions. Yi Liusu's body tensed up. She was like a small beast that had fallen into the hands of a hunter and was waiting to be dealt with. Meanwhile, Yi Liubo's eyes were already flirtatious, burning with admiration. Her upper body moved gently with Li Qingshan's caresses. Her breathing turned into actual heat when it reached Yi Liusu's ears. At this moment, Li Qingshan's hand landed on her cheek and caressed it gently. "Master, please wait until I undergo the heavenly tribulation, all right?" Yi Liusu pleaded. "Don't worry. I won't eat you up this time." Li Qingshan smiled. He also understood that Yi Liubo needed release to cultivate in peace, while it was best for Yi Liusu to maintain her original state. However, since she had come with him, he obviously had to bully her properly. Thus, he withdrew his hand and caressed Yi Liubo. He kneaded her plump and soft breasts wantonly into the shape he liked. He lowered his head and kissed her lips, sealing the sudden high-pitched chanting. Perhaps it was because they had been apart for too long each time, or perhaps it was because of her fanatical admiration for him, but she had always been easily engrossed in it. At this moment, she even forgot about Yi Liusu and hugged Li Qingshan tightly. Like a parched land, she was enjoying the long-awaited rain and dew. Li Qingshan was infected too. His lust began to blaze, but he broke free from her embrace and admired her again. Yi Liubo opened her eyes in a rather daze. Between the armor and the boots, a plump thigh rubbed against each other gently. Beside her, Yi Liusu felt a little thirsty. She quietly swallowed her saliva. Li Qingshan's right hand reached under Yi Liubo's skirt armor. Yi Liubo suddenly opened her eyes wide and let out a long, high-pitched moan. Li Qingshan stuffed the index and middle fingers of his left hand into her mouth. Her fragrant tongue wrapped around it as if he was tasting a fine wine. His 4 fingers were tightly surrounded by scorching heat. Yi Liubo stretched out her arms, but she couldn't reach him. She felt empty. She couldn't get the caress she wanted, so she could only caress herself. This scene made Li Qingshan purse his lips and glance at Yi Liusu again. Her armor was neat and tidy, but in that moment, she felt like she had been pierced. She did her best to act like she was unaffected, but her drifting gaze constantly landed on Yi Liubo beside her. She had never seen her younger sister show such deep love either. It was like she had been bewitched, yet also like she had lost her sense of self, becoming a puppet for him to toy with. However, it made her heart waver and she felt a sense of desire. Li Qingshan suddenly pulled back his hand, and Yi Liubo recovered a sliver of clarity from her delirium. She let out a grunt of displeasure and heard a soft cry. Opening her eyes, she saw that Yi Liusu was already in Li Qingshan's arms. She giggled and threw herself at Yi Liusu, kissing her cheek. The huge cocoon shook gently. The next morning, Li Qingshan emerged from within. He was completely naked. His figure was tall and sturdy, and his bones were clearly visible. His scarlet hair draped over his shoulders as he yawned loudly, revealing 4 sharp fangs and a scarlet tongue. He seemed like a lazy, vicious beast. Afterwards, he immediately pulled himself together and strode out of the dwelling. Yiliosu stuck her head out of the cocoon silently. Her hair was a mess as she gazed at his back, rather hoping that he would look back. However, he left without even looking back, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Yiliosu was not disappointed. She had already understood this habit of his a long time ago. He would always stride forward like this. He would stop and rest from time to time, but he would never look back. As a result, Yiliosu and Yiliobua remained here. The silkworm madam's dwelling was indeed very suitable for cultivation. The density of the spiritual qi could be regarded as one of the densest on the entire Savage Mountain. In particular, in the cocoon, they could calm their minds, free from the intrusion of stray thoughts. Another half a year passed. Yiliosu underwent the second heavenly tribulation first, while Yiliobua followed closely behind. She also underwent the tribulation successfully. After another period of rest and recuperation. On Savage Mountain, Xianxia gazed at the sky and turned around. It's time. Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and Ghost Shadow all stood with their hands by their sides, while the 3 sisters, Yiliosu, accepted the order sternly. The moon illuminated the sky. The light shone across the sea of trees, but could not reach the Worried Eagle ravine. This deep ravine was like a scar on the earth. Xianxia stood at the edge of the cliff and looked down. The mountain wind was as cold as water, whistling against his face. A layer of powerful formation enveloped the pitch-black deep ravine. This place was not as good as Savage Mountain, but it was still a rare blessed land. However, it was not suitable for establishing a sect. It was more suitable for independent cultivators, and the Mist Province had no lack of independent cultivators like that. The gentleman of heavenly blubber said, "The formation's here." It was called the Darkstar Skylock Formation. The Hawk's Worry was extremely renowned in the south. He was wanted by the Hawk Wolf Guard 300 years ago. Back then, he had only undergone the first heavenly tribulation. But with the great art of heaven evasion, he unleashed it. Even the Hawk Wolf Guard could do nothing to him. He was untraceable within 1,000 kilometers. 100 years ago, he built his cave abode here. However, with the protection of the formation, no one can do anything to him. All I can do is ask fellow ghosts to infiltrate this place with a few night roamers. Ghost Shadow's voice drifted over. If the 4 of us work together, as long as we spend some time preparing and planning, killing this Hawk's Worry will be easy. No matter how powerful his escape technique is, he won't be able to use it. However, we don't have the confidence to strike immediately and subdue him and make him swear a blood oath. The path of assassins focused on killing with a single strike. If they did not have the determination to kill, their vigor would decrease drastically. They would not be able to use their full strength. Yiliosu said, "That's right. There's no need for you to plan and prepare. Feel free to strike. If you kill him, then so be it. The south is so large, so isn't it easy to find a few subordinates?" Then Xianxia said to Yu Wufeng and the gentleman of heavenly blubber, "Make your preparations as well. If he manages to survive, you can't let him escape." Then he glanced at Yu Wufeng deeply. Yu Wufeng lowered his head and pressed down on the hilt of the fogbow sword. Ghost Shadow said nothing more. His aura suddenly vanished, merging with the night sky and drifting towards the Hawk's Worry ravine. Yi Liuxing and the other 2 secretly admired him, following closely behind him. A while later, Xianxia smiled. "Sure enough, you do have some tricks up your sleeves." Before he had even finished speaking, a streak of light rushed into the air from the Hawk's Worry ravine. Xianxia did not take action. A streak of white light flew out from beside him, piercing the sky and intercepting the streak of light. A pale-faced old man in black robes appeared. He was as short as a monkey. He asked in surprise and fury, "The fogbow sword? Yu Wufeng. I have no grievances with your Savage Mountain, so why have you launched a sneak attack on me?" Yu Wufeng said nothing. He formed a seal with his hand, and the fogbow sword turned into a slithering streak of white light, surrounding Hawk's Worry. "Who's that?" "The White Hawk Commander." Hawk's Worry glanced at the man in white clothes before you woofing, standing with his arms crossed with a smile. Under the moonlight, his white clothes resembled a silver hawk spreading its wings. The gentleman of heavenly blubber who was renowned for his viciousness also stood behind him with his head lowered, doing his best to maintain a humble posture. Hawk's Worry forced himself to calm down. The fogbow sword's light was dense, but it could not trap him. Right when he was about to use the great technique of heaven's escape to break free, several drifting strands of killing intent froze him where he was, preventing him from moving. A while ago, if it were not for his sharp senses that had been honed from many years of life and death, he would have almost died to a terrifying assassination before he could even use his escape technique. Apart from Ghost Shadow, the other three were clearly peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, which scared him witless. Although he managed to escape by luck, he was heavily injured, even abandoning his dwelling. Yet, the first cave master of Savage Mountain intercepted him with his renowned fogbow sword. In an instant, killing intent filled the air from all directions, but it was like a bow that was ready to be drawn. Just as Hawk's Worry was thinking about a countermeasure, the Demon Suppression Tower descended from above. Demon Suppression. The four Night Roamer assassins worked together to assassinate him. The first cave master of Savage Mountain used his arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, to trap him, and Xianxia suppressed him in the end. No matter how powerful Hawk's Worry's escape technique was, all he could do was surrender. In the Demon Suppression Tower, Hawk's Worry turned into a streak of light, charging around, but it was obviously useless. The Demon Suppression Tower was rather clumsy in actual combat, but as long as it suppressed an enemy, they would struggle to break free. At this moment, a figure passed through the tower. Xianxia appeared and said, "Don't waste your energy. Let's talk about something useful." "You're Xianxia? How extravagant of you, sir." Hawk's Worry did his best to maintain his distance from Xianxia. His eyes were filled with caution. Just what was he capable of to actually order around the three cave masters of Savage Mountain and three peak assassins of the Shadow Palace? Xianxia took out the blood oath scroll and smiled. "Come, fellow, swear an oath." The blood oath scroll. You've actually refined the blood oath scroll. Hawk's Worry's expression changed drastically. He finally understood why the three cave masters of Savage Mountain obeyed his orders. "I'll give you half a minute to think about it," Xianxia said. Half a minute later, the Demon Suppression Tower turned into demon chi and dispersed. Xianxia stowed the blood oath scroll away and patted Hawk's Worry's shoulder. He said in praise, "Fellow Hawk truly is a sensible person." Hawk's Worry was dejected. He forced out a smile. Yes. Let's go to the next stop." Xianxia waved his hand in high spirits. 7 days later, in the Marquis of Serene Sea's estate. The Marquis of Serene Sea was currently meditating with his eyes closed when the caretaker reported, "Marquis, that Xianxia is outside, requesting an audience." "He's still alive." The Marquis of Serene Sea snapped open his eyes and received him at the entrance. He saw Xianxia's back to him, currently lecturing a group of people. "From today onwards, you must turn over a new leaf and start anew. You'll definitely achieve great things in the future." The Marquis of Serene Sea counted a total of 8 people. They varied in height, weight, and weight. Every single one of them wore a black cloak with the hood covering their faces. Although they all lowered their heads like servants, the auras they gave off vaguely left the Marquis of Serene Sea alarmed. "These people are so familiar. Who's that big fatty?" "The gentleman of heavenly blubber." "And that shorty?" The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to identify them one by one, as Xianxia had already turned around. The past 2 days had been rather lackluster, or perhaps it should be said that this month had been rather lackluster. Actually, the plot had always been rather clear, but as the main character's power level increased, the pace of the plot had become increasingly difficult to grasp. I didn't want to write a story that was repetitive in leveling up. The moment the main character became slightly stronger, a bunch of even stronger enemies would immediately attack him, and the pressure would be as great as a mountain. Then, he would have to level up again and again, repeating endlessly until he reached the 9 heavens. That would be far too boring. But if I didn't write it like this, it would easily become an undefeatable one-sided story, where the main character would destroy all the enemies he saw, which would be even more boring than the former. Of course, the current trend was to combine the two. There were many benefits to writing this way. The pace of the story was fast enough, and the plot was full of ups and downs. It was also easy to write, and it was also fun to read. It was no coincidence that it had become mainstream. However, I really didn't want to write it like this. It felt like a person with only bones but no flesh and blood. I could read this type of book happily, but if I had to write it like this, I would have to cure my obsessive-compulsive disorder first. Although The Legend of the Great Sage was a level-up novel, I had to write a level-up novel with a plot. I had to make this path to the 9 heavens run through countless demons, ghosts, love, hate, and emotions. I had to write some characters with flesh and blood, as well as some touching plots. This wasn't an easy task. The most difficult part was to stay grounded. Old fans should have experienced this before. No matter what theme, once the number of words reached a certain level, it would be easy to write more and more fluently. Although one would be able to continue reading based on habit, it would feel more and more wrong. This was also a situation that I was doing my best to avoid. In conclusion, I'm a slow person, and I can't update fast enough. Please forgive me, everyone. I can only promise to write seriously and finish it well. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept through the sea of trees like waves. The Marquis of Xianxia suspected that he had misheard and asked instinctively, "What did you say?" "Don't pretend you can't hear me." Xianxia laughed, and the 8 figures in black cloaks behind him also laughed coldly. The eyes under their hoods gleamed with schadenfreude. Since they had already suffered misfortune, then watching others suffer the same misfortune was a rare joy in life. A chill ran down the Marquis of Xianxia's spine. He involuntarily took a step back, wanting to retreat into the main gate. 3 black figures appeared behind him, their killing intent as cold as ice. After continuous battles and Ghost Shadow's teachings, Yiliosu and her sister's teamwork had become more and more coordinated. Although others could not see it, the Marquis of Xianxia could sense it. His heart trembled. Shadow Palace assassins. Only a top-notch assassin of the Shadow Palace would be able to sneak up on him without him noticing. He immediately did not dare to move recklessly. He shouted, "Xianxia, what do you think you're doing?" "I'm the Princess of South Sea Commandery, the Marquis of Xianxia appointed by the Emperor." "Alright, stop being so cocky." "I'm looking for you," Xianxia said. The laughter behind him became even more unbridled, filled with malice. Xianxia was satisfied. The demonic cultivators of the south had one great advantage, which was that they were very adaptable to circumstances. He had attacked them for 7 consecutive days. As long as they managed to survive the combined attacks of Ghost Shadow and the others, none of them would rather die than submit. Moreover, once they swore a blood oath, they could quickly adjust their mentality and show sufficient obedience. There was a shameless person who said that he wanted to take Xianxia as his adoptive father. He said that he had cultivated for hundreds of years just for this day, which greatly shocked Xianxia. If it was a woman, then so be it. At least he could barely be an adoptive father, but it was clearly an old man. How shameless! This was the culture of Southern Border. There was no sense of propriety, justice, or honor. Only the strong were respected. As long as your fist was hard enough, no one would use their head to clash head-on. There was a commotion in the manor. A large number of cultivators rushed out. Some were guards of the House of Marquis, while others were guest elders. There were hundreds of them, and they took out all kinds of spirit artifacts and Dharma artifacts. He activated all sorts of strange goo worms. They surrounded Xianxia and the others. However, this scene. Not to mention that Xianxia didn't care, even the 8 black cloaks behind him didn't care at all. Because among these hundreds of people, none of them had undergone the 2nd heavenly tribulation. "Commander Li, you dare to be rude to my Marquis? Do you know that all the White Wolf guards were killed while you were gone? Just you wait for the Hawk Wolf guard to punish you. If you know what's good for you, I can let my Marquis put in a good word for you," Steward Zhou of the Hofu said. He saw that his family had the advantage in numbers and also had the geographical advantage. He believed that Xianxia would not dare to commit murder, so he jumped out to express his loyalty. As for the 8 black cloaks behind Li Qingshan, his cultivation was insufficient for him to make an accurate judgment. As for the 3 black shadows behind the Marquis of Serene Sea, he was completely unaware of them. Who did it? Li Qingshan really did not know about this. It's me. A reply rang out from space. The Marquis of Serene Sea's face lit up. It was Ghost Shadow's voice. As long as Ghost Shadow carried out the assassination, even if he failed, he would be able to divert some of Li Qingshan's attention. He could use this opportunity to retreat to the estate. He had specially prepared an escape route in the secret room of the estate. It was a formation that could teleport him 500 kilometers away. This was different from streaks of light. It was completely untraceable. The assassins of the Shadow Palace are impressive, but since they've already exposed themselves, there's nothing to be afraid of. In terms of strength, the 3 of them definitely can't rival the greatest assassin of the South, Ghost Shadow. Sure enough, Ghost Shadow had taken action. However, the sliver of joy in the Marquis of Serene Sea's heart immediately turned to fear. Caretaker Zhou of the Marquis estate glared at Li Qingshan furiously. A bloody mark had appeared between his eyebrows. The mark was so thin that only a bead of blood seeped out. He seemed to sense something, extending his hand to touch it instinctively before collapsing like this. 3rd Cave Master. The Marquis of Serene Sea paled in fright. His heart sank. I could tell a long time ago that those bastards were colluding with demonic cultivators. It's clean even if they die. I can go to the Mist Capital to ask for a reward. Li Qingshan said in an unconcerned manner. Marquis, don't be so stubborn and rely on luck. Even Boss Yu and I have sworn loyalty to Commander Li, so 3rd Brother Shadow will obviously be no exception. If you still don't tell these several hundred pieces of trash to piss off and piss me off, I'll swallow them all. The gentleman of heavenly blubber patted his belly with a smile. His fat jiggled about. The gentleman of heavenly blubber, it really is you. Apart from me, who else can be so plump? The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled and extended his huge, fan-like hand. A guard of the estate over 30 meters away cried out as he flew over. The gentleman of heavenly blubber's mouth widened to an unbelievable degree. He actually swallowed the guard in a single gulp. He could vaguely make out a figure below his belly, which vanished after a few struggles. Ah, it's the 2nd Cave Master of Savage Mountain, the gentleman of heavenly blubber. And the 3rd Cave Master, Ghost Shadow. Everyone cried out and dispersed in a large circle. All of the cave masters of Savage Mountain were renowned for their viciousness. However, the Marquis of Serene Sea's gaze was focused on the black-cloaked figure to the right behind Li Qingshan. His white hair draped down from the hood, and he carried a sword on his back. He was in disbelief. If it was anyone else, then so be it, but he was a sword cultivator wielding an arcane treasure. How proud and arrogant was he? Why would he submit to Li Qingshan? With a final sliver of hope, he called out, Cave Master Yu. Marquis of Serene Sea, stop wasting time. Yu Wufeng gripped the fogbow sword and said coldly. Yeah. Do you want to live or die? I still hope you can survive. Although finding a second heavenly tribulation cultivator in the vast south is quite easy, there aren't a lot of truly useful experts. However, if you really want to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Li Qingshan said. The Marquis of Serene Sea despaired. Li Qingshan was already an extremely terrifying opponent. There were also the 3 peak assassins of the Shadow Palace, the first 3 cave masters of Savage Mountain, and the remaining 6 people. He had already recognized them all. Every single one of them was a renowned demonic cultivator of the south. Right now, they all stood behind Li Qingshan, listening to his orders. Even across the entire south, no one could underestimate a force like that. His voice trembled slightly. I'm a marquis. Are you bold enough to kill me? Li Qingshan smiled. Kill him. Before he had even finished speaking, the 3 black figures behind the Marquis of Serene Sea vanished. Ghost Shadow drifted over, locking onto him with killing intent. The fogbow sword left its sheath with a clang, and the gentleman of heavenly blubber reached out with his hand. The remaining 6 black-cloaked figures struck out at the same time as well. It was a sure kill move, like a landslide or a tsunami. The Marquis of Serene Sea was unable to dodge, flee, or block them. All he could do was yell out with all his strength, "I want to live." Li Qingshan raised his hand, and all of the attacks came to a halt. It was like the tsunami had been frozen the moment it was about to slam down. As long as you want to live. Swear an oath. If the Battle of Savage Mountain had only caused an uproar in the south due to the unknown outcome, then Li Qingshan's appearance in the commandery city of South Sea this time had answered all of their questions. However, it did not just reveal the outcome of the Battle of Savage Mountain, but the change in the entire structure of the south. After receiving the Marquis of Serene Sea's oath, Li Qingshan held a banquet in the Marquis estate and invited the 10 cave masters. These 10 renowned figures of the south toasted Li Qingshan together, formally pledging their loyalty. The cultivator who accepted Li Qingshan as his foster father even referred to him as king, no longer referring to him as sir or commander. Li Qingshan was confused. He asked for the reason, and the cultivator said, "Who in the south doesn't know that the one who unites Savage Mountain is the king of savages?" Li Qingshan laughed aloud, accepting the title happily. The Marquis of Serene Sea cursed him for his shamelessness and sighed, but he forced a smile on his face and also called out, "My king." After the banquet, Li Qingshan gave the order to set off immediately and continue his campaign. He basically rounded up all the second heavenly tribulation cultivators in the south apart from the myriad poison cult, making the arrogant declaration he made when he first arrived in the South Sea Commandery a reality. "Those who submit to me prosper, and those who oppose me die." Savage Mountain basically rose up overnight, becoming a great organization in the south that was only second to the myriad poison cult. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan had not undergone the third heavenly tribulation, he would have been able to establish a large sect. The Mist Province was thrown into an uproar. When Li Qingshan received orders to come to the Mist Province and assume the position of White Wolf Commander, he attracted countless gazes. This was because of the dazzling glory of the two geniuses, but it was also because cultivators wanted to use this to predict the changes in the situation between the Mist Province and the Green Province. Some people guessed this was part of the Great Xia Empire's plan, purposefully sending them to the Mist Province as hostages to ease the situation between the two provinces. However, even more people believed the Great Xia Empire had no intention of mediating between the two provinces like in the past. Instead, they purposefully made the two provinces wear each other down so that the Dragon Province would remain absolutely powerful in the center. As for Li Qingshan and Little Anne, they were just chess pieces to speed up the war between the two provinces, pitiful sacrifices. There were plenty of malicious speculations. How will the Chan Monastery of Devanaga react when they lose these two genius disciples? As soon as Li Qingshan arrived in the South Sea, he killed the White Hawk commander and successfully ascended to his position. He demonstrated viciousness that completely differed from his identity as a Buddhist disciple. However, across the entire Mist Province, it was only a small matter. Over 2 years had passed since then, and Li Qingshan's name gradually faded from everyone's sight. It was only mentioned from time to time and guessed at the outcome of the battle. Only when Li Qingshan used the Blood Oath Scroll to command the 10 cave masters and conquer the entire south did his name suddenly ring out again. However, the prefix of his name was no longer the position of White Hawk Commander, nor was it the identity of Unraging Monk's disciple. Instead, it was King of Savages. King was originally a title that only existences who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation had the right to use. The King of Chu, the King of Yu, the Monk King, the Demon King, and the Great General King were all supreme experts, only one in a billion. They were the absolute ruling class of the 9 provinces. With Li Qingshan's cultivation, he originally did not have the right to be referred to as king. However, the first cave master of Savage Mountain had once said that whoever underwent the third heavenly tribulation could refine the Blood Oath Scroll and rule over Savage Mountain. The other cave masters would refer to them as King of Savages, and they would receive the recognition of the other 7 cave masters. In everyone's minds, this was something only great cultivators who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation could achieve, so the title of king went without saying. The sky was dark and gloomy. Thick leaden clouds hung low and low, as if they were going to cover the sea of trees. It was as dark as night. This article is from "A ray of light streaked across the sky, and a short man flew on his sword." Although he was not tall, He was born with a square face and a wide mouth, revealing a valiant aura. The long sword under his feet was a magical treasure. The light landed on the ground, and the man sheathed his sword. He looked up and saw that savage mountain towered into the clouds. However, when he tried to look deeper, all he saw was churning mist, sealing off the entire mountain. Even his divine sense could not penetrate it. This is the 8-directional misty sea formation. Sure enough, old Freakswa was killed by him, and even the guarding formation was destroyed. In less than a month, those renowned figures of the south have either been killed or forced to swear a blood oath and become servants. The Chan monastery of Devanaga really does live up to its reputation. Just how powerful is this Li Qingshan? The man muttered to himself. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly turned around and looked back. He gripped the hilt of his sword with a wary expression. A green cloud pierced through the clouds and flew towards Savage Mountain. The color of the green cloud was not emerald green or dark green, but rather a wretched green. It surged as if it had a life of its own, and its speed was not much slower than the man's. In the blink of an eye, it had also landed in front of the valley. The ghastly green-colored cloud and mist seemed even more strange. It surged as if it wanted to pounce towards the man and emitted a strange droning sound, as if it was a monster that wanted to swallow a person whole. If one looked carefully, it wasn't a cloud and mist at all. It was clearly a myriad of tiny green-colored insects that were difficult to distinguish with the naked eye. Myriad poison cult. The man frowned. Cough, cough. Fellow Pung, what are you doing in my southern border instead of drifting about on the sea? A feminine voice came from the cloud of insects, and a tall and thin figure walked out of the cloud of insects. It was a young gentleman dressed in luxurious clothes with a sickly face. The cloud of insects rolled and gathered, returning to the rattan pot at his waist. So it's the sickly young master. This Li Qingshan really has a great reputation, Peng Jingni said with a smile. A fighting spirit rose in his heart as he unsheathed the shocking centipede sword halfway. You and I both have a mission today, so let's forget about it. Since you were here first, you can go first. If you really don't accept it, then we'll do it again after we're done. The sickly young master elegantly raised his hand and gestured for Peng Jingni to go first. Peng Jingni wasn't a fool. He knew that if he met Li Qingshan first, he would definitely mess things up later on. Although the myriad poison cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion dominated the southern region and the South Sea Sword Pavilion, they had been neighbors for many years and had many conflicts. The myriad poison cult was a standard demonic sect, while the South Sea Sword Pavilion prided itself on being righteous. As a sword cultivator sect, there was no lack of chivalry. And the most fundamental reason was the competition for benefits. Once a magic treasure was born and a spiritual grass grew, there would inevitably be an open and veiled struggle. Generation after generation. It was unknown how many fellow disciples had died at the hands of the other party. When they met, they had to be amiable. That would be strange. As the most outstanding disciples of the sect, they would usually fight when they met. If you're not in a hurry, then I'll go first. The sickly young master smiled and stepped forward. A wave of sword chi swept past him, plowing a deep ravine in front of him. Don't even think about it. Peng Jingni drew his sword. This person has a glib tongue. If I let him in first, he'll definitely ruin my plans. I can't go left or right. What are you trying to do? The South Sea Sword Pavilion sure is impressive. Don't forget that this is the southern region of the Mist Province. The sickly young master's pale face sank. Let's fight first and decide who's victorious. Watch as I chase away a sickly bastard like you first. Peng Jingni smiled. Fair enough. It won't take me much time to poison a shorty like you anyway. Why don't the two of you come in together? When they were ready to fight, a voice rang out from the valley. The mist dispersed, revealing a path. Both of them thought of something. The sickly young master took a step back and made an inviting gesture. Peng Jingni snorted coldly and sheathed his sword. The two of them rushed into the valley one after another, and the mist closed up again. Peng Jingni passed through the mist sea formation of the 8 directions first, guarding against the sickly young master behind him as he sped along. Seeing how there was no opportunity for a sneak attack, the sickly young master gave up. Arriving in the valley, the lair of demons that had once stood out in the south had become very cold and cheerless. The structures of the old city had all been razed to the ground, replaced by vegetation. So it's just a facade, a defensive formation. What a waste of resources. The sickly young master felt disdain. If he were in control of the Blood Oath Scroll, he would definitely establish a strict organization on Savage Mountain. However, Xianxia clearly had no plans to do that. Right when he was about to fly towards the main peak, he saw Pingjingni suddenly turn around. Below the spring in the western mountains, someone waved their hand. Over here. A waterfall that resembled a white dragon seemed to fly down from the clouds and land in the deep pool. The grass beside the pool was luxuriant, blooming with exotic flowers and plants. Xianxia sat on a rock beside the pool and said to Little and beside him, "Doesn't this look like where we first cultivated?" Little and nodded. She wore a string of white prayer beads on her wrist. There were a total of 27 of them. She had spent a long time refining the skull prayer beads again. Although she had only increased the number by 1 or 2, the effort and resources she had expended was immense. The skull prayer beads had also reached the 3rd stage. Every skeleton demon had become stronger, and the power of the skeleton demon formation had greatly increased as well. It could be said that even without Little and personally taking action, with just this string of prayer beads, even if the 10 people who swore a blood oath worked together, they would not be a match for it. This was why Xianxia did not have any plans to establish a strict organization. His strength came from himself and Little and beside him, not from a bunch of messy demonic cultivators. Everyone focused their attention on the powerful forces he had gathered, but they did not know that this was just the tip of the iceberg of his true strength. Anyone who thought they could step on him would end up crashing into an iceberg. However, Xianxia could vaguely sense that this secret was close to being exposed, as far too many people knew about it. Although he had various safety measures in place, he was no longer an insignificant figure that no one paid any attention to. He would always leave behind traces in everything he did. From a certain perspective, this was all thanks to the Dragon King of the Sea killing the North Moon. No one believed the Dragon King of the Sea would fail. Even those who doubted it in the beginning would no longer connect Xianxia to the North Moon now. It would be best if he could maintain this secret until the day he went dragon slaying in the Ink Sea. By then, even if everyone in the world knew that Xianxia was the North Moon, it would be nothing. However, this would probably be very difficult. Xianxia understood. Having reached the 4th layer of the spirit turtle, his premonition was definitely not groundless. Someone's here. It's the people of the Myriad Poison Cult and the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Sure enough, I've alarmed them? Xianxia raised his eyebrows and smiled. Little and said, that disciple of the Myriad Poison Cult is known as the Sickly Young Master in the South. He's a member of the Imperial Clan of the Kingdom of Yu, one of the successors to the throne. He probably doesn't just represent the Myriad Poison Cult. P.S. Today is my cousin's engagement. I set off in the morning and ran to Zhengzhou for a whole day. I spent most of the time in the car and only returned at night. I'm dead tired. I was too depressed last month. I need to adjust my pace and pull myself together this month. After all, this is the only meaningful thing in my life right now. From tomorrow onwards, I will resume 2 nights a week. Please cast your monthly votes. Dream Talker thanks you. Pingjingni arrived before the deep pool first. He saw 2 people sitting under the waterfall. One was a tall man dressed in white. His black hair draped over his shoulders. He sat there casually, but his aura was as heavy as a mountain, giving off an unshakable feeling. So this is Xianxia. He lives up to his reputation. As for the other person, Pingjingni narrowed his eyes and revealed a look of amazement. The sickly young man also rushed over. His first glance landed on Little and he exclaimed inwardly, to think there's such a beauty in the world. How incredible. He then said to Xianxia, you must be Xianxia. That's right. How should I address the 2 of you? Xianxia examined the 2 and asked with a smile. Pingjingni of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Xianliangmu of the Myriad Poison Cult. The 2 reported their names at the same time, but they were rather dissatisfied. This Xianxia was too arrogant. They came from extraordinary backgrounds, possessed outstanding talent, and had made a name for themselves many years ago. No matter where they went, everyone would show them some respect. However, not only did Li Qingshan not invite them to the main peak for a discussion, but he did not even stand there. He looked down on them without any manners at all, asking for their names right away. "What can I do for the two of you to come from afar?" Li Qingshan propped his face with his fist. He tilted his head, curious about their intentions as well. "I came from afar to pay a visit, intending to gift a great fortune to the commander, but I don't even have a cup of hot tea or a stool." "That's too stingy. It doesn't match the reputation of the king of savages," Qian Liangmu said. Peng Jingni hugged his sword and did not comment. However, he agreed with Qian Liangmu for once. He had come from the sea. He was acting as an envoy. Personal honor was secondary. They absolutely could not weaken their momentum and lose the reputation of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Otherwise, how could they talk about this matter if they felt inferior to each other the moment they met? "I didn't notice that. My bad. But I don't have tea here. Only wine. If you like it, let's have a drink together. If you don't like it, let's drink together. This pond water is refreshing and sweet." Li Qingshan smiled. He took out 2 jars of wine from his summer ring and tossed them to the two. Then, he picked up a jar of wine and drank it heartily. Peng Jingni caught the wine jar that flew over and was stunned for a moment before he said, "Why drink water when there's wine?" He opened the clay seal and drank a few mouthfuls before praising, "Good wine." This praise was not at all polite. There was no need to say more about the taste of this wine, but in terms of the density of the spiritual energy, it was comparable to elixirs, enough to cause a bloody battle in the southern border. He admitted that if he had such a jar of wine, he wouldn't be willing to share it with others. Li Qingshan had gone on a killing spree in the southern border and obtained many spoils of war. This wine was just one of them. In any case, he had obtained it easily, so he did not feel that it was a pity. Qian Liangmu took a few sips and was speechless. He found it strange. If Li Qingshan wanted to take them down a notch, he would not have taken out such a precious spiritual wine. If he wanted to befriend them, he should not have been so disrespectful. He raised his head and met Li Qingshan's bright eyes. He suddenly realized that his attitude was indifferent. It did not matter how precious this jar of wine was, nor did it matter who they were, nor did it matter what kind of powerful faction they had behind them. "Since you've come, I'll treat you to a drink and listen to what you have to say. That's all." Peng Jingni also saw this point. He, who had always been known for his heroic spirit, could not help but be secretly impressed. Legend has it that this Li Qingshan is incomparably arrogant, saying things like, "Those who submit to me will prosper, those who oppose me will perish." Looking at it with my own eyes, he is more magnanimous and heroic. He is not an arrogant and conceited person. If I met him on a normal day, I would definitely befriend him. However, the more he is like this, the harder it is to deal with him. I'm afraid the objective of this trip will not be easy to achieve. Peng Jingni looked at Qian Liangmu, and coincidentally, Qian Liangmu also looked over. Their gazes met, and they immediately separated. They were actually more willing for Li Qingshan to bring out all the 10 great cave masters under him. Whether it was to boost his prestige or to take him down a notch, the more powerful he appeared, the more weak he showed inside. Such a normal situation was really troublesome. They felt that no matter if it was coercion or temptation, it would not achieve the desired effect. As for stools, there aren't any here. The two of you can sit wherever you want. If you're afraid of lowering your head to me, you can just fly into the sky. As Li Qingshan said this, he tilted the jar in his hand and fed it to Little and beside him. His movements were very light, unlike his rough manner just now. He asked, "How's the taste?" "Very good." Little and took a few small sips. Actually, to her, there was no difference whether it was fine wine or dirty water. She just liked the wine he fed her. Peng Jingni flew up and sat down on a large rock in front of him. Qian Liangmu smiled rather helplessly and chose another rock. Peng Jingni said, "The first cave master under you, Yu Wufeng, is a traitor of our South Sea Sword Pavilion. Ever since he betrayed us 30 years ago, he has always been hiding in Savage Mountain. I never expected you to find him." I'm under orders from my master to ask you to return him to our South Sea Sword Pavilion and accept punishment. So that's how it is. Wu Feng, you've been listening for so long. Come and meet this former disciple of the same sect. Li Qingshan nodded. A streak of sword light flew over from the main peak and landed in front of the waterfall. He corrected himself, it's Wu Feng. After a moment of silence, he bowed and said, my king. There's no difference. Fellow Peng, is this the person? Peng Jingni's eyes lit up when he saw Wu Feng. He immediately straightened up and withdrew his gaze. He said to Li Qingshan, that's him. If you help us capture the traitor, the South Sea Sword Pavilion will definitely repay you in the future. You Wu Feng, are you willing to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion with your junior brother? Li Qingshan asked. I am. Yu Wufeng fell silent again. Is that so? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin. This fellow Yu is not a traitor of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, but a hero, Qian Liangmu interrupted. Peng Jingni glared at him. This bastard really was going to ruin his plans. What do you mean? Li Qingshan asked. This is an open secret in the southern border. This brother Yu of the South Sea Sword Pavilion endured the humiliation, pretending to be a judge and joining Savage Mountain. His goal is to unify Savage Mountain, turning this place into a springboard for the South Sea Sword Pavilion to enter the southern border, so that they can fight our myriad poison cult. Commander, if you let him go, once he transcends the third heavenly tribulation and becomes the pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he'll definitely have his revenge for today's humiliation. Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile. He laughed at the South Sea Sword Pavilion schemes. In the end, he suffered a double loss. Peng Jingni was about to retort when Yu Wufeng sighed and said, Junior brother, there's no need to say any more. He smiled and said, deceiving people with clever words is never your forte. Senior brother has a heavy responsibility. Yet, he had fallen into such a situation. He had truly let down his benefactor. I've let the sect down. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingni's chest warmed up as he lowered his head. Yu Wufeng then said to Li Qingshan, Commander Li. If you are willing to show mercy, I swear that I will not take revenge for today, nor will I divulge any of your secrets. I'm even more willing to lend you a hand and make you unrivaled in southern border. His words were filled with killing intent, directed at the myriad poison cult. Qian Liangmu said, I wonder how this oath compares to a blood oath. Brother Yu is truly scheming. Are you trying to get someone else to do your dirty work? Commander Li, a single thought of benevolence can lead to endless trouble in the future. There are many things that can replace the blood oath scroll in southern border, such as the poison vow gu, the thousand-needle curse. Qian Liangmu interrupted, I wonder which of these things can restrain a cultivator who has transcended the third heavenly tribulation. Are you trying to deceive a commander into not knowing about southern border's gu curse arts? The two of them engaged in a verbal battle. In the end, Qian Liangmu was the more eloquent one. Every word struck at the heart of the matter, leaving Yu Wufeng speechless. He could only bow deeply towards Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan countered with a question, if you were in my position, what would you choose? Yu Wufeng was speechless, his expression dim. Then my answer would be the same, Li Qingshan said. Fellow Li, do you really think nothing of my South Sea Sword Pavilion? Peng Jingni shouted angrily. Fellow Peng, it's best if you keep your cool. If you go too far, it won't be good. Li Qingshan glanced at him quietly. There was no killing intent in his gaze, but it made him shiver inside. Yu Wufeng's gaze was even stricter, reminding him of when he was practicing the sword many years ago. I lost my composure. Please forgive me, fellow Li. Peng Jingni glanced at Qian Liangmu from the corner of his eye. Indeed, he saw a smile in his eyes. If they really fell out and invaded southern border to attack Savage Mountain, it would only make Li Qingshan side with the myriad poison cult. Not to mention that he still held a hostage that the South Sea Sword Pavilion could not give up. You don't have to hate me. When your senior brother drew his sword against me back then, didn't he want to kill me? The path of cultivation is about fighting for a chance of survival with all one's strength in the first place. I will not hate him. One day in the future, I might release him, but it definitely won't be now. I don't need to explain the reasoning behind this. You should understand it as well. Li Qingshan's words still left Yu Wufeng and the South Sea Sword Pavilion a glimmer of hope. I'm clumsy with words, and there are many things I can't say clearly. I would like to invite you to the South Sea. Our master will definitely give you a satisfactory result, Peng Jingni said. Commander, be careful not to fall into a trap, Qian Liangmu said indifferently, but it made Peng Jingni grit his teeth in anger. All right, we will go. The one who spoke was not Li Qingshan, but little Anne, who had been listening quietly the entire time. Peng Jingni rejoiced inside and looked at Li Qingshan. If she agrees, then I agree. Li Qingshan was originally stuck between two options. Since little Anne had spoken, she definitely had a plan. As long as he did not go to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he was confident that he could put up a fight even if he faced that great sword cultivator, not to mention that he had the spirit turtle to foretell fortune. Qian Liangmu wanted to say something, but he shut his mouth again. Even he would struggle to turn down a woman like that, let alone go back on his word after turning her down. Li Qingshan was clearly not an indecisive person. Moreover, this matter might even be an opportunity. Peng Jingni let out a sigh of relief. This outcome was barely satisfactory. He never thought he would actually feel so much pressure when he faced this Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan said, Prince Qian, let me hear what you mean by great riches and honor. Qian Liangmu coughed gently. The leader of the Myriad Poison cult, the Myriad Poison ancestor, would like to invite you to become a protector of the cult. Peng Jingni immediately sneered. The Myriad Poison cult sure has schemed well. Is this the great riches and honor you speak of? Li Qingshan took a sip of alcohol. That's right. To regular cultivators, the identity of a protector of the Myriad Poison cult is indeed great riches and honor. However, what he was implying was as clear as day. This was absolutely nothing to him. He thought, a mere protector wants to pull me into the Myriad Poison cult's war chariot? Isn't that a little too naive? The Sword Collection Palace invited me as a guest elder, and they gave me a powerful arcane treasure at the very least. And, if I really do run into trouble, the Sword Collection Palace will lend me a hand for the sake of their pride. For a demonic sect like the Myriad Poison cult, it'll be nice if they don't stab me in the back. Qian Liangmu smiled as if everything was within his grasp. Then he said, then what about the identity of a guest elder of the King of Southern Yu's estate? Yu Wufeng raised an eyebrow and thought, here comes the main show. The King of Southern Yu's estate had always had a tradition of recruiting guests, regardless of their identity or race. As long as they could pass through the corresponding test, they could become guests and receive the protection of the royal family, enjoying many benefits. In the past, whenever they recruited guests, countless cultivators of the Mist Province would flock over like ducks. In the Mist capital, they would wage a bloody battle for the identity of a guest. Peng Jingni's lips parted, but he said nothing in the end. The South Sea Sword Pavilion could oppose the Myriad Poison cult, and they did not fear Qian Liangmu's identity as a prince, but they dared not ruin the King of Southern Yu's estate's grand plan. The King of Southern Yu's method of selecting a successor was even harsher than the imperial clan of Great Xia. They revered the primitive law of the survival of the fittest. Princes trained in various parts of the Mist Province, so dying was very common. As long as a great cultivator like the master of the Sword Pavilion did not directly take action and carry out targeted killings, the King of Southern Yu's estate basically would not seek revenge. However, this matter was clearly connected to the conflict between the Mist Province and the Green Province. If the King of Southern Yu's estate could recruit Li Qingshan, it would be equivalent to directly dealing a heavy blow to the cultivation community of the Green Province. Who would be reckless enough to drag the King of Southern Yu down? Qian Liangmu glanced at Peng Jingni with a smile, filled with provocation. Right now, he no longer represented the Myriad Poison cult, but the King of Southern Yu's estate. However, to his disappointment, Li Qingshan did not reveal any expression of surprise. He still appeared very calm. Not bad, this can also be considered a great fortune. Is there anything else? Li Qingshan took a sip of wine and asked with a smile. Qian Liangmu's brows twitched. Should I say that he is greedy, or is he heartless? In the face of such an important decision, he could actually still smile. Esteemed guest. Qian Liangmu narrowed his eyes and spat out these two words as if he was spitting out a knife. A cold light flashed in his eyes. The dagger was revealed. Humph, let's see if you can still laugh. Yu Wufeng's eyes narrowed. He never expected the king of Southern Yu to offer something like that. The king of Southern Yu's estate was known to have 3,000 followers, which were divided into upper, middle, and lower levels according to their cultivations. Those who had to go through the first heavenly tribulation could become low-ranking officials, while those who had to go through the second heavenly tribulation could become mid-ranking officials. Only those who had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations had the right to become an honored guest. Just the mere status of a lower honored guest was enough to make countless people scramble for it. Before honored guests, even the king of Southern Yu had to show some respect, referring to them as fellow. Although Li Qingshan was known as the king of savages, he had yet to undergo the 3rd heavenly tribulation. The king of Southern Yu had actually broken tradition and directly appointed Li Qingshan as an honored guest. As long as he became an honored guest, he could basically do whatever he wanted in the Mist Province. There were countless other benefits as well. This truly was a great fortune. However, it was exactly because this fortune was great enough that it made it even more difficult for him to turn it down. Since the king of Southern Yu had demonstrated his determination, there were not a lot of people who dared to turn him down. If Li Qingshan turned him down, he would not necessarily be safe even if he remained within the formations of Savage Mountain. However, if he agreed, it would be equivalent to breaking off ties with the Green Province. As Qian Liangmu had expected, Li Qingshan's smile vanished as expected. He frowned slightly, but Qian Liangmu's heart sank. However, Qian Liangmu's heart sank. Li Qingshan had only straightened his body. Just this simple action was like a mountain suddenly growing several hundred meters taller, casting down a huge, heavy shadow. He felt the pressure suddenly increase. He was shocked. Li Qingshan had clearly not purposefully displayed his bearing to deter him. He had only assumed a stern stance, yet it was enough to make him feel greatly threatened. It was like a mortal facing a vicious tiger. Even if the vicious tiger had no intentions of hunting, all it needed to do was stare, and it was enough to frighten them. The startling salamander sword in Peng Jingni's hand thrummed and flew out of its sheath with a clang. He pressed down on the hilt in a hurry and comforted the startling salamander sword spirit. He sighed in amazement and sighed, just a slightly stern expression and no aura, and he managed to make the startling salamander sword give off a warning. What boldness! Originally, I thought with my cultivation, I wouldn't be among the best at the 2nd heavenly tribulation, but I wouldn't be any weaker than anyone. Looking at it now, I've really overestimated myself. Senior brother Yu has cultivated arduously for so many years and is already close to the 3rd heavenly tribulation, yet he still lost to him. Looks like it's no coincidence. In the past few years, Li Qingshan had been decisive in killing. Who knew how many 2nd heavenly tribulation humans, demons, and demons had died to his hands, so he had developed a certain bearing. Please consider it carefully, Commander. Do not let down the King of Yu's kind intentions. Qian Liangmu knelt on the rock and clasped his hands. His sleeves fluttered as he bowed to the ground, bowing deeply. Originally, he was rather dissatisfied with the king of Southern Yu directly giving Li Qingshan the status of honored guest. Once Li Qingshan became an honored guest, even he, the prince, would have to take the initiative to bow when they met. But at that moment, most of his dissatisfaction vanished. Instead, he came to a realization. If it really became a battle to the death, I'll probably die to his hands. I won't even be able to escape. This was not a judgment based on rationality. It was purely a feeling of intuition. This intuition had only come to him through countless trials of life and death since he was young. Who knew how many times it had saved his life? Even if the title of King of Savages was still a little undeserving right now, with his talent and boldness, as long as he did not die along the way, there would be a day when he would leap over the 3rd heavenly tribulation and stand alongside the various kings. It was not a shameful thing to bow to such a person. However, his bow was already a form of etiquette towards honored guests. It was close to forcing him to abdicate. He stared right into Li Qingshan's eyes fearlessly and thought to himself. Make your choice, King of Savages. Whether it's the Mist Province or the Green Province, if you take a wrong step, even geniuses will die. Their souls will disperse, and they'll be crushed to pieces. Li Qingshan smiled. what are you being so stern for? He scratched his head and sighed. I originally wanted to muddle my way through, at least for a few years, and wait until the war actually begins. But sure enough, a mighty provincial lord isn't that easy to deal with. Of course, pretending to agree first before explaining to the Green Province without offending either side seems to be the smartest choice. However, I've never been a clever person, and I don't like putting on an act and feigning civility, so. Li Qingshan drank all the alcohol in the jar and smiled. I refuse. Qian Liangmu was originally complacent. He was extremely satisfied with his performance just now. Not only did he put on a sufficiently humble front, preventing Li Qingshan from venting his anger on him, but he did not back down at all in terms of bearing, directly forcing Li Qingshan to make a choice. He could not do it half-heartedly. When he heard Li Qingshan's earlier words, the corner of his lips had already curled up slightly. Since he understood the King of Southern Yu's power, all he could do was agree obediently. He had already begun imagining what kind of reward he would receive after completing this mission of persuasion. He would be taking another step closer to the King of Southern Yu's throne. If he could pull Li Qingshan and Qian Liangmu into his side, that would be for the best. However, when Li Qingshan gave his answer, even Qian Liangmu was stunned despite how shrewd he was. Peng Jingni and Yu Wufeng were taken aback too. They knew Li Qingshan would not agree so easily, but they never expected him to turn it down so straightforwardly. His words were equivalent to cutting off his path of retreat. He was not half-heartedly, not fooling around, not deceiving. He was rejecting him flatly, leaving no room for negotiation. Little N looked at him, blinked his eyes, and smiled. Commander Li, have you thought it through? Do you know what the consequences will be? There are a lot of people who don't fear the Emperor in the Mist Province, but there aren't a lot of people who don't fear the King of Southern Yu. Even if there are, they probably won't be able to live for long. Qian Liangmu was not threatening Li Qingshan. He had no intention of creating a powerful enemy for himself over the matter of the king's estate. Instead, out of surprise, he questioned him instinctively. He was tempted to smash open Li Qingshan's head and see what he was thinking. My life. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards Qian Liangmu. In that moment, Qian Liangmu felt like the hand could blot out the sky and envelop him. He could not help but lean backwards. If it were not for the fact that Li Qingshan did not give off any killing intent, he basically would have turned around and fled already. Li Qingshan clenched his fingers gently and smiled. Only in my own hands. Qian Liangmu coughed violently a few times to hide his loss of composure just now. He let out a long sigh and said, I didn't expect Commander to be so loyal to the sect. That's rare in the Mist Province, but have you ever considered, Commander, when you were set up by despicable people and sent to the Mist Province, did the Chan Monastery of Devanaga and Chu Lai King ever protect you? The so-called righteous path is nothing more than using a set of hypocritical morals to restrain mortals. We cultivators should not be restrained by such things. Haven't I made myself clear enough? I'm loyal to no one. Whether it's the Chan Monastery of Devanaga, Chu Lai King, or the King of Southern Yu, I came to the Mist Province because of my own choice. Of course, I haven't forgotten about the name Xiqing either. Regardless of gratitude or enmity, I will return it double. Li Qingshan resumed his lazy posture and gently stroked little and seaweed-like long hair. The smooth and silky touch was very comfortable. Then I have nothing else to say. All I can do is bid farewell. Qian Liangmu stood up and clasped his hands. Please. Li Qingshan waved his hand. After a moment of thought, he took out another jar of alcohol and tossed it to Qian Liangmu. Send my regards to Lord Prefecture Overseer. If the opportunity arises, I'll pay a visit to the Mist Capital. Qian Liangmu was taken aback again. He only felt like his actions were always unexpected and unpredictable. Probably all geniuses had a few eccentricities, but he had forgotten that he was also known as a genius in the south. Qian Liangmu left in a hurry with the alcohol, returning to the Myriad Poison Cult and the Mist Capital to report back. Peng Jingni originally stayed behind because he wanted to ruin Qian Liangmu's plans, but in the end, he did not even get a word in. However, he still felt extremely satisfied after watching the show. You're quite gallant, fellow. Peng Jingmi personally believed he did not have the courage to remain composed after turning down the king of Southern Yu. I've just turned down something that I should turn down. What gallant is there to speak of? Li Qingshan said. Though, I'm a little confused. Why did you say it so decisively, without leaving any room for negotiation? Peng Jingmi originally thought that Li Qingshan did not turn down the South Sea Sword Pavilion's request outright and even left behind a sliver of hope because he was fearful of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Looking at it now, that was not the case at all. Why would someone who did not even take the king of Southern Yu's estate seriously fear the South Sea Sword Pavilion? How can the mighty king of Southern Yu be brushed aside with words? If I agree, I'll definitely go to the Mist Capital to accept the appointment. By then, if I don't offer up a few proof of my allegiance, how can he spare me? If I want to turn him down again, I won't have a choice. In the end, I'll end up in an awkward position, at a loss for what to do. I'll be looked down upon by the Green Province, but I won't be trusted by the Mist Province either. I still have to make a choice. Li Qingshan shook his head in disapproval. Many times, it was not that he had to be resolute. Instead, there were many things where taking a step back would only lead to constantly retreating until there was no more room to retreat. The outcome would instead be even worse. He would be better off taking a step forward right from the beginning and carving out a path. I see. Peng Jingmi came to a realization before letting out another long sigh. He should not have thought of such a simple principle. However, the influence of the king of Yu's estate was just too great, making people want to run away involuntarily. Then he asked, "May I ask when you'll be visiting the South Sea?" Li Qingshan rubbed Little An's head. "When she wants to go, I'll get your senior brother to contact you. I have a word of advice. This Qian Liangmu is a prince in name, but he's actually a despicable person. When he returns, he'll definitely stir up trouble and make things difficult for the myriad poison cult and the king of Yu's estate. Why don't you lie low for a while? The South Sea is boundless. You can just find a random place there, and even the king of Yu's estate won't be able to reach you." Peng Jingmi tried to persuade him. Before he knew it, his attitude towards Li Qingshan had changed from hostility to admiration. He really did not want to see him die here. And, if the king of Yu's estate really took action, Yu Wufeng would have to go down with him. If Li Qingshan went to the South Sea, he would definitely have a use for the South Sea Sword Pavilion, which would give him an opportunity to exchange for Yu Wufeng. "Thank you for your kind intentions, but I don't think the provincial lord will be so impulsive," said Li Qingshan. If he really was afraid of danger, then he might as well flee back to the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Why would he go to the South Sea? Why had he come to the south in the first place? Peng Jingmi did not agree. How could he entrust his life to someone else? With his personality, how could he ever think about getting lucky? He was just about to try and persuade him a little more. "Junior Peng, there's no need to say anything more. My king has his plans. Go back and report to master. There's no need to worry about me. This is my fate. In the past, I was in a hurry to break through the third heavenly tribulation, so my foundation was unstable and I was doomed. It's perfect for me to consolidate my cultivation now. I'll serve the king of savages for a while. I believe there'll be a day when the time is right for me to return to the Sword Pavilion," said Yu Wufeng. Since Li Qingshan could survive the Dragon King of the Sea's pursuit, he obviously had his own methods. Moreover, the Banyan Tree King was probably standing behind him. In the beginning, he had been forced to swear a blood oath, hoping that the South Sea Sword Pavilion would save him, but during this period of time, he had instead given up on this thought as he fought across the south with Li Qingshan. He did not want his sect to get involved in this mess because of him. He had gained a slight understanding of Li Qingshan's personality. Even if master holds a sword to his neck, he probably won't yield. It'll still be difficult for him to remove the blood oath in the end. Since he said that it's not necessarily impossible for him to set me free, he might not have just said it casually. All I can do is wait for this opportunity to appear. Yes, senior brother. Peng Jingmi agreed. Yu Wufeng's judgment was also his judgment. Once he returned to the South Sea Sword Pavilion, he definitely would not suggest using force against Li Qingshan. In the end, he said to Li Qingshan, "I still have a presumptuous request. I hope you can agree to it." Let's hear it. I want to ask for a jar of alcohol for my master. Peng Jingni said as his eyes shone. Yu Wufeng nodded. No problem. The Myriad Poison Cult, the Poison King Palace, the Poison Heart Hall. An old man in green robes sat on the altar. His face was withered, and his long hair draped over his shoulders, but it was black and translucent. As his eyes opened and closed, a sliver of green light flowed through them. Qian Liangmu stood below the altar and reported what had happened on Savage Mountain. He did not purposefully stir up trouble like Peng Jingni had guessed. Instead, he narrated what had happened extremely calmly, without any of his own thoughts. The Myriad Poison Ancestor listened to Qian Liangmu and closed his eyes. The hall fell silent. Qian Liangmu lowered his head deeply. A while later, the Myriad Poison Ancestor snapped open his eyes and asked, "He told you to bring a jar of alcohol to your father?" Yes. Qian Liangmu was taken aback. He had always prided himself on his cleverness, but even he found it rather difficult to wrap his head around this right now. There were so many important details, yet he just had to ask about a jar of alcohol. Only a single jar? The Myriad Poison Ancestor asked. Yes. What an arrogant brat. The Myriad Poison Ancestor said sternly. Qian Liangmu was rather confused. There were many areas where Li Qingshan was arrogant, but it was nowhere near this jar of alcohol. He had no idea how to answer, so all he could do was continue with an affirmative. Go to the Mist Capital and report back. In the King of Yu's palace, under a flowering tree in a quiet courtyard. A young man leaned against his hand and held a shiny, white chess piece as he stared at the crisscrossing chessboard and thought. The tree was an apricot tree, and the flowers were apricot flowers. They were pinkish white and bright red, giving off a faint fragrance and elegance. A gentle breeze blew over, and the flowers fell like snow. A while later, a thin layer covered the chessboard. A woman as pretty as an apricot flower blew gently with her pink lips. There were only the two of them in the courtyard, but the woman was not one of the players. Of course, the man was not pretending to play against her either. On the opposite side of the chessboard, there was a bonsai placed on a stone bench. It was a delicate, small tree. The trunk of the tree snaked around like a dragon, entrenched in the pot. Within its tiny space, it gave off a vigorous aura. My king, Prince Liangmu has returned. An attendant from the palace reported. Let him in. Qian Liangmu walked in slowly and bowed towards the young man first. Greetings, father. The young man happened to be the lord of the Mist Province, the king of Southern Yu. He continued to stare at the chessboard. Then Qian Liangmu bowed towards the bonsai. Tree King. The bonsai was a banyan tree, one of the countless clones of the banyan tree king. He shook the aerial root with the black chess piece as a response. Just when Qian Liangmu was about to bow towards the woman urged him, don't be so polite. If you have something to say, just say it. I still want to watch the game. Qian Liangmu agreed in a hurry. Just like how he did in the Myriad Poison Cult, he described what had happened on Savage Mountain. However, this time, he added a lot of his own opinions. He carried out various evaluations and analyses of Li Qingshan and Little and, ranging from the various changes in the south to the situation of the Green Province and Mist Province. His content was over 10 times colder than before. The woman became impatient. The king of Southern Yu continued to stare at the chessboard. Only when Qian Liangmu finished did he turn around. Yes. Qian Liangmu offered up the jar of alcohol. He was very confused. Why were they all asking for a jar of alcohol? Yes, the jar of alcohol was precious, but that was only to someone at his level. Whether it was the Myriad Poison Ancestor or the king of Southern Yu, they would never ask for it. In reality, ever since the king of Southern Yu was appointed as a provincial lord, he had indeed rarely received such an ordinary gift. He fiddled around with the jar of alcohol in interest. What do you think, fellow cultivator? The banyan tree king in the pot swayed gently and said in an ancient voice, I'm familiar with this child. I usually refer to him as a fellow cultivator. Qian Liangmu was dumbfounded. He referred to the banyan tree king as a fellow cultivator? The woman was surprised too. The banyan tree king had a mild temperament, but given his status and cultivation, even if others referred to him as a fellow arrogantly, he would not be angered. But just how many people in the world could he truly acknowledge as a fellow? No wonder you're bold enough to come to my mist province. As it turns out, it's nice to enjoy the shade under a great tree," said the king of Southern Yu. The banyan tree king had always maintained a neutral stance. He would never give advice or suggestions. He would only analyze the situation and let you make your own decision. It was truly rare for him to directly express his preference like this. It's just sowing good karma. It's nowhere near protection. If you've thought it through, make your move. The banyan tree king obviously would not reveal Li Qingshan's secret to the king of Southern Yu, nor would he tell Li Qingshan about what happened here. This was his principle, so he could not analyze certain situations. However, what he was implying was very clear. It was not because he wanted to protect him, but because he felt that Li Qingshan had taken action against him. The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. As for how to make this move. As for how to proceed with this move? The king of Southern Yu pondered for a while before suddenly slapping open the seal and drinking all the alcohol in the jar. Clang! The white piece landed on the chessboard. He had given up on the opportunity to kill his piece, instead reopening the situation and building up his momentum. In that moment, Qian Liangmu suddenly understood the jar of alcohol's intentions. He was filled with disbelief. The jar of alcohol was not a gift to curry favor with the king of Southern Yu. He didn't have any intention of taking the initiative to ask for peace either. There were only 8 words in his words: treat him with courtesy and treat him as an equal. It wasn't that Qian Liangmu wasn't smart enough. It was just that this matter was too unbelievable. Although he thought highly of Li Qingshan, it wasn't to this extent. The most unbelievable part was the king of Southern Yu actually accepted the jar of alcohol. No wonder master is angry. This Li Qingshan only gave him 1 jug of wine. It was clear that he didn't put him in his eyes at all. He didn't even want to talk about friendship, let alone being his protector. Qian Liangmu took his leave. He thought about how he was going to tell the myriad poison ancestor about what had happened here when he returned. Though, with how the banyan tree king referred to him as a fellow, it's not a big deal. Perhaps even his master would have to think twice about this. What was the background of this Li Qingshan? Wasn't he from Qingzhou? How could he be friends with the banyan tree king? I really don't understand. The king of Southern Yu's decision was not just because of what the banyan tree king had said. The banyan tree king possessed a great status, but it was not enough to sway his decision. However, this was not enough to influence his decision. Moreover, after considering various factors, the current situation was not suitable to start a war with the Azure province. Li Qingshan had stated his stance too. He would not become embroiled in the conflict between the 2 provinces for the sake of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Of course, this guarantee was utterly unconvincing to the king of Southern Yu. If the 2 provinces actually went to war, he refused to believe that Li Qingshan could remain uninvolved. As a 3rd heavenly tribulation cultivator, why would he be willing to become embroiled in conflict? Could the hatred passed down from his ancestors really make him empathize with them, even to the point of losing his rationality? Compared to that, he would much rather remain in his courtyard, playing chess and admiring the flowers, focusing on cultivation. However, how could people truly be alone in the world? They would definitely be tied down by various connections, such as friends, lovers, children, and even enemies. It would lead to endless conflict. As for people who only wanted to avoid conflict and not prepare for battle, they would definitely lose all peace. His actions will be quite troublesome. There aren't a lot of banyan trees in the south, and the myriad poison ancestor isn't a magnanimous person. I'd like to see what he does next. The king of Southern Yu thought and took a few more steps. However, the banyan tree king's skill at chess had always been superior, so he was still distracted. The situation for the white pieces took a sudden turn for the worse. The black pieces were about to kill the dragon. The woman clapped her hands and smiled. Grandpa Banyan Tree is about to win. This game doesn't count. I was distracted. The king of Southern Yu waved his hand and messed up the chessboard. Lingji, you're being shameless again. How shameless, the woman said. Even a small area needs to be fought over when it comes to games, let alone a region that spans thousands of kilometers. It's a matter of life and death. The king of Southern Yu tapped the chessboard, producing a clear thumping sound. Stop quibbling. You've never been obedient since you were young, and your skills at chess are terrible. Grandpa Banyan Tree was far more distracted than you. The woman did not buy it, revealing the king of Southern Yu's past without holding back. Who told me to be called Lingji? It's obviously because I'm unwilling to lose out. The king of Southern Yu smiled. The Banyan Tree King smiled silently. Just like the woman had said, his mind was divided into countless parts, listening to countless words and watching countless flourish and decline, birth, age, sickness, and death. It was always the joys and sorrows of separation and reunion, love and hatred, repeated over and over again, but when he thought about it carefully, it was all different. It was like thousands of stars gathered in his heart, turning into a sea of stars. He had never grown weary because of his long lifespan. There were many, many things he needed to think about and questions he could not answer. As he played chess with the king of Southern Yu, he also conversed with Xianxia. Of course, he scrupulously abided by the rules of being a tree and did not reveal anything. Xianxia had to discover everything himself. Are you ready, sir? In the azure field, Xianxia stood on the branch of the tree and asked. He had already decided to move the Banyan Tree King to Savage Mountain. He had moved all of the night roamers outside the azure field. I'm ready. Then I'll have to trouble you to come out yourself. I really can't move you. Xianxia waved his hand, and a blood-red swirl appeared above the Banyan Tree King, expanding to several hundred times its original size in the blink of an eye. The ground shook, and the Banyan Tree King rose up slowly, flying towards the blood-red swirl with thousands of tons of soil and rock, vanishing into the swirl bit by bit. A similar swirl appeared in Savage Valley. The Banyan Tree King's colossal figure slowly appeared. The verdant crown was like a green cloud, blotting out the sky. All of the night roamers gazed at this sight with emotions from the bottom of their hearts. As for Yu Wufeng, the gentleman of heavenly blubber, and the other cave masters, they struggled to hide their shock, as the Banyan Tree King resided in the center of the Mist Province. He rarely had any branches in the south. They had only heard of his name, but they had never seen him in person. They could not help but sigh in amazement and sighed, so this is the Banyan Tree King. Ghost Shadow was basically the one who understood the Banyan Tree King the most out of everyone here, so the shock he felt became even more intense. He stared at Xianxia on the branch. When Yi Liubo told him that Xianxia and the Banyan Tree King referred to each other as fellow cultivators, he was filled with doubt. Only when he personally witnessed Xianxia and the Banyan Tree King chatting one day did he become convinced of this reality. As a result, he lost all thoughts of resistance. Just like Yu Wufeng, he just cultivated obediently and waited for the day when Xianxia would show mercy. A little more to the east. Yup, a little closer to the main peak. Be steady. Don't fall. Alright. Luo. Xianxia directed, and the Banyan Tree King adjusted its direction. With a great rumble, the Banyan Tree King landed slowly, right in the center of the valley, in the city of the past. Afterwards, it dug its roots deep into the ground. If everyone was surprised by how the Banyan Tree King referred to Xianxia as fellow cultivator, then probably even the King of Southern Yu would struggle to believe him if he told them his true opinion of Xianxia. Although Xianxia purposefully avoided talking about many things, the Banyan Tree King still noticed quite a few signs through their conversations. Afterwards, through his intelligence, he gathered and analyzed them and obtained an answer that left him surprised for a very long time. In the distant 9 heavens, who was waiting for him? Are you satisfied with this place? Xianxia said to the Banyan Tree King. I still have to thank you for allowing me to return to the Mist Province and for having such a great place to cultivate. The Banyan Tree King thanked Xianxia. Although it was only one of the countless branches, being able to take root in a blessed land like this was beneficial to his cultivation. You're welcome. However, I do have a small request. In the future, I'll have to ask you to preside over the formations of Savage Mountain. Xianxia clasped his hands. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain as a base of operations so that it would be convenient for him to carry out his activities in the south. However, although he had cast down a few formations of extraordinary power, formations at this level could not be used on a whim. If he wanted to unleash its full power, he needed to possess a relatively deep understanding of formations, but that would take a tremendous amount of time. Even with Little N's intelligence, it was impossible for him to accomplish it in a single stroke. Moreover, it was impossible for him and Little N to remain on Savage Mountain forever. If there was no one to preside over it, the formation's power would decrease by another 30%. Right now, all of his potential opponents were Third Heavenly Tribulation Great Cultivators, so it would be very difficult for the formations to stop them for too long. I'm just a tree. It's my duty to provide shade, but as for presiding over the formations. The Banyan Tree King was rather troubled. He had always maintained a neutral stance, so he would never directly interfere with these matters. You said you want me to follow you to the Mist Province, so I fell out with the old dragon in the Green Province. I'll be a demon commander under your command in the future, so why don't you take care of me? If someone barges in, my identity will be exposed immediately, and once it makes it out, that old dragon will even kill his way over. Do you think you'll care or not? Li Qingshan teased. You brat. Fine then. The Banyan Tree King smiled bitterly. Under his control, the formations paused slightly, and the inscriptions flickered and vanished in the air before operating again. They merged with one another and radiated with an endless aura. From the outside, the mist that enveloped Savage Mountain grew thicker, but it was possible to see the sky outside from the mountain. If you have any orders from me in the future, Great King, I'll go cut down any insect that offends you. Li Qingshan smiled. He had made up his mind. With that, he had nothing to worry about. Even if the King of Southern Yu attacked, he wouldn't be able to get through the formations so easily. I'm not worthy of being referred to as Great King by you. I'm afraid my lifespan will be shortened. The Banyan Tree King said in exasperation. Your lifespan is very long anyway. Even if you shorten it by a few years, it won't be a problem. Yu Wufeng and the others who watched on from the side had already become completely speechless. Li Qingshan sat on a branch, chatting with the Banyan Tree King at ease. That's more than just fellow. The gentleman of heavenly blubber murmured. He's basically like his own son. The Banyan Tree King was most renowned for his peaceful, neutral attitude. He was so extreme that he refused to do anything himself even when a worm had grown up in his tree. Now, he had actually agreed to help Li Qingshan maintain the formations. He seemed very helpless, but it had undoubtedly deviated from his principles that he had always done. It's no wonder he's not afraid of the King of Southern Yu. With the Banyan Tree King's protection, he can move about freely in the Mist Province like it's flat ground. Yu Wufeng sighed inside. In the Mist Province, two great organizations each occupied half of it. One was the human cultivation community with the King of Southern Yu as their leader. The other was obviously the demons, but it was not just demons. There were many other folk too, all led by the Banyan Tree King. In reality, the latter's organization was even greater. Although he had never directly used this organization to fight for any authority, just like how peaches and plums did not need to be spoken, things were naturally different. He was different from the other 10 demon kings. He practiced the way of nature, benefiting countless lives. He established a system of order in the Mist Province without using force. However, little did he know that the reason why the Banyan Tree King had agreed to this excessive request was not because he admired Li Qingshan as a person, but also because Li Qingshan knew when to advance and when to retreat. He knew when to stop and when to stop. Even when he was hunted down by the Dragon King of the Sea and was on the brink of death, Li Qingshan did not ask for help from the Banyan Tree King, nor did he flee to his territory. If he was afraid the Dragon King would catch up to him if he was too far away, then the Golden Cicada Spirit King was right beneath the Clear River Prefecture in the magma. He was clearly an arm's length away, but he did not even think about asking for a favor. He asked for protection. It was exactly this character of taking responsibility for his actions that made the Banyan Tree King willing to break his principles for him. This kind of respect could be said to have been earned by Li Qingshan's life. If the King of Southern Yu truly launched a large-scale attack and reached a point where he could no longer turn back, Li Qingshan definitely would not rely on the Banyan Tree King's protection. Under Yi Liusu's command, the night roamers all took up residence. After settling down, the men and women, old and young, were all overjoyed by this new environment. In the future, I will definitely go to your towering sky city to take a look, Li Qingshan said to the Banyan Tree King. Towering City was located in the Solitary Tree Commandery. It was the largest city in the Mist Province, as well as where the Banyan Tree King's main body resided. Sure, you're welcome anytime. At that time, I'll introduce a few young friends to you. Actually, it's more suitable to be a monster, said the Banyan Tree King. I'll have to go through 3 heavenly tribulations. After settling things with the Dragon King of the Sea. That way, it'll be easier for me to meet them, just in case your young friends look down on me and think I've come to make trouble for you, Li Qingshan said. The Banyan Tree King's young friends were all demon kings that had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations. They were the core force of the Mist Province's demons. With the passing of the era of the 72 demon kings, many more demons had undergone 3 heavenly tribulations in the past few millennia, becoming demon kings and maintaining the balance with the humans. However, probably only the Banyan Tree King possessed such cohesiveness among the 10 demon kings' royal court. Li Qingshan had only learned from a conversation with the Banyan Tree King that there was also a group of demon kings in the Dragon King of the Sea's royal court, but they only obeyed orders. They obeyed the Dragon King's commander in name and cultivated in seclusion. Unless war between the humans and demons reignited, they basically would not emerge. Compared to humans, demons had always been reclusive. They would not found their own sects or establish clans. And, in this age where humanity flourished, the Treaty of Kings was still in effect, so there was even less reason for demon kings to wander about. That was because demons had long lifespans, and their concept of time was different from humans too. After reaching this realm of cultivation, entering secluded cultivation for a century at a time was common. It had only been 2 decades since Li Qingshan left the Crouching Ox village. Most of the time, he was active in the human world. Meeting a demon king was much more difficult than meeting a human great cultivator. Li Qingshan also felt fortunate. Fortunately, the Dragon King was reclusive, or revenge would have been 10 times more difficult. At this moment, the Azure field flashed with blood-red light and began to operate automatically. Li Qingshan sent his soul sense in a hurry and discovered that after the Banyan Tree King had left, the empty space left behind in the Azure field had already been enveloped by a faint, blood-red mist. The blood-red swirl in the air suddenly began to revolve. There seemed to be a huge funnel in the depths of the swirl, and the aura that belonged to the Azure realm surged in. Li Qingshan handed the Azure field to Little and for safekeeping before leaping into the Azure field. Fierce winds blew, and killing intent surged. Li Qingshan stood right below the center of the swirl. A deafening roar rang out by his ears, and he discovered that it was his own voice. The tiger demon that had remained silent for a very long time roared at the sky. Ever since his battle against Mou, he had encountered many opponents and killed many after the phoenix's Nerva. However, not a single one of them could rouse the tiger demon. Li Qingshan had always been focused on the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Although he wanted the tiger demon to break through to the 5th layer, there had never been any progress. Only at this moment did the vicious tiger in his heart awaken from its slumber, sensing the summoning from another world. That was a land of endless slaughter. Battle was its only theme. Li Qingshan's mind roused. He was like a sleepy person breathing in the cold air of winter. He thought, sure enough, the Azure field is of great assistance to the tiger demon's transformation. At this moment, something seemed to flash past the depths of the whirlpool, like a flash of light. When Li Qingshan narrowed his eyes and looked over, he saw nothing at all. He suddenly felt a sense of danger, and he turned around abruptly. It was more like the tiger demon's battle instincts than the spirit turtle's premonition. Its pitch-black eyes shone brightly, and a circular blade flew out from the space before him. It spun rapidly but also silently, cutting towards his neck. The angle it chose was so ingenious and vicious that even Ghost Shadow could not match it. It also contained countless variations. It actually made Li Qingshan feel like he could not dodge it even though he had been through countless battles. The strike had already pushed the art of assassination to a breathtaking level. Nice! Li Qingshan praised. He exhaled and blew the circular blade away with a whistle. He threw a punch towards the back of the blade. Tremble! His strength had completely recovered now, and after the phoenix's nerva, he was even stronger than before. He completely unleashed the power of the tremors of the ox demon. No matter how fast his opponent was, they would be caught up in it and forced to reveal themselves. With a great rumble, the ground within a radius of 5 kilometers cracked and the air shattered. However, to Li Qingshan's surprise, the punch still missed. It did not hit the invisible assassin. Instead, the circular blade flew back. The circular blade spun towards Li Qingshan. Suddenly, it shone with blood-red light, and a ripple-like blade of blood condensed on the edge of the circular blade. It grew to the size of a round table and whistled shrilly as it spun rapidly, as if it wanted to cut through everything. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and his eyes narrowed. Spirit Turtle's profound shell. A thin, faint, blue barrier of light formed from countless hexagons blocked the circular blade's path. However, the collision he imagined did not happen. With a flash, the circular blade passed through the Spirit Turtle's profound shell and slashed towards his face. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. The Spirit Turtle's profound shell was unscathed, but the circular blade had actually directly pierced through space. Not only did it render his strongest defense useless, but it had also happened extremely suddenly, catching him off guard. This head-on attack was even more vicious than the silent sneak attack just now. Just when he was about to gain the upper hand, the circular blade suddenly descended and slowed down. Gravity of the Earth. In a battle between experts, there was only a single line. Whether it was fast or slow, it was a line. It was a matter of life and death. Li Qingshan extended his hand and grabbed. Wherever the black shockwave passed by, the blood-red light shattered. He directly grabbed the rapidly spinning circular blade and stopped it immediately. A deep, bloody gash appeared on Li Qingshan's palm, but it recovered in the blink of an eye. Esteemed guest, why don't you come out and greet the master? You're the master of this azure field? A figure suddenly appeared 10 steps away. Before this, even Li Qingshan had failed to sense any aura. She wore a vicious mask as she stared deeply at Li Qingshan with her blood-red eyes. A female Azura. Li Qingshan immediately became interested, but it was not because he was excited to see a woman. Instead, all the Azura that came to the Azura field from the Azura realm were male. This seemed to be due to the imbalance in the ratio of males and females in the Azura realm. It made sense when he thought about it. Bloodthirst and warlike was more of a male instinct. It was said that the males of Azura were extremely ugly, while the females were extremely beautiful. He had no idea what they looked like behind the mask. So he smiled and said, "Not bad, you seem to have some strength. Why don't we make a deal and submit to me? Why don't we make a deal? Hand over this Azura field to me, and I'll spare your life," the female Azura sneered. "Ha, spare my life? You've even lost your weapon. What else can you do?" Li Qingshan waved the ring blade in his hand. It was unknown what material this circular blade was made of. He squeezed her hand. It didn't change shape. "What can you do to me?" The female Shura waved her hand and the circular blade returned to her hand. Then, it disappeared into the void along with her. Her figure flickered from time to time, searching for an opportunity. Just now, they had exchanged blows twice. Her opponent's strength was beyond her expectations, but she wasn't afraid. She was proficient in the art of hiding in the void, and could hide and travel through the void. This technique completely surpassed the night roamer's night roaming techniques. If space was compared to a piece of paper, then everything in the world was a painting on the paper. She could dive deeper into the paper. No matter how sharp her opponent's senses were, they would struggle to discover her. Even if she could not win, she would be undefeatable. This technique required the most exquisite control over the laws of space. According to her judgment, although this world wasn't a small world, it couldn't be considered a great world either. Instead, it was a medium world. The 3rd or 4th heavenly tribulation was the limit. Any higher and they would have to ascend. Across the entire world, there were probably not a lot of people who could restrain her art of hiding in the void. The man before her was only at the 2nd heavenly tribulation, so it was even more impossible for him to do that. However, she felt slightly uneasy inside. His first punch just now seemed to shake up the void, but she believed it was just her imagination. Sure enough, women like men who are a little more forceful. Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and sniggered. Demon chi surged from his body, and it suddenly expanded. 3 meters, 15 meters, 30 meters, 100 meters, 100 meters. He had ox horns and ox hooves, tiger claws and a tiger tail, and his back was as broad as a spirit turtle's, while his wings were unfurled like a phoenix's. Demon. The female Azura shivered inside. She had never expected him to actually be a demon despite seeming like a human. However, he also gave off a rather unusual feeling, which made her think of those people of the heavenly ways for some reason. This was the first time Li Qingshan had transformed into a demon after undergoing the phoenix's nerva. He was in no hurry to deal with the female night roamer. Instead, he summoned the spirit turtle's profound shell and formed a huge mirror, inspecting himself. He also sensed the changes in his body. In the past, when he practiced the ox demon transformation and the tiger demon transformation, he was a demon through and through. His entire body radiated with ruthlessness. At this moment, his tranquil eyes and broad back exuded a steady aura. A pair of huge phoenix wings hung down from his back like clouds in the sky. Every single feather seemed to be formed from condensed flames. Logically speaking, it would be very incongruous for such magnificent wings to appear on his dark, vicious demon body, but it was the exact opposite. Not only did it not feel incongruous at all, but it was instead like he was born like this, like he was supposed to look like this. Although his appearance greatly differed from humans, there was a wondrous smear of divinity within his demonic nature. Even if a mortal were present, they might still feel fear, but they would struggle to associate him with the word monster. That was a body of the demonic and divine that had transcended the aesthetic standards of humans. If you still don't surrender, I'm going to take action. I'm just afraid I'll accidentally kill you. Li Qingshan's metallic voice rumbled through the clouds like thunder, echoing through the entire Azura field. The female Azura hid in space. This was a world of absolute silence. Whiteness stretched out endlessly, giving off a feeling of boundless emptiness. The slightest carelessness would make them lose themselves in there forever. Although this world seemed empty, every step forward required a great deal of effort. She cast her spiritual sense into the Azura field, not only to find an opportunity to fight, but also because she was afraid of losing her sense of direction. The scene was different from what she saw in the real world. Indescribable colors surged before her eyes, close yet far away. It was as if paint had seeped into the paper. From the outside, it looked like a normal picture, but from the inside, it was a blurry block of colors that blended together. What was needed was not rational discrimination, but keen intuition to immediately make a judgment. But even so, she could still feel an indescribably enormous pressure. The colors that belonged to him were so bright that she could not ignore them. However, she still treated his threat with contempt. I'll just hide here and not come out. Let's see what you can do to me. As if responding to her thoughts, Li Qingshan smiled faintly and punched out in the direction of the space she was in. Boom! An explosion suddenly broke the silence of the space. This white world was shaking. Before she could recover, she had already been swallowed by the power of the tremors. How does he know I'm in this region of space? How can he attack me? The female Azura was shocked. She felt every single bone in her body tremble before shattering. Her flesh went without saying. She was like a rag that had been ravaged viciously. With a thump, she fell out of space. She was already a bloody mess. She no longer resembled a human. Li Qingshan bent down and picked her up like he was pinching a bug. He placed her in his palm and touched her with his fingertips. Don't play dead. In terms of battle prowess, the female Azura was no weaker than Li Qingshan. Across the 9 provinces, she could be regarded as one of the best among the second heavenly tribulation. However, Li Qingshan's strength had surpassed the second heavenly tribulation a long time ago. He had no shortcomings in any aspect. All he needed to do was lock onto the female Azura's position through the spirit turtle's senses. Then, all he had to do was throw a punch at her. It sounded simple, but even third heavenly tribulation demon kings and cultivators might not possess both the ability to predict and the power to shake space. As a result, he only needed 3 moves. The first move was to learn of the enemy's existence, the second move was to understand the enemy's methods, and the third move was to defeat her. Fortunately, Azura's life force truly was extraordinary. The bloody mess wriggled. Before it could recover completely, it suddenly flashed and used the technique of hiding in space again. Li Qingshan snickered. He released a chaotic shockwave from his palm. She spat out a mouthful of blood and laid on his palm. He did not understand the laws of space, but he had already sensed her when she recalled the circular blade just now. How could he let her escape again? He couldn't hide in the void. However, it was very simple to prevent her from doing so. The female Azura was unwilling to give up. She tried 2 more times, but it only worsened her injuries. In the end, she gave up. The legends really are true. The women of Azura are all beauties, Li Qingshan said. The shockwave attacked indiscriminately. Not only was the female Azura's visor gone, but her beautiful face was also revealed. A beautiful face was revealed, and even the clothes on her body were torn to shreds. Her body was exquisite and could be said to be a stunning beauty. However, even Li Qingshan was surprised. He didn't have many lustful thoughts, not only because of the huge difference in their stature, but also because he felt that his mind had become broader after transforming into a demon. Mere lust was not enough to linger around him. The ambition to dominate the world. Instead, it was burning fiercely. His only wish was to pluck the stars and the moon, moving mountains and filling seas. The ambition of a real man. Not only was it between the mattresses, even this azure field that was hundreds of miles around felt small and restricted. They could not be allowed to roam freely. The cultivation method was called the 9 transformations of the demons and gods, and as his cultivation increased, due to the difference in his realm, his way of thinking and vision had also unknowingly changed. Li Qingshan rummaged through his sumara ring and took out a dress, tossing it to the female Azura. She sure was straightforward, accepting the dress without any hesitation. She stroked it and admired it carefully before putting it on without much fuss. This was a set of spoils of war from the Silkworm Lady's 100 treasures pouch. She wore it and looked even more charming. However, that cold and bloody aura would not change. With a boom, Li Qingshan sat down and looked at the female Azura in his hand. What is your name? Yin Qing. Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Li Qingshan saw that she was still fearless despite being in the enemy's hands. He couldn't help but feel that it was strange. Anyway, this is not the first time I have been killed. I will naturally revive in the Azure realm, Yin Qing said indifferently. In reality, she had already died over a dozen times. As long as one was accepted into the Azure realm and became an Azura, death was normal. And as long as the will to fight did not disappear, even if they were killed, they would revive. This was called the undying Azure body. If you die in my hands, you may not be able to revive. Li Qingshan grinned, his sharp teeth like giant stalactites. Then we can just end it, Yin Qing said. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat. He studied her face. This definitely was not an act of facing death calmly. Instead, it was an almost numb indifference. Forcing her to submit to him would probably be rather difficult. He probed, be my subordinate. Okay, Yin Qing said. Li Qingshan was stunned. You agreed just like that? What else do you want? Your fellow clansmen should at least let me release my domineering aura before they bow. Then release it. Yin Qing said unconcernedly. However, she had a strange feeling. This was indeed not the Azure realm. Okay. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. His eyes widened and his nose wrinkled. He was like an enraged tiger, extremely ferocious. His aura surged, and his scarlet hair flew like fire. Yin Qing was dumbfounded. She looked up at him. Azura King? She was not surprised to encounter experts from other worlds, but this kind of aura made her feel as if she had returned to the battlefield of the Azure realm. After Yin Qing entered the Azure field, the blood-colored vortex had already slowly stopped spinning. However, stimulated by Li Qingshan's aura, it started spinning again. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura and said with a smile, how about it? Unfortunately, you're too weak and can't stimulate my fighting spirit. Otherwise, I could be even more impressive. This isn't a place you should stay, Xianxia said. Oh? Then where should I stay? There. Xianxia pointed upward, at the depths of the blood-colored vortex. One day, I will go. Li Qingshan glanced over, and then he lowered his head and said, but before that, I have to understand what sort of place it is. Do you know? He'd always been trying to understand the appearance of other worlds. Even if he was unable to clearly see above the 9 heavens, he could at least get slightly closer. The guests from the Azura realm were naturally a good choice. However, it was slightly regretful that those ordinary Azuras and Azura generals were utterly unable to give Li Qingshan a satisfactory answer because their strengths were too low and they were immersed in the endless battles. I know a little. But before that, I have a request. Xianxia's attitude softened slightly because Li Qingshan revealed the aura of an Azura king. To a certain extent, this was almost instinctive. She'd followed many Azura kings to battle all over the world, and when she was drawn into the Azura field, a battle had just ended. She'd relied on her ability to hide in space to survive until the end. On the battlefield that was illuminated by the blood-red moon and covered in corpses, a blood-colored vortex had suddenly appeared. She could have escaped, but she hesitated for a moment and allowed the vortex to suck her into it in the end. Speak, said Li Qingshan. I want to take a look at the outside world. It was an unexpectedly simple request. Li Qingshan said, you wouldn't be thinking of escaping, right? Don't you know? Once an Azura, forever an Azura. Unless you're able to leap out of the 6 paths of reincarnation, otherwise you'll forever be unable to escape. You can only leave temporarily, said Xianxia. In other words, she had to rely on the Azura field to maintain her existence in this world. Of course, it wasn't that she didn't have any other way, and that was to ceaselessly slaughter. However, she couldn't torture and kill those who were weaker than her by too much. Squatting at the edge of an ant's nest and crushing ants wasn't called slaughter, and to her, mortals were no different than ants. However, if she targeted cultivators, then it would undoubtedly be challenging the order of the cultivation world, and in the end, she would be unable to escape the fate of being slaughtered by the experts of this world. As a result, there had been many instances of Azura invading the 9 provinces and committing massacres, but none of them were as terrifying as the invasion of the Hungry Ghost realm. Li Qingshan saw that she seemed to have thought of something, and a shadow appeared on her face as she pondered, endless battles probably can't be considered a happy life, especially for a woman. Alright, then come out and take a look with me. The moment Xianxia walked out of the Azura field, her heart almost stopped beating. Misty rain drifted through the valley, and a few birds chased each other as they flew into the hazy sky. Everything seemed so peaceful. She took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on her face. Then, she saw Little and at the side, and praised inwardly, what a beautiful person. Although Azura women were known for their beauty, and she was one of the best among them, in the Azura realm, the only beauty was the beauty of slaughter. The desire to battle and slaughter suppressed everything else. When a male Azura saw her, their first thought would definitely be to kill her. Moreover, because every female Azura was very beautiful, the concept of beauty became even more blurry. However, when she saw Little and, this concept suddenly became clear, and she instinctively made a comparison. She felt that although she was slightly inferior, she was not bad either. Only then did she calm down. This long-lost thought caused her emotions to surge. Li Qingshan only understood after a very long time why male Azuras were ugly, while female Azuras were all beautiful. In each rebirth, the old body would return to the Azura realm, and the new body would walk out from the sea of blood. The changes in their bodies were largely due to their thoughts. Men wanted to become more vicious to intimidate their opponents. As for women, no matter how many times they had been reborn, they were unable to abandon their love for beauty. Li Qingshan introduced, this is Xianxia, who has just come from the Azura realm. She can hide in the void, and her strength is very good. She's a powerful assassin, and I plan to learn about the Azura realm from her. This is Little Anne. In the future, apart from me, you only need to listen to her orders. Don't worry, her strength is definitely above yours. If there's a chance, we'll have to compete to know. How could she still be in the mood to listen to Li Qingshan's long-winded words? She wandered through the wilderness to her heart's content, breathing in the moist air that did not smell of blood. Her face was brimming with a moving smile. Every leaf and every insect was so novel and so familiar, reminding her of those blurry memories from a long, long time ago. Li Qingshan and Little and looked at each other and shrugged. Country bumpkin, you've never seen the world. Little and stared at Li Qingshan. So many women, so many. You can't blame me. She ran over from the Azure realm herself. And I have no interest in this kind of woman who reeks of blood and doesn't even know how to be shy. Li Qingshan smiled helplessly and hugged her affectionately. Then, he flew to the peak of the mountain beside Yin Qing and saw that she was staring at the sky in a daze. The leaden clouds pressed down heavily, sprinkling down waves of rain and mist. She opened her arms and let the rain fall on her face, as happy as a child. It's a pity that it's a cloudy day and we can't see the sun. If it were a sunny day, the scenery would be better. The sun. Yin Qing's eyes lit up as if she'd received a hint. She leaped up into the air and charged through the clouds. The dazzling sunlight illuminated everything, and the sea of clouds surged for thousands of li. Her temperament suddenly became bright and beautiful, and the gloom of the past 100 years was completely swept away. After roaming around to his heart's content, he returned to Li Qingshan's side and said, "From now on, I will serve you. I still don't know your name." Li Qingshan. Because the mountain below is called Savage Mountain, people call him Savage King. Alright, then Lord King of Savages, what do you want me to do for you? Yin Qing cupped her hands and bowed. She naturally carried the bearing of a soldier, appearing valiant and formidable. I want you to cook for me. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. Ah? Yin Qing was surprised. Let alone the years she had spent in the Azure realm, she had never done this even before she had become an Azura. The food of the Azure realm was famous for being disgusting. There were even rumors that the Azure realm had conquered the Heavenly Way because it was jealous that the Heavenly Way had delicious food to eat. She said awkwardly, "This. I can give it a try. Other than assassination, what else can you do?" Li Qingshan shook his head helplessly. She really had no sense of humor at all, but he was very satisfied with her respectful attitude. Heh. You're right. Only then did Yin Qing realize that he was joking. After a while, there will probably be a mission for you. However, this isn't the Azure realm, so there aren't as many battles here. I'll take care of most of the battles myself. You can treat this as a vacation and rest in a different environment. Li Qingshan said gently. Among his many subordinates, Yin Qing's strength could be said to be the strongest. Her void movement technique made it almost impossible for her to find an opponent. Even Yu Wufeng, who was close to the third heavenly tribulation, would be assassinated by her if he was not careful. Moreover, she was a warrior who did not fear death. Although she lost to him, she did not submit to him because she was threatened with death. To Li Qingshan, it was better than the 10 fellows on the Blood Oath scroll. That was more worthy of respect. Now that I've heard what you said, my lord. It seems like losing to you is a good thing. Yin Qing smiled. Good or bad? You can slowly experience it yourself. In short, tell me about the Azure realm first. The two of them sat on the sea of clouds and started talking. The sun slowly moved. Until the stars filled the sky and the moon rose high in the sky. That's about all I know. After all, my cultivation is limited, and I have heard many things from others. As for whether it's like that or not, I can't guarantee it. Yin Qing glanced at the moon in the sky reluctantly. I have to return to the Azure field. Li Qingshan nodded slightly and opened the Azure field, letting Yin Qing enter. He continued to sit alone on the sea of clouds, frowning in thought as he muttered to himself, 3,000 worlds, 6 paths of reincarnation, 4 dhyanas, 9 heavens. Stones from other mountains could be used to attack Jade. This was indeed true. Yin Qing's words that even she could not verify greatly affected Li Qingshan. Some of his questions had been answered, but there were 10 times more questions. This was the appearance of the world that she had seen and heard from the Azure realm. That feeling was like humans discovering that they were drifting in the boundless universe for the first time. They could not help but sigh at their insignificance. An overly narrow space would make people feel restricted, but an incomparably vast space would also disturb people's minds. So that's how it is, so that's how it is. Li Qingshan sighed, and the corner of his lips gradually curled into a smile. He just spread his limbs and lay on the sea of clouds, laughing aloud. Little and, the world is so big. The 9 heavens are so far away. No, it's not that far, right? Before he knew it, Little and had already crouched beside him, cradling his face as he gazed at him and nodded with a smile. Li Qingshan stared at the silver plate-like moon. Now that the foundation was set, and the king of Southern Yu had made his preparations, it was about time for him to carry out the next step. But before that, he should go to the Great Cloud Dream Marsh and see how Xian was doing. The vast Great Cloud Dream Marsh was perpetually shrouded in mist. White water birds danced about in flocks, flying from one small, verdant island to another verdant island. In the depths of the marsh, the jade melting cauldron was covered in mud. It trembled from time to time, flashing with red and blue light. Xian sat inside quietly with her beautiful, blue fishtail curled up. She practiced the heavenly tome of Cloud Furnace and spent the most peaceful 3 years of her life. In order to refine the Great Cloud Dream Marsh, Li Qingshan killed a demon commander there, which had actually raised some attention a long time ago. However, it did not become an actual threat in the end, which was obviously all thanks to the Banyan Tree King. Otherwise, if a guy of unknown origins refined such a great marsh, it would undoubtedly destroy the original order of the demons of the Mist Province. And, the temptation of a water god seal like that was so great that even demon kings would be interested. Of course, when the Banyan Tree King helped Li Qingshan, he was also protecting the demons of the Mist Province. Otherwise, if they ran into him recklessly, even his little friends might not necessarily be able to deal with them. Even if they gained the upper hand right now and stole the water god seal, who knew how they would die in the future? This bastard Li Qingshan treated the Dragon King of the Sea as his target. He wholeheartedly wanted to go to the Ink Sea to slay dragons. As a result, the two sides were at peace. The King of Southern Yu did not care too much either. Refining water and mountains was very common in the Mist Province. It was not as important as the Green Province. Moreover, this was a region under the rule of demons in the first place. Since the Banyan Tree King had not responded, he only thought it was internal strife among the demons of the Mist Province. Afterwards, a certain powerful demon gathered enough water god seals and built a water dwelling. This was a very common matter. The Mist Province had never been at peace. Even human cultivators constantly fought against one another, let alone demons that were completely different and purely based on strength. They did not have an ironclad rule like the Green Province that forbade demons from killing one another. Sometimes, it would even reach the level of the Third Heavenly Tribulation. Many times, the two kings would even be needed to mediate between the two. Within chaos, order naturally exists. This was the deepest understanding that Li Qingshan had after coming to the Mist Province. It seemed like a lawless land of chaos, completely ignoring the laws of Great Xia or the morals of mortals, but there was a set of invisible laws operating here. Thump. 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 Xian suddenly opened her eyes. Someone was knocking the pill cauldron, and a familiar voice rang out by her ear. Xian smiled. No. Little girl, if you don't open the door, I'm going to break in. With a soft sound, a series of white bubbles rose up, and the sludge slid down from the pill furnace. The pill furnace opened, and Xian walked out. Their eyes met, and they both smiled. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 3 years, but in this smile, it was as if they had just parted yesterday. Your cultivation speed is too slow. I gave you the water god seal, but you still haven't undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Li Qingshan sized her up. She had already retracted her fishtail and turned into human form. Her skin was even more lustrous, like the highest quality white jade. Even her lips were like natural red jade, and her flowing eyes were like rare black jade. She was like a jade beauty that had been enlightened by an immortal, coming to life, and had an otherworldly aura. How can it be that easy to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? I can't compare myself to some beasts. Oh, I'm not talking about you. Xian said with a smile. You don't need to emphasize it. I know you're talking about me. It's useless to be envious, jealous, and hateful. This is the difference between a genius and a mortal. Oh, right, don't forget, you're not a human either. Mutant, Xian said, and tossed a jade bottle to Li Qingshan. Drink it, you beast genius. This is? Li Qingshan opened the jade bottle, and a faint red liquid rippled within. Xian had given him a bottle of medicine like this before. It could balance the power of water and fire, and it had a miraculous effect when used when advancing to Demon Commander. And this bottle of medicine seemed to be even purer and richer than the previous one. Stomachache medicine. My stomach hurts after drinking it. How can there be such a medicine? Just how was this thing refined? Didn't you say you didn't have the flower of water and fire? Li Qingshan asked. To him, this small bottle of medicine was more precious than any miraculous medicine, but the more it was so, the more he wanted to understand its origins. You're a man, no, a beast. Why are you so wishy-washy? If you keep talking nonsense, there won't be any more in the future. How are you doing in Nanjiang? Xian changed the topic. With my methods, I can do whatever I want in a mere southern border. I am now known as the King of Savages. I've established a dwelling in Savage Mountain, and I have countless experts under me. I was just about to invite you over to enjoy yourself. Li Qingshan toyed around with the jade bottle in his hand. King of Savages. Xian was stunned. She clearly knew what kind of place Savage Mountain was. And what did the Savage King mean? However, he smiled and said, "Don't you think this nickname is very stupid? Just by hearing it, I can tell that it sounds like it's just there to make up the numbers, and it doesn't sound good. It doesn't matter what it's called. But before we go to the southern border, you should at least tell me. Why do you want to go to the South Sea?" Although she had deliberately changed the topic, Li Qingshan would not let her go so easily. I'm a mermaid from the South Sea. I've returned because I miss my hometown. Isn't this reason very reasonable? Xian shrugged. You said it's a reason, so you better tell me the truth. Don't force me to torture you. You're not my man, why do you care so much about me? If you want, I can be too. As expected, you don't want it at all. Xian thought about it seriously. Hey, what is it that you can't say? Tell me. Li Qingshan truly ground his teeth in hatred. He was tempted to knock her mouth open. He pressed down on her shoulders with both hands, about to throw down a few harsh words and force her to speak. However, when he looked into her eyes, the words turned into a long sigh. He let go of her and shook his head with a bitter smile. I give up, my lady. Sigh. Xian agreed with a smile. Let's go. We'll go to Nanjiang. When you have something to say, you can tell me. I have to say, you've reminded me that there are still some things that can't be done forcefully. Li Qingshan had a helpless expression. It's not that I can't. The corner of Xian's lips curled into a smile. It's that I'm unwilling. Humph, as long as you understand. Li Qingshan left behind his mirror clone in Great Marsh of Cloud Dream to wield the water god's seal before taking off on a cloud, traveling to the south with Xian. Sitting on the cloud, Li Qingshan told Xian about his experiences in the south. Xian could not help but mock him a little, but she was unable to hide her concern. In her eyes, Li Qingshan's current situation was not very optimistic. The king of Southern Yu definitely did not hold any goodwill towards him. Once the Mist Province declared war with the Green Province, he would definitely be the first one to sacrifice him. The king of Southern Yu was weaker than the Dragon King of the Sea, but if Li Qingshan wanted to contend with him, he would have to unleash the power of the North Moon. Once his identity was exposed, the Dragon King of the Sea would immediately kill his way over. The Chan Monastery of Devanaga probably would not be able to tolerate him either, so how was he supposed to run around freely? What, are you worried for me? Li Qingshan saw how she furrowed her brows and could not help but smile. To his surprise, Xian did not respond viciously. Instead, she said seriously, it's best if you don't cause too much trouble. Just cultivate in seclusion on Savage Mountain for a few years and find an opportunity to return to the Green Province. Then what about you? We're cultivators. Shouldn't we each walk our own paths? Xian said. Every single cultivator's paths were different. Perhaps they would overlap from time to time, but they would still walk in different directions at the end of the day. If they got in each other's way because of their feelings, then it would be better for them to forget about each other than helping each other in difficult times. Without you, who's going to refine pills for me? We've known each other for so long, so when have I ever been afraid of trouble? Once we get to the south, come with me to Fire Melt Mountain. Heh, that's an old enemy of you merfolk of the South Sea, but I don't think you have any racial sentiments. Li Qingshan said. He was in no hurry to ingest the bottle of medicine that balanced fire and water. He had just undergone a lengthy period of secluded cultivation, so he was in a good mood right now. He would stick to the plan and go to Fire Melt Mountain first to obtain the divine Wutong tree before ingesting it. The effect should be better. Why are you going to Fire Melt Mountain? Ru Xian's expression was rather strange. I'm going to negotiate with the fire-devouring king and see if he can lend me the divine Wutong tree for a few days. The divine Wutong tree. Ru Xian's expression changed slightly. That's the sacred tree of the fire devourers, and it's where the royal court is located. Even the fire devourers can't approach it casually, so why would he lend it to you? You sure know a lot about it. Help me come up with some ideas. How can I make the fire-devouring king change his mind? Li Qingshan said. Fire devourers have violent tempers. They're courageous and belligerent, and they're extremely vengeful. They're definitely not easy to get along with. I'd advise you to give up. I wouldn't be worried if you provoked the myriad poison ancestor. At his age, he'll definitely be weighed down with misgivings no matter what he does. However, the fire-devouring king will really make it impossible for you to establish a foothold in the south. Ru Xian said. Aren't you just trying to goad me into contending with the fire-devouring king? Li Qingshan smiled. Ever since he had spoken to the Golden Cicada Spirit King and the Banyan Tree King, he had become determined to obtain the divine Wutong tree. He wanted to see just how difficult the fire devourers were to deal with. I have absolutely no such intentions. Ru Xian suddenly raised her voice and looked at Li Qingshan, saying sternly. Ru Xian also realized she had lost her composure. She shook her head gently. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Her long eyelashes cast a deep shadow, preventing Li Qingshan from seeing her eyes. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. As the cloud rapidly traveled south, Ru Xian's words gradually faded away. In the end, she felt completely silent, staring towards the south for a very long time. When the sun set in the west and the stars filled the sky, Li Qingshan said, We've arrived at Savage Mountain. Ru Xian said inside, the south, I've returned. Fire Melt Mountain stretched for several hundred kilometers. It was a huge mountain range. The rocks were scarlet red like fire, and there was not a single blade of grass growing on it. There was only a vermilion color. Bam-like plants grew and grew, like clumps of fire. Li Qingshan and little and gazed down from the cloud. All they saw was that the mountains were like fire. Every single scarlet-red peak seemed to be burning, like a sea of fire that spanned several hundred kilometers. At the center of the sea of fire was a huge volcano that stood several thousand meters tall. The rocks had already crystallized, and firelight seeped out from the belly of the volcano. At first glance, it seemed like a ball of flowing, scarlet fire. The entire mountain is actually made of fire spiritual stone. If I can cultivate here, my phoenix transformation will definitely advance rapidly. It's no wonder the phoenix used this place as a cultivation dwelling in the past. Li Qingshan had once cultivated in a group of volcanoes to the north of the Mist Province. He found it quite nice, but compared to Fire Melt Mountain, it was nothing worth mentioning. Several hundred pillars of black smoke rose into the air. This was the smoke produced by active volcanoes that erupted all year round. The smoke condensed without dispersing, resonating with one another from afar. It seemed to possess some intelligence, entangling with one another in the air like snakes. Great rivers flowed down from the crater of the volcanoes or gushed out from the cracks. They flowed around in channels that were clearly man-made, forming a complicated inscription that gathered power. This is a colossal formation. Little and was afraid Li Qingshan did not understand what he was trying to say, so he added, even if the king of Southern Yu wants to launch an attack, he'll have to pay a corresponding price. In other words, even if they went as far as to expose themselves, it was impossible for them to take down Fire Melt Mountain. Despite their strength, it was comparable to 3 heavenly tribulations. However, the purpose of the Fire Melt Mountain formation's existence had always been to fend off opponents at this level. Li Qingshan nodded. Across the entire Mist Province, only the Fire Devourers did not fear the king of Southern Yu. He ignored the Banyan Tree King. He must have something to rely on. Fire Devourers were renowned for their violent and warlike nature among other folk. They could be said to be a warlike race, and they had occupied such a treasured land for thousands of years. The strength it contained was truly immeasurable. Apart from the formation and the fire-devouring king, no one was bold enough to say whether Fire Melt Mountain had any other king-level masters. The lifespans of other folk paled in comparison to demons, but they were much longer than humans, and they were born with the spiritual nature of the world. In terms of bloodline, only descendants of clans and certain exotic beasts could rival them. They could be described as possessing the advantages of 2 races at the same time. They could be described as prodigies of heaven. This point was extremely evident with Yi Liusu and her sisters. Among the group of friends Li Qingshan knew in the Clear River Prefecture, basically all of them could be described as geniuses, but they were still stuck at foundation establishment. Not a single one of them had undergone the second heavenly tribulation. Just how many years had it taken for his father-in-law, Han Anjuan, to undergo the second heavenly tribulation? Although the 3 of them had Li Qingshan's assistance and some guidance from the Banyan Tree King, their cultivation speed was still startlingly fast. And, apart from them, there were a few other night roamers who were close to the second heavenly tribulation. They were all matriarchs and princesses of past night roamer clans. The bloodline of regular night roamers was equivalent to descendants of clans. Their talent was great. Even though they were not as great as Chu Tian's 5 elements constitution, Yu Zijian's pure yang constitution was not too far off. And, they were the best of the best among the night roamers. However, they had been suppressed by Helicoverpa for many years, unable to unleash their full potential. They had basically built up their strength now. If Li Qingshan was not stingy with origin spirit pills, he would be able to obtain a group of powerful night roamer assassins in just a few years. He also understood why the Great Xia Empire allowed the sale of other folk as slaves and why they did everything they could to suppress them. Legend had it that the 9 provinces had once been ruled by other folk in the ancient times. Other folk were known as godfolk. They established divine kingdoms and enslaved humans and demons. Afterwards, they only overthrew them by combining the strength of the 2 races while the other folk were in conflict. Looks like the Fire Devourers really are a tough bone to chew. Li Qingshan waved his hand. Profound light illuminates all. The spirit turtle's profound shell condensed into a sphere in the surroundings before suddenly dispersing. Every single piece illuminated a scene, illuminating Fire Melt Mountain down to the slightest detail. Fire Devourers could be seen playing and fighting in the magma and flames, as well as red stone structures in a crude style that sat on the 2 banks of the Fire Seam River. Li Qingshan waved his hand again, and the spirit turtle's profound shell stacked together. He gazed at the huge, red, crystal-like volcano on the main peak like a pair of binoculars. In the crater of the volcano was a majestic city built on the rock face. Long corridors wound around it, leading straight to the very bottom of the volcano. The weakest fire devourers who could reside and move about here had undergone the first heavenly tribulation. There were so many of them that it would make many large sects ashamed. A palace hall that seemed to be carved out of red crystals was located at the bottom. Its foundation was also a thick layer of red crystals that covered the entire crater. Flames were surging under the crystals, as though they were ice formed from fire. That was the purest fire spirit stone of the highest quality. Firelight flowed through every single piece of fire spiritual rock. It was beautiful. That was where the royal court of the fire devourers resided. Found it. Li Qingshan's eyes lit up. In the very center of the crater was a huge wutong tree. Its roots were deeply rooted in the fire spiritual rock, extending into the magma. Its pale white trunk and fiery red leaves gave off a holy glow. That was the legendary divine wutong tree, the habitat of the phoenix. Just by glancing at it from afar, Li Qingshan felt a sense of familiarity and closeness, like a wanderer who had left home for many years had returned. The Wutong tree seemed to be calling out to him. No, not him, but the phoenix. The phoenix would never return. Who's so bold as to spy on my fire melt mountain? A furious voice exploded in Li Qingshan's ears like a volcano eruption, filled with violent fury. A streak of fire rushed out of the crater like a meteor flying in the opposite direction, flying towards Li Qingshan. The White Hawk Commander, Li Qingshan. Li Qingshan stood with his arms crossed and stated his name. He asked, "Fellow, are you the fire-devouring king, Zhu Yan?" With a boom, the meteor suddenly came to a halt. A bare-chested man in his prime strode out of the flames. His face was handsome and rugged, like he had been carved from red rock. His fiery hair burned fiercely as he held a spear in his hand. His fiery red eyes stared at Li Qingshan, producing two sparks. Li Qingshan said, "That's right." Zhu Yan studied Li Qingshan up and down before suddenly bursting into laughter. "Why are you laughing, fellow?" Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. "I'm laughing at a brat like you. You're bold enough to refer to me as fellow. You really don't know your place. Those ignorant people call you the king of savages, but do you really think you're a king?" Zhu Yan did not hide his contempt towards Li Qingshan at all. The flames on him roared, and waves of heat surged towards Li Qingshan, ruffling Li Qingshan's clothes. The hierarchy of the cultivation world was strict, more distinct than any social class. The vast heavenly Tao was the sole ruler. It used heavenly tribulation after heavenly tribulation to divide all living beings into different ranks. The difference of one heavenly tribulation was like the difference between heaven and earth. The higher one's cultivation, the greater this difference would be. It was impossible for those above to treat those below as equals. Being able to treat each other politely was already a sign of great self-cultivation, and this was the politeness a king would show to his subjects, the politeness a senior would show to a junior. The Banyan Tree King only referred to Li Qingshan as fellow because he felt it was a fortuitous encounter. Coupled with his relatively gentle nature, this matter left the king of Southern Yu very surprised. The fire-devouring king, Zhu Yan, clearly did not possess such self-cultivation, nor did he believe Li Qingshan had the right to stand on equal footing with him. Li Qingshan laughed aloud too. "Kid, what are you laughing about?" Zhu Yan saw how Li Qingshan could still laugh under the pressure of his aura, so he lost some of his contempt. There was a reason why this kid could cause such a great disturbance in the south in such a short amount of time. If you don't like being called fellow, then forget it. It's just polite anyway. Not just anyone has the right to be my friend. Li Qingshan said. You. Zhu Yan became furious. He studied Li Qingshan again and pointed at him with the spear of fire. You sure are bold. Just what are you trying to do by spying on Fire Melt Mountain? If you don't explain yourself, eat my spear. Li Qingshan had basically experienced the temper of fire devourers. Not only were they easily angered, but they were fearless too. His various backgrounds. Even the king of Southern you would have to reconsider. The fire-devouring king had threatened to kill him the moment he opened his mouth. Just how arrogant was that? He knew that this time it would be difficult to be kind. Not to mention that he was not willing to bow down. Even if he was willing, it would only make Zhu Yan even more arrogant. He took it as a last resort and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, I heard that there is a divine Wutong tree in your mountain that is very mystical. I would like to borrow it. Zhu Yan was taken aback. Is there something wrong with your head? Li Qingshan said, is there something wrong with your ears? Zhu Yan's eyes widened. He was on the verge of erupting in anger, but he began to laugh again. He rested the spear on his shoulder and actually did not lose his temper. He said in a joking manner, it's not impossible for you to borrow the divine Wutong tree, but there's a condition. Li Qingshan was rather surprised too. He asked, what condition? Go to the South Sea and bring me the head of the Merfolk King, and I'll lend you the divine Wutong tree. Zhu Yan smiled. Li Qingshan frowned. This bastard was clearly messing with him. He said sternly, if I had the strength, I might as well just take your head. Zhu Yan's face sharpened. Since you don't have the strength, then piss off. I'll spare your life for the sake of you making me laugh. You're not allowed to call yourself the king of savages in the future, or if I find out, I'll burn down your savage mountain. He seemed crude, but he actually still had some misgivings about Li Qingshan's identity. However, his misgivings were not the Chan monastery of Devanaga or the unraging monk, but the Great Xia Empire. In a place as chaotic as the south, basically no one would care about the identity of a White Hawk commander. Even if he died, the Hawk Wolf Guard would not avenge him. However, there was an exception. The Great Xia Empire was extremely wary of other folk, in particular the most belligerent of the 7 other folk, the fire-devouring folk. If a White Hawk commander died on Fire Melt Mountain, perhaps the Divine Hawk might cast its gaze here, leading to unpredictable consequences. Although the Great Xia Empire was beginning to decline, Zhu Yan was unwilling to take this risk just to kill an idiot with a screw loose. Fury ignited in Li Qingshan's chest, turning into raging battle intent. His dark eyes stared straight at Zhu Yan, gradually dyed red by the flames. Zhu Yan let out a gentle sound of surprise and squinted his eyes. He actually felt threatened. You really overestimate yourself. If you really want to die, I'll give you what you want. Little An tugged at Li Qingshan's sleeve and shook her head gently. Li Qingshan withdrew his aura, and his expression had already calmed down. He clasped his hands. I've witnessed the might of the fire-devouring kings today, so this trip has been worth it. Since you refused to lend it to me, sir, I'll be taking my leave first. Without caring about how Zhu Yan responded, he left with a flick of his sleeve. In that split second, he had considered various possibilities, such as luring Zhu Yan into the Azure field and killing him with Little An. However, while the Azure field had improved, it was basically impossible for it to trap an expert at this level, and it would be very difficult for them to kill him in a single strike. In reality, the chances of being killed at the third heavenly tribulation were extremely slim, unless there was an overwhelming disparity in strength or an extremely powerful spatial confinement. And across the entire 9 provinces, there were very few existences that could form an overwhelming disparity in strength against Zhu Yan, as well as a space that could imprison him. At the very least, Li Qingshan did not possess either right now. Coupled with the fact that Fire Melt Mountain was right below, where other third heavenly tribulation fire devourers might exist, the chances of killing Zhu Yan were basically zero. Li Qingshan and Little An would have to risk exposing their identities and being killed. As a result, Li Qingshan left without any hesitation. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, silently uttering something that many villains would say, I'll be back, very soon. After glancing at the divine Wutong tree through the profound light illuminates all, he was already determined to obtain it. He had a firm intuition that the ancient tree where the phoenix resided, or even the entire Fire Melt Mountain, would be crucial for him to practice the phoenix's scripture of Nerva. Zhu Yan's mockery, threats, and humiliation were instead a good thing. It had completely awakened the tiger demon in his heart, rousing his spirits. If the enemy was not despicable, killing them would not be satisfying. Since the fire devourers are already known for their belligerence, I'll give them a war. Zhu Yan gazed at Li Qingshan's back as he traveled off into the distance. He suddenly felt slightly uneasy. This kid already possessed such a cultivation at such a young age, so he could be regarded as a rare prodigy among humans. If he was given time, he might actually be able to undergo the third heavenly tribulation. And the woman beside him was very extraordinary too. If they really did undergo the tribulation successfully one day, wouldn't that mean? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he became. After reaching the third heavenly tribulation, even if he did not practice divination, he would still possess a profound sense of fate, which allowed cultivators to make the correct choice. Zhu Yan's eyes erupted with flames, and he suddenly tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. Hold on. A sense of danger suddenly surged through Li Qingshan's heart. A call rang out from behind him, and there was a flash of fire before him. Zhu Yan blocked his path with his spear. Flames surged around him as his aura surged. What else do you want, sir? Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow and glanced at Little An had always been expressionless in front of others, but Li Qingshan could tell that she clearly understood what was going on. He thought, this girl. I've changed my mind. I'm willing to lend the divine Wutong tree to you for cultivation. Zhu Yan pointed his spear at Fire Melt Mountain, basically carving the words ill intentions into his face. Oh? Don't you need me to exchange for it with the head of the Merfolk King? I've already prepared to go to the South Sea. Li Qingshan laid out his hands with a smile. Haha, with just you? I can understand that you can't afford it, so I'll show some mercy and lend it to you. Kid, why don't you hurry up and thank me on your knees? Zhu Yan's eyes were filled with mockery, like a cat toying with a mouse, and a mouse that was extremely arrogant and had no idea what was going on. However, Li Qingshan's calm and fearless attitude made him raise his guard slightly. How can I lend the treasures of the fire devourers to an outsider? I've misspoken. I'll never mention the word borrow again. Li Qingshan glanced back at Fire Melt Mountain. The divine Wutong tree stood in the center of Fire Melt Mountain. Once the formations were activated, even demon kings would struggle to escape death. Even if Zhu Yan had been willing to lend it to him sincerely in the beginning, how could he use it without worry? Not to mention that he was clearly filled with hostility right now. Since he could not borrow it, then he would take it by force. Wondrous treasures of the world belong to the strong. All he could do was fight. What? You said you wanted to lend it to me earlier, but you're not lending it to me now? Are you toying with me? Today, you'll have to lend it to me even if you don't want to. Seeing that Li Qingshan wasn't fooled at all, Zhu Yan's face turned grim. Sparks flew out of his mouth and danced around Li Qingshan. Didn't your mother teach you not to spit when talking to others? Li Qingshan waved his hand impatiently. He laughed and said, besides, if I, your old man, want to leave, I'll leave. How can you stop me? Li Qingshan took out a violet talisman with a flip of his hand. Before he came to Fire Melt Mountain, he originally planned on seeing the divine Wutong tree in person. It would be great if it really was true. Then he would negotiate a deal with the fire-devouring king. He borrowed the right to use the divine Wutong tree, conquering all over the southern border. He had also accumulated a large amount of spoils of war, and this purple talisman was one of his spoils of war in the southern border. He never expected the fire-devouring king to cut him off as soon as he opened his mouth before going all out with his mockery. There was no room for negotiation at all, and now they were prepared to make a move. However, it was not like he was unprepared, or in other words, under little and special reminder. Of course, while violet talismans were powerful and rare, they could not pose any threat to Zhu Yan. However, this violet talisman was not for battle. A great shifting talisman. You want to leave? Zhu Yan recognized the talisman with a single glance. With a snap of his fingers, the specks of sparks suddenly erupted, expanding by thousands of times. The power they unleashed was enough to split open mountains and split open the ground. Li Qingshan turned around and pulled Little and into his arms. With a great rumble, the surging flames completely swallowed them. From the ground, they seemed like flowers that had suddenly bloomed in the sky. The spear in Zhu Yan's hand turned into a scarlet streak of light, stabbing towards Li Qingshan with lightning speed. He did not give Li Qingshan the opportunity to activate the violet talisman at all. The lofty demon suppression tower fell down, enveloping Li Qingshan and Little Anne. The tip of the spear collided with the tower, emitting a sharp clang. Zhu Yan was slightly surprised. Although he had not used his full strength in that attack, he did not expect the demon suppression tower to be so tough. In that instant, thousands of sparks burst forth from the tip of the spear, as if thousands of explosions had occurred. The demon suppression tower only lasted for an instant before shattering. However, by the time the flames dissipated, Li Qingshan and Little Anne had already disappeared. Humph, and here I was thinking that you had something to rely on to speak so arrogantly before me. It's just a great shifting talisman. I'll find you and skin you alive. Zhu Yan snorted coldly and 2 streams of flame spewed out of his nostrils. Then, he looked around and closed his eyes to sense. The great shifting talisman could not be compared to the purple escape talisman, which could allow one to travel 5,000 kilometers. It could only move 500 kilometers at most. Coupled with the fact that he was moving 2 people at the same time, they would not be more than 250 kilometers away. They would not be able to escape his pursuit at this distance. However, after a while, he opened his eyes and frowned. How can they hide their auras so thoroughly? It's as if they don't exist. Without any hesitation, he chose a direction based on his intuition and turned into a meteor as he gave chase. However, he flew back a while later. Clearly, he had not succeeded. Zhu Yan wanted to attack Savage Mountain, but he gave up on the idea after some thought. Humans and demons could do something like that, but there were too many taboos for other folk, so they could not act recklessly. They've taken a blow from me, so they're probably heavily injured as well. Their cultivations are greatly affected. The third heavenly tribulation is like a natural chasm that separates countless geniuses. Even if this kid succeeds one day, it'll be 100 years at the very least. Why would I be afraid of him? On the other hand, the merfolk of the South Sea have been rather restless recently. They're preparing for the next expedition. In the misty forest, Li Qingshan and Xiaoan walked side by side next to a small river. They were surrounded by giant trees that looked like skyscrapers. The leaves were like clouds, and the roots were like dragons and snakes. The mist was as thick as milk. As they moved forward, it slowly dissipated, giving off an ethereal aura. However, if a mortal was here, they would be reduced to a pile of bones in an instant. The roars of demons rose and fell, and the shadows lingered in the thick mist. Li Qingshan could hide his aura to the point where not even a drop of water could be seen, like a spirit turtle in the depths of the sea. Little An's path of white bone and great beauty was renowned for the path of life, death, and space. It was just a set of white bones, so how could he sense it? If regular second heavenly tribulation cultivators were to receive the fire-devouring king spark explosion, they would be heavily injured. However, Li Qingshan practiced the phoenix's scripture of Nerva, so his tolerance for fire was very great. He was basically unscathed. However, he dared not underestimate the fire-devouring king because of this. The strike was only a probe at most. It was not even a formal attack. If it really were a battle to the death, it would be impossible for the phoenix to ignore the fire-devouring king's flames if it had not reached the fourth layer. Not to mention, the skill in battle and his tough body demonstrated by the spear made him hold a very high opinion of Zhu Yan. No wonder he's so arrogant. If I were to fight him alone, I probably wouldn't be his opponent. Fortunately, you reminded me to prepare a great shifting talisman, or it really would be a little troublesome. I need to find a way to collect a few more in the future. It's a pity that I don't have an innate ability like Mou, or I can go wherever I want in the world. Li Qingshan said to Little and with some pity. He had even tried to learn the hiding through space from the Azura Yin Qing, but even in the Azura realm, there were not a lot of people who knew this move. Not only did it require talent for controlling space, but it also took up a tremendous amount of time and effort, so he could only give up on it. Not now, but who knows, maybe in the future. Little N smiled. Her hair that reached the ground was like seaweed floating in the seawater, dragging behind her. Hopefully. The fire devourers really do live up to their reputation for being bad-tempered. I definitely can't just let the matter go with him this time. I wonder if that bastard will go to Savage Mountain? Other folk have always been xenophobic. They hate humans in particular, and you're a White Hawk commander too. The Great Xia Empire has issued orders to hunt down the fire devourers several times in the past, and it was the Hawkwolf Guard who dug out their hearts for merit. However, I do hope he goes to Savage Mountain, said Little and Oh? Why? As long as we sacrifice 10 cave masters, there should be people who can help us deal with the problems of Fire Melt Mountain, said Little Anne. A king of other folk had attacked a blessed land and massacred human cultivators, and they were all second heavenly tribulation cultivators too. Was he planning on rebuilding his divine kingdom and washing away his old grievances? How could the Great Xia Empire tolerate him? Li Qingshan was mildly taken aback before smiling. Everything is going according to your plan. He never thought the Blood Oath Scroll would actually have a use like this. Actually, there's no need for 10 people. We only need to send the Marquis of Serene Sea to his death. Fair enough, but he probably won't go. He doesn't take us seriously either. As soon as Little N turned around, Li Qingshan pinched her delicate nose and smiled. You knew the fire-devouring king would be like this a long time ago, didn't you? You even told me to negotiate with him, which made me lose so much fun. I even wasted a talisman. Nothing is absolute. Perhaps he really will offer us something we can accept, and it won't be the Merfolk King's head. Moreover, we have to personally confirm the divine Wutong tree before we can decide whether it's worth the effort or not. Little N pouted and said with a nasal voice. It's worth it. It's very worth it. We're basically determined to get it. Tell me, what other brilliant plans do you have? Li Qingshan rubbed her head. Haven't you already thought of it? Little N said. That's right. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. If we want to take down Fire Melt Mountain, we need to borrow the strength of the merfolk of the South Sea. That little head of yours sure is thinking too much. Li Qingshan nodded. If they had all undergone the third heavenly tribulation, flattening Fire Melt Mountain would not be difficult. However, they did not have that strength right now, so they needed to borrow their strength. If they did not have the Blood Oath Scroll and went to the South Sea and told the Merfolk King, we're willing to lend you a hand and destroy Fire Melt Mountain, it'll probably be boring again. However, if the two of them were coupled with the 10 cave masters who had sworn a blood oath and 12-second heavenly tribulation cultivators, it would be enough to become an important counterweight to the balance between the two races. They might even be able to drag the South Sea Sword Pavilion down with them. However, even though they had made so many preparations, how to borrow their strength was still a problem. They would definitely be wary of him, and he could end up as a sacrifice with the slightest carelessness. The key is how to move the Merfolk King. Merfolk don't have such a bad temper, but they're exactly the same when it comes to xenophobia. Merfolk hide in the South Sea, and the Hawkwolf Guard has far less information than the Fire Devourers, so it's really difficult to make a decision. If that stonefish woman still doesn't help out, I'll eat her, Little N said. Stonefish woman? Li Qingshan was taken aback. He smiled. You're talking about Ru Xian. Don't worry, she'll definitely help me. At this moment, Li Qingshan's expression changed. He exchanged glances with Little and, someone is attacking Savage Mountain. Floating Heaven said. No bullet window above the azure sky, among the white clouds. The myriad poison ancestor sat on a jade throne and stroked his long beard gently as he stared at Savage Mountain below with his green eyes. Banners fluttered in the surroundings as disciples of all ages and genders gathered around. They were all dressed in the same way, either in green robes or dresses. Even the weakest among them was at the first heavenly tribulation or above. There were almost 100 of them, demonstrating the heritage of a large sect. Master, Li Qingshan and Li Qingshan aren't on Savage Mountain right now. There's no one presiding over the protective formation, so it's a perfect opportunity to attack the mountain. However, Qian Liangmu flew back from Savage Mountain on a green cloud and reported politely, but he hesitated again. However, what? The myriad poison ancestor stopped stroking his beard. However, I can tell that Li Qingshan has no intention of founding a sect in the south. He'll return to the Green Province sooner or later, so why must we attack Savage Mountain? Qian Liangmu asked. The mighty poisonous young master actually has such a gentle side. Probably no one in the south will believe us if we tell them. A beautiful woman smiled. A large, colorful spider sat on her shoulder. Its 8 compound eyes stared at Qian Liangmu, shining with an extremely human-like viciousness. Don't tell me he's been frightened out of his wits after seeing Li Qingshan? A middle-aged man as thin as a bamboo continued. He stood on the head of a poisonous centipede that was several meters long. The two of them stood on the left and right of the 10,000 poison cult leaders' green jade throne, showing their different identities. They were Qian Liangmu's junior sister and senior brother, people who were qualified to compete with Qian Liangmu for the position of the 10,000 poison cult leader. Demonic sects had never been one to care about relationships, so their relationship was obviously like fire and water. They would never let an opportunity to strike at each other slip by. Qian Liangmu sneered and completely ignored them. He bowed. Please reconsider, Master. Qian Liangmu did not agree with attacking Savage Mountain. He was not a kind person. He would never let an opportunity to kill and rob slip by. However, when the Banyan Tree King referred to him as fellow, he became rather hesitant. Coupled with their meeting a few days ago, he just felt like Li Qingshan was not as simple as he seemed. Do you think I can't deal with him? The myriad poison ancestor said in displeasure. This disciple wouldn't dare. Qian Liangmu said. How can I allow someone to sleep beside my bed? Since he is unwilling to lower himself and become my 10,000 poison cult's protector, I will make sure that he has no place to stand in the southern border. You can leave now. green light flashed through the myriad poison ancestor's eyes. He exuded an unparalleled and powerful aura, and all the disciples lowered their heads. The southern border had always been dominated by him, and he would never allow other forces to develop. If one day Li Qingshan really left the Qingzhou, he would not be able to do anything. If he became an honored guest of the king of Southern Yu's estate, he and the woman named Little and would definitely become a great problem with their talent. Wouldn't they become a laughingstock of the world? As for some of Qian Liangmu's concerns, it wasn't that he hadn't considered it. However, with the difference in their cultivation levels, it wasn't worth it at all. The king of Southern Yu did not take action. He had only accepted the Banyan Tree King's advice out of consideration for the situation of the two prefectures. Could it be that he was really afraid of Li Qingshan? This brat is arrogant and rude, refusing the goodwill of the 10,000 poison cult. God damn it. And he's only at the second heavenly tribulation, yet he's bold enough to call himself the king of savages or whatever. Master wants to teach a false king like him a lesson today so that he understands the difference between him and a true king, said the gorgeous woman with the spider. Junior brother, if you're afraid, feel free to return to the mist capital. I'm willing to lend my meager strength to assist Master in destroying Savage Mountain. Capture Li Qingshan alive, the centipede man said and shot a glance at the surroundings. Apart from a few elders who were proud of their statuses, the regular disciples all called out with him. Destroy Savage Mountain. Capture Li Qingshan alive. For a moment, the banner swayed, and the battle cries shook the sky. The myriad poison ancestor slammed the armrest of his throne and stood up. With a wave of his right hand, the chilly winds and green flames swirled and gathered, condensing into a dark green sphere. Lightning crisscrossed and flowed, and the light dyed everyone's faces green. The lightning pearl of myriad poison was a secret technique of the myriad poison cult. It possessed the toughness of lightning and the gentleness of poison, making it extremely destructive. In that moment, even the sun seemed to dim. Everyone's gazes were drawn to the lightning pearl of myriad poison. Green light flowed through the myriad poison ancestor's eyes, and he extended one hand to both hands. The lightning pearl of myriad poison spun and grew larger and larger, shining brighter and brighter. In the blink of an eye, it reached the size of a water tank and was pushed down violently, immediately striking Savage Mountain. Rumbling filled the heavens and the earth, causing the earth to tremble slightly. Lightning shot out and dyed the sky green. Then it turned into a poisonous cloud, enveloping an area of several thousand kilometers. It surged through Savage Mountain and produced an ear-piercing sound of corrosion. The disciples of the myriad poison cult all cheered. Mighty ancestor! You've scared Li Qingshan so much that he pissed his pants, too afraid to leave the sect. I've practiced the lightning pearl of myriad poison for all these years, but I never thought this move would actually possess such power. Now that I've seen the ancestor take action today, I finally understand why our myriad poison cult can dominate the south. Li Qingshan is like an ant trying to shake a tree. How laughable. Savage Mountain has already fallen, so I'll serve as the vanguard for the ancestor right now and capture Li Qingshan. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands behind his back rather proudly. The corner of his lips curled into a complacent smile, but his smile suddenly stiffened. He barked coldly, "All of you, shut up." Everyone fell silent out of fear. They had no idea why the myriad poison ancestor had flown into a rage. Only when they looked over did they see that beneath the poisonous cloud, Savage Mountain remained shrouded in mist and clouds. The protective formation was unscathed. Their flattery was no different from mockery. Qian Liangmu thought, sure enough, it's not that simple. Senior brother, didn't you say the formation on Savage Mountain is unmanned? The spider woman questioned. Li Qingshan and the others really aren't on the mountain. I never thought they'd be bold enough to pass the control of the formation to someone else. On Savage Mountain, the Banyan Tree King sighed inside, this kid sure knows how to make trouble for me. He used his roots to extract the dense spiritual chi of Savage Mountain before scattering it into the air through the branches and leaves, activating the various formations. He had already become the eye of the formation, using the geographical advantage of Savage Mountain and his extremely abundant knowledge and experience to unleash the extraordinary power of the formations. All of you, shut up. None of you need to do anything. Just watch properly. The myriad poison ancestor bellowed out furiously and left the jade throne, flying towards Savage Mountain. He swung his hand and struck out again and again. Lightning pearls of poison bombarded Savage Mountain one after another. The booms rang out constantly, like a thunderstorm. In the valley, the night roamers gazed at the sky in fright. Within the surging poisonous mist, bolts of green lightning danced about like dragons and snakes, constantly battering against the formations. Any single bolt of lightning would be a disaster for them. Myriad poison ancestor. He really is a great cultivator after all. What he's capable of is not something we can match up to. Yu Wufeng stood on the top of the mountain. His white hair drifted in the wind as he was stern. Boss Yu, now's not the time to praise others. If the myriad poison ancestor kills his way in, we'll all be doomed. The gentleman of heavenly blubber also arrived at the top of the mountain to watch. His fat jiggled as a sliver of fear filled his face. An opponent like that was not something he could contend with at all. Even when he hid in the formation, he struggled to feel safe at all. Fellow cultivators, please block the attack. Yi Liusu flew over. The blood oath doesn't require us to throw our lives at the myriad poison cult. I think the banyan tree king is in charge of the formation. There's no need for us to do anything. Yu Wufeng snorted coldly inside. If it's Li Qingshan, then so be it, but an other folk who has just undergone the tribulation dares to order me around? Yi Liusu frowned. Then she looked at the other cave masters. None of them had any intentions of doing anything either, smiling at her. Heh, the blood oath doesn't have a clause like that. However, once our king returns and gives the order, we'll still have to throw our lives at him. The best outcome is just the myriad poison ancestor taking the blood oath scroll away. I don't care anyway. It doesn't matter who I become a dog. At worst, I'll just follow the ancestor to attack the South Sea Sword Pavilion. The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled. Yu Wufeng's face changed. With the blood oath scroll in Li Qingshan's hands, there was still a chance for him to regain his freedom. If he ended up in the myriad poison ancestor's hands, he would truly be in a state of utter misery. He would not be able to die, and it would be detrimental to the South Sea Sword Pavilion. With a clang, the fogbow sword was drawn from its sheath. It went from 1 to 10, then from 10 to 100, conjuring streaks of white light that pierced the depths of the poisonous cloud. Although they were all eaten away in the blink of an eye, they depleted the poisonous cloud and nullified the attacks from the lightning bead of myriad poison. Puppy you of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, I've destroyed the formation. I'll cut off your dog head first as a sacrifice to the flag. The myriad poison ancestor could not see the situation on Savage Mountain, but he recognized the sword style and fogbow sword chi of the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Originally, he had dragged all his disciples out so that they could show off their might, but he never expected the formation of Savage Mountain to actually be so tough. The way it operated was extremely ingenious, without the slightest opening. He could not help but fly into a rage out of humiliation. Old dog myriad poison, get through this formation first. Yu Wufeng said. At this moment, the gentleman of heavenly blubber moved too. He sucked in a deep breath, and fierce wind surged into it. His mountainous body swelled up, becoming like a huge ball of flesh. He swelled to the limit and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a streak of sticky, scorching, blood-red light. It rushed into the air and actually pierced the poisonous cloud, creating a huge hole. His mountainous body shrank as he gasped for air. Yu Wufeng glanced at him in surprise. He never expected him to actually go all out. The gentleman of heavenly blubber smiled. Since I can't avoid being a dog, I have to find a good family. Although Li Qingshan and Little and were in possession of the blood oath scroll, they did not oppress them too much. Even when they attacked various parts of the south, they possessed an absolute advantage. Not only was there no danger, but they even shared some of the benefits. Li Qingshan had no intention of founding a sect or establishing some sort of organization in the south, but the gentleman of heavenly blubber was intrigued. He proactively advised Li Qingshan on one hand, and he also established connections with the various cave masters on the other. He wanted to establish Savage Mountain into a true sect. He ranked second among the 10 cave masters, while Yu Wufeng stood aloof and aloof. He only wanted to return to the South Sea Sword Pavilion. Although the night roamers were favored and trusted by Li Qingshan, there was a natural barrier between them and the cave masters. They basically never interfered with one another. No matter how he thought about it, his position actually felt a little like a caretaker. If he really could establish Savage Mountain into an organization of its own, then he would be a figure with actual authority to help the King of Savages govern Savage Mountain. And, after a period of contact, he discovered that Li Qingshan was not a dishonest demonic cultivator. Since he had said there was a chance to remove the blood oath, he was not joking around. By then, not only would he regain his freedom, but there was even a chance for him, the caretaker, to become the second king of savages. Then, he said, "Our king is about to return, yet you still haven't taken action? Are you waiting for our king to give a personal order?" As a result, another 3 cave masters who were relatively close to him took action. Why would the remaining people be bold enough to be a role model? Whether they were willing or not, all they could do was take action. Qian Liangmu went up to assist without another word. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a lightning bead of myriad poison. It collided with the streak of light and nullified each other. "Didn't I say you could watch?" The myriad poison ancestor looked over with his green eyes and said in displeasure. "I've watched Master demonstrate the supreme skills of the cult, so I've been itching to make a fool of myself. Please guide me, Master. Once we return to the cult, I'm willing to accept punishment." Qian Liangmu said politely. Praise filled the leader of the myriad poison cult's eyes. With a wave of his hand, he said, "So be it. I'll let you mess around this time." Before he had even finished speaking, the people of the myriad poison cult called out, "Please guide me, Master. We're willing to accept punishment." They swarmed over together, either using arcane artifacts or techniques, all bombarding Savage Mountain. For a moment, light filled the surroundings. With the combined strength of an entire sect, the pressure on the protective formation immediately increased drastically. "Senior Tree King, may I ask how much longer you can last?" Yi Liusu was worried, asking the Banyan Tree King for guidance. "Not too long. If nothing goes wrong, a year or so should be no problem." The Banyan Tree King swayed his branches and said in an ancient voice, "But with your assistance right now, it can last a little longer." "Huh?" Yi Liusu was taken aback. She never expected the Banyan Tree King's not too long to be so long. It was impossible for the myriad poison cult to spend a year or so on Savage Mountain. It would already be impressive if they could last a few days. And, the Banyan Tree King had clearly made a conservative estimate. In other words, it was impossible for the myriad poison cult to breach Savage Mountain. When the cave masters heard that, they could not help but work even harder. Fortunately, they did not turn down the offer just now, or they would definitely be punished once Li Qingshan returned. They sighed in amazement and sighed, "The Banyan Tree King really does live up to his reputation." With him presiding over the formation, probably only the King of Southern you can breach Savage Mountain with a group of people. You guessed right. It really is the 10,000 poison cult. That old poisonous thing really can't tolerate me. Li Qingshan stood on the cloud and gazed at Savage Mountain, which was shrouded in poisonous mist. Seeing how it was not the King of Southern you, he still let out a sigh of relief. With the Banyan Tree King presiding over the protective formation, it definitely could not be taken down by a single myriad poison ancestor. "What should we do?" Little and asked. "We obviously won't lose if we work together. Killing this group of disciples isn't a problem, but it'll be very difficult for us to keep the myriad poison ancestor here. Right now is not the time for us to openly clash with him, but it's impolite not to reciprocate. Let's go to the headquarters of the myriad poison cult." Li Qingshan took little and flew away. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly felt uneasy. He looked at the horizon, but all he saw were white clouds. No matter how he thought about it, he did not feel like there was anything that could threaten him, so he made up his mind and continued his assault on Savage Mountain. "Yinqing, come out." Yinqing was currently cultivating in the Azura field when Li Qingshan's voice suddenly rang out by her ear. She had already been moved outside the Azura field. "I have a mission for you. I wonder if your arts of escaping through space can pass through the formation below." Yinqing followed Li Qingshan's finger and looked in the direction that Li Qingshan was pointing at. All she saw was a huge basin below. Within the pale green miasma sat a series of majestic buildings that rose and fell. They were all dyed dark green and gave off a sinister aura. Sure. Yinqing studied it for a while and nodded in response. As an Azura from the Azura realm, she possessed arts of escaping through space that regular Azura could not grasp. The formations of the myriad poison cult were powerful, but they could not stop her from infiltrating them. Then can you destroy the formations from the inside? Li Qingshan took a step further and asked. No, Yinqing said. Little and said, regular formations are relatively easier to destroy from the inside, but the formations of the myriad poison cult restrict both the inside and the outside. If you try to forcefully destroy them, you'll definitely die from the backlash. That's fine. As long as you can get in, that's enough. Li Qingshan said. Who's my target? Yinqing asked. Everyone. Li Qingshan then corrected himself. Not just the people, but the items too. Anyway, you have to destroy them as much as possible. All of the spoils will go to you. Yes, sir. Yinqing accepted the order and took a step, vanishing. She appeared over 5 kilometers away and arrived in the northwestern corner of the myriad poison cult with a few flashes. Afterwards, she used her arts of escaping through space and infiltrated there silently. Little and said, if that's the case, I'll have to fight the myriad poison cult to the death. Li Qingshan said, he can't get through my shield, but I have a spear that can pierce his shield. I obviously have to make good use of it. Little and nodded. In terms of assassination techniques, Yinqing surpasses the night roamers. Apart from the myriad poison ancestor himself, there aren't a lot of people in the myriad poison cult who can survive her assassination. The Azure realm is a higher world after all, one of the 6 realms of Sasra. In terms of experience in battle and slaughter, even I'm nowhere close to her. If I can gain a few more Azure commanders as subordinates, I'll definitely be much more powerful than those cave lords. I wonder if I can use the Azure field to summon the Azure king one day. Li Qingshan glanced at the Azure field in his hand before casting his gaze at the myriad poison cult below. It'll be up to her performance next. The myriad poison ancestor had led all the elders and disciples of the cult out, but the cult was still very lively. Most of them were outer disciples who had yet to undergo the first heavenly tribulation, and a few protectors remained in the cult. Kong Ming happened to be one of them. Today, it was his turn to pass on the path of cultivation to the outer disciples. He sat under the dripping eaves, facing a square made of limestone. Several hundred disciples stood sternly, listening attentively. There was a gentle breeze, and the bronze bells on the eaves jingled. The sunlight shone down, covering the stone beasts on the eaves with a halo. He was rather fed up with this job. He wasted his precious time on these pieces of trash. In another 3 years, not even a third of them would still be standing here, and after going through the various selections, there might not even be a single person who could reach his position in the end. However, he could not ignore the rules of the cult, so he spoke patiently as his eyes darted around among the disciples. In this generation, there were a few disciples who were rather good-looking. He could play around with them when he had the time. The warm wind blew, the sun shone brightly, and he was in the absolute safety of the sect, so he seemed extremely relaxed. He even felt a little tipsy. When a coldness suddenly filled his heart, he was slightly taken aback. He lowered his head, only to see a circular blade around his neck, glistening under the sunlight. Kill. The myriad poison ancestor had been attacking Savage Mountain for so long, so he gradually became anxious. He also found it rather strange. With his cultivation and mental fortitude, even if he could not take down Savage Mountain, he should not be behaving like this. Had he failed to account for something? And it had already been so long, so why hadn't Li Qingshan returned yet? He believed that as long as Li Qingshan appeared, he definitely would not be able to escape his senses. Then, he would be able to capture the leader. Even if he could not take down Savage Mountain, it would not matter. Right as he thought about it, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no! Disciples of the myriad poison cult would all be implanted with the poison heart goo the moment they became inner disciples. It could drastically increase their cultivation speed and make it easier to control goo insects. At the same time, it was also a method of control, preventing them from betraying the cult. Once they were killed, they would sense it too. Master, what's wrong? Xianliangmu used techniques again and again to support the myriad poison ancestor. Suddenly, he saw the myriad poison ancestor's expression change drastically, so he could not help but ask. Return to the myriad poison cult. The myriad poison ancestor had no time to explain. He turned into a streak of green light and flew back to the myriad poison cult. The other disciples, elders, and so on were all clueless. They all flew back with the myriad poison ancestor. The surroundings of Savage Mountain below had been corroded by the poisonous cloud and bombarded by techniques, reduced to a wasteland. However, Savage Mountain was completely unscathed. The cloud and mist surged without dispersing. Seeing the people of the myriad poison cult suddenly retreat, the night roamers and the 10 cave masters were all confused. They were all surprised. Yiliosu asked the Banyan Tree King for guidance again. Senior, the myriad poison cult has suddenly retreated. Is there some scheme behind it? The Banyan Tree King understood everything. He smiled. Your king must have come up with some scheme to lure them away. Yiliosu stopped worrying. Even if the myriad poison cult had any schemes, they would be completely exposed before the Banyan Tree King, who was renowned for his wisdom. Li Qingshan had pulled him over to watch over Savage Mountain, so it was as safe as it could be. The myriad poison ancestor flew quickly. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Another 2 inner sect disciples had died, and they had been in the myriad poison cult. His face could not help but change drastically, and he sped up again. Just what has happened? The formations haven't been triggered. Has there been internal strife in the cult? He could not be blamed for having doubts like that. Without destroying the formations, even the king of Southern Yu and the Banyan Tree King could not massacre the descendants of the cult. Speaking of which, probably only the Shadow Queen of the Night Roamers possessed such a wondrous ability. However, the Shadow Palace's sphere of influence did not extend beyond the south. Apart from Ghost Shadow, he had never heard of any Night Roamers operating there. The Shadow Queen would never take action so easily, let alone oppose a large sect like the myriad poison cult. The myriad poison ancestor returned to the basin in a hurry. He passed through the green miasma and landed in the myriad poison cult. Immediately, the heavy smell of blood filled his nostrils. Corpses littered the ground and fresh blood flowed, dyeing the limestone square red. The corpses were all headless, and in the middle of the plaza, there was a pyramid made of several hundred heads piled up. They were all disciples of the 10,000 poison cult, and the one at the very top was Protector Wei Ming. Under the red light of the setting sun, he died with everlasting regret, his expression sinister and mournful. Behind the pyramid of human heads, on the blue shadow wall, 5 words were written in blood, Savage King respectfully. The bloody words had yet to dry as they flowed down. The myriad poison ancestor's face reddened before going from red to green, a wretched green. His eyes shone with venomous light as he squeezed out 3 words from between his teeth. Li Qingshan. He waved his palm fiercely, and the pyramid of human heads along with the screen wall were all turned into powder. His chest heaved up and down. Before he could calm down, he suddenly said, "Not good." Xianliangmu, his 2 senior brothers, junior sister, 3 direct disciples, 5 elders, and 3 protectors hurried back to the myriad poison cult with several dozen inner sect disciples. They were obviously much slower than the myriad poison ancestor. When the myriad poison ancestor hurried back to the myriad poison cult, they had not even completed a tenth of the journey. Xianliangmu and the others were all worried. They had no idea what had happened in the cult, but they were afraid of abandoning the regular disciples. If the 10 cave masters of Savage Mountain caught up to them, they would basically be cutting off the foundation of the cult. Of course, they were just overthinking. Just the name of the myriad poison ancestor was enough to deter any cave masters from taking this risk. Although they had not come across any actual danger in this battle, they were all exhausted. They all sat down to meditate and recover. A while later, only Yu Wufeng stood up. He held the fogbow sword and gazed in the direction the myriad poison cult had retreated in. He seemed to be in thought. My king must have lured the myriad poison ancestor away. Regular disciples can't fly fast, so they'll definitely fall behind. And, without the geographical advantage, they won't be able to recover much of their strength through pills alone. Why don't you catch up and take a look, brother you? The gentleman of heavenly blubber said with a smile. He had lost quite a lot of his fat again, turning into a fatty that weighed 250 kilograms. Fatty, you sure are cunning. Are you trying to send me to my death? Yu Wufeng said coldly. Even without the myriad poison ancestor, how was he supposed to contend against Qianliangmu and the others all by himself? Once he was kept busy, once the myriad poison ancestor and the others returned, he really would have no idea how he died. Not exactly. It's not like I know how to ride the sword, so it's not easy for me to come and go. If you can kill a few people from the myriad poison cult, you'll be doing a great service for Savage Mountain. With my king's clear distinction between kindness and grievances, perhaps he'll return your freedom? The gentleman of heavenly blubber chuckled. He was eager for Yu Wufeng to run into the myriad poison ancestor and die outside. That way, he would be the rightful first cave master of Savage Mountain. Li Qingshan would be the king of savages, while he would be the crown prince. However, that was not a lie. Yu Wufeng was not an idiot, so why would he fall for it? Sure enough, Yu Wufeng gazed at the gentleman of heavenly blubber deeply and became tempted. With his strength, as long as he did not run into the myriad poison ancestor directly, he would not be in too much danger. Let's work together. A black figure appeared. Ghost Shadow was rather confident in his techniques of stealth. He was confident that as long as he did not clash with the myriad poison ancestor, he would be able to protect himself. He had been tempted by what the gentleman of heavenly blubber had said, so he wanted to see whether there was any merit he could earn. All right. Yu Wufeng made up his mind. He slapped the fogbow sword and stood up with it in hand. He fused with the sword and turned into a streak of white light, flying off. Let's go too. Yi Liusu said before merging into the darkness with Yi Liuxing and Yi Liubua, tailing after him. The myriad poison ancestor rode a great green cloud together, currently flying towards the myriad poison cult. A streak of light pursued them from behind, but they were still over 5 kilometers away. Yu Wufeng's eyes narrowed, and he brought his fingers together like a sword, gently brushing past the fogbow sword. Sword chi flowed in the surroundings, and his white hair drifted about. Suddenly, he stabbed out. An extremely resplendent streak of white light shot towards the green cloud. He only hoped to keep the people of the myriad poison cult here for a moment so that Ghost Shadow could find an opportunity to strike. If he could kill a few disciples of the myriad poison cult, that would obviously be for the best. The streak of light shot into the green cloud. The green cloud that seemed extremely soft surged and actually devoured and digested the streak of light with ease. Yu Wufeng came to a halt and frowned. The myriad poison cult really did have some tricks up their sleeves. They did not just gather together randomly. Instead, they merged their powers together, vaguely forming some sort of formation. Even Ghost Shadow probably would not be bold enough to venture deep and carry out an assassination. Qianliangmu flew out of the green cloud and smiled. Have you come to see me off, Cave Master you? That's right. I've long heard of the poisonous young master's great name. You stand alongside my junior brother, Peng Jingni, as a hero. Are you bold enough to face me in battle today? Yu Wufeng stood with his sword. He had noticed the myriad poison ancestor was not around a long time ago, so he spoke with composure. However, he also considered whether to advance or retreat inside. He probably could not take advantage of the situation this time. However, leaving was only a matter of a word. The fogbow sword moved extremely quickly, so these people definitely could not catch up to him. Qianliangmu said, Cave Master Yu's courage is admirable. You're even more suited to be the next pavilion master of the South Sea Sword Pavilion than your junior brother. It's just a pity that you're bound by a blood oath, which is quite a pity. Junior brother, are you going to collude with the enemy in front of so many disciples? Don't waste your breath on him. Go kill this puppy from the South Sea Sword Pavilion. The centipede man said impatiently. Qianliangmu originally wanted to mock Yu Wufeng a little, hoping that he would charge over forcefully, but he never expected to be interrupted by his senior brother first. He became furious. Senior brother wants me to die with him, but I just won't let you have your way. Yu Wufeng was originally the first senior brother of the South Sea Sword Pavilion, while senior brother is also the first senior brother of our myriad poison cult. We should decide who's stronger today. Stop arguing, senior brothers. You've made a fool out of yourself for no reason. Let's just ignore this kid and hurry back to the myriad poison cult. There will be a day when we claim his life in the future, the Spider-Woman urged. The Spider-Woman urged. She received the agreement of the elders and protectors too. They were rather worried about the myriad poison ancestors' sudden departure. Even if you can escort someone for 1,000 kilometers, they'll still have to part in the end. Please return, Cave Master Yu. We'll definitely come again in the future. Xianliangmu clasped his hands. He personally believed that as a member of the royal clan, he would not be as vulgar as these southern barbarians. He would always display the bearing of a prince no matter what. Yu Wufeng said nothing. This time only the 10 cave masters could stand a chance against him. Right when he was about to retreat resolutely, a strange sound suddenly rang out by his ear. The sound was like a dragon's cry, enough to stun ghosts and gods, ringing through the clouds. It was also like a Buddhist chant, righteous and righteous, delivering all life from suffering. When he heard it, even his soul trembled. Yu Wufeng immediately shut off his sense of hearing, but it was useless. The sound grew louder and louder, boundless and omnipresent. Since when did the South possess an ability like that? Yu Wufeng gazed into the distance. The red glow in the west seemed to be burning. The sound flew over from the layers of light. A speck of golden light flashed, like a bright star rising up in the night sky, growing brighter and brighter, growing closer and closer. It's her. Who is it? The Spider-Woman cried out involuntarily. If it was said that Yu Wufeng only felt shock, then the members of the myriad poison cult felt actual pressure. The green cloud they controlled rippled, vaguely showing signs of shattering. It was no longer as relaxed as it was when it swallowed Yu Wufeng's sword. Little and was covered in brilliant light, but it was unable to conceal her dazzling golden light. Her bluish-white monk's robes rippled as she flew towards the green cloud. She opened her mouth slightly and unleashed the secret technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga that even the golden cicada spirit king had to find a way to secretly learn, the chant of Devanaga. Her pair of spectral eyes were unfazed, seeing through all forms and space, comprehending the mysteries of the Buddhist Dharma. She pushed this Buddhist secret technique to the limit, but what she used was the path of white bone and great beauty that could destroy all Buddhas. It's her. Xianliangmu gazed at the unforgettable face in the distance. He struggled to imagine that such a tremendous and profound voice actually came from the mouth of a petite woman like her. He had heard a long time ago that she was the most outstanding disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga in the past 1,000 years, yet she had risked everything to come to the south with Li Qingshan and risk her life. Under the great name of the King of Savages, she had remained silent the entire time, willing to serve as a foil, which made people unable to help but underestimate or even overlook her. After all, she had only undergone the second heavenly tribulation recently. Even if she was a genius, her strength was still limited. Only now did he come to a sudden realization that she was actually so powerful. She no longer seemed as obedient and pleasant as before. The bearing she gave off actually eclipsed all of them. She's that little and or whatever beside Li Qingshan. Perfect timing. Capture her and ask for a reward from Master. The centipede man pursed his lips in excitement. He had basically never heard of such great beauty. Perhaps he could even get close to her. Kill this bitch, the Spider-Woman called out, her face filled with jealousy. Idiot. Xianliangmu no longer cared about his bearing as a prince and cursed aloud, but his face was filled with shock. Xianliangmu's heart suddenly leapt into his throat. Those who had never seen Li Qingshan definitely could not. He wanted to experience the power and influence this man possessed. In terms of cultivation alone, every single elder and protector here surpassed him. As a result, while he possessed startling accomplishments in battle, it was very difficult for him to take the name King of Savages too seriously based on what he had heard. Just like how the myriad poison ancestor did not care about how the banyan tree king referred to him as fellow, all the cultivators who had reached their realm of cultivation were talented prodigies. All of them had gone through many years of arduous cultivation. All of them were confident in their own strength. No matter what, Li Qingshan was far too young in his 30s. Xianliangmu might seem like a young master on the surface, but according to the seniority of mortals, he was more than enough to be Li Qingshan's grandfather. The mighty greatest sect of the south had gathered their elites together. Even if the myriad poison ancestor was not present, why would they be afraid of a merely Xianxia's ambush? That was what they thought, and that was what the myriad poison ancestor thought too, which was why he left without worrying about their safety at all. However, Qian Liangmu had personally seen Li Qingshan and experienced the difference between them, so he understood fear. Since Li Qingshan was bold enough to draw away the myriad poison ancestor and purposefully intercept them here, he must have been quite confident. Glancing around, there were mountains and forests that rose and fell as far as the eye could see. Li Qingshan could be hiding anywhere. The vast surroundings suddenly became filled with killing intent, suffocating them. Little and pressed forward like a dazzling star, flying over from the western horizon. The chant of Devanaga became deeper and clearer, echoing through the surroundings. Even with the green clouds in the way, the elders and protectors felt their blood surge. They struggled to even focus their soul senses. The regular disciples were even worse off. They clutched their heads and collapsed on the clouds. They felt like their souls had been tossed into surging waves, about to be ripped apart and annihilated at any time. So this is the supreme cultivation technique of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, the chant of Devanaga. Sure enough, it's something. Oh no, we can't let her continue using it. Let's strike together and take her down. As he spoke, little and was already within 10 miles. The power of the chant of Devanaga was unleashed to the extreme, and he had no intention of slowing down at all. In just a breath's time, the two sides would officially engage in battle. The 10,000 poison cult's disciples were itching to give it a try. Just as they were about to attack, they suddenly felt their bodies become heavy, as if they were about to be pulled down from the sky. Their bodies staggered. The green cloud surged and was on the verge of collapse, and those normal disciples who were already suppressed by the chant of Devanaga in the first place spat out blood, feeling like their organs were about to rupture. Qian Liangmu's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly raised his head. They're here. Amidst the white clouds, in the depths of the sky that was dyed red by the multicolored light, a black dot appeared. It was rapidly enlarging and falling at an unbelievable speed. The strong wind whistled past Li Qingshan's ears. Wisps of white turbulence appeared around Li Qingshan's body, leaving the white clouds far behind him. The dark green land blew in his face. He unfurled his wings of wind to the limit, and the flames of the phoenix blazed. Wind and fire merged together, dragging behind him like a long, glowing tail of a comet. After undergoing the phoenix's nerva and rebirth in fire, he unleashed this form again, but it was much faster and much more powerful than before. In the blink of an eye, the 10,000 poison cult had already arrived before him. He could clearly see the shock on their faces. The corner of Li Qingshan's lips curled into a smile. He spread open the fingers on his right hand and bent his right arm backwards. Have you ever heard of a palm style that descends from the sky? From the moment Qian Liangmu saw Li Qingshan, the sense of danger he had developed from experiencing countless life-or-death situations basically roared out. He took out a great shifting talisman he had been saving up for a very long time without any regard and activated it. However, his seniors and juniors, as well as the elders and protectors, clearly did not believe there was a need for that. His two seniors and juniors even mocked his cowardice inside, thinking about how they should report him to the myriad poison ancestor. An elder beamed with joy. He pointed at the sky and bellowed, "He's the king of savages, Li Qingshan. Take him down quickly. We've really searched far and wide for him, only to find him right before our eyes. There's a path in heaven, yet you refuse to take it, yet you barge into hell. Seriously." Li Qingshan slammed down with his palm, suddenly turning into a colossal palm. The huge shadow it cast down enveloped all of the myriad poison cult, crushing down like a mountain. Bang! The green cloud shattered, and there were many muffled explosions inside. Clouds of bloody mist rose up. Li Qingshan's descent slowed down. He unfurled his wings and folded them up, landing gently on the ground. He dispersed his demonic armor, and his scarlet eyes turned pitch black. His right hand returned to normal too. He swung it around and exhaled gently. This move is powerful, but it sure takes up quite a lot of energy and demon chi. Fortunately, my control over my power has indeed become much more refined after the phoenix's nerva. In the past, I'd have to smash into the ground before I could stop. Yu Wufeng widened his eyes and opened his mouth, unable to return to his senses for quite a while. After cultivating for all these years, he personally believed he was knowledgeable. He had seen all sorts of strange things, but he had never been as surprised as he was today. From the moment Little End appeared, he had been prepared to provide support. After all, she was in possession of the Blood Oath Scroll. When Li Qingshan descended from above, he swung the fogbow sword, ready to put on a good show. However, before he could even unleash a sword technique, Li Qingshan had already flown over with a swish. Who knew how many times faster than when he rode his sword? And then, the myriad poison cult was gone. 2 direct disciples, 3 protectors, 5 elders, as well as dozens of inner court disciples, all of them had vanished from the world. If it weren't for the faint smell of blood drifting in the wind, he would have suspected that the 10,000 poison cult had used some sort of miraculous mass teleportation technique. Even though he had witnessed it with his own eyes, he still struggled to believe it. The core elites of the myriad poison cult had all been slapped to death by a single palm strike like this. Ghost Shadow could not help but emerge from his concealment. His expression was no different from Yu Wufeng's. The strength of the ox and tiger, the speed of the phoenix, coupled with the tremors of the ox demon, the gravity of the earth, and the wings of wind formed a terrifying force. Let alone a group of second or first heavenly tribulation cultivators, even the myriad poison ancestor would be heavily injured if he managed to survive that strike. Of course, it was basically impossible for him to land a strike like this in a battle of the same level. Even with the suppression of strength, Li Qingshan wanted to make little and bait the enemies first, making them stay where they were and distract them. He made the spirit turtle calculate for a very long time before striking out boldly, launching a palm strike like this. And the outcome of being struck by his strike was no longer as simple as being reduced to mincemeat. All of their bones and flesh would be completely destroyed, reduced to a bloody mist. Coincidentally, the moment Li Qingshan landed on the ground, Little End flew over. She swung the blood sea banner and sucked the bloody mist and souls into it. In the evening sky, a few stars had already opened their eyes silently, gazing over coldly. The world. A streak of green light swept past and suddenly halted. The myriad poison ancestor's expression changed drastically, becoming filled with disbelief. He murmured, "Impossible, impossible. Just who is it?" He refused to believe that Li Qingshan possessed the ability to do so. It was exactly this wrong assessment that made him pay a heavy price. He gritted his teeth, and a layer of green appeared on his face. He sped up and flew away without any regard for the cost of his cultivation. When he was close to where the people of the myriad poison cult had died, he suddenly heard a call from below. "Master! I'm here." Who was it? Who did it? The myriad poison ancestor arrived beside Qian Liangmu in a flash and grabbed him by the shoulder, asking viciously. It was Li Qingshan. Just him? And that Little End used the chant of Devanaga to intercept us. I sensed that something was amiss, so I used a great shifting talisman. Don't tell me. Qian Liangmu had escaped, but just now, he still doubted whether he had made a mistake. He was worried about how he was supposed to explain things to the myriad poison ancestor if Li Qingshan was not as dangerous as his instincts told him. Only now did he finally confirm he was right when he saw the myriad poison ancestor's expression, and the situation seemed to be even more severe than he had imagined. There were so many people. Did none of them escape? Humph, you sure know how to run. The myriad poison ancestor glared at Qian Liangmu. I deserve to die. Please punish me, master. Qian Liangmu said. Whatever. It's already impressive that you managed to escape. Once I ascend, you'll be the next leader of the myriad poison cult. Don't let me down. The myriad poison ancestor waved his hand and gradually calmed down. He gazed in the direction of Savage Mountain with a sunken face. Master, what should we do now? Qian Liangmu had no idea whether he should laugh or cry now that he had obtained what he had been dreaming of. He asked carefully. Li Qingshan and the others had probably fled back to Savage Mountain already. When Li Qingshan was not around, even if they gathered the strength of the entire myriad poison cult, they still could not take down Savage Mountain, let alone now when only the 2 of them remained. They would just be asking to be humiliated if they went. However, he was not bold enough to say that to the myriad poison ancestor. However, the myriad poison ancestor was not a mediocre person. It had just been many years since he suffered such a great loss, which was why he had been careless. Now that he had been dealt a heavy blow, he had already made up his mind. You go back to myriad poison cult to hold down the fort. I want to go somewhere. I will not rest until I crush Li Qingshan's bones and scatter his ashes. That's strange. The myriad poison ancestor actually hasn't attacked. So much for rushing back in such a hurry. Li Qingshan stood at the top of the tall tower on the main peak of Savage Mountain. He shaded his eyes with his hand and gazed at the sky. All he saw was the setting sun. The sky was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was like water. He's a sect master after all. He won't be so unwise. Little and sat on the edge of the tower. The stars reflected in his eyes as his long hair drifted in the night breeze. Heh, fair enough. What a pity. I was planning on cursing him a little more. Li Qingshan looked away and said in some pity. He won't just swallow his anger. We still need to take precautions, said Little, and, as long as the king of Southern Yu doesn't launch a full-scale attack, who can get through our Tree King formation? Li Qingshan smiled. In the valley, the Banyan Tree King sighed helplessly. I'll have to worry about this kid again. In my knowledge, there are still some. Little and said. Hopefully, it's not such a troublesome opponent, or it would not be impossible for the foundation of Savage Mountain to be destroyed in a day. Li Qingshan said, the world is vast, and there are as many powerful people as there are clouds. However, we won't be at the mercy of others anymore. We must repay them tenfold. In the Azure Field. What's your relationship with that Li guy? We've worked so hard, yet you're the one who benefits the most. Yinqing sighed emotionally. She stared at a bald demon general with average strength and low intelligence. He was King Millipede. Friends. Millipede likes friends. Millipede rubbed his head and smiled foolishly. Every single one of the dark green beads in his hand condensed with powerful spiritual energy. These were the main spoils of the battle, the 10 golden cores of the protector elders of the myriad poison cult. Due to their poison affinity, they were useless to Li Qingshan, so he tossed them all to Millipede. The 10 poisonous cores were enough for Millipede to save 1,000 years of time. His status as a demon commander was already set in stone, and his chances of becoming a demon king had increased drastically. Yinqing was filled with admiration for this treatment. She felt even more admiration for Li Qingshan now. If she returned to the Azure realm one day, following an Azure king like this did not seem like a bad choice. However, right now, she should properly enjoy this rare vacation. Yinqing sat down cross-legged and took out an exquisite teapot from a pile of 100 treasures pouches. She pinched a handful of tea leaves and brewed them with spiritual water. She filled a cup, and green smoke curled up as a strange fragrance wafted through the air. Millipede no longer looked at the poisonous cores. Instead, he stared straight at the teacup, drooling. Yinqing put down the teacup. Sigh, you're so disgusting. Whatever. Wipe away your drool. I'll treat you to a cup. Your Majesty, the cave masters are awaiting your arrival at the Wild King Hall. They invite you over to give them instructions. Yu Wufeng arrived at the main peak and clasped his hands towards Li Qingshan at the top of the tower. His attitude had become extremely respectful. Although he had lost to Li Qingshan in the past and was forced to swear a blood oath, he had always been rather reluctant to accept it. He just felt like Li Qingshan did not make him stay behind with his own strength. However, after the battle today, his mind had become extremely shaken. The South Sea Sword Pavilion and the myriad poison cult had been at odds for many years. They had always treated each other as mortal enemies. Countless hot-blooded battles and tragic sacrifices had been written between the South and the South Sea. As it turned out, it was all because of a single palm strike from him. Even if I undergo the third heavenly tribulation, I'm not his opponent. But the most terrifying part is that he's only in his 30s. Not only was he shocked by Li Qingshan's great strength, but he also felt like his worldview had been shattered and his horizons had been broadened. Li Qingshan leapt down. Let's go. The Savage King Hall was a hall built by the gentlemen of Heavenly Blubber on Savage Mountain. It was made from 1,000,000 tons of black basalt, sitting majestically on the mountain ridge. It had not been sculpted, but it gave off a primitive, savage aura. It seemed especially deep under the night sky. In the center of the hall was a black, rock throne. Below it were 10 slightly smaller seats to the left and right. The 9 cave masters had already taken their seats. Apart from Ghost Shadow, who remained silent, the other cave masters discussed and communicated with one another. The gentleman of heavenly blubber was the most active. At this moment, a tall figure appeared at the entrance of the hall. Xianxia strode in. The cave masters stood up at the same time, bowing and clasping their hands. "Greetings, my king." Their unified voices echoed through the empty hall, filled with similar fear and respect. Xianxia walked past them and arrived before the black throne, examining it. The throne stood high up, its base fused with the ground. According to the aesthetics of the South, it was carved into many skeletons. However, the back of the throne was jagged like a sword, black rock that had not been carved. It stabbed straight into the sky. Xianxia shook his head. "It's just a rock." The gentleman of heavenly blubber wanted to turn Savage Mountain into a demonic sect. He had put in quite a lot of effort, but it had never gone well. The cave masters all had their own plans. None of them could tell what he was planning. "Even that Li guy hasn't taken the initiative, yet you damn fatty blabbered on endlessly. Seriously, the eunuchs are more worried than the emperor." However, after this battle, the cave masters could not help but re-evaluate the feasibility of this plan. Since even the myriad poison cult could do nothing to them, and Xianxia had even destroyed their entire sect, Savage Mountain was clearly about to rise up as the greatest organization in the South. It was even more impossible for them to rely on external forces to break free. As a result, the rock beneath Xianxia's bottom was no longer a rock, but a throne that grasped the power of life and death. It was enough to make people envious. One day, when Xianxia grew tired of sitting on it, whoever sat on it would become the new king of savages. Xianxia had no intention of founding some large organization, nor did he believe he had any talent for leadership. However, this was the cultivation community. Strength would obviously have people submitting to you. Strength could replace tactics and schemes. You've all worked hard with the myriad poison cult's invasion this time. Xianxia waved his hand, and everyone answered loudly, "Serving the king is our duty." The myriad poison cult has no idea what's good for them. I've already destroyed their entire sect, leaving only the myriad poison ancestor. I still don't have confidence in killing him, so I'll spare him for now. I'll definitely make him pay the price in the future. Almighty my king. If it weren't for you today, of course, I wouldn't have been able to get through this formation, but I've already said it before. I'll remember who works for me. Especially Second Fatty. Look how much thinner you've become. Xianxia pointed at the first seat to his left. The wide, stone chair was basically unable to contain the gentleman of heavenly blubber's fat. The gentleman of heavenly blubber turned it down, but his fat jiggled from laughter. He changed the topic and said, "My king, as the saying goes, nothing can be accomplished without rules. Our Savage Mountain still needs a set of rules. We can't just rely on the blood oath scroll, just in case someone slacks at a critical moment and watches us make a fool out of ourselves." Xianxia glanced around. "Do you have any objections?" The cave masters expressed their approval one after another. Xianxia said, "All right. Second Fatty, I'll leave this matter to you." "Wait." One of the cave masters stood up to stop them. "Oh?" Xianxia looked up and saw that the one who had spoken was actually the Marquis of Serene Sea. He thought to himself, ever since this old fellow made the blood oath, as long as I don't speak to him, he's never said a word. He doesn't think much of the other cave masters either. Why did he suddenly take the initiative to speak today? Marquis, what do you think? Don't tell me you have other thoughts and want to return to your Serene Sea Marquis residence? The gentleman of heavenly blubber turned around. The friendliness unique to fatties had suddenly vanished, replaced by a fierce-looking, hideous face. It was enough to remind people that he was also a notorious demonic cultivator in the South. I wholeheartedly agree with Second Cave Master's suggestion. However, the so-called rules are first and foremost to distinguish between superiors and inferiors. In the southern wilderness, there's nothing else, only strength matters. My king, I request a match to redetermine the rankings. I refuse to believe I'm only the 10th cave master. The Marquis of Xianxia clasped his hands. Because he had sworn the blood oath last, he was ranked 10th. He had never taken this ranking seriously, but now, he wanted to stand forward and fight for it. Even if he could not defeat Yu Wufeng, was he supposed to be unable to defeat this fatty? The gentleman of heavenly blubber's viciousness grew even heavier. He never expected the Marquis of Xianxia to suddenly become enlightened and want to oppose him. A few other cave masters expressed their agreement with the Marquis of Xianxia's suggestion. Once the organization was established, numbers were no longer just numbers, but status and authority. Who was willing to submit to others? The current ranking will definitely change in the future, but with me, it's not just strength that matters. There's also merit. The fire-devouring kings have taken advantage of my powerlessness and insulted my incompetence, so I wish to destroy them to prove that I'm not powerless or incompetent. What do you all think? Why don't you voice it out? Xianxia straightened his body and placed his hands on the armrests as he suddenly said that. The hall fell silent. Why did he suddenly mention the fire-devouring kings? The fire-devourers were in existence much more troublesome than the myriad poison cult. Across the entire Mist Province, there were many more large sects than the Green Province, but their foundations were nowhere close to the Green Province's. Often, only the sect master would be a great cultivator who had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, passing it down through the generations in the sect. This was because the conflict in the Mist Province was far too intense. Not only was it between sects, but it was also within sections. If Qian Liangmu became the leader of the myriad poison cult, his two senior brothers and junior sister would probably flee elsewhere. If they underwent the third heavenly tribulation and were unable to take back the position of sect master, they would be forced to start anew and establish a new sect. This was why there were so many sects in the Mist Province and so many independent cultivators. However, across the entire Mist Province, there was only a single fire devourer, and they had never split up. The force they had accumulated through the generations was not something the myriad poison cult could rival. Fire devourers were extremely belligerent. Once they were provoked, it would be like poking a hornet's nest. What? You've all gone mute. Xianxia said. Please reconsider, my king. The fire devourers are no trifling matter. They're riddled with masters. Savage Mountain's formations might be overseen by the Banyan Tree King, but they might not be able to stop them, said the Marquis of Xianxia. The gentleman of heavenly blubber also cast aside their conflict and expressed his agreement with him. Once they declared war against the fire devourers, their chances of dying would increase drastically. The fire-devouring kings did not hold back when it came to killing. What a bunch of unreliable people. They'll do it when there's benefits and shrink back when there's trouble. Wufeng, what do you think? Xianxia asked the silent Yu Wufeng. I'm at your command, my king. I'm willing to serve you faithfully. Yu Wufeng immediately stood up. Xianxia frowned slightly. Originally, he wanted to see if he could borrow the South Sea Sword Pavilion's strength, but what Yu Wufeng was implying was that he did not want to drag the South Sea Sword Pavilion into this mess. This was why Xianxia had no interest in establishing some sort of organization, especially an organization established with a group of demonic cultivators. Rules and regulations were completely unreliable. Using the Blood Oath scroll to issue orders was much easier. He snorted inside, "You bastards, you better go fill up the crater of the volcano when the time comes." Under Xianxia's malicious gaze, the hall fell silent again. It was dark, and everyone was speechless. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from the entrance, "Young man, do you really plan on becoming enemies with the fire devourers?" The cave masters looked over, wondering who was bold enough to show such disrespect to Xianxia. All they saw was a woman in white standing there with a smile. Her skin was gentle like jade, seeming even fairer than her clothes, but she was only a foundation establishment cultivator. Meanwhile, little Anne, who wielded the power over their fates, stood beside her expressionlessly. "Don't be impudent. We're the king of savages now. Li Qingshan smiled and leaned back in his chair again. Greetings, my king. Ru Xian arrived before the throne and bowed gracefully. She seemed to be in an extremely good mood. What, you're still trying to persuade me not to become enemies with the fire devourers? Li Qingshan said. The cave masters looked at one another and exchanged glances. They secretly communicated with their soul sense. What a way this woman speaks. With her cultivation, she's actually saying she wants to destroy the fire devourers. Even if she undergoes the second heavenly tribulation, she's not even enough for the fire-devouring king to burn. Are you serious? You're not joking? Li Qingshan was rather surprised too. As it turned out, his hopes for Ru Xian were just to understand the inside story of the merfolk of the South Sea through her, and then find a way to convince the merfolk king to send troops to attack Fire Melt Mountain. He never thought she would want to destroy the fire devourers right off the bat. He stared into Ru Xian's eyes, trying to see through her thoughts. That's the only thing I won't joke about. Though, give me some time. I need to undergo the second heavenly tribulation, said Ru Xian. I don't want to believe you, but fine then. If there's anything you need, feel free to ask. Li Qingshan raised an eyebrow. He felt like her attitude had changed really quickly. She had gone from resolutely opposing it in the beginning to resolutely supporting it now. It was confusing. First of all, gather as much information as you can on the recent movements of the merfolk of the South Sea and the fire devourers, but don't alert them. Don't take on an opposing stance against Fire Melt Mountain or get close to the merfolk of the South Sea. Secondly, capture some fire devourers for me. They don't have to be too powerful, but you have to keep it a secret. It's best if they mistakenly believe it was done by them. Finally, I need to gather a few things. I need everyone's cooperation. Ru Xian spoke with confidence and composure. Clearly, she had a plan in mind. Li Qingshan did not ask what she wanted to do. He agreed to everything and ordered the cave masters to cooperate. The cave masters were reluctant to be ordered around by a foundation establishment cultivator, but these tasks were still better than risking their lives against the fire devourers. Who knew when she would undergo the second heavenly tribulation? By then, perhaps Li Qingshan would have already cooled down and no longer wanted to attack Fire Melt Mountain. The cave masters accepted their orders and dispersed. Only Li Qingshan and Ru Xian remained in the gloomy hall. Their eyes met. Li Qingshan wanted to say something, but he suddenly waved his hand. Forget it. You can say it when you want to say it. I want to talk about it now. Ru Xian smiled. Then. But since you want to hear it so much, I feel like I'll be at a disadvantage if I tell you. Ru Xian twirled a strand of her hair. Damn you. Li Qingshan cursed and laughed again. You've finally returned to normal. Although there was a hint of fierceness in his voice. Have I ever been abnormal? Ru Xian blinked her eyes, turned around, and waved her hand. I'm going to attend to my business. Young man, just sit on the chair and wait. Watching Ru Xian leave, Li Qingshan leaned against the armrest and supported his head with his hand. He asked, Did you say something to her? It's nothing. She just said you're determined to attack Fire Melt Mountain and take the divine Wutong tree for cultivation, which made her happy. Little and sat sideways on the armrest and reached out to touch Li Qingshan's cheek. You don't have to eat her now. Li Qingshan gently scooped her into his arms. With a smile. I'm afraid you won't be able to bear it. Humph, who likes to chew rocks? At the same time, the myriad poison ancestor moved through the pitch-black jungle. He slowed down, as if there would be a trap with every step he took. There was not a single person in the surroundings, but he could clearly sense countless prying eyes. He remained calm and composed. He believed the person he wanted to see would appear very soon. Suddenly, he stopped. The darkness became thicker and thicker, like a pool of black water surging in the silence. In this extreme darkness, even the surrounding environment became grotesque and motley. The trees twisted vaguely, like drifting silhouettes, imprinted in the darkness even darker than the darkness. Shadowy, black plants grew around the myriad poison ancestor. They were densely packed, with huge buds on the slender stems. Thousands of buds bloomed at the same time, but what bloomed were not flowers, but mouths with crisscrossed fangs. They said together, "Let's go." Myriad Poison, why aren't you enjoying yourself in the south? Why have you come to my shadow palace? Every single voice was ear-piercing. Thousands of them stacked together, enough to make people want to go deaf. Even the Myriad Poison ancestor became slightly restless. He made up his mind. "I want to ask you to kill someone for me, fellow." "Oh, someone I can kill but can't." You should know that the Shadow Palace never assassinates targets above the third heavenly tribulation, whether it's humans, demons, or other folk, or half-human half-demons, half-human half-other folk, or half-other folk half-demons. The Shadow Queen spoke extremely quickly. Her shadow rose up and formed a triplet in the air. Every stroke turned into the silhouettes of humans, demons, and other folk before rapidly weaving together to form so-called half-human, half-demons, and so on. No, not the third heavenly tribulation, but the second heavenly tribulation. Oh. That's interesting. Name? Xianxia. The Myriad Poison ancestor struggled to hide his resentment. "The king of savages, Xianxia. I refuse. Please return." The Shadow Queen seemed to consider it before turning him down firmly. Her shadow drew a cross in the air before drifting away. "Hold on, you still haven't heard my reward." The Myriad Poison ancestor took a step forward and extended his hand. The shadow plant suddenly merged into a colossal shadow monster, blocking the Myriad Poison ancestor's path. It roared out, "Did the King of Southern you send you? Does he want to drag the night roamers into the war between humans? Go back and tell him he can forget about it. I wish him the best of luck forever. I wish him that his own kind will chop off his head. No, this has nothing to do with the King of Southern you, the Mist Province, or even the Green Province. It's all about me." The Myriad Poison ancestor hesitated before finally revealing his grievances with Xianxia. To him, this was a great humiliation that he struggled to mention. The shadow monster let out a strange cackle from time to time. In the end, it said, "Infiltrating the Myriad Poison cult and killing people. I suspect it's the handiwork of that ghost shadow from Savage Mountain." "Hee, so you're talking about that child. I've let him rest up. It's time for him to come back and continue working. Thank you for telling me about him. I'll bring him back. Night roamers shouldn't be enslaved by others, but I don't think he has the ability. If you kill Xianxia, I'll shoulder all the blame. I'll announce that I was the one who took action. If you don't believe me, I can swear a venomous oath and take full responsibility for this matter. You'll receive 3 arcane treasures at the very least, as well as tremendous resources." The Myriad Poison ancestor said firmly. The venomous oath he spoke of was not an empty, venomous oath that mortals made. Instead, it was an oath that possessed great power. Unlike the Blood Oath Scroll, it could only take effect out of complete willingness. After a moment of silence, the shadow monster shrank and turned into a blurry figure. It sat in front of the Myriad Poison ancestor and rubbed its head with its slender arm. "Alright, let's talk about the reward now." Quite a while later, the thick darkness receded like the tide. The jungle returned to normal. The Myriad Poison ancestor looked around. Even in the end, he was unable to grasp the Shadow Queen's location. A bright moon hung in the sky. On the branch of a huge tree, a pair of deep blue eyes watched the Myriad Poison ancestor fly off into the distance. She fiddled around with a tumor-like, dark green sphere in her hand and smiled gently. "Xianxia, oh Xianxia. Haven't you heard of the saying that a tall tree attracts the wind? Do you really think you can run amok like a king? I'll just borrow your head tonight." As she spoke softly, she blinked her deep blue eyes, and her figure drifted away under the moon. She flew over mountains and rivers, through the vast sea of trees. When the moon set in the west, she arrived outside Savage Mountain. She circled around it and praised inside. It's no wonder that even Myriad Poison can't force his way in. These formations aren't particularly special, but the way they operate them can be described as having reached the pinnacle of perfection. If I want to sneak in without anyone noticing, it really will be rather troublesome. However, it was just troublesome. Very soon, the Shadow Queen passed through the thick mist and arrived in the valley. A huge tree towered into the sky in the valley, extremely eye-catching. She was taken aback. Why does this tree seem so familiar? And it seems to be the core of the protective formation. No way. Since when does the old tree king help people with something like guarding their home? Don't tell me it's just another banyan tree demon that looks similar? Filled with surprise, the Shadow Queen approached the banyan tree king. She wanted to investigate it more closely, but the sight below the tree only made her even more surprised. It was late at night right now, the time when night roamers were active. Night roamers came and went on the streets of the town that had just taken shape. There were both men and women, young and old. The older people still behaved in a quiet manner, making no sound at all. As for the young people and children, it was much livelier. They drank and feasted under the moon, playing around on the streets. If it were not for their ink blue skin and pointed ears, if it were not for the fact that the children moved as nimbly as a black panther when they played around, they were basically no different from humans. They seemed like a paradise that stood aloof from the world, tranquil and peaceful. The Shadow Queen slowed down and made her way through the streets. She was extremely confused and sighed. Is this really Savage Mountain? Why are there so many clansmen here? The children laughed as they passed through her body and disappeared into the corner of the street. Their laughter still lingered. She shook her head slightly, convinced that she had not fallen into some kind of illusion. The only person who could create such a realistic illusion and deceive her perception was probably that old monster from the South Sea. However, that old monster had never left the sea, and it was even more impossible for him to appear here. As the Shadow Queen approached the depths of the town, she became more and more surprised. Not only were there so many night roamers here, but their cultivations had also exceeded her expectations. According to her senses, there were 4 night roamers who had undergone the second heavenly tribulation in the valley alone, and there were even more who were close to this realm. They were just stuck at a bottleneck. If they were given enough resources and the right guidance, they would be able to become a core force of the Shadow Palace. I've really made the right decision to come here. Compared to magic treasures, this is the most precious thing. The Shadow Queen was rather excited too. After all, the greatest restriction to other folk was their population. They followed the ancient law of nature. The more powerful the bloodline, the more difficult it was for them to reproduce. As a result, every single clansman was extremely important. Even if they were not powerful, they could still contribute to the expansion of the race. She approached the banyan tree king, and her eyes suddenly narrowed. It really is this kid. The third cave master of Savage Mountain, Ghost Shadow, had changed from his secretive and silent ways. He currently stood under the canopy, on a damaged stone pedestal, loudly preaching something. A circle of male night roamers gathered around him, listening closely. His voice drifted over with the wind. We might be men, and our talent might not be as great as women, but that doesn't mean we should be inferior to others. Without our efforts, the night roamers would have gone extinct a long time ago. If we don't plant our seeds, will the earth sprout by itself? There was a series of cheers below the pedestal. In particular, as cultivators, we're even more equal, and our talent is actually better than most humans and demons. We can't give up on ourselves. We have to work hard on cultivation and change our status. Isn't the Savage King who rules over us right now a man? Everyone, say it with me. We have to become stronger. We have to become stronger. The male night roamers raised their arms and called out. All men, unite. We're not tools for procreation. All men, unite. We're not tools for procreation. Some of the young men shed tears of excitement, gazing at Ghost Shadow in great admiration. Although many female night roamers in the surroundings glanced at one another, no one stepped forward to stop them. After all, Ghost Shadow's strength was right there, and the cultivation method he passed down allowed everyone to benefit tremendously. If he wanted to say something, they would let him say it. Has this kid's brain become damaged after spending a few years in the South? Don't tell me he's trying to learn from humans and act like men are superior to women? I'd like to see what he's thinking. The Shadow Queen walked over and stared into Ghost Shadow's eyes. She was proficient in mind reading, and it was extremely effective against her own clansmen. In order to make it easier for him to speak, Ghost Shadow took off the mask he wore all year round, revealing a handsome face unique to night roamers. He was complacent, even more delighted than when he had assassinated a powerful enemy. Although he had betrayed the Shadow Palace and fled, as an other folk who had grown up in a race, he still cared about his clansmen quite a lot. The feeling of being connected by blood was not something humans could understand. Before human cultivators, he was a cold assassin, but he yearned for the recognition of his clansmen. During this period of time, he passed on knowledge to the night roamers as a tutor, earning him great respect. His once wounded heart was deeply satisfied, and he became determined to change the status of male night roamers. This was not just for his ideals, but the first step to interfering with the race. He thought, I'm stronger than Yi Liusu. If I undergo the third heavenly tribulation one day, I don't have to be some savage king. I'll just be the king of these night roamers. I'll call myself the Shadow King and show that old hag the Shadow Queen my power. Thinking up to there, Ghost Shadow suddenly shivered. The night wind seemed to chill slightly. He looked around and experienced an ominous feeling for some reason. Humph, old hag. You better be prepared to die of old age in bed, the Shadow Queen said viciously. She raised her head and gazed over. Though, this tree really does seem more and more like it the more I look at it. Wei Yang, is that you? Ocean's ancient voice suddenly rang out in her head. Yi Wei Yang sighed. Tree King, it really is you. If it were someone else, it would have been impossible for them to discover her existence. Hee, only you can enter the valley silently. Why don't you give up on the assassination and sit down and have a chat with him? The Banyan Tree King said. Li Qingshan was currently leaping down from the main peak. Just what benefits did Li Qingshan give you to make you act so biased? Not only do you help him maintain the formations, but you even divulged my whereabouts. Yi Wei Yang was rather displeased. If the Banyan Tree King had kept so many night roamers from her because he was abiding by his principles, she could understand that, but he had gone too far. He had gone against the basic principles he had always followed. Oh? Yi Wei Yang could not help but re-evaluate Li Qing, who flew through the air above Savage Mountain. Li Qing was scanning the surroundings. Clearly, he had not discovered her location and had only sensed something. However, if it was just the instincts of a sudden impulse, then that would be far too sharp. It did not match his cultivation. The Banyan Tree King was definitely not someone who lied. From what he was implying, if they clashed, it would be detrimental to her as well. However, that was a little too unbelievable. He was only at the second heavenly tribulation. No matter what kind of startling abilities he possessed, he would only be at the third heavenly tribulation at most. If she wanted to, she could still assassinate him. As a result, she said, it's not that I don't believe you, but I still have to give it a try. I'll have to see whether he has the right to sit down and talk with me. The Banyan Tree King said, then go ahead and give it a try. Li Qingshan was currently cultivating in the center of the mountain when he suddenly felt a sense of danger. He left the hall and arrived on the main peak to take a look. All he saw was the gentle night breeze, the bright moon, and the gloomy banyan tree. There was nothing out of the ordinary. What's wrong? Little and arrived beside him. Li Qingshan told him what he felt. The sense of danger was so fleeting, barely discernible. Perhaps I've made a mistake. Logically speaking, what kind of danger can I encounter if I stay on Savage Mountain? No, there's another possibility. Little and shook his head gently. He took out the bamboo jade lot of the cloud bookcase and closed his eyes to divine. What possibility? The Shadow Queen. Little and opened his eyes. The result of the divination was nothing, but that was within his expectations. Only the King of Assassins of the Mist Province, the Shadow Queen, could make him feel threatened on Savage Mountain while hiding from and deceiving his instincts. Fooling regular divination was nothing difficult. Myriad poison can't fight his way in, so he's asking for reinforcements? After being pointed out by Little Anne, the faint sense of crisis immediately became clear. Although it was still so weak that it was easy to ignore, Li Qingshan straightened his face and did not dare to be careless again. None of these kings and queens who had gone through 3 heavenly tribulations were easy to deal with, not to mention assassins who were good at defeating stronger opponents. Comparing the two, he was probably not the stronger one. Maybe she's already here. Li Qingshan flew down. His forehead lit up and turned into a single crystal-like eye. It shot out a beam of red light and scanned the valley. At the same time, he spread out his divine sense to search, but naturally, he found nothing. If she could discover her existence so easily, she wouldn't be a movie queen. Li Qingshan flew into the sky again. His eyes suddenly became tranquil, as blue as the ocean, allowing the spirit turtle to divine. The sense of danger became heavier and clearer, but it seemed to be shrouded by a black curtain, unable to find the source of danger. As a result, he no longer had any doubts. The Shadow Empress was here, but where exactly was she? Suddenly, he had a flash of inspiration. A power was prying into his mind. Using this thread of karma, he immediately obtained a result. She's right in front of me. Li Qingshan's face tensed up. Without saying anything else, he threw a punch forward. Yi Weiyang arrived before Li Qingshan and rubbed her chin as she studied this man known as the King of Savages. She was in no hurry to strike. You really do have some extraordinary bearing. The toughness of his body far surpasses that of regular people. He can rival demon commanders or even surpass them. There really aren't a lot of people who can stop him at the second heavenly tribulation. He can be described as a prodigy of talent. It's no wonder the Tree Lord treats him differently. However, if that's all there is to it, then tonight will be the night you die. Let me read your thoughts again. Just as Yi Weiyang used the mind-reading technique, Li Qingshan suddenly opened his eyes. His presence surged like a tsunami, surging through the boundless night and gathering in his right hand. His fist tore through the air. Yi Weiyang was finally moved. Not only was she shocked that he could discover her, but she was also shocked by the ferocity of this punch. Originally, in her current state, she could withstand most attacks without any problems. However, facing this punch, she felt something that she had not felt for a long time. Suppression. However, she was not at the level of Ghost Shadow, whose body twisted and moved like a shadow. Bang! Li Qingshan's punch landed in the air. In that instant, Endless Night felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The power of the shock spread out like a ripple. The space also rippled, and a shadow appeared in the air. In an instant, a white bone sword stabbed toward the shadow. Little and had made her move. Under the bright moon, the sword did not return. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and she looked like a fairy from another world. The bone sword was the same as her. It did not have any particularly shocking power. It did not reveal any aura, and even the moonlight was not tainted. It was just an ordinary sword that stabbed out. This was a sword that could kill Buddha. I've been assassinated? Yi Weiyang found this absurd. It was not because she had been careless, but because she had never thought that someone could hide their aura to this extent. Even she had not sensed it. However, a moment later, she realized that she had still underestimated this sword. The Buddha-slaying sword pierced through the darkness, and the shadow scattered like rags. The moonlight was bright, and the sky was boundless. Li Qingshan and Little and had their backs to each other. They communicated with their divine senses, as expected of the Shadow Empress. My punch only forced her out. It probably did not cause any damage. Little and said, my sword must have injured her. I just don't know how effective it was. But I have to let her know that my Savage Mountain is not a place where she can come and go as she pleases. Right now, it's true that she can come and go as she pleases, Little and said. There were probably not many people in the world who could kill her. Girl, don't be led astray by Ru Xian. Since you can't do it through force, you can do it more civilly. In the quiet night, Li Qingshan's voice suddenly broke the silence. He clasped his hands and said, I was unaware that the Shadow Empress had come to visit. I, Li Qingshan, have failed to welcome you from afar. Why don't you show yourself and have a drink with me? Under the great banyan tree, the night roamers were alarmed. They all raised their heads and looked around. When Ghost Shadow heard the two words Shadow Empress, his face changed drastically. Although he knew it was useless, he still looked around instinctively. The Shadow Empress. She's here. Has she come to take me away? If she learns about my plans, wouldn't that mean? When he thought up to there, he no longer dared to think about it anymore. He dismissed his thoughts in a hurry and stopped letting his thoughts run wild. With that punch alone, you're worthy of the title of King of Savages. Coupled with that strike, it's no wonder you can sweep through the south. Even the King of Southern you has underestimated you. Yi Weiyang's voice rang out slowly, drifting about. Hearing this voice, Ghost Shadow's face became even paler. Li Qingshan frowned slightly. Even with the power of the spirit turtle, he was unable to lock onto her location. This was the power of the greatest assassin of the Mist Province. She really did live up to her reputation. We've never had any grievances. I even have so many night roamers under my command, so we can be regarded as kindred spirits. Don't tell me you've been instigated by the myriad poison monster to oppose me? Before you say that, why don't you try to survive first, Li Qingshan? With a gentle wave of his right hand, he ripped open an abyss in the vast moonlight, like a huge, black mouth with crisscrossed fangs. Thousands of shadow crows flapped their wings and surged over like a black tide, swallowing Li Qingshan and Little and Master. Yi Liubo heard the disturbance and emerged from her dwelling. When she saw this, she cried out in surprise. Yi Weiyang glanced at her and felt displeased. With your strength, you actually have to acknowledge someone as your master. You've really embarrassed the night roamers. Once I kill them, I'll take you back to the Shadow Palace and train you properly. That's... After the crows flew past, an azure blue sphere hovered in the air, enveloping Li Qingshan and Little Anne. Although it was riddled with cracks, it managed to block all of the attacks. Yi Weiyang was slightly surprised. He actually managed to block it. What a powerful defense. However, this did not seem to be a technique, but an innate ability of demons. As it seemed, he also possessed the bloodline of demons, which gave her a slight understanding of why the Banyan Tree King wanted to protect him. Shadow Queen, feel free to use whatever moves you have, Li Qingshan said. Gloomy demon chi turned into a set of vicious demonic armor, and the demon dragon sword spiraled out, producing a dragon's roar as it pointed straight at the Shadow Queen. Just now, when the crows passed through, the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in his head, I want to resolve this matter for you and bring peace to both sides. However, she'll only accept it after seeing your strength, so do your best. Li Qingshan thanked the Banyan Tree King inside. It really was all thanks to him that he could come to the Mist Province this time. However, if he wanted to resolve this crisis, he still needed to rely on his own strength. Before he had even finished speaking, a cry rang out by his ear, all right. The moonlight cast a long shadow beneath Li Qingshan's feet. Suddenly, it sprung alive, turning into a blurry figure. One hand wrapped around Li Qingshan's neck from behind, while the other turned into a blade and plunged into his back. Blood spurted out, turning into flames. Whether it was the demonic armor or the spirit turtle's profound shell, they were completely useless. Li Qingshan's pupils constricted as he made a backhanded grab. The demon subduing pagoda suddenly appeared and condensed above his head, casting down a huge shadow. It was accumulating power and was about to strike down. As long as he could pull her into close combat, even the strongest assassin would have to die here. Little and also attacked at the same time. The Buddha-slaying sword pierced through the shadow without a sound. Li Qingshan also grabbed thin air. The shadow twisted and retreated, returning to Li Qingshan's feet, becoming an ordinary shadow. It turned out that it wasn't Yi Weiyang's real body, but rather, it was just a spell that she had cast. It was so vicious and sinister that it was impossible to defend against it. All of this happened in a split second. At this moment, the flames from the blood had only produced a single spark before returning to Li Qingshan's body. The wound closed up immediately. Before Li Qingshan could even relax, another wave arose before the first had even settled. Thousands of shadow plants grew out of the space there, extending and curling around the spirit turtle's profound shell firmly. The spirit turtle's profound shell creaked as the cracks became denser and denser. It was already on the verge of shattering. Isn't the heart a weak point? Then let's try here. Yi Weiyang's figure suddenly appeared. She held a small bow that resembled a crescent moon in her hand, while she held a fine grain of sand that shone with silver light in her right hand. The bow was the crescent moon bow, a supreme treasure that had been passed down through the ancient kingdom of night. It had always been wielded by the Shadow Queen in the Shadow Palace, while the sand was stellar sand, refined from stellar stones. She drew the bowstring that resembled silver threads, and the fine sand flickered like stars. She aimed it right at Li Qingshan's forehead and loosened it gently. It was called the crescent moon shooting form. A streak of starlight pierced through the air. The spirit turtle's profound shell shattered loudly. The fragments scattered and shone brightly. Li Qingshan swung the demon dragon sword. The tip of the sword trembled, blocking the stellar sand, but he did not feel much resistance. He thought, oh no. The starlight suddenly scattered, turning into thousands of silver threads that landed on Li Qingshan's body. His body only felt a slight pain, like he had been bitten by insects. But in that moment, thousands of stars lit up in Li Qingshan's soul, flickering as if they wanted to shatter his soul. Even his will wavered. As it turned out, this move was not meant to harm the body, but to directly attack the soul. Sigh, I've wasted another grain of stellar sand. Since the body is tough, I'll attack the soul and sea of consciousness. That's the way of assassination. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. You've suffered 3 fatal strikes from me in a row. You won't die in vain. Yi Weiyang stowed the crescent moon bow away and looked at Li Qingshan, but she was disappointed once again. The spirit turtle suppresses the seas. Li Qingshan bellowed inside. The figure of the spirit turtle appeared, shining brightly and suppressing the stars. The phoenix danced through the air, repairing his damaged soul. A while later, his mind cleared up and he said proudly, is that all? Yi Weiyang let out an interjection of surprise. She understood the power of the crescent moon bow the best. She thought even if Li Qingshan survived, he would faint. That was because people with tough bodies often lacked the tempering of their souls. However, she did not know that Li Qingshan practiced the 4 transformations of the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine. His soul was even stronger than his body. Suddenly, she thought of something, and the Buddha-slaying sword swung down from behind. As it turned out, when Li Qingshan drew away Yi Weiyang's attention, Little and had already circled around her silently. Against an opponent like her, the skull prayer beads and the blood sea banner were not particularly effective. Only the Buddha-slaying sword was bold enough to land a blow on her. Qing's punch came effortlessly. This damned girl, why isn't she breathing at all? If I get injured again, I'll be utterly humiliated tonight. I'll show you what's good for this time. With a flash, Yi Weiyang dodged the strike. She was slightly annoyed inside. His deep blue eyes stared at the beautiful face that was as tranquil as water. He swung the crescent moon star shooting bow in his hand, and the bowstring suddenly flew out, sweeping towards Xiao En's neck like a blade. Little and ignored it, continuing to swing at the Shadow Queen. It was just the same plain strike, without any sharp light or chilling sword chi. Nice. Li Qingshan praised inside. He never thought that not only would her cultivation progress so quickly in the past few years in the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but even her swordsmanship had improved so much. She had merged the Buddhist Dharma and Zen principles into the path of the sword, breaking away from the sword intent of the 3 absolutes calligraphy and forming a style of her own. Yi Weiyang brushed past Little and dodged Li Qingshan's attack at the same time, but a bloody mark appeared on her face. Although she had dodged the Buddha-slaying sword, she was still injured by the invisible sword chi, which made her even more furious. However, compared to the damage she had caused, this was basically a negligible sacrifice. She was actually so fearless of her life. A thin, bloody mark appeared on Little En's fair neck, circling around it. The bowstring had already severed it, but she still paid no attention to it. She combined their swords with Li Qingshan and charged towards the Shadow Queen again. Yi Weiyang's body flickered, swimming through the blades. Her heart was filled with disbelief. She's been beheaded, but she's actually treating it like nothing. Is she still human? In this world, unless they were ghosts, the body was extremely important. No matter how high their cultivation was, they could not be damaged so easily. However, Little and even Li Qingshan had both broken this common sense. Speaking from their very nature, they were not human. Little and practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, so her body was just an illusion. When the bowstring swept past, it only separated her neck bone slightly. Li Qingshan went without saying. Only someone who could overwhelm him with absolute strength like the Dragon King of the Sea could kill him. The two of them worked together to fend off a powerful enemy. They were extremely well coordinated. sword qi interwove layered on top of each other. However, Yu Weiyang moved through the streaks of light like a fish in the surging waves. She was completely unscathed. In the end, she leapt up and merged into the night again. For now, it's difficult for her to pose a fatal threat to me and Shaoan, but it's almost impossible to kill her. If she keeps dodging, we won't even be able to harm her. She really is the most difficult person to deal with since coming to the southern border. Li Qingshan furrowed his brows in thought. Compared to the Shadow Queen, the fire-devouring kings instead posed a greater threat to him, as the strength of assassins lay in targeting vital points and defeating those stronger than them despite being weaker. However, if they did not have any vital points, the threat of an assassin would be drastically reduced. Meanwhile, the fire-devouring king's powers of flames could crush them head-on. No matter what their weak points were, they would be burnt to a crisp as long as they were not strong enough. However, in comparison, killing the Shadow Queen was much more difficult than killing the fire-devouring kings. The two of them are at the second heavenly tribulation, but the strength they've demonstrated is already close to third heavenly tribulation cultivators. And, I don't know what cultivation method they practice, but their bodies are vastly different from regular people. Piercing their hearts and beheading them is useless. No wonder the myriad poison is so generous. I didn't think the matter would actually be so troublesome. Yu Weiyang was no longer as relaxed as she was in the beginning. She began to think seriously. If I want to kill him, I'll have to take some risks and engage him in close combat. Yu Weiyang's eyes turned cold, and she silently took out a dagger. The dagger was around a foot in length and completely black and transparent, like a half-transparent shadow. A black snake coiled around the hilt. Her killing intent immediately sharpened. The spirit turtle let out a shrill warning. Li Qingshan frowned. Shadow Queen, if you attack again, I'm going to run. Run? Yu Weiyang found this rather funny. If he had said it out loud, then so be it, but he actually used a threat like that. You can try to kill me, or there will be a day when I flatten the Shadow Palace. Li Qingshan said resolutely. He unfurled his phoenix wings to the limit, and the fierce winds began to whistle. He was only waiting to flap his wings and take flight. He could not deal with the Shadow Queen, but was the Shadow Queen supposed to kill him so easily? If you insist on going against me today, don't blame me for returning the favor tenfold in the future. Alright, then I'll try. Why would Yu Weiyang allow herself to be threatened? She smiled coldly and swung the dagger, about to strike. All of you, get over here. The Banyan Tree King's ancient voice suddenly rang out, echoing through the mountains and demonstrating great dignity. Yu Weiyang and Li Qingshan were both taken aback. The Banyan Tree King had a mild temperament and was particular about letting nature take its course. He rarely gave orders so sternly. Although he had always been as gentle and benevolent as an old grandfather, even the Shadow Queen dared not disobey him once he became stern. She revealed herself and arrived before the great banyan tree. This was not out of fear, but out of respect. Whether it be the night roamers or the Shadow Queen herself, they had all benefited greatly from him. The curved moon sank a little further. Their clash had only lasted for a moment, and the danger Li Qingshan had faced was one of the few battles he had faced in his life. He had not used his full strength, and the Shadow Queen had clearly held back too. If they continued fighting, Li Qingshan personally believed he could not do anything to her. Taking a beating passively was not in his character, so all he could do was avoid her for now. However, if he did that, his series of plans in the south would be greatly affected. Now that the Banyan Tree King had stepped forward to mediate, it was for the best. As a result, he arrived before the great banyan tree and maintained his distance from the Shadow Queen. Although she had appeared, she was still blurry as if she could merge with the darkness at any time. It was even more impossible to see her face clearly. Li Qingshan did not disperse his demonic armor either. He temporarily folded up his phoenix wings, letting them hang on his back like two balls of fire. He could not place all his hopes on others at any time. He had to be prepared for the worst. Please allow me to mediate for the two of you. Although the Banyan Tree King said please, his tone left no room for negotiation. The cloud-like canopy swayed gently in the night wind, producing a rustling sound. It was a tangible sense of the dignity this demon king of the Mist Province possessed. Please go ahead. Yi Weiyang fiddled around with the shadow dagger in her hand and glanced at Li Qingshan. Weiyang, you said you wanted to test his qualifications, so I let you try. What do you think now? The Banyan Tree King asked. He's qualified. Yi Weiyang could not help but admit this. His strength could be described as exceeding her expectations. Then let's sit down and talk. The Banyan Tree King said. 2 aerial roots drooped down, coiling into 2 seats. A wooden pillar rose up between the seats, holding a simple, wooden teapot and a few teacups. There's no need to talk. He's actually using the Shadow Palace to threaten me. He's definitely going to die tonight. Yi Weiyang did not sit down. Although she respected the Banyan Tree King, she still had her pride as the Shadow Queen. Then let's give it a try. Li Qingshan laughed, baring his fangs. He was never a kind person. If the 2 of you can really fight to the death, how can I be a good person for nothing? If you trust me, then sit down. The Banyan Tree King said. He was not a peacemaker who would stick his nose into everything. His mediation was to protect the interests of both parties. At this point, Yi Weiyang couldn't say anything more. She sat down, and Li Qingshan also sat opposite her. They looked at each other warily. Qingshan, this mediation is related to the success or failure of your matters in the southern border. You can't fight because of personal feelings anymore. I am willing to help you resolve today's crisis. Weiyang, I've known you for a long time and can be considered to have an understanding of your strength. This mediation concerns the future of you and the Shadow Palace, so you can't underestimate me anymore. I'll help you avoid future disasters. The Banyan Tree King's voice was calm and magnanimous. Moreover, it was all for their sake, so they couldn't help but submit. When Yi Weiyang heard the solemn tone of the Banyan Tree King, she couldn't help but re-examine Li Qingshan in front of her. He is only 30-something years old now, but he already has such strength. Furthermore, it seems like he hasn't used his full strength yet. How terrifying. If he is given another 30 years, he might really become a person whose name will shake the world. That girl called little and is not below him in terms of talent. The future disasters that the Tree King mentioned are not empty words. If the 2 of you have no objections, then please show your true face to show your sincerity. The Banyan Tree King said. Li Qingshan extended his hand and picked up the teapot, pouring himself a cup of tea. The vicious armor on his hand turned to dust and dispersed, disintegrating inch by inch. He took a sip of the tea and stared at his face in the clear tea. Demonifying to hide his identity as the North Moon was quite a good idea. Little and accepted the teapot from the side and poured a cup for the Shadow Queen. She made a gesture of please. Her composure gave off an ethereal aura. Li Qingshan needed to take a forceful stance. He could not back down, so she had come to express his sincerity in his place, urging him to mediate this time. Even though they were enemies, Yi Weiyang could not help but sigh in admiration of her bearing. However, she found their relationship even more difficult to understand. Brother and sister? Couple? But they did not seem like it either. She accepted the teacup and nodded at little Anne. She held the teacup and sipped it carefully. She was extremely elegant, completely different from her malevolence and viciousness when she was assassinating someone. Compared to human nobles, night roamers could be regarded as even more ancient nobles, one of the 7 divine kingdoms. A pair of large, deep blue eyes emerged from the blurry shadows, as if they had parted the thick mist and revealed themselves. The corner of Li Qingshan's eye twitched. He was rather surprised. The greatest assassin of the Mist Province actually had a harmless, babyish face. Coupled with her petite figure, she seemed like a young girl, which was quite different from what he had imagined her to be. Of course, her actual age was definitely much older than she seemed on the surface. What are you looking at? Yi Weiyang sat with her legs crossed and placed her right arm on the table, propping up her cheek. She picked up a cup of tea with her left hand and drank it all in a single gulp as she said coldly. However, her voice was gone too. Just now, it had become rather sweet and gloomy, and it no longer seemed as dignified as before. Although she had become a cutie in a single second, Li Qingshan did not relax at all. The Shadow Queen was still the Shadow Queen. At the same time, he stared at her closely, which made Yi Weiyang very unhappy. The banyan tree king sighed inside. It was said that when people were angry, their intelligence would be no different from that of a child, so he did not do something like pacifying a child. I've already stated the pros and cons clearly, so let's talk about it. If you leave right now, I'll treat it like nothing has happened. Li Qingshan lowered the curtain and said indifferently. For the sake of the Tree King, I can spare your life. I'll be taking all the night roamers here with me. Yi Weiyang placed down the teacup and said firmly. Don't even think about it. Li Qingshan's voice was just as indifferent as before, but it was filled with unparalleled determination. Then there's no need to talk about it. They're my clansmen. I definitely won't let them wander outside and become slaves. Even if I have to use everything the Shadow Palace has, I'll take them back with me. No matter what kind of trouble there is, my Shadow Palace can endure it. Yi Weiyang leaned forward and stared at Li Qingshan with her large, deep blue eyes. Her murderousness permeated the surroundings. They've followed me for many years. I won't sell them out for a moment of temporary safety. Li Qingshan slammed the table and stared back at her without backing down. He refused to back down. Honestly speaking, as his strength rapidly increased, this group of night roamers no longer held much actual value to him. However, with his relationship with Yi Liubo and Yi Liusu, it was impossible for him to just hand them over so easily. This answer left Yi Weiyang rather surprised. Then she sneered. Originally, I thought you were a little heroic, not as hypocritical as regular humans. I didn't think you'd actually say something so shameless. She had saved many clansmen in the past, so she could completely imagine just how oppressed night roamers would be under the rule of an alien race. They seemed peaceful and happy on the surface, but it could not change the reality that they would be treated as slaves, ordered around and toyed around with as they pleased. Whether I'm shameless or not isn't something you can judge. They live and work in peace and contentment here. If you want to take them away with a single word, you'll have to ask whether they're willing or not. Li Qingshan said. Alright, then I'll cut to the chase. Let's make a bet. If they're willing to leave with me, you can't stop them. The corner of Yi Weiyang's lips curled slightly. That was exactly what she had been waiting for. Then what if they're unwilling? Li Qingshan asked. As you wish. Yi Weiyang said. Who would be willing to be oppressed by an outsider instead of being with their own clansmen? Whether it be from the perspective of emotions or benefits, it was impossible. Lu Su, Lu Bo, Lu Xing, come over here. Oh right, and you, Ghost the Third. Li Qingshan said. Yi Liusu and her sisters had been paying attention to the activity here the entire time. In the blink of an eye, they arrived over and bowed. Greetings, my king, and Ma'am Shadow Queen. Ghost Shadow slowly appeared too, directly dropping to one knee and saying nothing. He originally wanted to flee, but when he thought about how it was impossible for him to escape from the Shadow Queen's grasp, he could only accept his fate. In the past, he was able to escape from the Shadow Palace all because of Yi Weiyang's benevolence, which was equivalent to giving him a holiday. As it seemed now, no matter how long a holiday was, it would come to an end eventually. When he thought of his life in the Shadow Palace, he could not help but grimace, unable to say anything. Yi Weiyang did not even glance at Ghost Shadow. She studied Yi Liusu and her sisters. Although they were all of the same race, females were still more reliable at the end of the day. Especially Yi Liusu, who was clearly the leader of the group, had a calm attitude, neither servile nor overbearing, which satisfied her the most. In the Shadow Palace, there were many juniors who were stronger than her, but this kind of bearing was very rare. Considering that she had wandered outside and had not been carefully nurtured, she was especially valued. You all heard what was said just now. If you have any thoughts, feel free to speak freely. With me here, no one can force you to do anything. Yi Weiyang said warmly, as if she was licking her calf, causing Li Qingshan's heart to move. He said, you have all followed me for many years, and I have never let you down. Even now, I am not willing to force you to do anything. Who is this Shadow Queen, and what kind of place the Shadow Palace is? I believe Ghost the Third has told you a lot. All good things must come to an end. If you want to return to your race, I will not blame you. Yi Weiyang looked at Li Qingshan in surprise. She did not expect that not only did he not obstruct them, but he also expressed his stance like this. Could it be that there was some conspiracy? Li Qingshan responded with a smile, which made him seem even more magnanimous. Master, I will never leave you. Yi Liubo immediately arrived beside Li Qingshan. Her eyes were filled with admiration. Yi Weiyang frowned. Sure enough, there was a scheme. She never thought this despicable kid would actually use love to bewitch people. However, a night roamer who could be bewitched by love was not worth her attention. She could tell a long time ago that Yi Liubo's talent was not particularly impressive. She had basically reached her limit by cultivating to this point. It was basically impossible for her to advance any further. What determined the direction of this group of night roamers was still Yi Liusu. Yi Liusu sank into her thoughts. Yi Liuxin gazed at her silently, waiting for her to make a decision. Quite a while later, Yi Liusu said, "Ma, I'm Shadow Queen, I am willing to join the Shadow Palace and accept your command." All right. Yi Weiyang was overjoyed. She looked at Li Qingshan and asked, "What else do you have to say?" Li Qingshan understood that Yi Liusu prioritized the race over everything, so it was not strange at all for her to make a decision like that. However, he still felt slightly disappointed. If that's the case. Oh? When will that be? Yi Weiyang asked. When I undergo the third heavenly tribulation and gain the right to inherit the position of Shadow Queen, Yi Liusu said calmly. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. She really was a woman who had followed him for so long. She had her own lofty aspirations. Yi Weiyang said, "What bold words. Do you know how difficult it is to take that step? If you have my assistance, you might have a better chance." Have you been bewitched by this kid as well? Ma, I'm Shadow Queen, do you know just how many hardships we've gone through to get here step by step? If you say we've been bewitched, that's not exactly wrong, but it's more accurate to say that we know how to repay kindness. Over a decade ago, we could only drag out an ignoble existence underground, splitting into 6 clans and killing one another. We were treated as slaves and playthings. Over such a long period of time, none of us even underwent the second heavenly tribulation, yet today, we're able to live peacefully and freely under the great banyan tree, in this blessed land of cultivation. It's all because of him. Yi Liusu gazed at the banyan tree king before withdrawing her gaze and looking at Li Qingshan. Her gaze was sincere. Yi Weiyang frowned. He's just using you. I hope that's the case as well, but unfortunately, our value to him is very limited. He's always been very busy, so he doesn't have much time to pay attention to us. As a result, most of the time, we just rest and recuperate in the environment he provides. Even now, there's not much we can help him with anymore. Yi Liusu let out a gloomy sigh. Don't you want to return to your clan? I'm your clansman, your senior. Yi Weiyang pressed down on Yi Liusu's shoulder, but both in terms of height and appearance, she seemed a little younger. As the saying goes, it's better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of an ox. I know night roamers should stay together rather than be separated, so I agreed to return to the Shadow Palace and accept Ma Shadow Queen's leadership. However, the Shadow Palace isn't a peaceful place either. After experiencing so many things, how could I not understand that status is earned through strength? Yi Liusu bowed. Yi Weiyang could tell that Yi Liusu was determined and could not be swayed by words, while Yi Liuxing stood firmly beside Yi Liusu, so she simply abandoned them and arrived on the huge, knotted banyan tree root. She said loudly, "I am the master of the Shadow Palace, the king of night roamers. Who is willing to return to the Shadow Palace with me?" The night roamers gathered under the tree. When they heard that, they looked at one another, but none of them stepped forward. Regular night roamers admired Yi Liusu very much, and they were reluctant to give up on their current, comfortable lives. As for the night roamers with relatively higher cultivations, they had all experienced the era of internal strife in Cobweb City, so they were doubtful. Yi Weiyang finally realized that this group of night roamers were different from the night roamers she had taken in the past. They were in no hurry to return to their clan. She looked back at Li Qingshan and said, "Looks like you really treat them well." As you can see. Li Qingshan took a sip of tea with a smile. Yi Weiyang returned to her seat rather gloomily and said to Yi Liusu, "Kid, looks like you've made up your mind to stay here. I know that bitch must have passed on many things from the Shadow Palace to you, but do you know that as a man, he can't come into contact with the true core secret techniques? Ghost Shadow, who had been holding his breath the entire time, shuddered. The Shadow Queen was not even willing to mention his name. She clearly resented him very much. If he returned to the Shadow Palace, he would definitely be in for a treat. Please guide me, Master. Yi Liusu knelt before Yi Weiyang. Yi Weiyang was amused by this as well. She pointed at her and said, "You sure are cunning. You won't listen to me, yet you want to take me as your master." Yi Liusu said, "I believe you feel the same way as me." What do I feel? I hope the night roamers can develop and strengthen. I hope I can gaze up at the stars and moon freely and never be oppressed by anyone again. Yi Liusu raised her head and stared straight into Yi Weiyang's eyes. Because it came from the bottom of her heart, she seemed extremely sincere. This was an unyielding ideal that she had experienced countless hardships. Compared to her personal gains and losses, she valued the entire clan more. Even if many clansmen wanted to kill her, she would not change her mind. Yi Weiyang was moved by this too. Some things could not be faked, much less fooling her eyes. Li Qingshan said, "Fellow Shadow Queen, they're still night roamers at the end of the day. Don't you dare butt in when we night roamers are talking." Yi Weiyang barked. Unknowingly, her attitude towards Li Qingshan had become much friendlier. Just now, she was filled with killing intent towards Li Qingshan. She even refused to accept the Banyan Tree King's mediation. The most important reason for this was because he had enslaved her clansmen. Now that the misunderstanding had been resolved, she understood that the situation was completely different from what she had imagined it to be. Not only was he not an oppressor, but he was even a liberator and protector from a certain perspective. "I'm an outsider, so it's best if I leave first. Liusu, why don't you have a good chat with this senior of yours?" Li Qingshan shrugged with a smile and stood up, pulling Yi Liusu to his seat. It was all thanks to her clever speech that this mediation had succeeded. With how much the Shadow Queen valued her clansmen, she would never give up until she achieved her objective. However, if they submitted to the Shadow Palace so easily, not only would it humiliate him, but it would also touch on many of his secrets. This could be regarded as the best outcome. "All right, Qingshan," said Yi Liusu. Li Qingshan was taken aback. He touched her cheek and smiled. "Sure enough, you're emboldened by someone's support. I just wanted to ease your mind earlier. Actually, I'm reluctant to let you leave either." He had never cared too much about titles. From a certain perspective, he was actually a person who pursued equality very much. Back in the Clear River Prefecture, even when his cultivation completely surpassed Hua Sengzan and the others, he did not think of himself as superior. He still behaved normally. However, not everyone in this world could get along with each other like that. There would always be bitches who felt they should be superior to you, and there would always be enemies who needed to speak with their fists. If you did not stomp on their heads, they would not know what you were. Yi Liusu's face reddened slightly. She only wanted to prove to the Shadow Queen that their relationship was not as simple as master and servant. She hoped that the Shadow Queen could pass on the secret technique to her without worry. Li Qingshan felt his arm tighten. Little and slender fingers dug deeply into it, so he chuckled and turned around to leave. Ghost Shadow really was like a shadow, drifting behind Li Qingshan. He silently prayed that the Shadow Queen would place all her attention on Yi Liusu and the others, so she would not pay attention to his movements. "Bitch, stop right there." Yi Weiyang glanced at him and called out. Ghost Shadow stiffened and fell silent out of fear. He turned around and knelt down. "Li Qingshan, this bitch is a member of my Shadow Palace. He's been fooling around in the south all these years, yet he's actually known as the greatest assassin of the south. Why doesn't he take a piss and look at himself? How embarrassing. Please remove the blood oath so that he can return to the Shadow Palace with me and continue doing what he should be doing." Although Yi Weiyang was talking to Li Qingshan, her gaze was locked onto Ghost Shadow, like a black leopard eyeing its prey. Women were very vengeful. He's still my third cave master after all. I've already promised so many night roamers to him. Why just leave him here and continue serving me? I believe there will be a day when the blood oath is removed and he can regain his freedom. Having resolved the most fundamental conflict, Li Qingshan's attitude eased up and he smiled. Everything else can be discussed today, but I have to take this bitch away. Yu Weiyang said. Li Qingshan glanced at Ghost Shadow curiously. He had no idea how he had offended the Shadow Queen so deeply. I'm afraid I can't comply with that. If I can't even protect a subordinate, what's the point of being the king of savages? Ghost Shadow cast a grateful gaze at Li Qingshan. From a certain perspective, his objective was the same as Yi Liusu's. They both underwent the third heavenly tribulation before returning to the Shadow Palace. Yu Weiyang gradually raised an eyebrow. Her sinister killing intent began to permeate the surroundings. Li Qingshan turned to his side and looked back at her. His smile remained the same, but he showed no intentions of backing down. The atmosphere that had just eased up immediately tensed up again. It made the banyan tree king sigh inside. Ghost Shadow's existence was not particularly important to them, yet they just had to fall into a stalemate for the sake of their pride. I'm Shadow Queen, can you listen to me on this? Yi Liusu interrupted before shooting a glance at Li Qingshan. If they stayed together any longer, they would definitely start arguing again. Alright, I'll listen to what you have to say first before I take this bitch away, said Yu Weiyang. A crescent moon silently sank into the western mountains. The first rays of dawn surged in the east. Ghost Shadow followed closely behind Li Qingshan nervously, but in the end, the Shadow Queen did not appear again. Only then did he let out a long sigh of relief and settle down. Yi Liusu sat under the great banyan tree. The seat before her was empty. Yu Weiyang had already left Savage Mountain silently. She was still in thought, remaining silent for a very long time. There was a flash before her, and Li Qingshan sat down in front of her. He smiled. How was it? Did you have a pleasant conversation? Yi Liusu nodded slightly and suddenly put on a charming smile. Thank you. Li Qingshan stood up and looked to the east. The road ahead is still long. In the myriad poison cult, several hundred fire basins of varying heights burned with gloomy, green flames, dyeing the hall a wretched green. The myriad poison ancestor sat on his throne and felt rather uneasy, so he stood up and paced around the hall. He thought, have I miscalculated something? When the Shadow Empress makes a move, even I don't dare to be negligent, let alone a mere second heavenly tribulation brat. There's only death awaiting him. At this moment, the flames moved without any wind, rising and flickering. The myriad poison ancestor's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly looked back, only to see that an additional item had appeared on the throne. It was the treasure of the myriad poison cult that he had offered as a reward. His expression changed, and he actually gave up on the assassination. Why? Why? He waved his arms and shouted loudly. His wide sleeves fluttered in the wind as a faint green flame ignited. However, there was no answer. Only his voice constantly echoed through the hall. Never did he imagine that the Banyan Tree King would support a human for free, helping him control formations and mediate disputes. However, with the assistance of the Banyan Tree King, Li Qingshan was instead even more at ease in the Mist Province than in the Green Province. Before long, the news of this battle spread across the south very quickly, even reaching the entire Mist Province. The myriad poison cult was a very renowned large sect in the Mist Province, yet they had actually been destroyed by the king of savages, Li Qingshan, in a single battle. Even the myriad poison ancestor was helpless against him. Everyone found this unbelievable. After hearing Qian Liangmu's report, the king of Southern Yu also became surprised. He held the chess piece between his fingers and forgot to place it down. He said to the Banyan Tree King on the other side of the chessboard, sure enough, there's a reason why you've taken a liking to this kid, fellow. It does make my killing intent grow heavier. Let's just focus on harmony. The Banyan Tree King smiled. The king of Southern Yu raised an eyebrow, and the surprise in his eyes deepened. The Banyan Tree King's attitude was even clearer than last time. Last time, he said he was forming a good relationship with him, not exactly protecting him, but now, his intention of protecting him was very strong. It was very worth considering. It had to be mentioned that when the Banyan Tree King agreed to control Savage Mountain's formations and went to great lengths to mediate between him and the Shadow Queen, he was no longer absolutely neutral. Even with his wisdom, it was impossible for him to not have any likes and dislikes, as well as distance between people. When others looked at Li Qingshan, They only treated him as a genius disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but in his eyes, he was a supreme prodigy that only appeared once every 1,000 or even 10,000 years among demons, and he had a fortuitous encounter with him. The king of Southern Yu said in amusement, "No wonder this Li Qingshan is bold enough to come to the south and become the next commander. As long as you give the order, who's bold enough to touch a hair on him? Life and death are decreed by fate. Riches and honor are determined by the heavens." The Banyan Tree King expressed his attitude. If the king of Southern Yu really did make up his mind to eliminate Li Qingshan, he would not forcefully stop him. This was what he had to bear when he referred to him as fellow. "Aren't people of my generation supposed to defy the heavens and change fate?" the king of Southern Yu asked. The Banyan Tree King only smiled. He did not answer. "Li Qingshan, are you bold enough to come out and fight me?" Above Savage Mountain, the myriad poison ancestor rode on a poisonous cloud. His voice boomed like thunder, making no effort to hide the raging fury in his heart. "Myriad poison, you old coot, how dare you act so recklessly on Savage Mountain? Aren't you afraid I'll wipe out your myriad poison cult?" Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and laughed aloud. "Whether you're bold or not, you only need to say the word," the myriad poison ancestor said. "What if I say I'm not bold enough?" Li Qingshan said leisurely. "Then you can drop the title of King of Savages, because you're not worthy," the myriad poison ancestor said. "Someone vaguely told me that too." "Hee, whether I'm worthy or not isn't something an old coot like you can decide. If you want me to come out, then I just won't come out," Li Qingshan said. Alright. If you're so capable, don't come out for the rest of your life. I'd like to see just how long you can hide for." The myriad poison ancestor pointed at Savage Mountain and said in exasperation. He had truly been angered this time. He was even willing to use such a stupid method to teach Li Qingshan a lesson. "You can stay here for as long as you want. I can't be happier cultivating in my dwelling," Li Qingshan said. The myriad poison ancestor snorted coldly and sat on the cloud. He had made up his mind to go head-to-head with Li Qingshan. "If he stays outside Savage Mountain the entire time, the cave masters we let out won't be able to report back," Little and said. "Just let them stay outside for a little longer. I'll piss off this old coot first. I obviously won't be hiding the entire time and competing with him in terms of patience. I just happen to want to use him for some practice." Li Qingshan rubbed his hands and said eagerly. Although the lifespans of cultivators were much longer than mortals, their concept of time was not as distinct as mortals either. The higher their cultivation, the more this was the case. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The myriad poison ancestor had no intentions of leaving. He seemed to be submerged in cultivation, but he had always been paying attention to Savage Mountain below. As soon as Li Qingshan left the formation, he definitely would not be able to escape his senses. However, Li Qingshan was different. He had achieved success as a young man, earning the name of the Wild King in his 30s. Now that he had been sealed up, how could his mind not be affected? He would definitely become restless, which would affect his cultivation. And if he could not hold himself back anymore and dared to come out and fight him, that would be even better. He was confident he only needed a single move to claim his life. The myriad poison ancestor had a plan, so he was in no hurry. He sat on the cloud firmly, like a mountain that weighed down on the sky above Savage Mountain. On this day, clouds stretched for thousands of kilometers, pitch black like ink, weighing down heavily. Thunder rumbled as drizzle drifted with the wind. A storm was about to arrive. Li Qingshan stood on the top of the mountain and raised his head. He could not see the myriad poison ancestor, but he could clearly sense that he was still there. It's about time. During this month, he had spent the entire time cultivating in the Azure field, focusing on the demon suppression statuary. He allowed the viciousness of the tiger demon to surge before converting it into the power of the demon heart, gradually diluting the spiritual chi in the ocean pearl. His demonic chi became purer and purer, vaguely yearning for a battle. "I'll watch over you." Little and stood beside Li Qingshan. His clear eyes scanned through the clouds. Li Qingshan planned to temper the tiger demon's fighting spirit in this battle. The chances of him killing the myriad poison ancestor were extremely slim, so there was no need for Little N to take action and expose his trump cards. However, since Little N was watching over him, he obviously had to wait for that tiny chance to appear. With a clang, Xianxia immediately demonified. His body was covered in armor, and his appearance underwent many minute changes. He became a little more blood-red, and he became even more vicious. With a boom, the rock beneath Xianxia's feet collapsed, scattering in all directions. He had already burst out of the clouds, appearing 5 kilometers away. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly opened his eyes, and green light flashed through them. He was pleasantly surprised, but it immediately turned vicious. You really are still young, unable to keep your composure. Allow me to personally crush a genius like you. He stood up resolutely. His green robes ruffled in the fierce wind. His 2 skinny hands danced within his wide sleeves, and the rolling poison gas condensed into a ball of poison wrapped in lightning. Thunder pearl of myriad poisons. Xianxia was flying through the clouds, avoiding a purple snake-like thunderbolt. Far and near, the sound of thunder could be heard everywhere. Suddenly, danger loomed over them. A green light descended from the sky, penetrating through the dark clouds, growing brighter and brighter. Boom! A huge hole was blasted open in the thick layer of clouds. Layers upon layers of clouds spread out like the tide. However, the sun still couldn't be seen. The sky was filled with even thicker green clouds. Under the green clouds, the pitch-black demon-suppressing tower was in tatters, on the verge of collapse. Xianxia summoned the Devil Suppression Pagoda at the critical moment and blocked the attack head-on. As expected of a third heavenly tribulation great cultivator. You're quite powerful. The single eye on his forehead lit up, and a streak of light shot out. Through the green cloud, he saw the myriad poison ancestor sitting on the jade throne. The throne wriggled slightly like jelly. The monsters engraved on it seemed to come alive, opening their mouths together and spitting out thousands of lightning pearls of myriad poison endlessly. They all rained down. The corner of Xianxia's lips curled, and he flew up against the wind. With a rattle, 100 chains of demon suppression extended, ripping through the air and lashing out like whips. Boom! 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 The lightning pearls of myriad poison all exploded, and the sky became a terrifying region of lightning. The shockwave swept across 50 kilometers. Xianxia suddenly rushed out of the lightning region. His armor was covered in scars from the lightning strikes, but it forcefully blocked them all. He dove into the green cloud again. Even with the protection of the demon chi, his ears were immediately filled with the sizzling sound of the poison corroding away. Some of the edges and corners were directly ground away, as if they would be completely corroded away if he remained in the poisonous cloud for just a moment longer. Xianxia was fearless. The myriad poison ancestor was right in front of him. He swung his right hand backwards, and the demon dragon sword appeared in his hand. Kill! The sword was like a dragon, directly aimed at the myriad poison ancestor's forehead. However, the myriad poison ancestor smiled viciously. A green membrane rose up from the jade throne like a soap bubble, blocking the demon dragon's sword. Xianxia silently clenched his left hand into a fist. This fatal strike filled with awe-inspiring sword intent was only a probe. As long as he threw the punch at the myriad poison ancestor's old face, he still had a chance. In that moment, Little N's figure vaguely appeared above the poisonous cloud. Her seaweed-like hair drifted, but her clear eyes had already become an almost transparent white flame. The Buddha-slaying sword was in her hand too. But suddenly, a sense of danger rose up in her heart. Before she knew it, the myriad poison ancestor had held a green, poisonous tumor in his hand, nurturing it silently for quite some time. It was the protective treasure of the myriad poison cult. It shot out with a streak of pale green light. Xianxia blocked it with his sword, but he did not feel any resistance at all. However, the demon dragon sword produced a sorrowful cry. The green light dyed the edge of the sword and passed through the hilt, dyeing his right hand. Immediately, the armor on his right hand shattered, and his right arm went numb, spreading towards his body inch by inch. With a clang, the demon dragon sword shattered, dispersing into thousands of pieces. Li Qingshan could clearly sense that if it were not for the fact that he practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, which made his body as tough as a demon king's, he would have been smashed to pieces. Die. Seeing how Li Qingshan was actually unscathed, the myriad poison ancestor was taken aback. He leapt to his feet and swung his hand, throwing a palm strike towards Li Qingshan's chest. Li Qingshan was overjoyed. Wasn't this exactly the opportunity he had been waiting for? Cold light flashed through his eyes, and a wisp of fire-like hair emerged from behind the armor. He let out a deafening moo, and the figure of the ox demon appeared behind him, heading towards the myriad poison ancestor. He had thrown a punch. The myriad poison ancestor suddenly felt uneasy, but he was unable to figure out what had gone wrong. With Li Qingshan's cultivation, he had a 30% chance of surviving if he fled, but clashing head-on with him was clearly courting death. It was already too late for him to change his move now. The fist and palm collided. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Li Qingshan's fist rapidly corroded, revealing the bones in the blink of an eye. Its flickering metallic luster dimmed from the corrosion as well. However, as the poison flowed, he smiled. However, the myriad poison ancestor was in disbelief. His skinny arm rapidly twisted and deformed, exploding into a mist of blood with a bang like a piece of wood that had been snapped. He was a great cultivator of the 3rd heavenly tribulation, but he was not particularly powerful. Against Li Qingshan, who could rival corpse kings, how could he withstand the great strength of a demon king, let alone the unstoppable power of tremors? Li Qingshan played him viciously from the front, causing him to fall heavily into the jade throne. Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes clearly reflected the myriad poison ancestor's shocked expression, as well as a ghostly figure. He stepped on the green bubble conjured by the jade throne, sinking in deeply. He raised his arms high into the air and crossed his fists, throwing them down with a roar. Even a mountain would be smashed to pieces. Boom! The green clouds dispersed, revealing the azure sky. The green bubble twisted and surged violently. Against Li Qingshan's powerful strike, it actually did not shatter and even showed signs of recovering. Its defense was as tough as it could get. It was basically undefeatable. The myriad poison ancestor raised his head and gazed at Li Qingshan. His armor had all been corroded away, revealing his sturdy body. He had a devilishly handsome face, and his unbridled, insolent smile revealed his sharp fangs. The pair of ox horns on his head were like crescent moons, about to pierce the sky. Just, who is this kid? The myriad poison ancestor considered retreating. A sword protruded from his chest, and the Buddha-slaying sword pierced the green bubble, passing through the back of the jade throne and his back. Behind the green jade throne, there was a white skeleton surrounded by rolling flames. With her here, he would never be alone. Why you? The myriad poison ancestor widened his eyes, which were completely bloodshot. The Buddha-slaying sword definitely was not just tough and sharp. It was currently destroying his mind, igniting his flesh and blood, and devouring his soul. Li Qingshan did not waste any more words. He planted his feet on the left and right armrests of the jade throne and grabbed the myriad poison ancestor's head, throwing another punch. Little and swung the Buddha-slaying sword, and the samadhi flames of white bone surged out, enveloping the myriad poison ancestor. His white bone claws reached towards the back of the myriad poison ancestor's head. The green, poisonous tumor in the myriad poison ancestor's hand suddenly swelled, beating like a heart. With each beat, it would expand to 10 times its original size, revealing green veins and vessels. The myriad poison ancestor produced an inhuman roar, "Die! Retreat!" Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed. He forcefully pulled back his fist, and his phoenix wings flapped violently as he retreated in a hurry. Little and pulled back his sword and turned around, but he was already a step too late. The green, poisonous tumor turned into a green sun. Thousands of rays of miserable green light shot out, eclipsing the white sun above and swallowing them. The green light landed on a mountain peak in the distance. The mountain peak collapsed silently, landing in the dense forest below. Whether it was the trees or rocks, they were all reduced to dust, immediately forming a pit of white sand. The light dispersed. Most of Li Qingshan's flesh and blood had vanished, as if invisible insects had gnawed away at it, revealing his craggy bones. They no longer shone with a metallic luster, becoming extremely fragile. Little An's white bones had also been dyed with a rust-like color. He arrived beside Li Qingshan. "Are you all right?" "I won't die." "That old bastard ran away," Li Qingshan said. As they spoke, Little An used the samadhi flames of white bone to suppress the spreading rust. Li Qingshan also used the spirit turtle's method of sea suppression to suppress the poison that had infected him. Even though they had grasped the opportunity, killing a third heavenly tribulation great cultivator was not that easy. The brief delay was enough for the myriad poison ancestor to flee back to the myriad poison cult. The formations of the myriad poison cult were on Savage Mountain, and the myriad poison ancestor personally presided over them. Although he was not as powerful as the Banyan Tree King, he could still unleash enough power. Even if the two of them were unscathed, they would struggle to break through. "We've used all of our trump cards this time, but he still managed to escape. It'll probably be troublesome from now on. The hunting dogs have already been mobilized. They might be able to keep him busy for a while," said Little An. "The hunting dogs?" "Oh." Li Qingshan suddenly understood. He smiled. "You sure are thorough." The Azure commander Yin Qing flew off, constantly flickering in and out of existence. She followed the streak of green light closely, searching for an opportunity and ready to strike at any time. When Li Qingshan fought, Little An had given her the mission. She had been observing the battle from the mountain peak the entire time. When the myriad poison ancestor detonated the cult treasure and fled Savage Mountain, she immediately set off. She only had a single mission, to keep the myriad poison ancestor busy. Thousands of kilometers away, the myriad poison ancestor flew through the air. His face still twitched. Apart from his anger and humiliation, he was mostly filled with lingering fear. He had almost failed miserably on this trip to Savage Mountain. After blowing up the cancer, he wanted to use this opportunity to kill the two of them, but in the end, his cautious side still won him the upper hand. In other words, he could no longer ignore the sense of danger in his heart. He felt like ensuring his own safety was more important, so he flew towards the myriad poison cult without even looking back. Suddenly, his heart skipped a beat. Looking back, he saw a blood shadow tailing behind him, constantly flickering and growing closer and closer. He bellowed, "Don't you dare, you scoundrel!" That bellow demonstrated his tremendous bearing as a great cultivator, enough to split a river with his shout. He did not weaken at all. If regular cultivators heard it, they would definitely shudder in fear. Those with slightly weaker cultivations might even develop inner demons from fright, or even their souls might disperse. However, the corner of Yin Qing's lips curled up. A defeated general was nothing to brag about. She had still overestimated this old man by comparing him to an Azure king. She had gone through bloody battles of life and death in the Azure realm, so how could she be frightened by a disturbance like that? Instead, it only made him even more cowardly on the inside. With a wave of her hand, the circular blade spun out, directly piercing through space and arriving before the myriad poison ancestor. The myriad poison ancestor sent the circular blade flying with a furious palm strike, but he could not help but falter. Yin Qing suddenly appeared above his head, and like a blade, she plunged her fingers towards the top of his head. Just now, Li Qingshan had grabbed the myriad poison ancestor's head and beaten it to death. He had already viewed it as the greatest humiliation of his life, so how could he let his head be touched again? With a flick of his sleeve, poisonous gas surged out and forced Yin Qing back. A withered hand was hidden inside, ready to strike like a venomous snake. Suddenly, it discovered an opening and reached towards Yin Qing's neck like a loosed arrow. Yin Qing vanished, hiding in space before shifting several dozen meters away, making the myriad poison ancestor's fatal strike miss. However, her body had been eaten away by the poisonous gas. There were some places where the flesh beneath her skin was directly exposed. She had gone from an enchanting beauty to an extremely hideous one. She did not care at all, and instead calmed down. "This old man's poison is indeed fierce, but it's not fatal to me. This way, I can drag it out." With the Azure's immortal body, even Li Qingshan wouldn't dare to say that he could kill her with a single punch. The myriad poison ancestor sensed an ill omen. At the same time, on Savage Mountain, Li Qingshan gulped down the sap he had obtained from the Banyan Tree King. At the same time, he used the moonlight reflection to draw out the spiritual energy from the water god seal in the Cloud Dream Marsh to slowly recover his demon chi. His flesh grew back strand by strand. On the other hand, Little and brandished the blood sea banner. A blood dragon flew out and coiled around him, cleansing his white skeleton, diluting the poison before using the samadhi flames of white bone to cleanse it. If regular cultivators were poisoned by the myriad poison ancestor, they would be in huge trouble. If they could not find the antidote, they might have to contend with the poison for the rest of their lives, and they would probably be doomed in the end. As a result, even great cultivators with cultivations no lower than his had to be extremely cautious when they clashed with him. Unless they had no other choice, they would never want to become enemies with him. This was the reason why the myriad poison ancestor could dominate the south. However, Li Qingshan and Little and practiced a wondrous technique that far surpassed this world, which allowed them to forge extremely tough bodies. They were not afraid of being poisoned to death. However, the poison was extremely stubborn and violent, so they could only suppress it for now. Completely purging it would still take a very long time. Li Qingshan did not wait for his wounds to recover completely. He had just recovered some strength when many parts of his body were still jagged. Suddenly, he unfurled his phoenix wings and wrapped a hand around Little, and fierce wind surged and flames raged, constantly accumulating power. Right when he was about to set off, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking back, he saw Ru Xian waving at him from the top of the mountain. "Have a safe journey. Remember to write back." "Fuck you," Li Qingshan scolded in a joking manner. He suddenly unleashed his power, leaving behind 2 long streaks of light behind him. He had already whistled through the air, pursuing the myriad poison ancestor. "Bitch, you're an Azura? Why did you listen to Li Qingshan and infiltrate the myriad poison cult to kill people? Wasn't it you?" The myriad poison ancestor barked. He had clashed with Yin Qing several times, so he could not help but sigh in amazement at the ingenuity of her teleportation. However, it made him remember something. Just who was responsible for the massacre of the myriad poison cult? Originally, he thought it was Ghost Shadow, but let alone whether he possessed the ability to pass through formations or not, even if he did, he would only be able to kill regular disciples at most. Protectors and elders would never be killed so easily. He suddenly found the answer to the question that had been plaguing him the entire time. This woman, this Azura, has that kind of strength. Do you like the view on the square? And those words on the screen wall? They're pretty, aren't they? I've written them very diligently. After all, it's been so many years since I last wrote one. Yin Qing smiled. Her figure flickered in and out of existence. Although she had been avoiding an open clash with the myriad poison ancestor the entire time, her situation was not optimistic either. Half of her right arm had been eaten away, and due to the effects of the poison, it was unable to recover. Her other injuries were even more numerous. In order to keep the myriad poison ancestor busy, she had paid quite the price. But even with that being the case, her sharpness did not diminish at all. This was the battle heart of an Azura that she had forged through the years. It really is you. The myriad poison ancestor flew into a rage. Li Qingshan had wiped out the entire myriad poison cult, and it was all because something had happened in the cult. He had been drawn back to the myriad poison ancestor. Now that he saw the culprit behind all of this, how could he not grit his teeth in hatred? He regretted underestimating Li Qingshan once again. Originally, he thought he was just a junior, but never did he expect him to possess such strength, where he could even order around an Azura commander. If it's me, what are you going to do? Yin Qing did not seem to care at all, but she appeared several hundred meters away in a flash, pulling away from the myriad poison ancestor slightly. She thought, who knows what other killer moves this old man has yet to unleash. I better be careful and not give him an opportunity, or my life really will be in danger. The myriad poison ancestor said sinisterly, you want to keep me busy so that Li Qingshan can hurry over, but little do you know that he's been poisoned by me. He's already struggling to protect himself right now, so how can he still care about you? I must kill you today. With that, he suddenly raised his hands high into the air. Myriad poison burial. However, he coughed up a mouthful of blood first. This was a secret technique of the myriad poison cult. Even when his body was unaffected, he would still have to endure some pressure, let alone when he was heavily injured right now. He would be harming himself before harming the enemy. However, for the sake of revenge, he could not care so much anymore. More importantly, he did not wish for an assassin like this to come and go as she pleased while he was recovering in the myriad poison cult, threatening him at any time. The poison on Xianxia erupted with 10 times, 100 times more intensity. Her eyes became covered with green veins, shriveling up in the blink of an eye. Her ears, eyes, mouth, and nose that she had been carefully protecting the entire time immediately became useless. She could no longer see, hear, or smell anything. She was alarmed, but she did not panic. She immediately used a spatial movement technique and hid in space. However, the poison spread madly. If this continued, she definitely could not last for much longer. The myriad poison ancestor did not move at all. He maintained his posture of raising his hands high into the air, circulating his powers at full strength. Blood constantly oozed out of his mouth, but the corner of his lips curled into a cruel, vengeful smile. He did not need to take too long. He only needed to last for a while, and she would die from the poison. Then he would return to the myriad poison cult to recover and take revenge on Xianxia. This time, even if he had to cast aside his pride and beg the honored guests he was on good terms with, he would still kill Xianxia no matter what. But in reality, there was a thought that even he was reluctant to admit. Compared to revenge, it was better described as self-protection. The battle had scared him. If he allowed Xianxia and Little and to continue cultivating, regardless of which one of them underwent the third heavenly tribulation, it would be his death. Blood sprayed from the myriad poison ancestor's mouth violently. Suddenly, he looked back at the horizon and saw a streak of fire fly over. Xianxia saw the myriad poison ancestor from afar. Before he could even celebrate, he felt the poison he had suppressed after so much suddenly erupt violently, corroding his body and even his soul wildly. He could not help but be surprised. This old bastard still has something like that. Though, it seems like he can't move when he uses this move. If I make him sit on the jade throne and use it calmly, it'll really be troublesome. Unbeknownst to Xianxia, that was what the myriad poison ancestor originally planned to do, but unfortunately, he did not even have the opportunity to use it before his defenses were breached and he was forced into dire straits. After being heavily injured, he became even more afraid of using it carelessly. With what Xianxia was capable of, he could kill the myriad poison ancestor in a single punch before he could even die from the poison. At this moment, Xianxia and Little and were basically innocent bystanders, but unknowingly, they had helped Xianxia shoulder a lot of the pressure. The myriad poison ancestor, on the other hand, felt the pressure multiply. The more poison he detonated, the more pressure he had to endure. His wounds worsened even further. Although he was tempted to throw his life at Xianxia or focus his attention and kill the Azura with poison first, he saw how Xianxia paused before charging over again. Although he was much slower now, it would not take long either. He immediately paled in shock. He was no longer bold enough to persist any longer, dispelling the technique in a hurry and flying away. Xianxia used the last bit of her strength to leap out of the space there. She could not hold on any longer and fell down. Xianxia caught her and said, "Thank you for your trouble." He sent her back into the Azura field before handing the Azura field to Little Anne. He told her, "Take her back to Savage Mountain to cure her of the poison." Little Anne hesitated before nodding. She had also been affected by the myriad poison ancestor's myriad poison burial. The poison had flared up again, so she did not have as great a recovery rate as Xianxia. If she persisted in the pursuit, it would probably cause even greater damage to her body of white bones that she had refined after so much difficulty. Xianxia flew off as his scarlet eyes locked onto the speck of green light. He only had a single thought in his head, which was to prevent the myriad poison ancestor from fleeing back to the myriad poison cult safely. In the sky, a streak of green light was in front and a streak of scarlet light was in close pursuit. They moved with lightning speed, covering 1,000 kilometers in the blink of an eye. Both of them were fighting with their lives on the line. The myriad poison ancestor's wounds worsened, so he was nowhere close to his peak condition. Xianxia was quite injured too, and he was poisoned, but he possessed a fierce fighting spirit that only grew stronger as the battle progressed. He circulated his demon core and flapped his wings, rapidly closing the distance between them. A while later, the tip of the scarlet light had basically touched the tail of the green light. They were less than 5 kilometers apart. The myriad poison ancestor ravished with joy. He glanced back, but his pursuer was nowhere to be seen. It was Xianxia. He was clearly a demon with scarlet eyes, fire-like hair, ox horns, and a tiger's tail. His murderousness and malice combined into demon chi, surging into the air and pressing over. Without the demonic armor's concealment, everything seemed extremely clear. The myriad poison ancestor wondered, the Chan monastery of Devanaga is an orthodox school of Buddhism, so why would they accept a demon as a disciple? And that little and definitely isn't human either, which is why he can resist my poison. He could vaguely make out the 2 words North Moon engraved on the ox horns. Suddenly, he recalled an incident from several years ago. Back then, it had spread like wildfire among the upper echelon of the Mist Province's cultivation community. The Dragon King of the Sea of the Green Province had suddenly entered the territory of the Mist Province. Originally, they thought he had some sort of dispute with the Banyan Tree King, but only afterwards did they find out he was hunting down a demon. The demon's name seemed to be North Moon. The myriad poison cult rapidly drew closer and larger, about to arrive in a moment. The myriad poison ancestor no longer had any qualms. He swung his sleeves backwards, and with a great boom, a ring of green light exploded. Li Qingshan's eyes narrowed, reflecting the green light. At such a distance and with such speed, it was impossible for him to dodge in time. He bellowed out and smashed through the green light with a punch, but he could not help but slow down. However, the myriad poison ancestor used the recoil to move even faster, immediately pulling away from Li Qingshan. He did not forget to leave behind a vicious threat filled with resentment. Li Qingshan, I will never forget today's grievance. I will definitely repay you generously. You better survive today first. Li Qingshan extended his hand towards the myriad poison ancestor from afar and pressed down. The ox demon's gravity. The myriad poison ancestor immediately felt his body become 100 times heavier. Suddenly, he plummeted down, colliding against a mountain on the ground. He adjusted his body in a hurry and shot past the top of the mountain, creating a gully. What move is this? Li Qingshan raised his hand, and the myriad poison ancestor immediately became as light as a feather. Not only did the gravity completely vanish, but it even produced a repulsive force instead. He suddenly drifted upwards, rushing towards the horizon. While flying at full speed, it was extremely difficult to control his body. Moreover, he was seriously injured. His body suddenly undulated as he moved, slowing down a lot. However, while he was in a horrible shape, he still flew towards the myriad poison cult at the end of the day. The gravity of the earth was unable to cause him any actual harm, and Li Qingshan had to split his attention to use his innate ability, so his speed was affected too. If this continued, the myriad poison ancestor would escape, so he frowned too. Could it be that I have to let him escape this calamity? What should I do? It's a pity that although this gravity field is not useless, it can only distract the enemy. It would be great if it could lure him to me. Wait. Li Qingshan's eyes suddenly lit up as he understood something. In the past, he had complained that the ox demon trample was useless and difficult to use, but now, it was his most powerful innate divine ability. No matter who the enemy was, he only needed to throw a punch. Could the third innate ability of the ox demon really only be used as an assistant and to distract the enemy? Li Qingshan paused and stopped flapping the phoenix wings. Seeing this, the myriad poison ancestor felt extremely regretful. This kid sure is decisive. He's flexible with his actions. If he's bold enough to chase me to the vicinity of the myriad poison cult, I can activate the formation and heavily injure him. I didn't think he'd actually give up. Li Qingshan's body tensed up, becoming as firm as a mountain and as steady as the earth. However, he gave up on the pursuit and used an innate ability that did not possess any offensive power at all, the strength of the earth. As long as he was on the ground, the second innate ability of the ox demon could provide him with endless power and make his strength even greater. A large part of the ox demon's great strength relied on this innate ability. However, because this innate ability was not visible, it often gave people the false impression that it had never been used before. It did adhere to the ox demon's lineage, which was discreet and profound. As a matter of fact, Xianxia would sometimes overlook the assistance this innate ability could provide him. With the imperial heaven above and the earth below, they ruled over everything. The imperial heaven was supreme. The sun and moon shone brightly, and the stars were far away. They were like the father of all life. Lightning, rain, and dew were all his benevolence. The earth below was vast, and the mountains stretched on endlessly. She was like the mother of all life, nourishing all life with great virtue. All life revered the imperial heaven, and cultivators pursued the heavenly way painstakingly. Who cared about the earth beneath their feet? They called it the earthly way. As a result, Xianxia spread his arms. I am the child of the earth. The myriad poison cult was right in front of him. The myriad poison ancestor only needed a few seconds to arrive, while he had already pulled an extremely great distance away from Xianxia. No matter what he was capable of, it would all be useless. He could finally rest and heal in peace before thinking about a plan for revenge. His instincts told him that he could make use of his identity as the North Moon. Perhaps he could destroy Xianxia's reputation and crush him to smithereens without even shedding a single drop of blood. As he thought, he suddenly halted, but after a few ups and downs, he was already prepared. He would not be affected so easily anymore. But this time, he discovered that the invisible power did not make him fall down. Instead, it pulled him backwards. Xianxia used the gravity of the earth again, but he used the strength of the earth to change the direction of gravity and pull the myriad poison ancestor towards him. He did not move at all. Even his murderousness had thinned out, replaced by a vast and heavy aura. He unleashed the strength of the ox demon. The power was invisible and intangible, but it could not be cut off or severed, gripping the myriad poison ancestor firmly. In shock, he discovered that not only did his speed become slower and slower, but he actually came to a halt in the end against his will, gradually drawing closer to Xianxia. The myriad poison ancestor's expression changed in shock. He let out a hoarse roar, desperately wrestling with the power. If he were in peak condition, he could probably put up a fight, but he was heavily injured right now. In order to pull away from Xianxia, he was even willing to worsen his wounds. He was already at the end of his tether. Xianxia was rather injured too, but the strength of the earth was something he could unleash at full strength no matter what state he was in, even if he was heavily injured or on the brink of death. If he wrestled with someone using the earth as his foundation, he was confident that he would never lose, no matter what form it was. The myriad poison ancestor watched helplessly as the myriad poison cult grew further and further away, while Xianxia drew closer and closer. Finally, he began to panic. Xianxia, you really are going to fight me to the death? I'm an honored guest of the King of Southern Yu's estate. If you kill me, the King of Southern Yu will never spare you. Xianxia's expression was determined. He said nothing, possessing a tenacity that would never stop until he achieved his objective. No matter how the myriad poison ancestor threatened, scared, tempted, or begged for mercy, he remained unfazed. I'm going to kill you today. 5 kilometers, a kilometer. 300 meters, 30 meters, 3 meters. Die. Xianxia let out an extremely delighted roar and threw a punch at the myriad poison ancestor's old face. The power of tremor spread through the myriad poison ancestor's entire body. Cracks covered him like a spider's web, and he collapsed silently. Suddenly, a streak of green light shot towards Xianxia's forehead. It moved several times faster than the myriad poison ancestor when he was in peak condition, and under the pull of the gravity of the earth right now, it was even faster than before. Even Xianxia could not respond in time. He caught a glimpse of it and saw that the green light was a fist-sized infant. It was half-transparent and resembled the myriad poison ancestor slightly. Its face was filled with resentment. A soul nascence. After undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, human cultivators would convert their golden core into a soul nascence, condensing their cultivation within their soul. Even if their body was destroyed, it would not be life-threatening. All they had to do was find a new body, and they could possess it and be reborn. Existences at the third heavenly tribulation were very difficult to kill. Demon kings were because of their tough bodies and startling life force. As for human cultivators, they relied on the mysteries of soul nascence. If they chose to flee, they would be extremely difficult to capture, and at certain times, they even possessed the power to reverse life and death. The myriad poison ancestor had launched a counterattack at a critical moment. This was the first time Li Qingshan had seen a soul nascence either. Let alone being unprepared, even if he had been prepared, he would not have been able to respond in time. With a flash of green light, the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence vanished. Li Qingshan froze, maintaining his posture of swinging his fist. Even the delight on his face had not been completely erased. Li Qingshan, oh Li Qingshan. If I didn't have any way of fighting back, wouldn't I have blown up my soul nascence immediately and taken you down with me? I didn't want to use this move originally, but you've gone too far. Now, I'll make you understand the difference between us. Green light illuminated Li Qingshan's sea of consciousness. The myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence descended with the might of a sovereign. It was both delighted from turning the tables, but it was also filled with resentment and reluctance. Although a destroyed body could be reborn through possession, the price they had to pay would be extremely great too. As a result, no great cultivator would choose this path unless they had no other choice. The myriad poison ancestor had also been forced into dire straits, putting up a desperate struggle. He was confident that he had the situation under control. No matter how many magical abilities Li Qingshan had, it would be difficult for him to use them in his knowledge sea. No matter how strong his body was, there was still a qualitative difference between a mere spirit and his nascent soul. Although this was Li Qingshan's home ground, in this confrontation of the sea of consciousness, he undoubtedly had the absolute advantage. What was left to do was to completely crush Li Qingshan's thoughts and then completely occupy this body. Although I've condensed a nascent soul, I've been stuck at the early stage, unable to make a breakthrough. Originally, I had no hope of breaking through to the fourth heavenly tribulation. This body is as strong as a demon king's. It will definitely increase my strength greatly. Even if there are some conflicts and discomfort, it won't be too much of a loss. Li Qingshan, all your hard work has gone to me. But before that, he wanted to listen to Li Qingshan's cries for mercy and enjoy the pleasure of revenge. If you beg me and listen to my instructions, this old man can consider sparing your life. The myriad poison ancestor sent out a thought, but the green light from the nascent soul became even more dazzling, contaminating Li Qingshan's knowledge sea like poison. Demon suppression. Li Qingshan bellowed out inside, and it exploded in his knowledge sea like thunder. The demon suppression statuary's primary purpose was to suppress the demonic nature within oneself, and only then did it suppress the demonic path in the outside world. In that moment, the inside and the outside had become one. The strength of Li Qingshan's demonic nature went without saying. The myriad poison ancestor was a powerful figure of the demonic path too. The demon suppression tower appeared in the sea of consciousness, as large as a mountain. It crushed down viciously towards the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul. With a boom, the green light vanished. The myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul was suppressed beneath the tower. Chains of demon suppression as thick as dragons crisscrossed, locking the demon suppression tower firmly. If you beg me, I might even spare your life. Li Qingshan's voice rang out in his knowledge sea. Even he had never expected the demon suppression statuary to be so powerful. It truly was a special cultivation method of the Chan monastery of Devanaga after all. Child's play. In the demon suppression tower, the myriad poison ancestor bellowed out. Immediately, the pitch black demon suppression tower was dyed green, shining with green light. Oh no! Li Qingshan visualized the demon suppression statues and used the demon suppression statuary as hard as he could, pouring all the remaining demonic energy in his demon heart into the demon suppression tower to contend against the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul. However, the demon suppression tower shook violently, and the green light grew brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan realized he had still underestimated the power of a nascent soul. He watched helplessly as the chains of demon suppression snapped one by one. With a great rumble, the myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul burst out of the tower, shining with blinding light. His knowledge sea surged violently, as if a green sun had risen up from the ocean. With a kacha sound, a tiny crack appeared on the demon heart, and it became dim and lightless. Li Qingshan knew he could not even use the demon suppression statuary in a short amount of time, let alone summoning the demon suppression tower. Humph, you're just putting up a desperate struggle. You overestimate yourself. I'd like to see what else you've got. The myriad poison ancestor said. He felt like he had everything under control. He was prepared to viciously torture Li Qingshan's soul, releasing all of the resentment from the sneak attack and pursuit. Before he had even finished speaking, Li Qingshan said calmly, "The spirit turtle suppresses the seas." The spirit turtle manifested and descended from above. Compared to the demon suppression tower, the spirit turtle did not possess much might. Not only was it much smaller than the demon suppression tower, but it descended very slowly too. It shone with a faint glow as it descended slowly at a steady pace. However, wherever the light shone, the churning sea of consciousness calmed down. The green light seemed to freeze too, losing its original might. What? The myriad poison ancestor paled in fright. There were not a lot of cultivators who specially practiced techniques for battles in the sea of consciousness. Normally, at a time like this, it would be a clash of the strength of their souls and consciousnesses, let alone demons. The strength of the demon suppression tower that Li Qingshan had summoned had already left the myriad poison ancestor extremely surprised. He never thought he would have an even stronger move. Heh, you want to fight me? Let's see who's the one putting up a desperate struggle and overestimating themselves. Li Qingshan sniggered. As someone who practiced the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine, he did not have any shortcomings. He was flawless both inside and out. Whether it was a clash of techniques, melee combat, or a clash of consciousnesses, he had a set of methods to deal with them all. When the myriad poison ancestor smashed through the demon suppression tower, he seemed unstoppable, but he had actually exhausted quite a lot of his strength. His soul nascence was no longer as bright as it was in the beginning, shrouded in a layer of dullness. Although he resisted as hard as he could, the spirit turtle suppresses the seas was far more powerful than the demon suppression statuary. The spirit turtle pressed down on the green light inch by inch. It seemed slow, but it was unquestionable, all the way until it reached the top of the soul nascence's head. As it turned out, only 3 inches of green light remained, but it was extremely condensed as well. They entered a stalemate for a moment. However, Li Qingshan had the water god seal to replenish him, while the myriad poison ancestor was alone and helpless. Before long, only 2 inches of green light remained. The outcome had already been determined. The figure of the spirit turtle hovered above the myriad poison ancestor's head, no longer pressing down. However, it continued to shine. Li Qingshan definitely did not believe the myriad poison ancestor did not have the determination to fight to the death. Most importantly, the spirit turtle's suppression could not be completed in a single moment. It was enough for him to consider. If the soul nascence exploded in his sea of consciousness, he would definitely be smashed to pieces. No matter how tough his body was, no matter how startling his regenerative powers were, he would not be able to escape death. Li Qingshan could not help but sigh. This myriad poison ancestor sure was difficult to deal with. He had succeeded in launching a sneak attack while he was off guard, and then he made the Azura assassin Yin Qing keep him busy while he hunted him down. In this battle, Little and had basically lost his battle prowess. Yin Qing was heavily injured and on the brink of death, yet he had almost managed to escape. He had finally broken through after so much difficulty and thought he could finally kill him, but he still ended up in a stalemate in the end. Hurry up and stow this turtle away, or I'll take you down with me. The myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence clenched its fist, filled with viciousness and determination. Li Qingshan did not stow the spirit turtle away. Instead, he smiled. Myriad poison, you've cultivated arduously for 1,000 years, and you've only undergone the 3rd heavenly tribulation after so much difficulty and condensed a soul nascence, yet you keep mentioning taking me down with you at the drop of a hat. Who do you think you're trying to scare? Even though he was not bold enough to force the myriad poison ancestor into dire straits, he was underestimating Li Qingshan's courage if he thought he could do whatever he wanted just because he said he would take him down with him. He believed that as long as the myriad poison ancestor had a sliver of hope, he would not choose such a terrible plan. If it was an ordinary cultivator who had fallen to this state, they might have thrown caution to the wind in despair. But a great cultivator, although they had the same emotions as mortals and would be affected by emotions, they would not lose their rationality in the most fundamental aspect of their temperament. I've already lived enough. You're in the prime of your life, yet you're already capable of something like this at such a young age. Even the princes of the Dragon Province can't match you. My life hasn't been lived in vain if an old coot with no future like me can end a genius like you. The myriad poison ancestor was in dire straits, but he instead recovered some of his bearing and said slowly. You're flattering me. I'm just a young kid, how can I be compared to you? The two of them spoke one after another. One said that the other had a profound cultivation and that it was not easy to cultivate, the other praised the other for his talent and boundless future. If others were to hear this, they would think that they were courting each other. At this time, whoever cherished his own life more would be under the control of others. I've heard that soul nascence is extremely profound. As long as you find a suitable body, it won't affect your cultivation apart from wasting some time. Xianxia gave the myriad poison ancestor some hope. Alas, this old man has failed miserably and fallen into a hopeless situation. How can I dare to think about the future? I might as well give up. The myriad poison ancestor sighed, and his soul nascence suddenly began to tremble. A terrifying power that could destroy everything was about to be unleashed. What do you want? Xianxia asked calmly. He arrived high up in the atmospheric winds and flapped his wings of wind, flying in the direction of Savage Mountain. Then he tossed the 2 Sumeru rings into the water mirror's image, teleporting them to his clone in the marsh of Cloud Dream. These were his and the myriad poison ancestor's Sumeru rings respectively. He prepared for the worst-case scenario as he racked his brain to come up with a plan. If the demon core escaped far enough away, then even if the myriad poison ancestor blew up his soul nascence, he could maintain a ray of light and be reborn. This could be regarded as his final trump card. However, once the demon core left, his strength would weaken drastically, and he would immediately lose control over the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence, giving him the opportunity to escape instead. As a result, he needed to use the water mirror's image to teleport the demon core to his clone the moment the myriad poison ancestor blew himself up. This timing was far too difficult to grasp. If he escaped too early, the myriad poison ancestor would stop blowing himself up, but if he escaped too late, the demon core would be sucked into the explosion. How could he still have the opportunity to undergo rebirth? Even if he used the spirit turtle's divination abilities to grasp the timing, rebirth would still take him many years to recover. When he turned into a phoenix's embryo, he could not even maintain a basic level of consciousness. It could be described as the worst possible plan. However, a worst possible plan was still a plan. It was better than having no plan at all. Xianxia made up his mind. At most, I'll just risk rebirth again. Who's afraid of who? Send me back to the myriad poison cult, and we'll mind our own business from here on out. The myriad poison ancestor stated his conditions. Heh, you sure can dream on. If I go back to the myriad poison cult, you'll probably activate the formations and trap me the moment you emerge. Xianxia stalled for time as he sped up. As long as he returned to Savage Mountain, he could get Little N's clever brain to come up with a solution, not to mention the fact that he had the Banyan Tree King, whose wisdom was as deep as the ocean. I won't make things difficult for you. There's no need for me to go to the myriad poison cult. I just need to be at the edge of the myriad poison cult. Remove this turtle and let me sense the outside world, and I'll leave, said the myriad poison ancestor. Xianxia fell silent. Only when the myriad poison ancestor pressed him did he say, since you already know my identity, you'll definitely make it public when you get back. If the Dragon King of the Sea comes knocking, I won't be able to deal with him. The myriad poison ancestor happened to be planning this. Originally, he planned on feigning ignorance about the matter between the North Moon and the Dragon King of the Sea, but now that he had been exposed, there was nothing he could do. He answered with a question, what do you want? Do you really want me to die with you? As he said that, he assumed a posture like he was about to blow up his soul nascence again. If that's what you want, then do as you please. Even the Dragon King of the Sea couldn't kill me in the past, so you won't be any different. Xianxia said coldly. Alright. Then I'll try and see if I can drag you down with me, said the myriad poison ancestor. All of his accumulated resentment seemed to erupt, making him rather hysterical. The green light in the core of the soul nascence grew brighter and brighter. Li Qingshan tensed up and immediately stopped flying. A piece of the spirit turtle's profound shell flew out before him. It was as bright as a mirror, but it reflected the situation in Cloud Dream Marsh almost 50,000 kilometers away. He spat out the demon core, which stopped on the edge of the mirror. But a while later, when he saw how Li Qingshan did not respond at all, the soul nascence on the verge of erupting settled down again. The myriad poison ancestor said viciously, "Kid, you sure are something. Just let me stay in your sea of consciousness the entire time. I'd like to see how you cultivate." The older people got, the more they cherished their lives. They lacked the bravery and vigor of young people. They had gone through so much to reach their current level of cultivation. Unless they had no other choice, they would never choose the path of mutual destruction no matter what. And the fact that Li Qingshan had managed to escape from the Dragon King of the Sea did indeed make him fearful. If he threw his life on the line, Li Qingshan would be alive and kicking again in a decade or so. That would be a great loss. This kid had far too many tricks up his sleeves. Though, since he wants to negotiate with me, he's still afraid of me blowing up my soul nascence at the end of the day. Even if he can escape alive, he'll either not have too much confidence, or he'll have to pay an extremely heavy price, or both. Humph, I refuse to believe you can trap me in your sea of consciousness for the rest of my life. Let's see who can outlast the other. You better calm down. Let's come up with a plan that satisfies both sides. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud, but he was sweating inside, as even when his soul nascence was about to explode, he still had not grasped the opportunity accurately. All he could do was gamble. The myriad poison ancestor's poison sure is potent. Is there anything I can do about it, Senior Tree King? Xianxia crossed her arms and asked, pointing at her chin. They were in a tree hole beneath the great banyan tree. It was composed of huge, intertwined roots. It was extremely spacious, filled with the fragrance of resin. Xianxia laid on a platform composed of roots. Her body had been reduced to a humanoid shape by the poison, and her aura was extremely feeble. A droplet of yellow-green venom dripped from her body, kicking up a puff of white smoke when it landed on the ground. As an Azura, her body and life force far surpassed regular cultivators or even demon commanders, but she did not possess a heaven-defying cultivation method like the 9 transformations of the demonic and divine or the path of white bone and great beauty after all. She still could not endure the myriad poison ancestor's poison. All I can do is maintain her life force, but the poison is still deeply rooted, spreading and strengthening by devouring her life force. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook a meal without rice. The unique secret technique of the myriad poison cult requires a corresponding antidote. It all depends on whether he can bring back the myriad poison ancestor's summer ring. The banyan tree king's voice echoed through the tree hole. A dark green aerial root fell down, injecting sap into Xianxia's blood. This guy is very petty. He'll stare back even if he's glared at him. Myriad poison has offended him, so what good fate awaits him? Xianxia smiled. Li Qingshan chatted with the myriad poison ancestor as he flew through the sea of trees. Compared to the nervousness and intensity he felt earlier, he was much more relaxed now. However, the myriad poison ancestor's existence was like a fishbone stuck in his throat. He had to get it out. When the sky darkened, Savage Mountain came into view. The huge hole blasted open in the clouds had already closed up and vanished. It was currently drizzling. Little and stood on the top of the tall tower on the main peak. Her black hair was like mist, about to merge with the rain. Only when she saw Li Qingshan's figure did her lips curl into a smile and fly over to receive him. Li Qingshan told Little and everything that had happened, but Little and was unable to come up with a good idea immediately. I'd better ask the banyan tree king for help. How's Xianxia? Li Qingshan asked as he passed through the fog. Xianxia's injuries are under control, and she's currently thinking of a way to detoxify the poison, Little and said. Xianxia? I almost forgot that she's also a disciple of the School of Medicine. Let's go and take a look. Li Qingshan was very friendly to those who served and helped him. After passing through the 8-directional foggy sea formation, the valley was filled with rain and fog. The towering trees were soaked by the rain, and their color was especially deep. Even the mountains were dyed black. Seeing this familiar scenery, Li Qingshan couldn't help but relax, and a relieved smile appeared on his face. Although there was still a great threat that hadn't been eliminated, he had still won this battle. His ears twitched as if he had heard something. "I heard you badmouthing me from 10 miles away." Li Qingshan lifted the green vine curtain and walked in, glaring at him. "I'll tell you." Xian shrugged. "How is it?" the Banyan Tree King asked. A great cultivator's fate was extremely important. If the myriad poison ancestor had died, he would definitely sense it. Since he did not sense it, it meant the myriad poison ancestor had already fled, which made sense too. Third heavenly tribulation great cultivators were not that easy to kill after all. However, he had to consider this. If the myriad poison ancestor fled back to the myriad poison cult, then Li Qingshan's dual identities would definitely be exposed to the world. The reactions of the Hawkwolf Guard and the Chan Monastery of Devanaga would all be a small matter. If the Dragon King of the Sea pursued him everywhere, then that would be a huge problem. As a result, the Banyan Tree King had to consider how to mediate between them. "I've dealt with it," Li Qingshan said calmly. "You've dealt with it?" A hint of surprise appeared in the Banyan Tree King's voice. "Though, there's still a small problem. That old bastard's soul nascence ran into my sea of consciousness and refused to leave, so I've temporarily suppressed it. I still need to ask for your guidance. Let's cure Qing first." With a wave of his hand, Li Qingshan unleashed the water mirror's image again and retrieved the 2 sumeru rings. However, it took quite a bit of effort to open them. In the end, he still had to ask the Banyan Tree King for assistance, and only then did he manage to open them. After a great battle, Li Qingshan was extremely exhausted, and he even had to split his attention to suppress the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence. Through this small matter, he became even more aware of just how unpleasant it was for the myriad poison ancestor to remain in his sea of consciousness. Normally, it would be fine, but if he encountered another great battle and the old bastard messed around in his sea of consciousness, he would use up 50% of his strength at the very least. If he accidentally allowed the old bastard to grasp an opening, he might even face the danger of turning the tables. Cultivation went even more without a doubt. This bastard was truly an inner demon. It's no wonder that old bastard can keep stalling away calmly. His existence has blocked off my future prospects. There were many bottles and jars in the myriad poison ancestor's sumeru ring. If he asked Li Qingshan to look for the antidote, he really would have no idea where to start. It was all thanks to the Banyan Tree King's great knowledge that he found a glass bottle. An aerial root sucked up some of the medicine and sprayed it on Qing. The poison immediately diluted by a lot. Li Qingshan and Little and also ingested the antidote according to what the Banyan Tree King had taught them, completely eliminating the threat of the poison. The Banyan Tree King sprinkled some more tree sap, and Qing's wounds healed rapidly. Before long, she slowly woke up, and her eyes that had been blinded by the poison regained their brightness. She murmured, "I'm still alive. This isn't the Azura realm." She had thought she would be reborn in the Azura realm. Through this battle, she had proven once again just how dangerous it was to provoke an entire major realm of cultivation above her. "I haven't even allowed you to die yet." Li Qingshan laughed aloud. The Banyan Tree King said, "It's all thanks to the Azura realm that my life is no longer in danger. However, it's unavoidable that my strength will be affected, so I need to be mentally prepared." Qing nodded slightly, expressing that she understood. This was not the Azura realm after all. Even if she was injured, she could recover slowly. "You've done a great service this time, so I'll reward you handsomely. I'm willing to repay you with my body. What do you think?" Li Qingshan patted Qing's shoulder with a smile. A cool, moist breeze blew into the tree hole, and Yiliosu lifted the curtain and entered. She glanced at Li Qingshan and pursed her lips. Xian chuckled, but she said nothing. Xiaoan was emotionless and incorporeal. Cough, cough, I was just telling a joke to liven up the atmosphere. What's with your expressions? You don't have the slightest sense of humor. Even with how thick-skinned Li Qingshan was, he felt slightly embarrassed. Of course, it was only a tiny bit. He had gone as far as to rope in his subordinates for the sake of his great ambitions. Qing burst out laughing. This king sure had a lot of romantic debts. she recovered soon afterwards. My king's valiance in battle has left me in great admiration, but the reward is far too great. I'm just a willow, so I'm not blessed enough. I really can't handle it. I think it's better if he rewards me instead. Li Qingshan acted like he did not hear Ru Xian's mocking laughter. He instructed her gently, return to the azure field and recuperate for now. I'll find a way to help you recover your strength. After sending Yin Qin to the azure field, he passed the myriad poison ancestor Sumeru ring to Ru Xian. Take a look and see if there's anything you need. Ru Xian did not hold back, searching through it carefully. The myriad poison ancestor Sumeru ring was extremely well stocked. It contained the cultivation methods and resources of the entire myriad poison cult, which would be extremely helpful to her plan. As long as a cultivator survived 3 heavenly tribulations, even if they didn't cultivate the Tao of divination, they would still have a premonition of the heavenly secrets. Not to mention the fact that great cultivators would normally try to find ways to make up for this. Even if they could not devise ingenious strategies, at least they would not be able to devise ingenious strategies. They had sufficient energy and ability anyway. The myriad poison ancestor was no different. He could find a way to interfere with or even suppress the myriad poison ancestor's premonition. A large part of the reason why the myriad poison ancestor had suffered such a humiliating defeat was because Li Qingshan and Little and both possessed the ability to interfere with the heavenly secrets. Otherwise, how could Little and have succeeded with a sneak attack? Even if he was slightly stronger, he would still be overwhelmed by the myriad poison ancestor. His life might even be in danger. Among the various mysteries of the heavens, there was one that was the most difficult to interfere with, and that was the ability to sense one's own life and death. As the saying goes, life and death matters. Many mortals who have experienced a lot of danger would be able to sense it, let alone a great cultivator who had cultivated for 1,000 years and was aware of fate. The myriad poison ancestor's body had been destroyed, leaving behind only his soul nascence, so this premonition would only become sharper. In other words, no matter what method Li Qingshan came up with to kill him, he would have enough time to react and explode his nascent soul. Doesn't that mean there's no solution? Li Qingshan frowned slightly. He was a little annoyed. His Phoenix Nirvana might not even succeed. If he was not careful, he would really end up dying together with his opponent. There is still a solution. The Banyan Tree King wanted to say something but stopped. Please enlighten me, fellow Taoist. Li Qingshan cupped his hands. There's an old friend in the southern sea that's skilled in creating illusions. It's capable of causing one to fall into a state of confusion and make the fake become real. If he's willing to help, then this calamity can be easily resolved. Ru Xian was concentrating on reading a book of poison, and she raised her head in surprise when she heard this. Are you talking about the Mirage CCC King? That's right. It's the Clam King of Mirage Sea, the Banyan Tree King said. Clam King of Mirage Sea. Li Qingshan mumbled to himself. He had read about this name in a book before. Among the 72 demon kings, he was the most mysterious one. Because he had always lived in a place called the Mirage Sea in the South China Sea, and never left the sea border, it seemed that he had not done any major events that affected the 9 regions, so there were only a few records about him. With the Clam King of Mirage Sea's abilities, there's no one more suitable than this. I just need to lure this myriad poison into an illusion for a moment, and I'll have plenty of ways to deal with him. But will he help me? Are there any conditions? Li Qingshan was doubtful. While there were strong and weak demon kings among the 72 demon kings, as long as they had not ascended or died, and they had accumulated a few thousand years, they were basically at the level of the Dragon King of the Sea. Even 10 myriad poisons might not be able to defeat them, and 10 Li Qingshan naturally might not be able to defeat them either. It was best not to provoke the dragon and tiger just to deal with the wolf and the fox, and end up in a hopeless situation. There's no need for any conditions. He'll definitely help you. Go to the South China Sea and look for him. The Banyan Tree King changed his hesitant attitude just now and said with certainty. So you trust this Clam King of Mirage Sea so much? Li Qingshan was slightly surprised. In the years he had known the Banyan Tree King, this old man had always left some leeway in his words. The world was unpredictable, and even with his intelligence, he could not predict everything. Only by leaving leeway could one be at ease, and it was very rare for him to be this resolute. He could not help but wonder. Don't tell me the Clam King of Mirage Sea is actually a female demon? There's something going on between the two of them? Speaking of which, the South China Sea and the Mist Province are right next to each other, and the two of them never leave their territory either, so it does seem like they're watching over each other from afar. Don't let your thoughts run wild. I understand his personality very well. As long as you claim to be my subordinate, he definitely won't make things difficult for you based on our many years of friendship, said the Banyan Tree King. Xian raised an eyebrow and glanced at Li Qingshan. She wanted to say something, but the Banyan Tree King's voice rang out in her head. I know you come from the South China Sea. Don't say anything else. How strange. He's even stopping me from saying anything. Though, the Banyan Tree King shouldn't harm him, so I'll just wait and see for now. Xian thought. Coincidentally, Little An's clear, deep eyes looked over. Xian communicated, don't tell me you've also received a warning from the Banyan Tree King? Little An withdrew his gaze silently, basically tacitly agreeing to it. He fell into thought slightly. There were only a few descriptions of the Clam King of Mirage Sea in the books that Li Qingshan had read. According to the Banyan Tree King, there was no danger at all. However, the situation that Xian and Little An knew was the exact opposite. The legends regarding the Mirage Sea were a horror story that Xian had heard since she was young. According to the information Xiaoan had read, there were countless cultivators who had lost their lives there. Unlike the Endless Trench and the Perpetual Daylight Sea, which were renowned for being dangerous in the South China Sea, the location of the Mirage Sea was not fixed. Instead, it drifted freely in the South China Sea, which made it even more unpredictable. Whether it was a mortal or a cultivator, a human or a mutant, once they entered, they would find it difficult to find a way back. There were also survivors who managed to escape, but everyone's description of the Mirage Sea was different. Some said that it was a demonic island where ghosts and monsters roamed freely, while others said that it was a treasure mountain filled with gold and silver. This only added to the mysterious aura of the Mirage Sea. Because most of those who managed to escape were mortals, and not a single cultivator who was countless times stronger was able to escape, the mainstream view of the South China Sea cultivation world was, the Clam King of Mirage Sea intentionally vomits. She will release the clam gas and lure cultivators into a strange and dazzling illusion. Then, she will devour their essence and refine their souls into the clam gas, increasing the power of the illusion. Mortals are too weak and are not valued. Instead, they have a chance to slip through the net. Thus, the Mirage Sea was recognized as the #1 forbidden ground in the South China Sea. It was even more dangerous than the Ink Sea in the Azure Province. Li Qingshan, who knew nothing about this, seemed to be walking towards the abyss with his eyes closed. It was too strange that the Banyan Tree King did not allow anyone to remind him of this. I'll have to rely on you again this time, fellow. Li Qingshan said in complete respect. After going through so much, he already trusted the Banyan Tree King very much. It's just a small matter, so there's no need to take it to heart. I'm already very surprised that you've managed to force the myriad poison ancestor to this extent. Then I'll return to my dwelling and recuperate first. Once I recover, I'll set off for the South China Sea in search of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Li Qingshan stood up and bid farewell. The Banyan Tree King said, you can stay here and recuperate. I'll lend you a hand. Then I'll be troubling you, fellow. You can tell me what kind of demon that fellow Shen is. I'll have a way to deal with her once I see her, Li Qingshan agreed happily. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Under the Banyan Tree King's assistance, Li Qingshan had basically recovered from his wounds. His exhaustion was all gone. This was all thanks to him finding the antidote, or just purging the poison would have taken 10 times longer. The Banyan Tree King passed a wooden sea map to Li Qingshan and pointed with his roots. According to my calculations, the Mirage Sea stops here right now. Go there quickly. Don't waste any time along the way, or who knows where you'll end up drifting to again. Over the past few days, Li Qingshan had gained a rough understanding of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's personality from his conversations with the Banyan Tree King. He was filled with confidence about this trip. After thanking the Banyan Tree King again, he set off for the South China Sea with Little and in search of the Mirage Sea. The Banyan Tree King watched Li Qingshan vanish into the horizon. Ru Xian's voice rang out from beneath the tree. I never thought the Clam King of Mirage Sea would actually be a very kind person despite her vicious reputation. Who knows? The Banyan Tree King's voice was filled with emotion. Who knows? Isn't he an old friend of yours? Ru Xian asked curiously. The strangest old friend of mine, and while we're old friends, we're not exactly familiar with each other. The Banyan Tree King smiled. We're old friends, but we're not familiar with each other. Sure enough, it's very strange, Ru Xian said. The strangest part is that he still hasn't undergone the fourth heavenly tribulation. I originally thought he should have ascended 3,000 years ago. Not only are we not familiar with each other, we don't even know if he's a man or a woman, as no one has ever seen his true form. Sometimes, he's extremely friendly, sometimes, he's filled with hostility. Even when he toured the coast of the South China Sea, he made a great joke out of him. The Banyan Tree King thought back to the matters from several thousand years ago in a leisurely manner. CC? Ru Xian was taken aback. Only then did she remember who CC was. The founding emperor ruled over the 9 provinces and toured the world. He had once visited the Mist province to visit the Banyan Tree King before descending south to the coast of the South China Sea. The subsequent emperors never did that again. Ru Xian had left the South China Sea when she was young, so she did not know much about the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Now that she heard about all of this, she could not help but sigh. In other words, this Clam King of Mirage Sea might not necessarily show respect to anyone. She's also so powerful that she doesn't have to show respect to anyone. You could say that, said the Banyan Tree King. Ru Xian smiled. Kidley is in trouble this time. Why didn't you ask me why I didn't tell you to warn him, asked the Banyan Tree King. You have your reasons, don't you? And, does he even need me to warn him? That kid seems crude, but he's actually very cunning. There aren't a lot of people he trusts. If the mighty Banyan Tree King wants to deal with someone in the Mist province, why would he send him to the distant South China Sea? Isn't that a very reasonable consideration, said Ru Xian. It's no wonder he trusts you so much, said the Banyan Tree King. I just happen to understand how it feels to be unable to say certain things clearly. However, probably not everyone is as reasonable as me. Ru Xian gazed at the horizon as a sliver of worry flashed through her eyes. Little and is the person he trusts the most. He might not be willing to betray this trust. Most importantly, he's the only person she trusts. Whether it's the Banyan Tree King or herself, no matter how trustworthy they seem, they're all the same in her eyes. That child really is as strange as you can be. The Banyan Tree King sighed. You didn't come looking for me just to tell me this, did you? I have a question about the path of medicine that I want to ask you about. This also has to do with the success of the battle against Fire Melt Mountain. Ru Xian immediately became respectful. Let's hear it. After listening to Ru Xian's question, the Banyan Tree King fell silent for a very long time. The strong prey on the weak. Although the strong prey on the weak is also the way of nature, your actions are far too unjust. The endless yellow sand stretched into the distance without end. There was no sign of human habitation. Broken walls and ancient cities of the past had worn away the totem murals, leaving only a monotonous yellow that spoke of the vicissitudes of 1,000 years. A few withered poplars twisted and stretched their withered bodies. Their withered branches pointed at the transparent blue sky, like hands struggling to break free from the sea of sand, only to be buried by the yellow sand in the end. Li Qingshan stood at the top of a sand dune and saw everything. This is the Mirage Sea. It should just be an illusion, Little and said. The sound of the wind carried their voices into the distance. Li Qingshan crouched down and grabbed a handful of sand. The grains of sand flowed between his fingers. Not a single grain could be seen as fake. There was even a voice telling him from the bottom of his heart that all of this was real. Under the guidance of the Banyan Tree King Sea map, they found the legendary Mirage Sea without much effort. Although he knew that the Mirage Sea was not simple after Little Ant's warning and might even contain great danger, he still chose to enter the Mirage Sea due to his trust in the Banyan Tree King and the Spirit Turtle's divination. There was no danger to his life here, so he still chose to enter the Mirage Sea. As expected of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. This illusion is flawless. However, while it's strange for a sea of sand to appear in the sea, it's not imaginative at all. Xianxia smiled and revealed his pure white fangs. But if we can't break the illusion, how can we find the Clam King of Mirage Sea? Little N said. Watch me. Xianxia said loudly, Clam King of Mirage Sea, this one is Xianxia. I have come to the Mirage Sea to pay a visit under the guidance of the Banyan Tree King. Please show yourself. This is a visitation card. The sound wave spread into the distance like a tiger's roar and created ripples on the sea of sand. However, there was no response. There was only the sound of the wind. Xianxia could not help but be surprised. He reached into his summer ring, but the visitation card that the Banyan Tree King had written for him was nowhere to be found. How was this possible? The summer ring was equivalent to an independent space. Was the Clam King of Mirage Sea really this powerful? Xianxia. Little N pulled Xianxia's sleeves and pointed to the distant sky. At the end of the sea of sand, there was a tall building that connected the sky and the earth. It looked a little vague in the heat waves. Let's go and take a look. Xianxia could not understand how he had lost the visiting card, so he decided not to think too much about it. Since the Clam King of Mirage Sea had already responded, everything would naturally become clear once they met and talked. She didn't use her phoenix wings and flew side by side with little Anne. They flew very low, and the airwaves they set off plowed a long gully in the sea of sand, forming waves of sand. Under the illumination of the sun, they flashed with a golden light, extremely magnificent. Xianxia made a great vow to travel thousands of mountains and rivers and enjoy all the beautiful scenery in the world. Even though he knew that this sea of sand was an illusion, it was enough for him to enjoy. He looked at Little N beside him. Her skin was like jade, and her clothes were whiter than snow. Her black hair fluttered in the wind like a long ribbon. Her black and white were distinct, and there was only a slight smile on her red lips. She was so beautiful that she seemed like the spirit of the world, or even some kind of spirit that had gathered together. Perhaps it was the effect of this wondrous illusion, but Xianxia felt like this was the first time he had seen her like this. He also felt like he had been attached to her for 1,000 years. His eyes involuntarily gathered on those red lips, and for a moment, he was mesmerized. He almost wanted to kiss them, but he suddenly shook his head and threw this strange thought out of his mind. Little and only focused on him, so peaceful that it was like she was breathing. Xianxia suddenly smiled, and a child's heart stirred. He flew away from Little and circled around the sea of sand. He used the airwaves to write 2 large, crooked words, Little and also smiled, and flew up to write the 3 words Xianxia, but it was graceful and neat. Xianxia was not convinced, and wrote the 2 words 9 heavens. Finally, it was a lot more square, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His hearty laughter shook the sand dunes below, and a stretch of gold flowed down. Little and also laughed, and her laughter was like silver bells, ethereal and dreamy. They continued forward, and the wind and sand behind them gradually buried the words they had written, leaving no trace. They flew and played all the way, but the mirage in the distance, this was the name he had given to the tower, was even further away than he had imagined. It only became a little bigger after flying for a long time. Xianxia also stopped playing and stared at the mirage in the sky. The scope of the Mirage Sea could not be so large. It seemed like it was just as little and said, this trip was not so simple. He hoped that it was just a test. Little and still did not change her expression. And looked at his back as if she was breathing heavily. Then, they sped up and flew straight toward the mirage. Suddenly, Xianxia's heart skipped a beat. A yellow line rose from the horizon, covering the mirage that connected the sky and the earth behind it. The yellow line gradually became smaller. It's a sandstorm. If it was just a natural sandstorm, Xianxia naturally would not care, but this was the Clam King of Mirage Sea's illusion. This sandstorm was definitely not so simple. Not only did the sandstorm cover the sky and the earth, it was also endless. Let's go down and hide for a while. I don't believe that it can blow us away. Xianxia said, and brought Little N to the ground, under a stone pillar that was almost drowned in yellow sand. This place was also in ruins, but the only thing that could protrude out of the sea of sand was this enormous stone pillar. There were some incomprehensible words and blurry images carved on it, but they all felt vaguely familiar. Li Qingshan looked closely. No. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. The words were English, which he had learned in his previous life, and the images were mathematical numbers. What? However, these things did not exist in this world. Could this illusion actually reflect one's thoughts? There was no time to think carefully. The whistling grew louder and louder, as if there was a huge mouth that connected the sky and earth blowing. In the blink of an eye, the sandstorm swallowed them and the sky darkened. Li Qingshan discovered that his choice of hiding behind the stone pillar was the correct one. The intensity of the sandstorm actually made even his mind waver. He pulled Xiaoan into his arms instinctively, but as he gazed into the distance, he was actually unable to see what was happening 30 meters away. He sighed and sighed. If this kind of power remained in the sky, they would definitely be blown away. The stone pillar carved on it was like a rock, allowing the sandstorm to attack it. I wonder when it will pass, Li Qingshan said to Little An, who was as light as a feather in his arms, and hugged her even tighter. Little An said something, but her voice was swallowed by the wind. What did you say? Li Qingshan asked telepathically. Before Little An could answer, he suddenly heard a bull's moo. It passed through the sandstorm clearly. The sound was so familiar and intimate, as if it was ringing in his heart. Li Qingshan stood up and looked over. In the dark sandstorm, the blurry silhouette of an old bull was looking back at him. Li Qingshan's eyes widened. He clearly saw a broken horn on the bull's head. Although he could not see it clearly, he was sure that it was green. He could not help but be shocked. This was the greatest secret hidden in his heart. It was even greater than his transmigration and reincarnation. Reincarnation and the memories of one's past life were nothing in the world of the 9 states. However, the existence of the green ox far surpassed this world. It was an existence above the 6 paths of reincarnation and above the 9 heavens. Xiaoan, who was beside him, seemed to have seen nothing and leaned quietly in his arms. Was this also an illusion created by the Clam King of Mirage Sea? But it was too real. The ordinary oxen gave off an indescribable presence. The sandstorm and even the entire Mirage Sea seemed to distort as if it could not hold on. Wait for me, Li Qingshan said before rushing towards the black ox. Even if it was a hallucination, he wanted to see the big brother who had given him everything and parted with him for a very long time again. Little An reached out to grab the hem of his clothes, but it slipped out of her hands powerlessly. She watched as his figure disappeared into the sandstorm. The sandstorm was stronger than Li Qingshan had expected. Even with his strength and cultivation, it was difficult for him to move. The enormous force pressed down on him, forcing him to bend his body and walk towards Oxen. Oxen waved its tail and turned to walk into the sandstorm with its usual calm attitude. Li Qingshan's call was blown away by the sandstorm. His heart skipped a beat, and he looked back. The sandstorm obscured his vision. He was unable to see the stone pillar and Xiaoan in the sea of sand. Suddenly, he felt rather lost, but he had no time to think too much about it. He chased after the black ox as hard as he could. The world was dusky yellow. Only that figure was clear. It was leading him into the unknown. But no matter how Li Qingshan chased, that figure was so far away. It gradually moved further and further away until it completely disappeared into the sandstorm. A bull's moo came from the distance. So it was just an illusion? Li Qingshan panted as he knelt on the sand. He suddenly opened his arms and shouted at the sky with the loudest voice he could muster, "I will go. Above the 9 heavens, I will definitely go." The sandstorm gradually subsided. Li Qingshan found the stone pillar. It had almost been submerged by the sand. The words and diagrams on it had all been worn away by the sandstorm. Below the stone pillar, there was nothing. There seems to be something here. Li Qingshan had a puzzled look. He reached out and touched the stone pillar. The stone pillar shattered silently. It turned into dust that was finer than sand and drifted away with the wind like smoke. Li Qingshan stood on the sand dune for a long time. He looked around. There was only a sea of sand and he was alone. He felt a slight pain in his heart. His eyes were a little moist. He shook his head hard and looked at the mirage in the sky. He still remembered. I have to go there to find the Sea Serpent King. With an inexplicable reluctance, he continued to move forward. He always wanted to look back, but he hated looking back the most. He gritted his teeth and strode forward. Soon, the sand dune was left behind, and it was no different from the thousands of other sand dunes. The wind blew gently. Xianxia's face was gloomy. He kept moving forward toward the mirage. The scenery on the road became more and more monotonous. There were no ancient ruins or ancient poplars. There were only sand dunes, like waves on the sea of sand. The sandstorm became denser and denser. He could only give up on flying and walk on the sea of sand. After walking for who knew how many days, or how many years, the sun always hung high above his head. It shone down scorching light, making him feel anxious. Even with the divine earth power, he felt tired. A layer of dust fell on his body. But he couldn't stop. The mirage was still there, getting closer and closer. Finally, after another sandstorm, Xianxia looked around. There was only an endless sea of sand. He stared at the sky. There should be something there? Xianxia pondered for a while, but he was at a loss. Why was he in the center of this desert? His heart moved, and he looked inside his spirit and sea of consciousness, but there was nothing there, as if something was missing. The spirit that he had just raised relaxed again. However, he could not stay here. An indescribable great fear filled his heart, urging him to move forward quickly. He randomly chose a direction and staggered forward. There was no goal, no companion, not even an enemy. There was only the sandstorm coming one after another, and an indescribable great emptiness filled his heart. It kept expanding until it was the same as the whole desert, the whole heaven and earth. His face was sharpened until it was rough and blank. He could only keep moving forward, not daring to stop even a step, as if he would immediately be swallowed by this desert if he stopped. However, the exhaustion grew deeper and deeper. The earth no longer gave him endless support, but instead drew out his strength and spirit bit by bit. The desert was no longer golden, and the sky was no longer blue, as if the colors had been blown away by the sandstorm again and again. Finally, after a sandstorm, the sun also disappeared, leaving only the empty white sky and the endless stretch of pale white sea of sand. The sandstorm then subsided, and the sound of the wind also disappeared. Between heaven and earth, only he was still trudging with difficulty, listening to his own heavy breathing, stubbornly refusing to look back. He could not see that with every step he took, the footprints would immediately disappear, as if they had never existed. Time became blurry, and suddenly, the last of his willpower, like that stone pillar, collapsed with a loud bang. Finally, he collapsed on the desert. Perhaps this place could no longer be called a desert. There were no undulating sand dunes, only a boundless whiteness. His black eyes were blurry like frosted glass, looking at the distant blurry horizon. The white sand surged, drowning him inch by inch. Under the pitch-black sky, the continuous mountain range was like a crouching giant beast, quietly waiting for the dawn. Under a small hill shaped like a crouching bull, there was a small village. Xiao, wake up! A voice broke the silence of the entire world. A middle-aged peasant woman bent her back like a bucket and shouted. In a pile of hay in the cowshed, a skinny young man suddenly woke up from his sleep and thought blankly, "Who am I?" He looked around the dirty cowshed and felt the itch from the mosquito bites. Although it was a little uncomfortable, it was all so familiar and intimate. He gradually woke up from his dream, but that dream was so real that it felt surreal, as if everything in front of him was fake. However, when he recalled the dream, it quickly dissipated like a puff of smoke. He only vaguely remembered that it was an extremely terrifying nightmare that almost frightened him. He felt that he couldn't wake up, so he gave up thinking about it. Where else? Of course it's in our house. Waiter, don't sleep in the cowshed when the weather gets cold. Don't catch a cold. Dinner is ready, go eat. The middle-aged woman laughed. Her voice was rough, but it was filled with deep concern, causing the youth to feel warmth in his heart. Oh right, I'm Lier. This is Crouching Ox Village. My parents are both farmers in Crouching Ox Village, but they passed away when I was young. It's all thanks to my elder brother and sister-in-law who took care of me. He stood up, and he immediately became taller than the sister-in-law. The sister-in-law sighed, "Sigh, the days sure pass quickly. In the blink of an eye, you're already as tall as your elder brother. In another 2 years, you'll be able to marry and have children. You need to prepare now. When your elder brother comes back from selling the cow, he'll tear down this cowshed and build a new house for you. I can't say it's better than anyone else, but it can't be worse than anyone else. With your talent, Xiao, apart from caretaker Lu and village head Li's son, we won't accept anyone else in the village. Aya, the water's boiling. Hurry up and wash your face. Come eat." The sister-in-law rambled on for a while before hurrying to the kitchen. However, he only heard one sentence. "When your elder brother comes back from selling the cow." Yes, this had been planned a long time ago. Because the old oxen that had accompanied him since he had grown up was almost too old to work, he planned on bringing it to town and selling it to the butcher for money to build a house for him. Back then, he was very reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. Farmers didn't all raise cows like this. However, when he recalled Oxen's moist eyes, his heart shuddered. He murmured, "No, no, this can't be right." He rushed out of the cowshed and left the sister-in-law's cries behind. He followed the road to town and ran wildly. The morning breeze blew past his face, carrying the refreshing scent of vegetation. It almost drowned out the mountain path. He ran like he was flying, leaving behind countless crystalline droplets of dew. However, he had not eaten after all, and the nightmare seemed to have consumed too much of his strength. He felt tired very soon, but an indescribable urge urged him on. Go, go. Go. Find the cow. After turning a corner, a familiar figure appeared in front of him. It was a middle-aged farmer with a simple face. He stopped in a hurry and grabbed the farmer's shoulder. "Big brother, where's the cow? Waiter, come and pick me up. The cow has already been sold. Look, the money's here. It's a total of 11 taels of silver. It's enough for you to build a house and get married." Big Brother Li patted the pouch on his shoulder and smiled honestly. "I can't sell the cow, I can't sell it. I don't want to build a house and get married." He was frantic, rambling incoherently. "I know you have feelings for the old cow. I'm the same, but this is its life. We can't just bury it underground." Big Brother Li's face darkened and patted his shoulder. "Where's the cow?" He panicked inside and bellowed furiously. "It's already been killed. You'll be too late." "Let's go home," said Big Brother Li. "Killed? Killed? Killed?" There was a rumble in his head as if something had shattered. Big Brother Li dragged him home, returning to Crouching Ox Village unconsciously. The hard-working villagers had already woken up, all greeting him. Every single face was extremely familiar. Big Brother Li also replied with a smile. He passed by a brick house. It was pitch black inside, and a statue of a god was enshrined on the altar. An old woman in brightly colored clothes was currently worshipping the statue. She was the witch of the village. All weddings, funerals, and sacrifices had to be done by her. She even knew divination and exorcism. She was extremely effective, possessing great prestige in the surrounding villages. Hearing the disturbance, she turned around and smiled benevolently. The voice in his head rang out again. He suddenly broke free from Big Brother Li and rushed into the witch's house. He made his way around the altar and arrived at the back of the house. There was a verdant vegetable field here. He began digging desperately towards a location that seemed to be engraved in his soul. He felt like all the blood in his body was boiling. His hands dug through the moist soil. He was completely unaware of the rubble that had cut his fingers. Big Brother Li's cry and the witch's question seemed to come from extremely far away. In that moment, he felt like he was extremely close to reality. Originally, this chapter should have been published yesterday. I was planning to take a long vacation. My condition for the past 2 months has been very bad. I feel really tired. Since I was born, I have never felt so alone. It was like I was trekking in the center of the desert. In the sandstorms, I gradually forgot my companions, my enemies, and my goal. I looked around blankly. Was there supposed to be something there? Obviously there is, why can't I remember? It's funny. I have always loved solitude. Compared to the noise of crowds, I would rather live alone. But, it turns out that getting along with me is not so simple. Maybe I should give up being a perfectionist. Then I won't be stuck in a maze in every plot. I'm afraid that I will make an irreversible mistake if I take one step. So I hesitate and hesitate. In hesitation, I miss more. Forget it. You have been making mistakes all along. You just don't want to admit it. I have tried countless times to read the books I have written. This one, the one before that, but I can't do it. There are too many mistakes. I never recall the so-called childhood, so-called youth. I don't know why, but the pain is especially deep. It will never heal. I even wonder if there was really happiness and laughter. I might as well give it all up. Anyway, I can write a great novel to make up for it. But, what if I can't do it? What if I repeat the same mistakes? What can I use to make up for it? I am already so weak. How can I show weakness to anyone? I would rather close my eyes and indulge in the illusion than open my eyes and look at this broken world and myself. He was like a willful and stubborn child, rolling around in the mall and crying bitterly. I just want that toy no matter what. But damn it. I know that I can't get anything in this way. Stand up, don't cry anymore. Although I have said countless times that I will treat it as a job, it is really difficult. Unknowingly, I have put too many things on it. Personal dignity and value, the meaning and proof of existence. Is this a sickness? I have wanted to delete this text several times. Isn't silence the best way to deal with pain and helplessness? Why should I endure the humiliation? However, there is an answer that can't be found in 100 diary entries. There is a question that can't be answered in 1,000 lifetimes. So, I need to use this method to end it. I need to admit my weakness in front of tens of thousands of people. Well, a third-rate author like me often writes unexciting plots. However, even if I keep making mistakes, I still want to continue. Hey, answer me. Is anyone listening? Is anyone waiting? If he was alone, he really couldn't go on. The white sphere was buried in the black soil. It seemed like a human skull, but it was also. A human skull was much smaller. He dug his hands into the soil with trembling hands and dug it out. His body immediately stiffened. His boiling blood seemed to plummet. It was just a white rock. Little heir, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Big Brotherly said miserably. He grabbed the witch's hand again. Has my younger brother been possessed? Save him. Little heir, is there something in my vegetable field? The witch told Big Brotherly to calm down first before rubbing his head and asking. Kindly. It was extremely familiar, yet also unfamiliar. I don't know. He grasped the white stone tightly, stood up dejectedly, his body swaying a little. Exhaustion, hunger, pain, in a split second, surged up like a tide, but it was not as deep and heavy as the disappointment in his heart, but he did not know what he was disappointed about. Hadn't he been like this for the past decade or so? What was he yearning for? He made his way out of the witch's house and covered his eyes with his hand. Sunlight shone resplendently between his fingers. The sun rose as usual, radiating with warm light. The mist that enveloped the small village gradually dispersed, and smoke rose up from the chimneys of the houses. This was an extremely ordinary morning that he had repeated thousands of times in his life. From today onwards, he would spend every day and night like this, but he experienced a nightmarish fear. He returned home in low spirits and sat down at the table. He ate breakfast, lunch, and dinner. He gripped the rock that resembled a child's skull the entire time. The sun set again, but tomorrow would rise again. Crouching Ox Village was far too small, and life was far too ordinary. Everything spread like the wind. Very soon, everyone found out that Li Erlang had gone mad. They all came to visit him, but they all sighed when they saw him, saying that he was just too deeply attached to the old ox. He was unable to endure the blow, which was why he had gone crazy. The moon hung high in the sky. He finally stood up from the table and made his way out, arriving beside an ancient well in the village. He sat down on the moss-covered rock and gazed into the well. The water in the well quietly reflected the bright moon and the thin face of a young man, which was filled with confusion. Just what is wrong with me? Is it just because of a dream like that? However, even though the dream had dissipated like smoke, the feeling in the dream still lingered. It was an intense passion, a struggle, a wild laugh, an indulgence, a true love, and a death feud. His expression was twisted, and his scarred hands gripped the white stone tightly. Erlang, don't move. We can talk about it. A dead cow can't come back to life. Brother Li's voice was trembling. He was afraid that Erlang was going to jump into the well, so he tried to persuade him. Little brat, you've really gone mad. Your parents died early. I raised you up with all my effort, and this is how you treat me. Sister-in-law Li roared. As she spoke, she began to sob. You're not going to live like this anymore. Mrs. Li roared. The sound of dogs barking could be heard throughout the village. Every household lit up their lights and the villagers woke up from their sleep. In just a short while, they were all gathered around the well. Adults and children, men and women, were all trying to persuade him not to take things too hard. His gaze swept past the crowd, past the crouching ox hill, past the endless mountains. The two words Xianxia suddenly leapt into his head. Like a flash of inspiration, he lowered his head and murmured, Xianxia. Brother, where's the money from selling the cow? After a long time, he suddenly raised his hand and asked. Wait here, I'll go get it right now. Brother Li rushed out of the crowd and quickly brought over the pouch filled with money and gave it to him. He looked at a few pieces of silver in the pouch, which shone silver under the moonlight. He put the stone in his hand into the pouch and suddenly stood up. The crowd quieted down, and pairs of eyes just stared at him. He looked around, chose a direction, and walked out of the village. The crowd was stunned by his expression, and didn't dare to stop him. They split into two sides and watched his figure disappear under the moonlight. Brother Li and sister-in-law Li wanted to go forward to stop him, but they suddenly stopped, and a strange expression appeared on their faces. At first, his footsteps were very heavy, and he didn't know where he was going. But gradually, his footsteps became lighter and lighter. Using the bright moonlight, he followed the path that was about to be submerged by weeds and strode forward. After walking for a whole night, he walked into the town. The sky was already bright. He stood in front of a butcher's shop. A huge cow's head, with a broken horn, was hanging on the meat rack. The cow's eyes were wide open, and had already lost their usual luster. It was a blur. Flies flew around, as if to add a few more boring footnotes to this mediocre animal's death. But he could clearly feel that the blurry eyes were staring at him with that familiar warm gaze. Suddenly, he felt his face moisten. It turned out that unknowingly, his face was already covered in tears. Little brother, what kind of meat do you want to buy? I just killed a big cow yesterday, and there's still a lot of good meat left. The butcher's boss asked a little strangely. He pointed at the cow's head. After a while, the butcher's boss watched him leave with a strange gaze. He faced the morning light, and the sunlight gilded his tall figure with a layer of light. On his back was a huge cow's head. The cow's head was very heavy, and together with the white stone in the pouch, it weighed heavily on his body. And that dream didn't seem to be faintly discernible anymore. It became heavy and clear. Time flew by, and the stars changed. The young man became a man, and the man became an old man. He traveled through countless mountains and rivers, but the scene in his dream never appeared. However, he still refused to stop. He continued to search and search. Finally, one day, he arrived at the top of the mountain and stopped. His once tall body was already hunched over, and his clothes were tattered. Only the skull of the cow's head remained on his back. The white stone had become as smooth as bone after being rubbed, but it was even heavier than before. He turned around and gazed at the path he had come from. Just how many times had he had the chance to stop and enjoy peace and joy, instead of being like this, suffering all the hardships and having nothing left? He could not help but think that perhaps he should never have come out. Perhaps he had already gone mad several decades ago. As a result, he saw the crouching ox village again, and he saw his similarly aged self, surrounded by his children and grandchildren, enjoying his old age in peace. Did he regret it? He removed the yellowed cow's skull from his back with his old hands and slowly placed it on his face. He supported it with one hand as he took out the white stone that he had warmed with his body with the other. He stared at it for a very long time and suddenly began to laugh. His laughter became louder and louder, mixed with violent coughs. He coughed up mouthfuls of blood, dyeing his snow-white beard red. With a thump, his laughter came to a halt. He collapsed on his back and gazed at the boundless sky. He said, "Regret my ass." "Xianxia, Xianxia." An incomparably familiar voice called out anxiously, accompanied by a brisk clap. Xianxia slowly opened his eyes, waking up from his dream. He saw an ethereal and beautiful face. "Where am I? Who am I?" Then he immediately remembered. "I am Xianxia, and this is Clam Mirage." All kinds of memories flooded in. Xianxia's pupils contracted, and the confusion on his face turned into fury. He flipped and stood up, his right hand clenched into a fist and pushed against the ground. His left hand formed a claw and faced the dreamlike beauty dressed in colorful clothes across from him. All kinds of techniques were ready to be unleashed. Wonderful, truly wonderful. But the woman did not seem to notice. Her hands continued to clap and she did not disguise the admiration in her heart. "Clam King of Mirage Sea." Xianxia gritted his teeth and said, "Bastard, wonderful my ass. Come, let's have a showdown." He could not help but think back to a long, long time ago. The South Sea is truly spectacular. In the evening, Xianxia and Little and hurried from Savage Mountain to the shore of the South Sea. This place just happened to be a peninsula that jutted out of the land. Wind blew from behind them, and the sea was boundless with endless waves. The sun set in the west and dyed the sky red. The orange light spread from the horizon of the sea to the front along with the waves. The scenery was extremely beautiful. Little and frowned slightly and seemed to be in thought. She was not as calm as usual. "What is it? What are you thinking about?" Xianxia immediately noticed and rubbed her head, asking with a smile. "Nothing." Little and shook her head lightly. "What, is there something you can't tell me? You've really grown up. Let's go, the Mirage Sea isn't far." Xianxia listened to the banyan tree king's instructions and did not dare to stay for too long. He took out the sea map and glanced at it. After confirming the direction, he continued on his way. "Xianxia. The Clam King of Mirage Sea might not be as simple as the banyan tree king said," Little and suddenly said. "Is that so? Let's walk and talk." Xianxia was slightly surprised. Along the way, Little and told Xianxia all the legends he knew about the Mirage Sea, including the most mainstream views of the South Sea cultivation community. At this moment, a thin layer of mist suddenly appeared on the horizon. Normally, Xianxia wouldn't have cared at all, but when he looked over, he found that the mist was changing as if it had a life of its own, vaguely revealing a strange and dazzling scene. That was the place marked on the map, the location of the Fantasy Sea. "It looks like this Clam King of Mirage Sea didn't purposefully set up a trap to bait people. Otherwise, no one would have noticed it at all," Xianxia thought. Little and looked at Xianxia, waiting for him to make a decision. "I told you that the Clam King of Mirage Sea isn't that simple, but you don't have to worry too much. Fellow Daoist Tree King must have his reasons for not letting you tell me this. It's not to harm me, or else he wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. There must be a reason behind it," Xianxia said after some thought. "I'm sorry." Little and lowered her head. With her intelligence, how could she not understand this? Logically speaking, listening to the banyan tree king's orders would be the most beneficial, but she was unable to deceive him, so she could only apologize. "The only thing you did wrong was to say that." Xianxia lowered his head and said seriously. Little and's innocent expression was especially lovable. "Do you know your mistake now?" Xianxia smiled. "Yes." Little and nodded with a smile. "Don't do it again in the future. I'll use the spirit turtle to divine again." Right now, no matter what Xianxia did, he was used to using the spirit turtle to divine his fate first. He had already done it once when he came here, but the future seemed to be shrouded in mist, preventing him from obtaining an accurate result. Clearly, it was the influence of the Fantasy Sea, but fortunately, there were no signs of death. No matter how mysterious the fantasy sea was, if it was a fatal death trap, it was impossible for there to be no warning with the miraculous abilities of the spirit turtle. That was why he dared to come here without any worries. However, when he performed the divination again, the result made him slightly stunned. Although the future was still blurry, it clearly showed danger, and there was even a hint of killing intent. He could not help but feel bewildered. Just knowing a few more things has caused such an obvious change in my fate. Normally speaking, shouldn't the more I know, the more I can avoid danger? If I was tricked by a lie, it would be understandable. However, the series of legendary information regarding the fantasy sea is clearly closer to the truth than the beautiful future described by the Banyan Tree King. How is it? Little An asked hurriedly. Nothing changed. Li Qingshan smiled. Don't lie to me. I didn't even lie to you. Little An pouted. Alright, it seems to have become a lot more dangerous. Li Qingshan said. Sigh, as expected. Little An could not help but sigh. This proved that she was indeed wrong. Compared to the bliss of ignorance, I would rather bear the danger of knowing. If you lie to me too, I will feel worse than death. Li Qingshan looked into Little An's eyes with a smile, and said very seriously. This was why Little An hesitated again and finally made this choice, even though she knew it was wrong. Mutual trust was more important than life. Do you still want to go? Of course. When have I ever been afraid of danger? It's not like I'm going to die for sure. Didn't I make it through a situation where I barely survived? Besides, curmudgeon myriad poisons is a little more troublesome. Li Qingshan smiled and flew to the end of the sea, diving into the fantasy sea with Little An. In an instant, the scenery around them changed greatly. Tall buildings rose from the ground. The concrete buildings were clearly the modern city that existed in Li Qingshan's memory. Under the hazy sky, they stood in the center of the crossroads. Complicated signal lights constantly flashed, and people and vehicles moved back and forth. No wonder the scenery everyone sees in the fantasy sea is different. So this illusion can reflect the inner world, Li Qingshan sighed. This is where you've lived? Little An said in surprise. She could tell that this unfamiliar city had its own set of operating rules. Only two people knew about Li Qingshan possessing innate wisdom. One was Brother Ox, and the other was Little An. He had mentioned it to her when he was copying novels in the past. Of course, in this wondrous world of the 9 provinces, this was not some great, earth-shaking secret. How is it? Is it terrible? Li Qingshan smiled. A little, but you've thought about going back, right? Little An seemed to be in thought. I've definitely thought about it, but I've even made up my mind not to return to Crouching Ox Village, let alone this place. Let's go. Our destination should be there. Li Qingshan pointed into the distance. A building that did not fit in with the modern city stood there. It towered into the clouds, standing out from the crowd. This should be called the Clam. They walked along the street slowly and arrived below the building before long. An elegant plaque hung above the vermilion door. On it were the 2 words Clam. Heh, I've guessed correctly. Li Qingshan smiled. However, a sliver of worry appeared in Little An's eyes. Li Qingshan walked up and knocked on the door 3 times, loudly stating his intentions. He took out the card that the Banyan Tree King had written for him. The card suddenly moved and flew out of his hand. It spun and flew into the sky, burrowing into the hazy clouds. Li Qingshan looked up. The clam seemed like it was about to topple over. Before long, the vermilion door opened loudly, and a voice descended from the clouds. Since it's the Banyan Tree King's introduction, please come in. The voice was extremely pleasant, but it was neutral, making it difficult to tell whether it was male or female. Could it really be a woman? Li Qingshan thought. Although he wanted to fly up directly, he still stepped through the vermilion door. The vermilion door closed loudly again. However, the first floor of the Clam was not as antique as Li Qingshan had imagined it to be. Instead, it was a metallic room filled with sci-fi colors. A foul wind blew over, and a huge monster stood in the middle of the room. Its black body flickered with a metallic luster. Its body leaned forward with its feet on the ground, and it dragged a spiky tail behind it. It let out a deafening roar and revealed layers of sharp teeth as it lunged over. Why does this thing look so much like the alien queen? As expected of an illusory realm. Do I have to fight my way up layer by layer? Li Qingshan rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. He casually punched out, and the monster that looked like the alien queen was instantly smashed into pieces. Its body fluids landed on the walls and ground, and immediately a layer of white smoke rose, corroding deep pits. After so many years, I still remember the setting of the strong acidic blood. In the future, when I'm free, I can write another novel and strengthen the divine talisman of great creation, Li Qingshan said with great interest. Gotcha. A metallic cabin door opened above his head. As expected, this is the way to play. Li Qingshan gradually realized that the various scenes in the illusory realm originated from his thoughts. If he knew nothing about the legend of the Mirage Sea and purely believed in the Banyan Tree King's words, things might have gone very smoothly. It was precisely because he had the thought that this trip was not as simple as it seemed that there was such an obstacle. This way, the Banyan Tree King's lies could be explained. In this world of the Mirage Sea, lies could also become truth. The survivors who escaped from the Mirage Sea had only managed to escape because they believed in a certain kind of lie. The mainstream view of the South Sea cultivation world might be the fatal factor. If you believed that the Clam King of Mirage Sea was using clam chi to hunt, then she really was hunting. Of course, all of this was just an assumption. It was not like looking into a mirror and seeing what was reflected. After all, the Mirage Sea was still controlled by the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She might really be hunting cultivators. Since this view had been recognized by the South Sea cultivation world for thousands of years, it might not be groundless. But now that things had developed to this point, he could only fight his way up layer by layer. Not only was Li Qingshan not afraid, but he was also very curious about what other monsters would appear. Li Qingshan flew up to the second floor. Little and was still standing there, and an idea flashed through his mind. Oh no. I have seen everyone's comments. Although I don't want to admit that I will be affected, I am very happy and touched. Of course, there are definitely no tears in my eyes. Hey, is it so hard to accept that I am a weak mortal? I am sorry, I have always been too arrogant and neglected your strength. I have always been looking up at the sky, but I forgot that it was you who lifted me up. Looking back on the road I came from, I did not walk here alone. I remember when I wrote my first book and received the first comment, I was really overjoyed and felt that I was really amazing. What a novelist. Oh right, that comment was still scolding me. Why is it that now, I have obviously received 10 times, 100 times, or even 1,000 times more praise, but I turn a blind eye to it. Now, I can see it all, I can hear it all. Even if this is the center of the desert, there are tens of thousands of people echoing. Get up, continue walking. The dream is not over yet. Magic mirror, who is the most perfect man in the world? Anyway, it is not you. Go to hell. Ping. 2nd floor. 5th floor. 10th floor. As Li Qingshan climbed up, he encountered all kinds of strange enemies. They were all from his imagination, and they were getting stronger and stronger. After reaching the 13th floor, he could no longer win easily, but he did not care. He unleashed his divine abilities and power, and the more he fought, the braver he became. He enjoyed it. Little and supported him from the side with a hint of deep worry in her eyes. I hope it's not like what I think. With a loud boom, the metal monster was blasted into pieces, and the door to the upper floor opened. Little and, what floor is this? Li Qingshan panted, and the wounds on his body slowly healed. The enemies were getting stronger, and he was starting to feel tired. 99th floor. But if we calculate the height, the top floor should be above us, Little and said calmly. Is that so? I was just getting excited. Is this game called Go Up 100 Floors If You're a Man? Let's go. Li Qingshan laughed and flew up to the 100th floor of the Mirage. Long, colorful curtains hung down in the tranquil palace. Wind surged in from all directions through the open doors, and the curtains swayed in the wind. The various colors wove together, brushing past Li Qingshan's face. Then, he caught a whiff of an obscure fragrance. The incense burner spat out curling smoke, but even the wind was unable to disperse it. It coiled around the palace like mist. Li Qingshan reminded Little and to be careful and walked cautiously to the center of the palace. Little and looked at his back and frowned slightly. The mirage went deep into the dark clouds. There was no height to calculate, and this was an illusion. Li Qingshan soon saw a figure dressed in colorful clothes. Her back was facing them, and she was drinking by herself. "May I ask if you are the Clam King of Mirage Sea?" Li Qingshan bowed and asked probingly. "I am. Please take a seat, esteemed guests. I've waited for a long time." The Clam Monarch of Mirage Sea waved her sleeve and spoke without even looking back, and she didn't seem to be displeased by Li Qingshan calling her fellow Daoist. Li Qingshan carefully circled around the Clam King of Mirage Sea. A dreamy and beautiful face appeared in front of him. He thought, it really is a woman. However, because he was in an illusion, he did not dare to confirm whether what he was seeing was real or fake, so he sat down in front of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. Little and stood next to him and observed the legendary Clam King of Mirage Sea. Before Li Qingshan could speak, the Clam King of Mirage Sea said, "You said you need my help. Is it for myriad poison?" She glanced at Little and half-intentionally. "That's right. Only fellow Daoist can do this." Li Qingshan cupped his hands. "Sure." The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled and stood up. She made her way over to Li Qingshan and extended her hand towards his head. Li Qingshan raised his eyebrows. His entire body tensed up, and he clenched his fists tightly. He was like a ferocious tiger that was ready to strike. Little and suddenly pressed down on his shoulder. Li Qingshan was slightly surprised, but out of trust in her and the fact that the spirit turtle did not warn him, he sat still. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's hand reached into Li Qingshan's forehead extremely gently, as if she had reached into a pool of water. It created a colorful ripple, and then she pulled out a jade-like, dark green nascent soul. The nascent soul that looked like an infant had its eyes tightly shut and was in a deep sleep. It did not resist at all. Li Qingshan touched his unscathed forehead and could not help but be surprised. This was basically unbelievable. Something that even the Banyan Tree King found troublesome had been resolved so easily by her. Everyone has their own specialties. The Clam King of Mirage Sea seemed to read Li Qingshan's thoughts and said with a smile. She sat down again and raised her cup towards him from afar. "Thank you, fellow." Li Qingshan was overjoyed inside. He also raised his cup, about to drink it all. Qingshan. However, Little and pressed down on his shoulder again. Earlier, she did not allow him to fight, but now, she did not allow him to drink. Li Qingshan looked at Little and in surprise. Little and bowed towards the Clam King of Mirage Sea. "Thank you for your hospitality, sir. We still have matters to attend to, so it's time for us to leave." "You still have to drink?" The Clam King of Mirage Sea fiddled around with the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent soul as her smile flickered. "Haha, there will still be opportunities in the future, but we really do have urgent matters to attend to." "Thank you, fellow. We'll be taking our leave first." Li Qingshan also sensed that something was amiss, so he stood up. At this moment, the spirit turtle actually gave off an intense warning, but before he could respond, he felt dizzy. Suddenly, he saw the incense cauldrons around him. "There's poison in the smoke." But that should not be the case. Even the myriad poison ancestor's poison could not kill him, let alone some sleeping smoke. His body swayed, and he sat down again, sprawled on the mat, and slept soundly. "But it's fine if you don't drink it." The Clam King of Mirage Sea tasted the alcohol slowly. Her face suddenly blurred as if it was separated by a thick layer of frosted glass. Even her voice became hazy, making it impossible to distinguish her gender or age. Only her eyes remained clear. Various colors swirled and rippled in them like a kaleidoscope, staring at Little and, "What are you trying to do?" Little and stood in front of Li Qingshan with his sword in hand, completely unaffected by the sleeping smoke. "You really are strange." "Hee, can't you guess what I'm trying to do? How can a place as dangerous as the Mirage Sea allow people to come and go freely?" Even he refused to believe that it would be that simple. He was constantly on guard, so it obviously could not be that simple. It's said that I created this illusion to prey on cultivators. The Clam King of Mirage Sea licked her lips. Is it because that's what he thinks? The thing that Little and worried about the most had finally happened. The reason why the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence had been resolved so easily was because of the Banyan Tree King's month-long indoctrination, which convinced Li Qingshan that the Clam King of Mirage Sea would help him. However, learning about the true face of the Mirage Sea and the ominous outcome of the divination made him raise his guard and develop hostility. After the battle on the 100 Floors, this hostility only grew. In the real world, this thought was nothing at all. Even parents, siblings, friends, and husband and wife would often develop hostility. It would be fine as long as it did not erupt. However, this was an illusion that reflected the human heart, and the Clam King of Mirage Sea was far too powerful and strange. Haven't you heard of the saying that illusions arise from the heart? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled. He doesn't treat you as an enemy. Little and was afraid of telling Li Qingshan his guess because he was afraid he would develop even greater hostility, which would make the trip even more dangerous. Otherwise, he would be dead. Already, the Clam King of Mirage Sea said slowly. The cultivators who had died in the Mirage Sea had treated the Clam King of Mirage Sea as an enemy precisely because they believed in the mainstream view. The outcome of a battle against a peak third heavenly tribulation demon king in an illusion obviously went without saying. What do you want? Little and knew that fighting was useless, so he just stowed his sword away and let Li Qingshan lie down with his head on her lap. The Clam King of Mirage Sea poked the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence with the tip of her finger. This enemy that Li Qingshan found troublesome was currently sleeping, as delicate as a real infant. In this world of the Mirage Sea, the Clam King was the absolute ruler. Whether it was the poisonous alcohol or the bewildering smoke, they were just mediums. What truly took effect was still the Clam King of Mirage Sea's unbelievable power. No matter how cautiously Qingshan was, she could pull him into a dream with just a blink of an eye. I'm willing to dream this dream for him, Little and said to the Clam King of Mirage Sea as she cradled Li Qingshan's head. No matter how close you are, there are some things that cannot be replaced. Originally, I wanted to give you a dream too, but unfortunately, your heart is empty. Nothing can be reflected, let alone a nightmare. A nightmare? Little and said. Oh my, I think I've let the cat out of the bag. The Clam King of Mirage Sea stuck out her tongue and covered her mouth as she giggled. Just now, her composed, elegant, and noble image had suddenly collapsed. She was like a child who had succeeded in a prank, but her face remained a blur the entire time as if it constantly flowed and changed among the faces. Little and understood that this image of hers, even the way she spoke and did things, originated from Li Qingshan's imagination to a large extent. Only now that Li Qingshan had fallen asleep did she gradually reveal her true face. Regular people could not see this true face, as when people interacted with others, it was inevitable for them to have some preconceived notions and some illusions. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's existence itself would be distorted and affected, just like how everyone saw a different Mirage Sea. The Clam King of Mirage Sea had 1,000 faces too. Only Little and practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, being colorless and without self, without sense and without form. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's image was unable to receive the support of impressions and imagination, which was why she presented this true face that had no fixed face. They sighed in their hearts, what a strange existence. Alright, the dream has been formed. Come, let us take a look. Let's have a drink. The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled and pointed at Li Qingshan's head from afar. Li Qingshan's head shone brightly, and the roof above him suddenly turned into a colorless and transparent gas. Under the illumination of the light, it shone with a myriad of colors and gradually condensed into a picture hanging in the sky. Boundless yellow sand spread out. Poplar trees, ancient cities, ruins, and broken walls formed a desolate scene. Li Qingshan stood on a sand dune. This is the fantasy sea. Beside him, Little and replied, it should be an illusion. This nightmare seems to be very special. Clam King of Mirage Sea watched the scene with great interest. This is? Little and looked up. This nightmare did not seem dangerous at all. The Clam King of Mirage Sea countered with a question, Do you know what is the most primitive, deepest, most enduring, and most powerful emotion in a person's heart? Love. Naturally, this was not Little Anne's answer. Instead, it was a young girl who jumped out of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's body. She cupped her hands and had an expression of yearning. Blazing, but not lasting. The Clam King of Mirage Sea shook her head. The young girl paled. Friendship. A forthright man with an unkempt beard jumped out of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's body. The White Emperor still holds his sword when he knows. The Clam King of Mirage Sea waved her hand in disdain. The man was silent. Kinship. A white-haired old granny said with a benevolent expression. Loving mothers are common, but filial sons are hard to find. The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed. The old granny silently shed tears. Hatred, the twisted young man said darkly. Fabricated things. Thoughts. The wise man stroked his long beard. Nonsense. Figures jumped out one after another and gave different answers. They were all rejected by the Clam King of Mirage Sea and silently retreated. They talked to themselves, directed and acted like they were crazy. Dreams. Little and suddenly said. The Clam King of Mirage Sea paused slightly and smiled. Interesting, but it's still not right. Although everyone dreams, they are as fragile as bubbles, and they are just a beautification of desire. This complicated desire is not even worth mentioning compared to the true and only answer. Little and said nothing. It's fear. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice trembled. She spread her arms and roared at the sky. Then, she hugged her shoulders and knelt on the ground. The figures around her all showed expressions of fear and disappeared. The fear of not being able to obtain, the fear of losing, the fear of life, the fear of death. The fear of advancing bravely is because of fear, the fear of hesitating is because of fear, the fear of shouting is because of fear, the fear of silence is because of fear. All living beings have fear in their hearts. Behind every action is fear. Failure will lead to greater fear, and success will lead to new fear. Fear, fear, fear. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice gradually weakened. She curled up on the ground and sobbed softly like a frightened child. So scary. So what? Little Anne said. The Clam King of Mirage Sea leaped up. It was as if her performance earlier was just a dream. She pointed at the reflection in the sky and said, "This is no ordinary nightmare. It's the deepest part of his heart. It's the greatest and deepest fear that stripped away of all those false desires and dreams." He, do you really think he can survive? Little Anne's expression changed. Look, even you have fear. I understand now. There's no need to pull you into a dream at all. That would be too unreal. All I need to do is let you watch the thing you fear the most happen with a clear mind. The Clam King of Mirage Sea wretchedly rubbed her hands together and spoke in a mysterious tone. What is this? The Clam King of Mirage Sea was slightly shocked and looked at the sky. At this moment, the first sandstorm in the reflection came. Oxen's whistle came from the dream and echoed throughout the entire Mirage Sea world. What kind of dream is this? Is he scared to death of this bull? The Clam King of Mirage Sea was confused. While she could create dreams, she could not decipher every detail. She hurriedly tried to maintain the dream. Very soon, Oxen disappeared into the sandstorm. Li Qingshan found the stone pillar, but he could not find any trace of Little and Hm. It looks like that bull is not afraid, but a powerful symbol. To him, an unusual miracle almost burst the dream. But isn't this fantasy a little too surreal? The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed. She felt that it was slightly strange for her to say this. After all, he had seen the most bizarre and dazzling dream illusions. Even the modern city Li Qingshan had imagined only slightly surprised him. Look, the real show is coming. Now that he's lost you, he can only move forward alone in the desert. His fear is growing deeper and deeper. The Clam King of Mirage Sea lay down comfortably and enjoyed the dream as she munched on sunflower seeds. Suddenly, she asked Little Anne, "Do you want some?" Little Anne ignored her and looked up at Li Qingshan passing through the sandstorms. The confusion on his face grew heavier and heavier. He felt a slight pain in his heart formed from magic power. This kid's fear is really unusual. Normal people would only see some terrifying monsters or enemies that have come back from the dead. It's worth mentioning that I've appeared many times. However, this kid's desire on the surface is to fight monsters and climb buildings. He's basically a battle maniac. In other words, he's not afraid of fighting me? How daring. But it's still the same. Fear is the most primitive and deepest emotion in a person's heart. There is no exception, so accept your fate. Why don't we make a bet on how he'll die? The Clam King of Mirage Sea took out another bucket of popcorn as if she was watching a novel movie with great interest. Little and drew his sword and said, "Wake him up immediately and let us go, or I'll kill you." Kill me? The Clam King of Mirage Sea pointed at her own nose, and her ever-changing face suddenly froze. It was the overlapping of thousands of faces, all filled with disbelief. Do you know who I am? I'm the Mirage Sea. Hi. King. Wahahaha. Cough, 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 cough. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice shook up the space. She let out a wild laugh before coughing violently. She choked on the popcorn. I don't have the slightest hostility towards you, said little Anne. The Clam King of Mirage Sea leaned on her hand and was troubled. That really is a problem. Yep, then I'll let you chop to your heart's content. Xiaoan slashed down with her sword. The Clam King of Mirage Sea brought her palms together and caught the edge of the sword. Your sword is a little strange. I feel like I can't let you hit me. In the Mirage Sea world, with the Clam King of Mirage Sea's strength, even if the myriad poison ancestor struck out at full strength when he was in peak condition, he would not be able to harm a single hair on the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She would already be lucky enough to escape from the Mirage Sea. However, the Buddha-slaying sword was not a regular arcane treasure. It possessed a unique power, which even made the Clam King of Mirage Sea feel a hint of danger. Little Anne tried to pull the Buddha-slaying sword, but it did not budge. The pale white samadhi flames of white bone lit up in his eyes, and the skull prayer bead slipped into his hand. Give up. If you had undergone the third heavenly tribulation, I would also be fearful, but right now, you're nowhere close to being my opponent. If this continues, your empty heart will develop true hostility or even killing intent for him. By then, you'll be in danger too. I don't want to kill you. The Clam King of Mirage Sea said sternly, like a warning, but also like a persuasion. The color in her eyes changed, unleashing the bearing of a supreme demon king. She was even more powerful than Li Qingshan imagined her to be. However, Little Anne ignored her. Release him. Look, he's going to die. He's going to die. Look back. Don't miss the most fascinating part. The Clam King of Mirage Sea pointed at the reflection in the sky and called out like she was having a seizure. Little Anne suddenly turned around. Li Qingshan had collapsed in the white desert and was gradually buried by the white sand. At the same time, his aura became extremely weak. He was not injured at all, but he was on the verge of death. Little Anne lunged over and shook him hard, shouting, Qingshan. Wake up. It's just a dream. The reflection in the dream completely faded into darkness. It's over. It's an extremely wonderful dream, one that makes one gasp in amazement. It makes one feel that those who dream of monsters and enemies in their nightmares are basically weak cowards. This is a nightmare that is truly worth watching, but it proves to us once again that even such brave and fearless people actually have great fear hidden in their hearts, and fear can kill. The Clam King of Mirage Sea stood up and introduced the dream to the non-existent audience. She first praised, then sighed, and finally responded with a smile. Yet at this moment, the reflection in the dream lit up again, and the Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly turned around. Eh? Why isn't it over yet? Was that not his greatest fear just now? When Li Qingshan woke up from the cowshed in the dream, the Clam King of Mirage Sea was dumbfounded. Her mouth fell open without a care for her image, and the melon seeds in her hand scattered all over the ground. Qingshan. Little Anne saw Li Qingshan furrow his brows in his sleep, as if he was in great pain. The Clam King of Mirage Sea sat down again. She was no longer careless. Instead, she sat upright and still, gazing at the dreamy reflection in the sky. Li Qingshan paced back and forth in his dream. The scenery in his dream was nothing more than an ordinary village the entire time, but he showed a nightmarish fear. She asked Little and, "Where is this?" "Crouching Ox Village, the place where he was born." Little and glanced at the Clam King of Mirage Sea. "In other words, this is 20 years ago." "It really is as I thought." "So this is his greatest fear, his greatest fear." "It's not pain and death, not forgetting everything and dying alone, but fear, that this is all a dream." The Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice trembled slightly. Little and sensed her abnormality and said, "In thought, since you said that all living beings have fear in their hearts, then it's the same. What is your greatest and deepest fear, Clam King of Mirage Sea?" The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed and did not answer him directly. "Right now, I really do want to wake him up, but this goes against the principles of my existence, so he's dead for sure." In the past several millennia, the cultivators who accidentally entered the Mirage Sea and then sank into their nightmares might not even be able to face their greatest fear before they were killed by the monsters in their nightmares. However, through his extraordinary courage that did not fear death, he managed to last until now, entering an even deeper nightmare. However, he was forced to face his greatest fear. This was already an unsolvable knot. No one could defeat their greatest fear. No one. The greater the courage, the deeper the fear. This was the most primitive, deepest, most enduring, and most powerful emotion. It had always been the cornerstone of willpower. "I don't believe it," Little and said stubbornly. "All right, then let's wait and see." The Clam King of Mirage Sea was no longer satisfied with watching from the sidelines. Instead, she threw herself directly into Li Qingshan's dream. As she gazed at the dejected Li Qingshan, she could not help but sigh inside. She even felt a hint of anticipation. In the reflection of the dream, Li Qingshan dug out a white stone from the witch's backyard and sat there for a whole night. Then, he walked out of the room and came to the well. "Is it finally over?" Through the villager's eyes, the Clam King of Mirage Sea gazed at the dejected Li Qingshan by the moonlight well. She could not help but sigh. If it was an ordinary dream, committing suicide was indeed a way to escape. However, dying in this deepest nightmare was only a dead end. Even the soul would be destroyed and then be digested by the mirage. The legends of the South Sea's cultivation path were not completely false. However, Li Qingshan stood up and walked out of the village. The Clam King of Mirage Sea was stunned, and so were all the villagers. Brother Li and sister-in-law Li wanted to go up and stop him, but the Clam King of Mirage Sea stopped them. She did not want to cause any more trouble. She wanted to see just what this man wanted to do. Moreover, when this man decided to leave, how could a village man and woman stop him? When Li Qingshan stood in front of the butcher's shop in town and stared at the ox head in a daze, the Clam King of Mirage Sea looked through the butcher's eyes and saw this. "You still refuse to give up and want to confirm it? This oxen really does mean a lot to you. It's basically a pillar of support that you can't live without, but you can see now. Miracles don't exist. Dreams don't exist either. You should give up now. Go back to your Crouching Ox Village." However, Li Qingshan shouldered the ox head and made his way off into the distance. The Clam King of Mirage Sea gazed at his receding figure and revealed a strange expression. "What do you want? You still don't know, but all struggles are futile." As a result, she followed him, watching as he paced about in this exitless maze in search of a dream that did not exist at all. He was disappointed time and time again, but he never felt despair. He was tempted time and time again, but he never stopped. Unknowingly, she accompanied him through several decades of this dream. Finally, one day, he stopped and looked back. The shadow of death filled the air. He could clearly sense it too. After a moment of thought, he laughed aloud and uttered his final words. "Regret my ass." It was earth-shattering, leaving the Clam King of Mirage Sea stunned. She murmured to herself, "He actually defeated this nightmare. No, it's not exactly a victory, nor is there a possibility of victory. He just persisted the entire time without admitting defeat, even to the very last moment of his life. Hee, what an extremely stupid method." Vaguely, she seemed to see an indomitable oxen. The ox demon's great strength sinks in the mud. Perhaps life was a meaningless persistence, but persistence itself was the greatest meaninglessness. Perhaps there was no brother ox, no little and no 9 heavens in this world, but even if he had forgotten some things and lost the various divine abilities of the 9 transformations of demons and gods, there was a spirit that had been deeply engraved in a place even deeper than fear. Perhaps he would never be able to defeat fear, but this would not stop him from continuing to fight. Moo. The dream shattered. Butterflies flew through the boundless darkness, dancing with indescribable colors. They flowed with equally indescribable colors and dyed the black curtain. Following Little An's call, Xianxia woke up from his dream. He slowly opened his eyes and gazed at Little An's joyful face. The floodgates of his memories were instantly opened, and all kinds of languages, voices, and images surged out. His head felt like it was splitting, and he was extremely exhausted, but he also felt an indescribable joy. Wonderful, this is truly wonderful. The Clam King of Mirage Sea clapped hard and did not hesitate to express the admiration in her heart. As Xianxia woke up, her appearance stabilized once more. It was a dreamy and beautiful face. Clam King of Mirage Sea. Xianxia roared. He immediately understood that the nightmares he had experienced were all because of the Clam King of Mirage Sea. She was not as kind and gentle as the Banyan Tree King had described her to be. He was even more furious that she had treated his nightmares like a movie. I know you're very angry, but you can't blame me for this. Fellow Little Ann, you'd better explain to him and have him control his hostility. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop myself from attacking. The Clam King of Mirage Sea spread her hands and wore an innocent expression that was asking for a beating. Xianxia. Little Ann hugged Xianxia tightly from behind and murmured. Little Ann? Xianxia was slightly surprised. He could sense that her emotions were fluctuating violently. A while later, Little Ann explained the entire story to Xianxia. Xianxia could not help but find it unbelievable. In his opinion, every single demon king was an extremely powerful and independent individual. They all had their own distinct personalities and opinions. It was far too strange for the Clam King of Mirage Sea to display different attitudes and stances based on the other party's will. He could not help but re-evaluate the Clam King of Mirage Sea before him. Just what kind of existence was she? His initial guess that she was trapped by love was basically a joke. Then why did she spend her entire life wandering the South Sea? It's all my. Little Ann was about to apologize when Xianxia interrupted him. What? Nothing. Little Ann lowered his head. That's more like it. It feels like many years have passed, but don't think I don't remember what I said. Xianxia smiled. However, this also explained why the Banyan Tree King did not tell him the truth. Once he learned the Clam King of Mirage Sea was a monster like this, it would be impossible for him not to raise his guard. It would be very difficult for him to deal with the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent smoothly. However, there were still many twists and turns in the end, and it was still not over yet, as even a blind person could sense his deep hostility, let alone the Clam King of Mirage Sea who could read minds. Who knew what kind of changes would occur, but he had never been afraid of a challenge. He said to the Clam King of Mirage Sea, in other words, I asked for all of this myself. It's not your fault at all. Hee, you can't blame the mirror if you're ugly, right? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled like a flower. Then now that everything has happened, can you let us go? Xianxia composed himself and controlled his battle intent. No, the Clam King of Mirage Sea said firmly. Really? Xianxia squinted his eyes. As it seemed, there was no way they could be amicable this time, but how was he supposed to defeat the Clam King of Mirage Sea? Don't worry. I don't plan on bullying you anymore. The Clam King of Mirage Sea waved her hand with a smile. Bullying? Xianxia frowned. He had clearly been forced into dire straits, enduring unprecedented suffering, yet it was actually just bullying? It was really unpleasant. Although it's called bullying, it's actually very beneficial to you. Although you have a kind of courage to advance bravely, in the end, you are still too young. Without tempering your mind, your cultivation speed will become slower and slower, and it's very easy for you to fall into a bottleneck. This dream allows you to face the fear in your heart. It can be considered as making up for your shortcomings. This is rarer than any miraculous elixir. Although it was a little dangerous, you should be thanking me for the result. The Clam King of Mirage Sea tilted her head and stared into Li Qingshan's eyes with a smile. This is really hard to be moved. Perhaps I should thank your 8 generations of ancestors. Li Qingshan looked inside his body. Although he was extremely tired, he was unprecedentedly clear, like a rusted sword that had been sharpened and became sharp. In his heart, he had to admit that the benefits that this dream brought him were truly indescribable. First of all, he gained a deeper comprehension of the Ox Demon transformation. Although he had forcefully pushed the Ox Demon transformation to the 5th layer, it was like a child playing around with a huge blade. He had never been able to use it freely, only able to purely use its great destructive power. Only in the battle against the myriad poison ancestor did he comprehend the use of the gravity of the earth. Now, with his brand new vitality, he only needed to consolidate it, and he would be able to unleash even greater power than the 5th layer of the Ox Demon. He could not help but sigh. So the 5th layer of the Ox Demon can be so powerful. I'll probably have to break through to the 3rd heavenly tribulation before I can unleash my full strength. By then, are there any demon kings in the world who can contend against me? The other benefit was that the spirit turtle had become even clearer and clearer, like the dust on a mirror had been brushed away. Its senses towards the obscure changes in the heavenly secrets and fate had become sharper. And, when it was applied to abilities, it naturally had even more subtle uses. The warning signs had already vanished. There did not seem to be any danger in the Mirage Sea anymore, but Li Qingshan still dared not be careless. The Clam King of Mirage Sea really could not be predicted using common sense. Doesn't that go against the principles of your existence? Little and asked. Don't look at me like this. I have my own opinions too. I just don't use them very often. The Clam King of Mirage Sea stretched out her body and gazed at the sky. She said, I might still be a stranger to you, but I've already known you for many years in my dreams, Li Qingshan. In other words, should I call you an old friend? Li Qingshan sneered. He did not feel honored that someone was admiring his sorry state in his nightmares. Hee, that won't be necessary. However, I hope you know that I share the same fear as you, which is why I've been trapped in this Mirage Sea for several millennia. The Clam King of Mirage Sea extended her hands as if she was trying to demonstrate the length of several millennia. Didn't you create this place with clam chi? Li Qingshan asked in surprise. Aren't cocoons created by insects? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled and scolded, it's all that bastard's fault. I was just joking around with him, and he tricked me like this. The more she scolded, the angrier she became. She felt that just scolding was not enough to vent her anger. Suddenly, she jumped up, and a man in dragon robes suddenly appeared in her hands. She slapped him left and right. Is it so great to be an emperor? Is it so great to be an emperor? Huh? Li Qingshan looked at Little and communicated, is there something wrong with this Clam King of Mirage Sea's head? There was nothing more terrifying than a powerful crazy woman. No one could guess what she would do down there. After a while, the Clam King of Mirage Sea tossed the man aside and lay on the ground. She exhaled. Forget it. It's still my own problem. When she saw that she had calmed down, she suddenly went crazy again. She grabbed her hair and rolled around on the ground. Why? 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 Layers of illusions appeared in all directions. They were vaguely thousands of pained faces wailing and moaning. They contained a terrifying power of destruction that made people's hearts palpitate. Clam King of Mirage Sea. Your Excellency, we want to go back. Li Qingshan took a step back. He was no longer angry at the Clam King of Mirage Sea. There was no point in fighting a crazy person. Also, this crazy person really did look a little scary. It was better to keep some distance. No. The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly turned around, and the thousands of faces roared together. The incomparably enormous pressure made Li Qingshan feel like he was looking at the Dragon King of the Sea again. He asked in return, what else do you want? The Clam King of Mirage Sea smiled. The sky returned to blue, and the sun shone brightly. It was as beautiful as a dream. As a reward for your spectacular performance, I've decided to give you a gift. I don't really want it, but alright. Li Qingshan had to admit that he was still rather curious. A streak of green light was tossed towards Li Qingshan. It was the myriad poison ancestor's slumbering soul nascence. Li Qingshan caught it carefully, and all he heard was the Clam King of Mirage Sea say, I've already completely suppressed his will. He won't put up any resistance even if you use him to forge an artifact. Li Qingshan thought of something and suddenly thought of a bold idea. If he used the third ability of the Tiger Demon, abetting the tiger, against the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence, he wondered if he could turn him into a haunt. In the past, he would never have dared to consider something like that. The will of a great cultivator was far too powerful. If he was careless, he might even suffer a backlash. However, it was a heaven-sent opportunity right now. In the past, he had also turned a group of demon commanders into haunt, but the souls that had lost their bodies and demon cores were far too weak. They were not of much practical use at all, so he could not be bothered with them afterwards, handing them all to Little and to Refine. However, soul nascence was different. It was the condensation of a great cultivator's cultivation. Even if their bodies were destroyed, it would not affect their strength too much. If he could turn it into a haunt, that would be equivalent to obtaining a great cultivator's servant, and it would be absolutely loyal and would never betray him. It would be much more useful than a blood oath scroll or something like that. Then thank you for your gift, fellow. We're about to bid farewell. Li Qingshan did say that with some sincerity. Although he had gone through unprecedented danger during this trip, it was all worth it if he could obtain something like this. Stop right there. Who said this was my gift? Do you even have a brain? You clearly brought this yourself, so why would I be so petty as to give it to you as a gift? Are you looking down on me? Li Qingshan. The Clam King of Mirage Sea grabbed Li Qingshan's shoulder and bellowed fiercely. Say it, say it. I'm in the wrong, alright? Li Qingshan wiped the spit off his face. For the first time in his life, he was completely unmoved by a great beauty. Although he had been scolded for no reason, he began to look forward to it. Just what kind of gift could make the mighty Clam King of Mirage Sea so serious? An arcane treasure? That was too tacky. He just felt like it should be something more precious. The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly stood on her tiptoes and wrapped her arms around Li Qingshan's neck. She whispered into his ear, this world is a dream. Warm, fragrant, and fragrant. In that instant, Li Qingshan had to admit that he was slightly moved, but before he could feel it in detail, the Clam King of Mirage Sea had already left. She stared straight at him as if asking, how is it? Huh? Li Qingshan was stunned. He pointed at his ear and said in disbelief, the gift you're talking about is what you said just now. This gift is too heavy, isn't it? But I believe that you can endure it. The Clam King of Mirage Sea sighed again. She could not bear to look at him anymore, afraid that he would be crushed by this gift. You're such a big idiot to believe a crazy person like me. Li Qingshan raised his head and took a deep breath so that he would not explode. He lowered his head and clasped his hands together. I'll accept this gift. Can we go now? The Clam King of Mirage Sea suddenly reached out and grabbed Li Qingshan's heart. With his experience from last time, Li Qingshan did not dodge at all. The tip of her finger touched his chest and produced a rainbow-colored ripple. Afterwards, she reached in and pulled out an item. Of course, what she took out was not his heart, but Li Qingshan's divine talisman of great creation that had been sealed for a long time. You're a disciple of the School of Novels, right? The Clam King of Mirage Sea played with the divine talisman of great creation that flowed with colorful light. What else do you have to say? If you want this thing, I'll give it to you, alright? I'm begging you, do a good deed and let us go. Li Qingshan could not stand this crazy person anymore. Huh? Li Qingshan stilled. He suddenly understood what she meant when she said this world is a dream. He no longer cared if he would offend her. I think you're crazy. When you're in the dream, who doesn't think you're crazy? Tell me, are you crazy? Clam King of Mirage Sea grabbed Li Qingshan's collar and shouted fiercely. Suddenly, she showed fear and looked around in panic. She raised a hand to cover her mouth and said to Li Qingshan in a low voice, say, is someone watching us right now? If my performance is too bad, will I be killed? Li Qingshan subconsciously looked around and suddenly reacted. He pushed her away. Fuck you, it's fine if you're crazy, but don't infect me. Tell me, what should I do? Clam King of Mirage Sea roared and gripped the divine talisman of great creation in her hand. With a crack, cracks appeared and blood seeped into it. I don't know. Li Qingshan shouted at her. You think saying you don't know is enough? You idiot. Clam King of Mirage Sea's voice grew louder. Stupid or smart, I follow the guidance of my heart. If I will wake up from this dream one day, why should I worry? If this is a dream I won't wake up from, then there's even less to worry about. Li Qingshan did not think he was an extremely smart person, so he did not think about things he could not understand. I see. Idiots really live easier lives. Clam King of Mirage Sea was stunned for a moment and sighed with a bitter smile. If you say another word, I'll beat you up. Li Qingshan was angry. It's not like you can beat me. Clam King of Mirage Sea said disdainfully. Alright, I've said what I wanted to say. We can go now. Li Qingshan was helpless. I've thought for thousands of years, but I still can't understand. Clam King of Mirage Sea looked at the sky in a daze and sighed as she closed her eyes. A long time later, she opened them again and said, forget it. She seemed to be relieved of a great burden. In an instant, the world shook. As far as Li Qingshan could see, the haze that shrouded the sky above the city dissipated. The high-rise buildings below collapsed, and the people screamed in fear. They were like headless flies bumping into each other. It was like a scene from a disaster movie. A 100-story skyscraper collapsed. Many people stared blankly at the shadow enveloping them, forgetting to escape. However, the moment the building hit the ground, it silently burst into countless colorful bubbles of various sizes. Be it the reinforced concrete, the people, or the trees, they all turned into bubbles and danced in the air. In the blink of an eye, the city had completely disappeared, leaving only the tall mirage standing alone. Bubbles floated in all directions, filling the entire world and bursting at high altitudes. The illusion was collapsing. The blue sky twisted and rippled with colors. Li Qingshan suddenly realized that they were in a giant bubble. Outside the bubble, thunder could be heard in the distance. Li Qingshan was surprised. He exchanged glances with Xiaoan. Don't tell me this is. Last question, Li Qingshan. The Clam King of Mirage Sea's figure gradually turned illusory. She asked, now tell me, am I real? I don't know, Li Qingshan said honestly. He really could not understand the Clam King of Mirage Sea. The thunder grew closer and louder. It contained a terrifying aura that could crush and destroy everything. This was, without a doubt, the fourth heavenly tribulation. The thousands of years of thinking might have been nothing, but even if he could not obtain an answer, he could let go of the question. She had begun the tribulation. She would ascend to another world, or she would turn into dust in the tribulation lightning. This would be the time to bid farewell. All right then. At least remember my name, just like how you remember Little and that cow. Although you treat me as a stranger, I will still treat you as an old friend, the Clam King of Mirage Sea pleaded. Her figure became even more illusory, just like the thousands of bubbles behind her. I will. Li Qingshan's heart moved, and he nodded seriously. The Clam King of Mirage Sea tossed the divine talisman of great creation back to him. Shen. Meng Dai. The moment she said these three words, all the bubbles burst at the same time. Every burst seemed to repeat these three words, deeply imprinted in his heart. She smiled slightly and burst like a bubble. From among the colors, a butterfly that Li Qingshan had once seen in his dark dreams flew out. It danced in a riot of colors, circled around Li Qingshan once, and then flew into the sky. The colors of the thousands of broken bubbles all gathered on the butterfly's body, dragging a long rainbow behind it. It broke through the largest bubble called Mirage Sea. The illusion collapsed and disappeared. Boom! Scorching lightning filled the entire world, but it was still unable to drown out the beautiful rainbow. Li Qingshan and Little and flew far away. All they saw was the butterfly dancing in the lightning, as light as a dream. It seemed extremely fragile, but whenever a bolt of tribulation lightning landed on her, it would produce a riot of colors, dyeing the tribulation lightning into a rainbow. The butterfly continued to fly upward, and the entire sky was dyed by her dreamy colors, as if she was constantly asking, "Am I real? Am I real?" Across the 9 provinces, many figures stopped what they were doing and gazed in the direction of the South Sea. Their expressions varied, either envy, contemplation, or vigilance. The banyan tree king pondered, "He's actually ascended. Has he finally resolved the mystery Kid C left behind for him? Fortunately, Xianxia and the others are fine. I originally thought it was my fate, but I never thought it would help him, or should I say, her first?" The king of Southern Yu pondered and thought. The Clam King of Mirage Sea was one of the strongest among the 72 demon kings in the past. She was trapped in the South Sea by the Xia Emperor's scheme, unable to ascend even after all this time. Now that she's finally undergoing the tribulation, it won't affect the overall situation much. The Master of the Sword Pavilion sighed. The 4th heavenly tribulation truly is powerful. Even from so far away, it can shake up my mind. I wonder when I'll be able to take that step. Quite a while later, when the final rumble of thunder faded away, the silver moon hung over the sea quietly. The rainbow sky remained in Li Qingshan's heart, gazing at it for a very long time. Who knew whether it was because of the might of the world or because of her? Perhaps it was both. She succeeded, little, and said calmly. Just when Li Qingshan was about to say something, a familiar voice rang out from beside him, "She flew so high." Suddenly, he looked over, only to see the Clam King of Mirage Sea, Shen Mengdai, covering her eyes with her hand as she gazed into the distant horizon. She acted like it had nothing to do with her. Even little Anne, who had always remained unfazed, was taken aback. Li Qingshan glanced at the sky before lowering his head to look at her. He said in surprise, "Aren't you?" "How stupid." The one who ascended was clearly a butterfly. "I'm called the Clam King of Mirage Sea." "Do you think the clam and the butterfly are the same thing?" Shen Mengdai said with a disdainful expression. "Why didn't you?" "We're living in a dream. Who knows what will happen after ascension? Although there are 6 paths of reincarnation, it might be a huge lie. What if that dreamer doesn't dream of the world outside the 9 provinces, and that place is just a dreamless void? Wouldn't I be dead for sure? How can I take such a risk?" Shen Mengdai explained seriously. Suddenly, she frowned. "No, you can't say that. It's too disrespectful." She knelt down toward the sky and chanted piously, "O great master of dreams, I am your loyal servant. Please forgive my rudeness. You useless idiot, kill me if you have the guts." After saying this, she looked around cautiously. However, the sea breeze was calm, and the moonlight was gentle. Nothing happened. Her lips curled into a smug smile. That smile gradually widened into hysterical laughter. She leaped up, waved her arms, and jumped and ran on the surface of the sea. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm the smartest. I'm the strongest. You're all idiots." Li Qingshan finally confirmed one thing. She really had gone mad. However, he was unsure whether what he saw right now was just an illusion she had left behind, or whether the butterfly that had flown away had always been a dream of hers. Regardless, she had indeed undergone the 4th heavenly tribulation, and she was no longer bound by the Mirage Sea. Just the thought of a super madwoman like her was terrifying. After going mad, Shen Mengdai arrived before Li Qingshan again. She walked over the waves, elegant and serene, as beautiful as a dream. It was impossible to imagine what she looked like when she went mad. She said, "I'm leaving." "Where?" Li Qingshan asked instinctively, but he regretted it as soon as he asked it. What did that have to do with him? "The Dragon Province. I still have a debt to settle." Shen Mengdai revealed a chilling, sunken smile. Afterwards, before Li Qingshan could say anything, she burst like a bubble and vanished. All that remained was her final words, echoing through the sea, under the moon, and in his heart. The wind blew quietly, and the cloudless night sky was illuminated by the extraordinarily large silver moon. The distant stars formed a resplendent river of stars. Li Qingshan held the divine talisman of great creation and remained silent for a very long time. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like a dream. He muttered to himself, "Shen Mengdai." Suddenly, he smiled. Probably no one could imagine just what kind of upheaval this crazy woman, who had been trapped in the South Sea for several thousand years, would bring to the world after undergoing the fourth heavenly tribulation. From now on, the Dragon Province would be filled with trouble. Of course, even now, he was still extremely doubtful of what she had said. He felt like she had lost herself too deeply in the illusions, which was why she had become so crazy. She was like the authors who had been scared to death by their own horror novels and the news from his past life. However, it was exactly because of such strange existences that the 9 provinces were so interesting, making people yearn for them. Alright. I look forward to our reunion in the Dragon Province. However, when the time comes, I'll bully you viciously. He stowed the divine talisman of great creation away and smiled. He was very vengeful. With that, he looked around. The surroundings were calm, so he could not help but smile bitterly. This crazy woman had almost made him lose his mind. He just felt like she could appear at any time. Xianxia, look. What's that? Little and suddenly pointed to the south. Xianxia followed her finger and saw a protruding semicircle on the horizon. It should be an island. That seemed to be the only explanation given how far away it was. But it wasn't there earlier. Before Little and could finish, Xianxia noticed something strange as well. The island was clearly rapidly enlarging, approaching them at an unbelievable speed. The calm sea suddenly began to surge. Xianxia called out to Little and they immediately flew north. It definitely would not be easy to deal with something like that. Fortunately, although they had experienced great danger in the Mirage Sea, they were basically uninjured. They were currently flying at full speed, so they moved extremely quickly. However, when Xianxia looked back, he was shocked to find that the island was approaching at a speed that was clearly faster and larger. Just as Xianxia was wondering what kind of calamity he was about to get himself into, the island stopped at the place where the Sea King of Mirage Sea was undergoing its tribulation. So the target wasn't us, but that crazy woman. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He flew for another distance and concealed his aura. Then, he executed the mystic light illuminates all and zoomed in on the scene hundreds of kilometers away. So big. Xianxia let out a cry of surprise. That island was actually a giant whale that was tens of thousands of meters long. A light wave of its tail would stir up a tsunami, and a jet of water would shoot up into the sky, as if it wanted to wash away the bright moon in the sky. In the face of this inconceivably huge strange creature, he could not help but sigh as if he had seen a god. It's the Great Whale King, one of the 72 demon monarchs. According to the records, he swims in the deep sea and never comes to the coastal waters. Very few people have seen him. Legend has it that his whale song is very beneficial to the soul. I think it's similar to the chant of Devanaga performed by a monk king at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, but it's definitely hard to hear. Little and introduced calmly. Just like the Clam King of Mirage Sea, this was a Colossus of the South Sea. However, one swam in the deep sea, while the other was trapped in the Mirage Sea. As smart as she was, she did not expect we'll cross paths with them. All of a sudden, the deep and boundless whale song, together with the surging of the sea, flew over hundreds of miles of the sea and entered Xianxia's ears. He had heard countless songs before, including popular music and beautiful classical music. However, there was not a single sound that could compare to this boundless whale song. It was like the soul of the sea was singing, and even his mind trembled. The whale song came in waves, each higher than the last. Xianxia closed his eyes and listened, feeling the vastness of the sea. His tired mind gradually calmed down. Everything he had experienced in the Mirage Sea was like passing clouds. In the end, all that was left was this solemn and ethereal whale song that reverberated in his mind. After an unknown period of time, the whale song stopped. The Great Whale King seemed to glance at Xianxia through the profound light illuminates all. Its dark eyes seemed to freeze the entire deep sea, deep and serene. Then, it did not linger any longer, turning back and swimming towards the depths of the sea. An irrepressible desire suddenly rose in Xianxia's heart. He wanted to cast everything aside and follow him into the depths of the endless sea. He wanted to float along with the waves, roam the sea, and not have to fight or worry anymore. However, he returned to his senses very soon. Now was not the time. He still had a heavy responsibility. He had to continue forward until he reached the heavens and stood beside that figure. As a result, he watched the huge whale gradually shrink, finally disappearing from the surface of the sea. She's probably here to see Shen die off. However, she doesn't know that crazy woman has already gone to the dragon province. Li Qingshan could hear the farewell in the whale song. There was even a hint of joy, for she had finally broken out of the mirage sea and emerged as a butterfly. She has always doubted her own existence. She wants me to remember her as proof, but she doesn't know that someone has always remembered her. Afterwards, Li Qingshan discovered that he had unknowingly mastered the arts of the boundless ocean. This cultivation method that he had once placed great importance on had been eliminated before he could even reach the 9th layer. Even if he comprehended it now, it did not seem to be of much use anymore. However, so what? What mattered was that he would never forget the whale song under the moon. He would let it resound in his heart until the day when he was relieved of the heavy responsibility on his body and would listen to its call. Until then, he would carry on fighting with fear and dreams. Under the glow of the setting sun, Li Qingshan and Little and saw the coastline. Afterwards, they continued towards Savage Mountain. Qingshan, Little and suddenly called out. Yes, what is it? Li Qingshan turned around and looked at her with a smile. In your dreams, did you want to kiss me? Little and stared straight at him with her clear eyes, as if she could see the bottom of his heart. It's not like I haven't kissed you before. Li Qingshan's heart skipped a beat as he said unconcernedly. Not your face, your mouth. Little and was extremely skilled at observing his expressions. Even the slightest expression could not escape her eyes. In order to emphasize it, she even purposefully pointed at his lips. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't. Li Qingshan's eyes widened like a bull's. You're blushing, Little and said. She added in her heart, and it's very red. That's because of the light, Li Qingshan refuted. But the side without the light is also red. Alright, let's not talk about these useless things. We have to hurry back. Li Qingshan sped up and flew away. He had always been known for his bravery, but now, his back seemed to be in a rather sorry state. He heard Little and's bell-like laughter behind him. Savage Mountain, the 8-point hall. Little and stood guard outside the hall quietly. Not only could he guarantee that he would not disturb Li Qingshan, but he could also assist him at any time. In the simple, barbaric hall, Li Qingshan's scarlet eyes widened, staring at the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascence. Malice rose up from his body, giving off a presence that could subdue everything. His eyes had even become as red as blood, shining with 2 demonic streaks of light. The slumbering soul nascence suddenly stirred, filled with pain and reluctance. Although its consciousness had been suppressed by Shen Dai, sinking into an unawakened dream, it still resisted instinctively. It was so proud that it refused to submit. Li Qingshan's expression became sterner and sterner. He raised his eyebrows and let out a deep roar, which echoed through the hall. The figure of the tiger demon vaguely appeared behind him, baring its fangs viciously. Little and was rather worried. A soul nascence was different from a soul. It possessed most of a great cultivator's power, and its cultivation was even higher than Li Qingshan's. Although he had the Clam King of Mirage Sea's assistance, this was still very dangerous. Turning it into a haunt definitely would not be that easy. However, high risk also meant high reward. Once he succeeded, he would be able to claim the myriad poison cult's foundation. That was a blessed land, even better than Savage Mountain. Coupled with the protective formation, it was priceless. The myriad poison cult's resources would be a huge chunk too. It was impossible for the myriad poison ancestor to carry all of them on him, or once he entered secluded cultivation, the myriad poison cult would not be able to operate anymore. He would definitely set up a treasury in the cult. And there would be a large medicinal garden with who knew how many precious spiritual herbs. As long as he obtained the myriad poison ancestor's loyalty, he could devour all of the heritage of a large sect that had existed for several millennia. Apart from these external benefits, the myriad poison ancestor himself was the most important. A great cultivator could increase their strength drastically, which would make their plans in the south even smoother. At crucial moments, he could even order him to self-destruct, and even the fire-devouring king would be doomed. And, great cultivators were usually skilled in alchemy and artifact forging, so the myriad poison ancestor could even refine poison and goo on top of that. All of these benefits combined made Li Qingshan choose to gamble. When the tiger's roar reached the valley, the 10 cave masters were summoned back. They pricked up their ears to listen, secretly guessing what he was doing. The myriad poison ancestor really is difficult to deal with. It's very likely for him to awaken in such an intense confrontation. If that happens, it'll be troublesome. Li Qingshan frowned. He was in his own territory, and it was unlikely for the myriad poison ancestor to barge into his sea of consciousness again if he made various preparations. However, once the myriad poison ancestor blew up his soul nascence, he would probably be heavily injured, and it was even possible for Savage Mountain to collapse, which would severely damage his foundation in the south. However, there was no turning back. He used his full strength, and the strange light invaded the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent strand by strand with great difficulty. As time passed, the nascent soul struggled more and more violently. Just as it was about to succeed, the nascent soul suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Li Qingshan with incomparable hatred. Their eyes met. Li Qingshan thought to himself, not good. The thing he was most worried about had happened. The nascent soul's eyes suddenly became misty. The key to doing evil for the sake of the tiger was the pair of tiger eyes. Even though the slumbering enemy put up less of a resistance, they were unable to make eye contact. In this dangerous moment, it instead pushed the power of the innate ability to the limit. The surroundings twisted and changed, going from the pitch-black belly of the mountain to a gloomy forest. Miasma gathered in the air, such that even the scenery slightly further away became blurry. Why did I fall under a tree? No, I have to hurry back. It's far too dangerous here, a shaman young man said in a panic. A young shaman said in a panic. Although his face was smeared with paint, he seemed to resemble the myriad poison ancestor when he was young. When he tried to find a large tree to climb up, the wind began to rise in the forest. Why is there wind here? The young man gazed in the direction of the wind. The thick miasma that had not dispersed for millennia suddenly surged. And dispersed, like subjects welcoming the arrival of their king. 2 specks of scarlet light vaguely appeared. Awoo! There was a vicious tiger's roar, and the entire forest shook. The fierce wind became even more violent, completely dispersing the miasma and revealing a vicious tiger. Its fur was scarlet like fire, shining with glossy light in the darkness. It was covered in bright, black patterns, and the character "For King" was written on its forehead. The tiger saw the young man and walked over slowly. The young man wanted to flee, but he became feeble from fright. The tiger pounced at him gently and pressed him under its front paw, lowering its head and staring at him. A foul smell assaulted his face. The young man looked back in fright. The scarlet eyes were forever engraved in his soul. Li Qingshan jerked awake and looked at his hands. They had not turned into tiger claws. What was that all about earlier? Was I dreaming again? He dreamed that he had turned into a vicious tiger, roaming through the dense forests of the Mist Province before hunting. Li Qingshan discovered that the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent soul had already been dyed by the strange light. It stared at Li Qingshan with its eyes wide open, but there was no resentment or hatred anymore. There was only obedience from the bottom of its heart. Was that the myriad poison ancestor's dream earlier? Looks like it was a terrifying nightmare too. He was alarmed by me and woke up from the dream, but then he was affected by the tiger demon's innate ability and pulled back into the dream. My consciousness entered his sea of consciousness with it. Li Qingshan guessed. In the end, he could not help but sigh, it's all because of that crazy woman in the end. He had personally witnessed the Clam King of Mirage Sea's power. Clearly, it was not that easy to break free from her nightmare, and the tiger demon's innate ability still seemed to have abilities that he had yet to uncover. He subconsciously rubbed his eyes. Apart from turning his soul into a haunt, would it be effective in deterring the enemy if he used it in regular battles? There was no need for the enemy to directly submit to him. All he needed to do was deter them. Even if it was for a split second, it could be the difference between life and death. This nightmare sure has brought me quite a lot of benefits. At this moment, the myriad poison ancestor's soul nascent soul suddenly let out a baby-like cry and flew high into the air. It shone with rings of green light, illuminating the entire hall. Li Qingshan gazed over. The myriad poison ancestor's nascent soul rapidly grew up, actually turning back into the myriad poison ancestor in the end. When the green light dispersed, it landed before Li Qingshan again and directly knelt down. It was filled with shame and regret. "Great King, please forgive this old man for his great disrespect." Seeing how his mortal enemy had become like this, Li Qingshan could not help but be taken aback. The corner of his lips curled into a smile, but he refused to believe it completely, afraid that it was a trap. As a result, he straightened himself out and coughed gently. "Old bastard, do you know your crimes?" I do. The myriad poison ancestor bowed his head repeatedly. "What crimes? Tell me." Some of the doubt in Li Qingshan's eyes vanished. Great cultivators had their own pride. It was basically impossible for them to do something like that. "First, I shouldn't have launched a sneak attack on Savage Mountain while the Great King was away, much less resent the Great King over the deaths of my disciples. Afterwards, the Great King wanted to kill me, so I should have stood still and allowed the Great King to kill me. Then I tried to flee, which added to my crimes. I can't even bear it even if I die. I only hope the Great King can allow me to make up for my crimes with merit. With how wise and valiant the Great King is, you'll definitely unite the 9 provinces in the future. I'm willing to follow your lead." The myriad poison ancestor said a great deal of flattery again. Clearly, the myriad poison cult possessed a legacy like that, which even made Li Qingshan feel embarrassed. He barked, "Shut up." "Yes." The myriad poison ancestor immediately shut up. He was extremely obedient. Li Qingshan could not help but laugh aloud. He had finally come to an end with this battle, and he had benefited greatly from it. His laughter echoed through the surroundings before gradually dying down, turning into a long sigh again. Seeing a powerful opponent who had fought him to the death reduced to such a state was an extremely delightful matter, but it also made him feel rather sorrowful. The path of cultivation was so cruel. Once he failed, he might end up begging for death. There was no point in taking revenge anymore. After confirming that the myriad poison ancestor had already submitted to the tiger demon's ability, he said, "You can rise." Li Qingshan then asked about the myriad poison ancestor's current state. The myriad poison ancestor truly was a knowledgeable great cultivator after all, immediately giving him an explanation. Throughout history, a few great cultivators would become ghost cultivators after their bodies were destroyed, unable to find a suitable body with their soul nascence. As a result, they would become ghost cultivators, and their strength would be equivalent to ghost kings. Of course, ghosts were not immortal. In particular, ghost cultivators in the world of the living might even have a shorter lifespan than when they were humans. Once their time was up, their souls would disperse if they did not return to the 6 paths of Sasra. "Then how much lifespan do you have left?" Li Qingshan asked in a hurry. He had managed to recruit the strongest lackey after so much difficulty, so he had better not kick the bucket in just a few years. "I've already cultivated for 957 years. Originally, I only had a few centuries left in my lifespan, but now that I've become a ghost cultivator, that might not necessarily be the case. If I continue doing things like before, my lifespan will decrease by over 100 years. If I cultivate in a land of extreme, my lifespan will increase by quite a lot, and if I have a method for ghost cultivators, my lifespan will increase even further. If I stay in the hungry ghost realm, I might even be able to live for another few thousand or even 10,000 years. A few centuries is enough." Li Qingshan waved his hand and took out the summer ring he had stolen from the myriad poison ancestor with a flip of his hand. With a gentle flick of his thumb, it landed in the myriad poison ancestor's hand. Although Xian had searched through it, she had mainly taken away the medicinal ingredients for the scripture on poison. She had not touched anything else, including the arcane treasure, the Jade Throne. If he returned it to the myriad poison ancestor now, his strength would not suffer too much. The myriad poison ancestor bowed in thanks and put the summer ring back on his finger. "With that, how much of your strength will you be able to recover?" Li Qingshan asked. 60%. Only 60%? Li Qingshan was surprised. This was slightly more than he had imagined. Suddenly becoming a ghost cultivator requires some time to adapt. by then, it should be 70%. The cult treasure was destroyed, or I could increase it by another 10%. If I have a good method for ghost cultivators, I might be able to recover to 80% or even 90%. The myriad poison ancestor stood with his hands by his sides and said politely, like a loyal, old butler. A method for ghost cultivators. Li Qingshan sank into his thoughts. He only knew that the Umbraline sect should possess powerful methods for ghost cultivators, but he was a disciple of the Chan monastery of Devanaga right now. Coupled with the fact that he was an elder of the Sword Collection Palace, he was basically an enemy of the Umbraline sect. I just happen to know a decent method for ghost cultivators. It can recover his strength to 100% or even higher. Little and walked in from outside. Little and, as well as the daughter of Chu Lai King and the Dark Queen, had high hopes placed on her since she was young. She cultivated diligently. The Umbraline sect had many cultivation methods and secret manuals that regular disciples could not come into contact with, but she could read them freely. The Umbraline sect possessed a scripture of the Ghost King, a secret that only the path of ghost cultivators would pass on. It was similar to the Diamond Sutra of the Chan monastery of Devanaga. Once the Diamond Sutra reached the third heavenly tribulation, it could turn into various vajras according to the different paths, such as the Fearless Guardian King, the Unraging Guardian King, the Raging Guardian King, the Unmovable Guardian King, and so on. However, with the scripture of the Ghost King, after undergoing the third heavenly tribulation, it could become the Malevolent Ghost King, the Blood-Devouring Ghost King, the Blight-Devouring Ghost King, the Soaring Ghost King, the Thousand-Eyed Ghost King, and so on. It was even more numerous than the former. No matter which path of cultivation a cultivator had taken when they were still alive, they could all find a corresponding path after becoming a ghost cultivator. Little and originally read through this cultivation method casually, but with how clever she was, she obviously had a photographic memory. She said to the myriad poison ancestor, "I'll pass the scripture of the Ghost King to you. With your cultivation, you can convert to the path of ghost cultivators very quickly and become a poison-assimilating Ghost King. Your methods with poison might even be better than before." "Thank you, sir." The myriad poison ancestor beamed. Although he had been subdued by Li Qingshan and turned into a haunt, he had not lost his intelligence. He still felt joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. "It won't make things difficult for you, right?" Li Qingshan asked Little Anne. To a large sect, a cultivation method like this was definitely a secret that they would not pass on. "Compared to where we're going, this is just an insignificant detail," said Little, and fair enough. Li Qingshan smiled. Looking down from above, what was the Umbraline sect, or even the 9 provinces, worth? There were many things that were not taboo at all. If he could do it, he would do it. Li Qingshan's expression suddenly changed. He said to Little Anne, "The Tree King is calling me. Pass on the cultivation method to this old man." Then he said to the myriad poison ancestor, "From today onwards, see her like you see me." The myriad poison ancestor accepted the order politely. Li Qingshan arrived outside the belly of the mountain. The 10 cave masters bowed together and said loudly, "Greetings, Your Majesty." Li Qingshan swept his gaze across the surroundings. Although he did not deliberately reveal his aura, every single cave master felt a sense of pressure. He couldn't help but lower his head. Li Qingshan was considering when he should use them to test out the new ability derived from Accomplice to the Tiger. It would be great if he could intimidate a living person. It would be equivalent to a blood oath scroll that could be used infinitely, and it would not be that troublesome. The myriad poison ancestor has already yielded to me, choosing to join us. From today onwards, I have no more opponents in the south apart from Fire Melt Mountain. The 10 cave masters were stunned at the same time. If the myriad poison ancestor being slain by Li Qingshan was already the most unbelievable matter, then this news would be even more shocking. After Li Qingshan had basically destroyed the myriad poison cult, the myriad poison ancestor had actually yielded to him. That was basically a fantasy. "Your Majesty, please forgive Wufeng's rudeness. The myriad poison ancestor is full of tricks, so you have to be careful." "Don't let him feign surrender," said Yu Wufeng. There was no blood oath scroll in the world that could restrain a great cultivator. The other cave masters said nothing, but they all felt like this was the final possibility. However, out of consideration for Li Qingshan's pride, they could not bring themselves to say anything. Since Yu Wufeng had started, they all chimed in. At the same time, they carefully observed Li Qingshan's expression. If the myriad poison ancestor suddenly rebelled, they would all lose their lives. If it were not for the ability of the tiger demon, accomplice to the tiger, Li Qingshan would have never believed in the myriad poison ancestor's loyalty. He did not explain too much right now either. You don't have to worry. I have my plans for this. Anyway, the myriad poison cult has fallen. Fire Melt Mountain will be next. Yes, Your Majesty. The cave masters dared not say anything else. Only the strong were worthy of respect. Yu Wufeng had no idea whether he should be happy for his sect in the distant South Sea or not. Their mortal enemy of several thousand years had actually been defeated just like that. However, the savage mountain that had risen up like a comet would probably be even more brutal. Li Qingshan arrived under the great banyan tree and sat down in a hidden tree hole. He told the banyan tree king everything that had happened in the Mirage Sea. However, he brushed over the many details of the nightmare in a vague manner. It was not that he did not trust the banyan tree king, but that was his deepest secret. After listening to Li Qingshan's story, the banyan tree king fell silent as if he was thinking about something. For a moment, there was only the rustling of the canopy in the wind. Quite a while later, Just Now sighed in amazement. Originally, I was worried that you would encounter danger in the Mirage Sea, but I didn't think it would be a blessing in disguise. Looks like I've wasted my efforts. I will never forget Senior's care and concern, said Li Qingshan. Even though there were many deceptions, the banyan tree king was doing it for his own good. No, this is your fortune, and it's what you deserve. That oxen, no, that Senior has a discerning eye. I believe that one day, you'll be able to reunite with him. In their many years of association, the banyan tree king had vaguely guessed the existence of oxen. However, he had always doubted Li Qingshan's ambitions. Only at his level did he understand just how distant that place was. However, after hearing about Li Qingshan's experiences in his dream, he felt that perhaps he really could reach that step. His persistence was not the kind of stubbornly stubborn persistence. Instead, it often gave people a feeling that it did not matter. It was as if even if he could not reach beyond the heavens, it was not a big deal. However, as long as he was still alive, he would continue. Even if he failed in the end, he could still smile calmly and say that he had no regrets. I hope so. Li Qingshan shrugged. But I'm very curious. Has the Clam King of Mirage Sea ascended? If she survived the fourth heavenly tribulation and did not ascend, wouldn't she be invincible? Didn't she already tell you? Shen Mengdai. What flew away was naturally her dream, said the banyan tree king with a smile. In other words, her true body is still in this world. Li Qingshan was surprised. For her, perhaps dreams are the real thing, said the banyan tree king. All right then. I'm just afraid that I won't be able to defeat her. Li Qingshan's resentment was very deep. You don't have to worry about that. The world of the 9 provinces has its own laws. Let alone an ascender, even visitors from a higher world will be restricted by these laws, or even suppressed by the entire world. Only those who have reached that Senior's level can completely ignore them, said the banyan tree king. Though, her power is far too wondrous. Even if she's only at the peak of the third heavenly tribulation, she can still turn the dragon province upside down. Hopefully, that fellow fox can suppress her. The banyan tree king seemed to have a deep understanding of the Clam King of Mirage Sea's madness. He expressed his worry for the future. Once she began messing around, the situation would probably deteriorate to a point where even his intelligence could no longer predict it. After a deep conversation with Li Qingshan, he said, since you've subdued the myriad poison ancestor, you can get him to talk to Ru Xian. After all, there are some things that everyone specializes in. I'm not omniscient. Really? What's she doing exactly? She's acting so mysterious. Sigh, you better wait for her to tell you herself. In the gloomy dwelling, Li Qingshan carefully avoided the bottles and jars beneath his feet. A strange smell permeated the air, and it was a mess everywhere. It differed drastically from her usual neat and tidy style. Suddenly, a shrill cry rang out from the depths of the dwelling. Li Qingshan flew in and saw Ru Xian standing there in white. The cry had come from right in front of her. Li Qingshan patted her shoulder, and Ru Xian turned around, revealing an extremely vicious, green face, which frightened Li Qingshan. However, he immediately saw that it was just a bronze mask. "What are you doing?" Li Qingshan grumbled and looked in front of her. A fire devourer was firmly trapped on the stone pedestal. His belly had been cut open, revealing his organs. In particular, a bright red heart shone with red light. Ru Xian currently held a small bottle in her hand, pouring some unknown liquid onto the heart. The fire devourer's cries became even more intense. Several dozen crystal coffins stood in the surroundings of the dwelling, with several dozen fire devourers in them. There were men and women, young and old. Their eyes were firmly shut, and they were still breathing. Ru Xian's hand trembled, and she poured the liquid in the small bottle onto the fire devourer. In a single moment, the fire devourer stopped screaming, and a grayish-white layer enveloped him. "Why have you come?" Ru Xian's voice rang out from behind the bronze mask. It seemed rather chilling. "I've come to see what you're doing." "What are you wearing this for?" Li Qingshan gazed at Ru Xian. He just felt like she was a little different from usual right now. "It's just a gas mask. I found it from the myriad poison ancestor. If you have nothing to do, then go play by yourself. Don't disturb me." Ru Xian waved her hand impatiently. "What's this supposed to be? A human experiment?" Li Qingshan knocked the fire devourer on the stone pedestal and discovered that his body was as tough as rock. Even his blood had congealed. He clicked his tongue. "What strange and violent toxicity. With your intelligence, it would be hard for you to understand even if I told you." Ru Xian spread her hands and shook her bronze head. "You can insult my character, but you can't insult my intelligence." Li Qingshan was enraged. It was one thing for the Mirage CCC monarch to call him an idiot, but he wouldn't stoop to the level of a lunatic. It wasn't easy for him to get home, but he was still going to be scolded. "Heh, too bad you don't have either." Li Qingshan simply ignored her and paced around the dwelling. He knocked on the crystal coffin and weighed the bottles and jars in his hand. He vaguely understood something and asked, "You want to poison Fire Melt Mountain?" "No, it's not poison, it's a disease or a virus," Ru Xian said. "What virus?" Li Qingshan asked. "It's a vicious plague that's highly contagious. There are currently two directions. One is to turn into stone like this. There's another type of body that keeps heating up until there's a bang sound." He. Ru Xian gestured with her hands. There was a hint of fervor in her voice, and her eyes shone with fiery light. Combined with her vicious bronze mask, she gave off a dark aura. "Are you all right?" Li Qingshan asked in concern. Although he wanted to breach Fire Melt Mountain and steal the divine Wutong tree, he wanted to take down Fire Melt Mountain and take the divine Wutong tree, but he did not want her to go crazy like Shen Mengdai. "I've never been better," Ru Xian said. "Then, can the fire-devouring kings contract this disease?" Li Qingshan asked. "Of course not. It can only infect fire devourers who have undergone the first heavenly tribulation at most." "Then what's the point?" "It won't be able to harm the core force of Fire Melt Mountain at all." "Don't tell me you're just going to wait for these powerful fire devourers to all die of old age?" "I can't wait that long," Li Qingshan said. "I said you're brainless, and you still won't admit it. Once I create this disease, I can sell it to the Crystal Palace, which is the royal court of the merfolk, in exchange for a great deal of benefits. What do you think the Crystal Palace will do after they get their hands on it? They'll definitely use it. They're mortal enemies after all. If this disease really is as powerful as you say, it'll be enough to sever the foundation of Fire Melt Mountain," Li Qingshan said. Although other folk all possessed great talent for cultivation, most of them had not undergone the first heavenly tribulation or undergone the first heavenly tribulation. It was impossible for them to not use a weapon of mass destruction like this after obtaining it. All they had to do was wait for Fire Melt Mountain to be destroyed. Do you think Fire Melt Mountain will just sit and wait for death? No, they can't think that far ahead. Anger and hatred will make them lose their rationality. Unlike the countless wars in the past, this will be a war of annihilation. Xian smiled. The two races had been at war for many years. They had both won and lost, but no matter who won, as long as they returned to their own territory, the other party would struggle to pursue them due to the geography. The main peak of Fire Melt Mountain and the Crystal Palace had actually never been attacked. It was almost impossible for experts at the level of the Merfolk King and the Fire-Devouring King to die. Once they had the geography, it was very possible for them to turn the tables. As a result, the plan to borrow the power of the Merfolk of the South Sea to take down Fire Melt Mountain seemed simple, but it was actually nowhere near that simple. No matter how deep the grievances between the two races were, they would never take this risk. He would probably still have to take action, but it would be very easy for him to be used as cannon fodder by the Merfolk. Li Qingshan had worried about this before, but he believed in Little Ant's plan, so he had never looked into it too deeply. Only now did he find out that such a vicious scheme had actually been prepared right under his nose for a very long time. Perhaps it could also be described as an open scheme. As long as this virus did exist, it was impossible for the Merfolk of the South Sea to not use it. They would go to war the moment they used it. If this progressed smoothly, he did not even have to face the Fire-Devouring King. All he had to do was wait for the Fire Devourers and Merfolk to fight to the bitter end. There was basically no risk at all, and he could even benefit a lot from the Merfolk of the South Sea. He also understood why the Banyan Tree King would admit that his abilities were limited and get him to introduce the myriad poison ancestor to Xian. He had always been the guide and protector of the demons and other folk of the Mist Province. Although the Fire Devourers never gave a damn about anyone, he did not want to carry out this vicious scheme. Even the person in charge of this matter, Li Qingshan, found this to be far too vicious. His main conflict with Fire Melt Mountain was still an irreconcilable conflict of interest. He wanted to see who was stronger. His hatred was concentrated on the Fire-Devouring King and the group of core experts of Fire Melt Mountain. Of course, he would not be soft-hearted and pursue some methods of justice. If a battle really broke out on Fire Melt Mountain, just the shockwaves of the battle could kill thousands of Fire Devourers. There was no need for him to pretend to be merciful. He was more worried about the woman in front of him. He could imagine that she had been waiting for this day ever since the day she joined the School of Medicine. The plan is very good, but don't be too hasty. If it really doesn't work out, there are still other ways. Being impatient is a great taboo for cultivation. Don't forget why your master gave you this name. I won't forgive anyone. Xian said resolutely. Yeah. I don't really agree with your master's methods either. Treating and saving people is a very good thing, but how can you not get revenge when there's a grudge? Though, don't let hatred take over everything. We have to happily take revenge to our heart's content. Li Qingshan pressed down on her shoulder and gently removed the bronze mask from her face. Her jade-like face was clearly filled with unprecedented pain and weakness. She glanced past the crystal coffins in a daze as if she could not look straight at them. I don't know them at all. If that's the case, what's the difference between me and the people I hate? Healers were like parents. No matter how much hatred there was, no matter how vicious his tongue was normally, Huaxiai still taught her a benevolent heart. What a great demon! Xian smiled. Then aren't you a great demoness? Don't we just happen to make a pair? Li Qingshan pursed his lips and gazed at her smiling face. He could not help but lower his head and kiss her slightly curved, red lips. A vicious bronze mask blocked his way. He smiled and kissed the mask gently again. He felt her shoulder tremble. Emerging from the dwelling, Li Qingshan basically understood Xian's intentions for coming to the south. However, he had no idea why she had developed such grievances with the Fire Devourers. It did not seem to be just because of the old grievances between the two races. And, not only did she refuse to return to the South Sea, but she even schemed against the Merfolk. Clearly, she did not have a sense of belonging. This grievance was clearly so deep, yet. In the beginning, she had instead advised him not to become enemies with Fire Melt Mountain. She would rather take the risk herself than let him take part, which left him both touched and helpless. However, he still chose the path of becoming enemies with Fire Melt Mountain in the end, which meant they were still in the same boat. Her plan for revenge increased his chances of taking down Fire Melt Mountain. However, if he wanted to carry out the plan, he would have to wait until she underwent the second heavenly tribulation at the very least. Although he had the myriad poison ancestors' full assistance, going as far as to use the resources of the cult to refine viruses and increase her cultivation, it would probably take several years. To cultivators, this period of time was not long, nor was it short. It was worth it to deal with a colossal existence like Fire Melt Mountain. Li Qingshan obviously would not waste this precious period of time. He decided to enter secluded cultivation for a while so that he could consolidate his experiences in the Mirage Sea and Dream. As a result, he handed over some matters to the 10 cave masters and spent some time with Yi Liusu and her sister before returning to the hall. Before long, Little and arrived in the hall too. She had already passed on the scripture of the Ghost King to the myriad poison ancestor in its entirety, but it would obviously take quite a lot of time for him to truly become a ghost cultivator. As a result, she simply let him return to the myriad poison cult to cultivate. Once he had completely become a ghost cultivator, he would return and await orders. Everything that happened on Savage Mountain obviously had to be kept a secret. He had to continue acting as an enemy and serve as a hidden pawn. As a result, the war between Savage Mountain and the myriad poison cult suddenly began and ended, leading to all sorts of speculations in the outside world. However, the myriad poison ancestor was still alive after all, or it would have been impossible for him to hide from the heavenly secrets. Everyone thought he was in secluded cultivation, waiting for another opportunity for revenge. Even the king of Southern Yu never thought he would actually be defeated in an open battle and have his body destroyed, let alone become a servant. Naturally, they thought that Li Qingshan would not have an easy time in the southern border with such a great enemy. There was no need for him to personally suppress him anymore. All he could see was whether Li Qingshan would ask the monastery for reinforcements or not. A few months later, sure enough, the king of Southern Yu received news that Li Qingshan had obtained the Golden Hawk commander's permission to return to the Green Province silently. Li Qingshan flew through the air, gazing at the Green Province that he had been away from for a very long time. He obviously did not return to ask for reinforcements from the Chan monastery of Devanaga, but because a communication jade in his Sumera ring had suddenly shattered. Although there were many methods of communication in this world, many of them were either ineffective from tens of thousands of kilometers away, or they were extremely difficult and costly, making communication extremely inconvenient. In times of emergency, he could only use this primitive method to send messages. Communication jades were divided into yin and yang. Once one shattered, the other would shatter too. Li Qingshan had a total of 4 communication jades like this, each representing different things. One was with Han Qiongji, telling her to contact him if there was anything urgent. One had been given to him by the Golden Cicada Spirit King. He said he would give him a gift when he underwent the tribulation and ascended. One was given to Begonia. Originally, he wanted to use it to ask for reinforcements, but now, it had become a remembrance. The last one was given to Chu Danqing. Back then, he had agreed to contact Li Qingshan once the 3 Absolutes calligraphy was repaired. The one that had shattered right now was Chu Danqing's. It had been several years since they last met, and Chu Danqing had never contacted him. Li Qingshan had almost forgotten about this. He guessed he probably could not repair an arcane treasure like that with his cultivation. Now that he had suddenly contacted him, even Li Qingshan had no idea whether he had completed the repair or just given up on it. The 3 Absolutes calligraphy was different from regular arcane treasures. Not only did it contain a powerful path of the sword, but it was also connected to the secret of the painting tomb. It was even very likely for it to be crucial to killing the Dragon King of the Sea. It held great significance to Li Qingshan, which made him rather nervous and eager. Although he was in a hurry to find out the outcome, he did not use his demonic abilities along the way out of caution. Instead, he purposefully gave off a hint of Li Qingshan's aura. When he left the Mist Province, he even specially reported it to the Hawkwolf Guard so that no one could find fault with it. However, with his current cultivation, he traveled day and night without stopping, so he did not move slowly. A few days later, he returned to the territory of the Rui Commandery. He arrived in a mountain forest with beautiful scenery and dense spiritual qi. He knew this was where Chu Sherdao cultivated in peace in the past. "Danqing, I'm here." Li Qingshan arrived before the formation and called out. Only a while later did the formation open, letting Li Qingshan in. All he saw was a few thatched huts sitting on the white, sandy embankment beside the lake of jade. They seemed simple, but they merged with the surrounding scenery, forming a natural and harmonious picture. However, the surroundings of the thatched huts were overgrown with weeds, drowning out the path. It seemed extremely desolate. Clearly, it had been a very long time since anyone had taken care of it. Li Qingshan's face sank. The dwelling held great significance to Chu Danqing, yet he actually did not have the time to take care of it. Thump. 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 Li Qingshan knocked on the door. "Qingshan, there's no need to be so polite. Come in." A weak voice rang out from behind the door. It was so feeble that it seemed like it could snap at any time. Li Qingshan pushed open the door and entered. A person currently sat on the couch in front of the window. When he saw the person, he could not help but be taken aback. He said in surprise, "Danqing, how did you become like this?" Chu Danqing was not a handsome man like Hua Sengzan, but he was still delicate and handsome, standing out from the crowd. However, his face was covered in wrinkles right now, and his eyes were turbid. His hair was grayish-white, and his skin was dry and pale. He seemed to have aged several decades. At that moment, Li Qingshan basically believed he was looking at Chu Sherdao. He did not even look as good as Chu Sherdao. More importantly, he had undergone the first heavenly tribulation a long time ago and become a foundation establishment cultivator, but his aura was so feeble right now that he seemed like a qi practitioner who had not even condensed a sea of qi. Seeing Li Qingshan, Chu Danqing stood up in excitement. He trembled so much that he almost fell over. Tears flowed out of his eyes, and his mouth opened and closed, but he could not make a sound. "Don't be in such a hurry to speak. I told you to restore the three absolutes calligraphy, so you didn't have to end up like this." Li Qingshan hurriedly went forward to support him. He channeled a wave of spiritual qi into his body and felt that his cultivation had regressed greatly. Even his soul had been injured. He was in a worse state than Millipede, who had self-detonated his Yao core. Li Qingshan was alarmed and treated him in a hurry. This man had probably done it just to watch. After saying his last words, he left. A while later, Chu Danqing finally woke up slowly. He let out a long sigh. "Qingshan, you've really made things difficult for me. This blessing is just too great. I basically can't take it anymore. I almost lost my life. Why is it that I've made things difficult for you, and it's too great of a blessing? Didn't you repair it quite smoothly in the past?" Li Qingshan had no idea how to react. This is the work of the five absolutes immortal. It's not just a simple patchwork. If it weren't for Master's many years of guidance, if it weren't for my jade blood of vermilion and black, I wouldn't even know where to start. Do you know how I've spent the past few years? The amount of blood I've used is enough to fill an entire pond. However, this is also a great blessing. It's allowed me to witness the true path of painting. It's just too shocking. I really don't know whether I should hate you or love you." Chu Danqing alternated between melancholy and excitement. In the end, he looked at Li Qingshan sorrowfully. "If you have to choose one, you better hate me." Li Qingshan could not take it anymore. "Take it." Chu Danqing took out a painting scroll from his 100 treasures pouch with great reluctance and passed it to Li Qingshan with his eyes closed. Li Qingshan unfurled the three absolutes calligraphy slowly, revealing a sword that was pitch black like ink. The sword's design was simple and imposing, but it was not particularly special. It did not give off any sword intent either. It was deep and restrained, giving nothing away. He could not help but praise, "What a sword." Chu Danqing said, "Although it's called the three absolutes calligraphy, it's divided into primary and secondary. I've already achieved something with the path of the sword, so I'm no weaker than regular sword cultivators. Even if I go to the sword collection palace, I'll be able to become an inner disciple." Li Qingshan sat down with his legs crossed eagerly, refining the three absolutes calligraphy again. In that moment, sword chi flowed in reverse, and sword intent pierced his mind. In his sea of consciousness, the ink sword would split into thousands of pieces at times, forming a profound sword formation. At other times, it would merge as one, pointing at the sky and drawing the ground. Li Qingshan was prepared. The spirit tortoise pressed down. Over the past few months of cultivation, he had looked back on the various things in his dream, especially his miserable life. Although it was impossible for it to be as deep as what he had experienced in real life, he still gained some comprehension. The spirit turtle was only inferior to the ox demon and tiger demon, so he had benefited as well. His aura became even more tranquil and distant. On the other hand, the weakest phoenix's scripture of Nerva did not benefit much. It could not be helped. Li Qingshan's temperament was the most compatible with the ox demon and tiger demon, and he did not lack the tranquility and forbearance of the spirit turtle either. However, he really was not interested in the phoenix's noble heart. What benevolence, righteousness, propriety, wisdom, and trust? Why should people be bound by so many restrictions in their lives? What did it mean that they would not perch unless they were on a parasol tree, that they would not drink unless they were on a spring, that they would sleep on weeds when they were tired, and that they would drink from the yellow river when they were thirsty? What was the point of fussing over so much? His progress in the Phoenix Sutra of Nirvana had always been very slow. Even mastering the first and second stages was extremely difficult. It wasn't just a matter of balancing fire and water. The sword intent of the Three Absolutes calligraphy was powerful, but it was an item without a master after all. It could not be more powerful than the myriad poison ancestor soul nascence, so he suppressed it without much effort. As for sword chi, it went without saying. After reaching the fifth layer of the ox demon, his body had become extremely tough. He guided the sword chi into his meridians before forcing it out through the acupoints all over his body. With a swoosh, a streak of blood appeared on Chu Donqing's face. He jumped in fright and turned around to run. Behind him, sword chi crisscrossed. Right now, he only had the cultivation of a chi practitioner. If he was hit by any of the sword chi, it would be fatal. If he were to die to the sword chi of the Three Absolute Scripture after spending so many years of effort to repair it, that would be a great injustice. With a splash, he leapt into the lake. Li Qingshan refined the Three Absolutes calligraphy and arrived by the lake. He looked at the drenched Chu Donqing and smiled. "What are you afraid of? Am I supposed to harm you? I'm afraid you won't be able to control yourself when you refine it." Chu Donqing crawled out awkwardly. Suddenly, he remembered something, and his face changed. A gentle breeze blew past, and the weeds around the thatched hut drifted away. Afterwards, the thatched hut shattered silently. "Li Qingshan. Pay me back. How is it? Isn't it about the same as before? It's been so many years since I've done any work, but my skills haven't rusted." Li Qingshan clapped his hands and gazed at the newly built thatched hut by the lake. In satisfaction. "It's not the same at all." Chu Donqing's voice was close to wailing. The thatched hut personally built by the King of Savages was rather well behaved, but its picturesque artistic conception had been completely destroyed. And the items in the thatched hut were not particularly precious, but they were all Chu Shidao's belongings. Even Chu Donqing's childhood memories had been reduced to smithereens by the whistling sword chi. "I've spent quite a lot of effort too. During this time I've already slaughtered quite a few golden core cultivators." At least nod your head. Alright, I'll apologize to you. But people always have to look forward. Let's take a look at your injuries. Li Qingshan channeled spiritual chi and fed him tree sap. He didn't hesitate to use all sorts of elixirs and miraculous medicines to finally stabilize Chu Donqing's injuries. However, if he wanted to recover his original cultivation, he would still need to recuperate slowly. Moreover, it would be very difficult to make up for the lost lifespan. "Donqing, it's been hard on you these past few years. Here's a toast to you." Under the bright moon, in front of the thatched hut, Li Qingshan smiled and raised his cup. The power of the Three Absolutes calligraphy was even greater than he had imagined. The Five Absolutes Immortals' handiwork was indeed extraordinary. In terms of pure destructive power, this might be the strongest artifact he had ever obtained in his life. Furthermore, there was a complete set of Sword Dao that was even stronger than the Soaring Dragon Sword's Sword Dao. "I've also benefited greatly. Speaking of which, I should be thanking you instead. I've even made you spend so many elixirs. Chu Donqing's appearance had mostly recovered. However, his hair was already gray, and he looked much older. He had calmed down from the grief and indignation of the thatched hut being destroyed. He felt that what Li Qingshan said made sense. Although he had placed his memories on it, it was still an inanimate object in the end. On the other hand, Li Qingshan had taken out many precious elixirs to treat his injuries. This made him feel a little embarrassed. The two of them drank to their heart's content until the moon was high in the sky. Then, they talked about the painting tomb again. Chu Danqing only said that there was no rush and that it wouldn't open so soon. When the painting tomb opens, you'll definitely get what you want. Although Li Qingshan was a little tipsy, he could vaguely sense that things were not as simple as they seemed. Chu Shidao probably did not ask him to help Chu Danqing just to deal with his senior brothers and sisters. Although the painting tomb was a secret, it had a wide influence. Chu Shidao's cultivation was not very high, so he did not seem to have the right to monopolize such a secret. Moreover, there were countless descendants of the school of painting who were stronger than him. Which one of them did not want to explore the painting tomb? It was a great fortune. Chu Shidao held this secret, and his disciples who had betrayed him also knew that he held this secret. The fact that he was able to die of old age meant many things in itself. After experiencing all sorts of things, or rather, after attaining a higher cultivation, Li Qingshan saw things even further. It would be fine if it was just a few descendants of the school of painting, but there was a hidden worry. It was the Dragon King of the Sea. He seemed to be inextricably linked to the five absolutes immortal. Alright, let's go in and take a look together when the time comes. Chu Donqing's face was bright red. The dark chaos voice gradually faded away, falling asleep on the stone table. Danqing, Danqing. Li Qingshan called out a few times, but he received no response. He shook his head with a smile and left behind another bottle of pills and a communication jade before flying off into the horizon. Standing in the sky, his clothes ruffled in the fierce wind. The moonlight illuminated the cloud mountains nearby and far away. He gazed in the direction of the Clear River Prefecture and thought to himself, from the letters from a few months ago, Xianxia should be in secluded cultivation right now. She'll only emerge after another half a year. Even if I go, I won't be able to see her. Just visiting father-in-law Han is pointless. Although he wanted to visit Begonia, she had never contacted him. Either she was still in secluded cultivation and had not undergone the tribulation yet. Or she had successfully undergone the tribulation but had no intention of seeing him. Regardless of which it was, there was no need for him to specially pay a visit. As for the Golden Cicada Spirit King, he probably needed no one to disturb him right now. After much thought, Li Qingshan still decided to return to the Mist Province first. A member of the Myriad Poison Cult. The door to the hall swung open loudly, and chilly winds surged out, sweeping up the dark green poisonous flames. An old man emerged from the hall. His expression was cold, and his aura surged. Master, you've emerged. Congratulations on reaching a new level of cultivation, Master. Qian Liangmu rushed over in a hurry and bowed like he was overjoyed. He could vaguely sense that the myriad poison ancestor had become slightly different. His bearing seemed even more sunken and wispy. If the king of Southern Yu were present, he would definitely be able to tell that the myriad poison ancestor had become a ghost cultivator with a single glance, but Qian Liangmu was still lacking in insight. You've contributed greatly during this period of time. I'm going on a long journey, so you'll be in charge of the myriad poison cult from today onwards. I hope there'll be a day when you undergo the third heavenly tribulation and inherit the position of cult leader, bringing glory to our myriad poison cult, the myriad poison ancestor ordered. Qian Liangmu was overjoyed. This was exactly what he had been dreaming of. Now that he no longer had any competitors among his peers, there was no need for him to waste his efforts on fighting openly and covertly anymore. He could focus on cultivation. Although the cult had lost many disciples, they could slowly recover as long as he spent some time. The myriad poison cult's disaster was not necessarily a bad thing for him personally. Liangmu will never forget Master's kindness. I am willing to go through fire and water for myriad poison cult. Qian Liangmu expressed his loyalty, but he was also secretly worried. If the myriad poison ancestor told him to go to the king of Southern Yu's estate and ask for reinforcements to deal with Savage Mountain, then it would be troublesome. He did not want to clash with Li Qingshan right now. The myriad poison ancestor glanced at Qian Liangmu deeply, and the green flames in his eyes surged. Very good. That's enough for me. You better tidy up the affairs of the teaching first. I'll get my revenge sooner or later. Xian Liangmu exhaled in relief. When he raised his head again, the myriad poison ancestor had already turned into a streak of green light and vanished into the horizon. Although he was very curious about where the myriad poison ancestor was going, since the myriad poison ancestor refused to tell him, he was afraid to ask around carelessly. He guessed that the myriad poison ancestor wanted to find a way to exact revenge on Savage Mountain. The myriad poison ancestor flew 500 kilometers to the west and erased his aura, silently arriving on Savage Mountain. Before he could even report his arrival, the Banyan Tree King had opened the formation and let him in. The myriad poison ancestor stepped into Savage Mountain and bowed towards the towering Banyan Tree King first before sighing inside. He's actually gotten the Banyan Tree King to control the formations and watch over the entrance. It's no wonder I couldn't breach it back then. The king already possesses such cultivation in his 30s, so he possesses great fortune. I've really been asking for trouble by opposing him. However, being able to follow him now can be regarded as a blessing in disguise, and I've even obtained a secret technique for ghost cultivators like the scripture of the Ghost King. Yu Wufeng was cultivating in his residence when he suddenly felt uneasy. It was like a ferocious beast had entered his courtyard while he was sleeping. He stood up and arrived outside the dwelling. He saw the old man in green robes in the valley and could not help but widen his eyes. He cried out, "The myriad poison ancestor!" There was a flash of green light, and the myriad poison ancestor arrived before him. His eyes flickered with a poisonous light. "So it's little dog you of the sword pavilion. You've seen the ancestor, so why don't you drop to your knees and kowtow? Do you want to die?" Yu Wufeng said nothing more. He merged with his sword, turning into a streak of fogbow light and retreating rapidly. The myriad poison ancestor followed him like a shadow, tailing him relentlessly. After becoming a ghost cultivator, he was even faster than before. He snickered viciously and prepared various killing moves, which made Yu Wufeng feel an unprecedented sense of danger. Yu Wufeng originally believed that with the arcane treasure, the fogbow sword, and his cultivation at the peak of the second heavenly tribulation, he could easily stay alive even if he was not the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Only now did he discover just how great the difference between them was. By staying alive, he had immediately mounted his sword and fled when he saw the myriad poison ancestor from afar. Now that the myriad poison ancestor had closed in on him, he was on the verge of death at any moment. "Alright, myriad poison, stop messing around with him." A voice suddenly rang out, plain and dignified. "Yes, my king." The myriad poison ancestor's expression immediately became respectful, stopping his pursuit of Yu Wufeng. Only after flying a certain distance away did Yu Wufeng stop. He was filled with disbelief. Just who could order a great cultivator around like a servant? The person who spoke happened to be Li Qingshan, while the myriad poison ancestor had already arrived before Li Qingshan. "Be careful, my king," Yu Wufeng called out. The myriad poison ancestor was definitely not someone who would listen to orders obediently. As a matter of fact, he would kill whoever was ordering him around. "Shut up, puppy." The myriad poison ancestor's lips moved, and Yu Wufeng felt like he had just heard a clap of thunder. He was shaken up, but an even more shocking sight unfolded before him. The myriad poison ancestor bowed towards Li Qingshan before standing with his arms by his sides, like an old caretaker facing his only master in this life. He was gentle, polite, and respectful, without the slightest hint of viciousness. At this moment, the other cave masters heard the disturbance too, emerging from their respective dwellings. When they saw this, they were all dumbfounded. Li Qingshan had only said the myriad poison ancestor had joined their side. In the best-case scenario, he had just made some sort of deal, allowing the myriad poison ancestor to let go of his hatred of destroying his sect. Never did they think the myriad poison ancestor would actually submit to Li Qingshan. They basically doubted their eyes or something. "It's fine. You can go back and cultivate." Li Qingshan said before turning to the myriad poison ancestor. Let's go in and talk in detail. How much of your cultivation have you recovered? Li Qingshan asked after arriving in the 8-point hall. The myriad poison ancestor said, it's all thanks to Sir Little and scripture of the Ghost King that I've recovered around 80%. I've already completely become a ghost cultivator. I can now be known as the poison-assimilating Ghost King. If I continue to comprehend and cultivate, it's not impossible for me to recover 100%. The scripture of the Ghost King could be regarded as a peak cultivation method for ghost cultivators in this world. It was a secret technique of the Umbraline sect. After becoming a ghost cultivator, before recovering all of his strength, there was even an opportunity for him to pursue a higher realm of cultivation. However, that was already enough for Li Qingshan. Not only was the myriad poison ancestor's cultivation higher than his, but his strength was also greater too. If it were not for Little and sneak attack in the past, coupled with the fact that he was caught off guard, he probably still would not have been the myriad poison ancestor's opponent. Even if his cultivation had advanced further now, his chances of victory would not be higher than 30% if they fought alone when they knew each other's strength. As a result, Li Qingshan was already extremely satisfied with a lackey like this. After asking a few more questions, he sent the myriad poison ancestor to Ru Xian's place to help out before turning to Little and, how's your comprehension of the three absolutes calligraphy going? The path of the sword it contains is utterly wondrous. I still can't grasp it immediately. Little and held the unfurled three absolutes calligraphy in his hand and focused on comprehending it. Even when the myriad poison ancestor entered, he did not divert his attention to glance at it. Why do I feel like I basically grasped it with a single glance? You're still the smart one. Li Qingshan leaned over and glanced at the three absolutes calligraphy again. He really could not see anything else that he could comprehend, so he rubbed Little N's head and praised him. When he obtained the fragment of the three absolutes calligraphy in the past, he only treated it as a messy piece of calligraphy, but Little N was able to comprehend a sword style. His talent for comprehension was extraordinary, which was why he could see the even more intricate changes in the path of the sword. I'll teach you once I learn it. Little N smiled. Take your time. There's no rush. My demon dragon sword has been destroyed anyway. Li Qingshan laid out his hands. In his demon form, he did not need a treasured sword. A punch was enough. However, when he wanted to maintain his human identity, an arcane treasure weapon was still very important. He rubbed his chin and considered whether he should steal Yu Wufeng's fogbow sword or not. However, once he reached the South Sea, he still had to deal with the master of the sword pavilion. Perhaps he would need to borrow his strength, so there was no need for him to fall out with him over a sword. All he could do was wait until he returned to the Green Province and retrieve it from the Sword Collection Palace. Why don't you look for Yin Qing and ask her to think of a way? Little N thought of an idea. What can she do? Li Qingshan asked curiously. Many of the militarist's strongest weapons originate from the Azura path. They are known as Azura divine armaments. They are different from ordinary magic treasures and artifacts. They are more suitable for close combat. Li Qingshan didn't know much about this. Little and had received the best education since he was young and had a wide range of knowledge. Li Qingshan couldn't help but think of Yin Qing's circular blade. It was hard to say if it was a magic treasure because it didn't have many variations, but in terms of toughness and sharpness, it was definitely not inferior to the demon dragon sword. If he could obtain an Azura sword of that level, it would be enough to make up for the loss of the demon dragon sword. Alright, I'll go ask her. Under the snowy mountain in the Azura field, there was a large vermilion gate and a large courtyard. In front of the gate stood 2 stone lions and a hitching stone. It didn't look like a cultivation abode, but more like a mortal's residence. Li Qingshan paced back and forth in front of the gate and clicked his tongue in wonder. He hadn't paid attention to Yin Qing for a while, but she had already built such a building. Your Majesty, the general is waiting in the main hall. I will lead you there, an armored Azura said to Li Qingshan outside the gate. General? Heh, you really know how to play. Li Qingshan said and followed him in. Soon, they arrived at the main hall. Yin Qing was waiting in front of the hall. She was dressed in martial attire. She was very beautiful to begin with, and dressed like this, she looked even more valiant. She bowed elegantly and said, "I thought your majesty had already forgotten about me." "Why do you say that?" Li Qingshan said. "Back then, your majesty said you would help me recover my strength. I waited bitterly in the azure field for almost a year, but there was no news." Qing was slightly angry and had a different kind of charm. "Ah, there is such a thing. Didn't I come this time for this?" Li Qingshan rubbed his nose, feeling slightly embarrassed. "She had risked her life for you, but you threw her to the side after using her, even forgetting about the promise. You really shouldn't have." He had been trapped in the nightmare of the Mirage Sea. It felt like it had only been a night, but it had actually been several months. Even though he had changed his mind in the dream, it had taken a lot of time to complete that life. After returning, he had gone into seclusion to cultivate, and it had taken another half a year. In total, it had been almost a year. "I was just joking. Your Majesty doesn't need to take it to heart. Please come in." Qing smiled. With her personality, how could she entrust her strength completely to someone else? Li Qingshan smiled slightly. "You really have changed quite a bit. Compared to when he had just come from the Azure realm, he was much more normal. He was no longer purely a cold assassin, and he was more humane." "Is that so? What does your Majesty think of my residence?" Qing raised her hand and introduced. "Why did you think of building a residence like this?" Li Qingshan asked curiously. "This was my past home. I had nothing to do, so I built it for fun." Qing spoke easily, but Li Qingshan saw that her eyes were rather bleak. He thought, speaking of which, she can be considered a transmigrator who has lived two lives. Before entering the Azure realm and becoming an Azura, she must have had a past. However, he was not willing to pry into her privacy, so he returned to the main topic. "How can I help you recover your strength?" "I don't lack medicinal pills." Qing had experienced countless battles of life and death, so she immediately regained her calm. "As an Azura, no matter what kind of injuries I suffer, I should have recovered in a year's time. However, this is not the Azura realm after all. Also, for Azura, medicinal pills are not very useful. It's better to find a way to strengthen this Azure field and make it closer to the Azure realm. My recovery speed will naturally increase. If I can summon a few more Azura commanders for me to kill, my strength might even increase by another level." Li Qingshan had already learned from Qing that Azura obtained power through battle and slaughter. However, it could only be done by killing Azuras of the same level or higher. The weaker one defeated the stronger one the greater the power one would obtain. A one-sided slaughter would obtain very little power, and it would even wear down one's fighting spirit. The gains did not make up for the losses. Once one's fighting spirit was gone, not only would one's power stagnate, it might even regress instead of advancing. Moreover, once one died in battle, there was no way to revive. The rules of the Azure realm are practically like online games. Killing monsters gives experience, and one can revive after death. If I go there, I really might be able to level up quickly. First of all, fighting spirit is definitely not a problem, and defeating the stronger is even more common. Li Qingshan shook his head and tossed this thought out of his mind. He said to Qing, "This is indeed a good idea. I'll find some people to fight in the Azure field during this time." He would let Qing kill the Azure commanders she summoned to recover her strength, while he could obtain the weapons of these Azure commanders. It was the best of both worlds. The only problem was, what kind of people should he capture? Mortals were definitely out of the question. Although they could be easily infected by the Azure field and develop hysterical killing intent, they definitely could not compare to cultivators. Li Qingshan was not willing to do something like that. Those who used the sword died to the sword. Since he had stepped onto this cultivation path, it was very normal for them to fight and kill each other. However, he was not willing to be like demonic cultivators, massacring mortals on a large scale for the sake of refining an arcane treasure. "Just wait until the day your strength recovers. Don't say I don't keep my word." Li Qingshan said to Qing and immediately left the Azure field. He told Little and about his plans, and Little and agreed. "If we want this to go smoothly, I'll have to ask the Banyan Tree King." That was exactly what Li Qingshan was thinking, so he arrived under the great banyan tree. Fellow, I've something to trouble you with again. As long as you don't need me to help you charge through enemy lines, there's no need to hold back. Feel free to tell me. The banyan tree king also joked. Ever since Li Qingshan returned from the Mirage Sea, they had become a little closer. The Clam King of Mirage Sea undergoing the tribulation had clearly stirred up this demon king of the Mist Province. However, after hearing Li Qingshan's request, the banyan tree king fell silent. Why do you ask this? With your wisdom, can't you guess? Li Qingshan said. You sure are a good match with that little girl. Both of you are tempted to destroy her entire clan. The banyan tree king smiled bitterly. Surely you don't have to protect even bone-eating shamans, fellow. It's not like they're demons. If they're humans, they feed on humans. Perhaps if they develop further, they can be regarded as other folk. Li Qingshan's target was the bone-eating shamans who had once hunted him down. Back then, he heard that there were many bone-eating shaman tribes scattered across the Mist Province. There were even cities of bone-eating shamans, which was equivalent to a large group of cultivators. Bone-eating shamans were violent and bloodthirsty by nature, so their battle intent and killing intent went without saying. Using them to strengthen the Azure field would definitely be extremely effective. And the special tradition of bone-eating shamans eating humans ensured that they did not have many allies. It was impossible to kill one and create a whole horde of them, which would be beyond the point of no return in the end. It was basically perfect. Who knew how many bone-eating shaman tribes there were, scattered across the mountains and forests of the Mist Province? Finding them would be far too troublesome, so he obviously had to ask the banyan tree king. The banyan tree king pondered for a moment. Bring me the map. Without a doubt, this had once again broken his principle of neutrality. However, there had never been an absolute neutrality. As a demon king, the banyan tree king was very clear about his position. Neutrality was established on the basis of power and balance. He was a towering tree that towered into the sky, not a grass on the wall that swayed back and forth. Li Qingshan immediately took out the mental map of the Mist Province and got the banyan tree king's guidance. A while later, specks of light lit up on it. As a matter of fact, the brightness of the specks varied according to the strength of the bone-eating tribes. The brightest one was in the east of the Mist Province. The banyan tree king emphasized the introduction, this is bone-eating city. There's a bone-eating shaman king watching over it. Coupled with the Xianxia totem they worship, they're equivalent to two great cultivators. Once they work together, they'll be even more powerful. If you're not confident, don't take action so easily. I understand. Li Qingshan said. Defeating a single myriad poison ancestor was already extremely difficult, let alone two. And he had defeated the myriad poison ancestor through a defensive counterattack. If he attacked the myriad poison cult, only death awaited him. However, Li Qingshan was rather tempted. If he could fight the bone-eating shaman king in the Azure field, he would gain another Azure commander at the very least, and he might even be able to break through to the fifth layer of the tiger demon. Now that he had gained a powerful helper in the form of the myriad poison ancestor, it would be far too much of a pity if he did not use him. He obviously had no chance of victory in a direct confrontation, but what if he drew the bone-eating shaman king out of his territory? If he, Little and a poison-assimilating ghost king rose up together, the outcome would be difficult to say. Li Qingshan dismissed his thoughts and decided to go from weak to strong, taking things step by step. After discussing with Little and again, he gathered the 10 cave masters in the main hall on the main peak of Savage Mountain and issued an order. The points on the map are the bone-eating shaman tribes. Now, I want you to go to these tribes. Heh, these bone-eating shamans even wanted to eat me back then? Li Qingshan smiled. He remembered what he had said to Ru Xian recently, revenge 100 times over. Now, it had basically come true. You wanted to eat me back then, but now, it's my turn to eat you, and all of you. However, there were far too many tribes of bone-eating shamans. They basically covered the entire Mist Province. If Li Qingshan searched through them one by one, even if he destroyed one a day, it would still take him over 2 years. At this moment, the benefits of having subordinates were demonstrated. I wonder which tribe is so bold. I'll go destroy them right now. The gentleman of heavenly blubber expressed his loyalty loudly. He added inside, as long as it's not the largest and brightest speck of light, it's fine. The existence of the bone-eating shaman king is no secret. I've already destroyed that tribe back then. Li Qingshan shrugged. Then, do you want us to slaughter these tribes, my king? The gentleman of heavenly blubber was secretly speechless. Originally, he believed he was already vicious, but compared to this king of savages, he was still nowhere close. Just because a bone-eating tribe had offended him in the past, he wanted to destroy all the bone-eating shaman tribes in the entire Mist province right now. No, I want you to bring back all these bone-eating shamans, and you can't kill a single one of them. Li Qingshan gazed at the mental map of the Mist province. He had already begun imagining thousands, no, 100,000 shamans gathered in the azure field and slaughtering one another. The corner of his lips curled into a smile. It made the cave masters shiver. If killing them was not enough, were they supposed to capture these bone-eating shamans alive and torture them all over again? May I ask why exactly, my king? Yu Wufeng stood up. He did not believe Li Qingshan was that deviant. For forging artifacts. Alright, that's the last question. All of the spoils of this trip belong to you. Oh right, the bone-eating tribe all has a Xianxia totem. There's a skull behind the totem mural. I only want this. As Li Qingshan said that, he took out the spoils of war and displayed it. It still possessed heavy malice and malice. Li Qingshan had no need for malice, but malice was very useful, so he might as well collect it and study it. Even if he could not come up with anything, he could give it to Little and to refine. It would not go to waste. Yes, my lord. The 10 cave masters all thought to themselves, it's not like the bone-eating tribe is a cultivation sect, so how many spoils of war can there be? Although they were extremely reluctant, none of them were bold enough to say no. Right now, they were no longer just bound by the blood oath. After witnessing the myriad poison ancestors' submission, they felt fear towards Li Qingshan from the bottom of their hearts. After explaining the general plan, Li Qingshan sat back down on the throne. Little and explain it to them in detail. There were so many places, some near and some far away, some strong and some weak. Who was in charge of where and how they were supposed to go? There had to be an overall and detailed plan in order to achieve the greatest efficiency. Yu Wufeng, you'll be in charge of this region. Apart from these points, Little and had a plan in mind and immediately began assigning tasks. She did not just consider the bone-eating tribes near and far areas, but even the cultivation of the 10 cave masters, their different abilities, and their speed were all taken into consideration. The ones she wanted the 10 cave masters to deal with were the weakest specks of light with the greatest number. These bone-eating tribes were all like the one Li Qingshan had destroyed in the past. They did not even have a single one who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. It felt a little like overkill, but according to what Li Qingshan had said, the Xianxia totem of these tribes all possessed the strength of demon generals. If they were stronger tribes, perhaps they would possess the strength of demon commanders, and the tribes would probably possess formations too. As a result, she decided to use the method of a lion hunting a rabbit to ensure the absolute smoothness and secrecy of the plan. As for the stronger tribes, they would personally deal with them. Actually, it would not be a waste of time like that, as there were extremely few of these stronger tribes. By the time they swept through all of these tribes, even the 10 cave masters might not necessarily be able to complete the mission. Sir Little and, how are we supposed to bring these people back? 100 treasures pouches can't hold living creatures. Although we can use techniques to trap them, it's far too conspicuous. How are we supposed to hide them? A cave master asked with a frown. Yeah? Don't tell me we're supposed to use bug pouches or seals? Only a few people can fit in there. Don't tell me we're supposed to rush back and forth across several tens of thousand kilometers? Another cave master added. Tools that could hold living creatures did exist, such as bug pouches for nurturing insects and seals for taming beasts, but the space was extremely limited. They could not even hold a single shaman from the bone-eating tribe. Use summary rings. Little and said expressionlessly. There was a qualitative difference between summary rings and 100 treasures pouches. Although they could not create their own world like the Azure field, they could hold living creatures. But apart from the first cave master, second cave master, and fifth cave master, we don't have any Sumera rings here. Forging Sumera rings was rather difficult, and to regular cultivators, a sufficiently large 100 treasures pouch was enough. Unless they were clans or sects with a very deep foundation, they would never waste materials to forge them, so they could be regarded as rather precious. And, the cultivators of the Mist Province were slightly poorer than the Green Province on average. Li Qingshan had considered this a long time ago. He pressed his hand against the stone table and slid it across from left to right, leaving behind 5 Sumera rings. After so many years of war, he had accumulated quite a bit. However, it had taken him quite a lot of effort to gather so many Sumera rings. For the sake of this plan, he had removed both his and Little Ant's Sumera rings, moving the items inside into his 100 treasures pouch. It was all thanks to the myriad poison ancestor. All of the cave masters' gazes were drawn over, and they sighed in amazement. Their gazes towards Li Qingshan became even more reverent. He obviously would not be so bored as to collect Sumera rings. Behind every single Sumera ring was the death of a powerful cultivator. I'll lend them to you for now, but I'm still missing 2. Do you have any ideas? If you don't tell me the truth, you'll be breaking the blood oath. Li Qingshan refused to believe that there were so many people here that he could come up with no ideas. Sure enough, after he mentioned the blood oath, another cave master expressed that he had an arcane artifact similar to a Sumera ring that could carry a few people. In the end, he gathered the bug pouches together and resolved this problem. Alright, you can set off according to the plan. I'll be waiting for the good news of your victory. Li Qingshan waved his hand, and the 10 cave masters left with his orders. Let's go too. Let's go with this place for our first stop. Li Qingshan pointed at a bright speck of light on the mental map of the Mist Province with his index finger. Under the bright sunlight, the dense, green sea of trees rose and fell. The wide, thick leaves wove together to form a boundless green cloud. No matter how resplendent the sunlight was, it was unable to penetrate it. It was gloomy under the crisscrossing canopy of branches. A tree about 2,000 feet tall stood in the middle of the forest. The trunk of the tree was densely covered with tree holes, like a beehive. Large, vicious-looking bone-eating shamans moved through it. Although they seemed like beasts, they clearly possessed an order and division of labor. When regular bone-eating shamans saw the lofty shaman priests, they had to lower their heads in respect. There were also the patrolling guards who glanced around with their sharp gazes. Of course, there were also hunters responsible for hunting. At this moment, a group returned. They obviously did not hunt anything else. Every single bone-eating shaman carried humans on their shoulders. Most of them were women. Some of them had fainted, so they could be considered as lucky. As for those who were conscious, they could only watch as the bone-eating tribe drew closer. They felt like they had fallen into a bottomless abyss, filled with fear and despair. The bone-eating shaman at the very front of the group was also the largest. Even with his hunched back, he was still as tall as 2 people. 2 long, boar-like teeth protruded from the corner of his mouth, which was extremely eye-catching. Tusk let out a strange, excited roar. The corner of his mouth was filled with blood. It could be described as a huge, gaping mouth. Countless roars rang out in the bone-eating tribe too, welcoming the returning hunters and the food they had brought back. The roars echoed through the dark forest. It was basically like living in hell. The woman on Tusk's shoulder could not endure the terrifying pressure anymore. She let out a hysterical shriek. Tusk turned around and let out a deterring growl, but the smell of blood and foul wind made the woman completely collapse. Her shriek became even more shrill. Tusk lost his patience. He bit off the woman's head in a single bite, crunching it to pieces. Brain juices flowed from the corner of his mouth as blood spurted from the severed neck. As if he had already eaten his fill from hunting, Tusk tossed the headless corpse far away, landing beside a group of small bone-eating shamans who played around. These small bone-eating shamans were only half the height of a grown man. Apart from their sharp teeth and claws, they clearly possessed many of the characteristics of humans. However, as soon as they saw the female corpse, they immediately rushed over viciously, tearing at one another and tearing at one another. They tore the female corpse to pieces and feasted on her. Tusk laughed aloud. The other bone-eating shamans laughed too. At this moment, a bone-eating shaman priest scolded Tusk a few times. Women were for reproduction. He had brought them back after so much difficulty, so how could he waste them like this? Fong did not dare to contradict him. He bowed his head and pleaded guilty. The strange laughter around him grew louder. The bone-eating shaman priest did not delve too deeply into the matter, ordering them to take the prey back. The laughter echoed in the forest for a long time, and the smell of blood lingered. The bone-eating shaman priest gazed at this and sighed from the bottom of his heart. What a peaceful day. Several dozen kilometers away, Xianxia heard the strange laughter that sounded like the roar of a wild beast. He said to Little and beside him, "It should be right up ahead. Let me use the profound light illuminates all to take a look first." With a wave of his hand, the spirit turtle's profound shell illuminated the bone-eating tribe. Xianxia paid special attention to the dark red totems painted on the tree, vaguely forming a hole that enveloped the entire tree. It doesn't seem to be a regular formation, and it doesn't have any defensive functions. Its exact functions are very difficult to determine. There are many ancient secret techniques passed down through the Mist Province, said Little, and won't we know once we try it? It was exactly because this was the first battle that Xianxia became cautious. According to the brightness of the specks of light, there were roughly several hundred bone-eating shamans in the bone-eating tribe, and there was a leader who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. As for the strength of the Xianxia totem, it was difficult to determine, but it probably could not be stronger than a demon commander. This was a battle where he possessed an absolute advantage. There was no need for any schemes at all. All he had to do was crush his opponent head-on. In the blink of an eye, he crossed several dozen kilometers. The moment he approached the tree where the bone-eating tribe resided, Xianxia sensed the function of the formation. It seems to be able to weaken the enemy. The totems all lit up, and the condensed smell of blood suddenly thickened, radiating with a great pressure. He felt a hint of resistance, and even the spiritual chi of the world was affected. However, this did not affect Xianxia at all. The bone-eating shamans noticed Xianxia too. They all roared and lunged over, running through the treetops like the wind and as swift as leopards. However, Xianxia had enough time to study every single one of them. Looks like it strengthened their abilities by quite a lot. How troublesome. The troublesome he was talking about was obviously not the bone-eating shamans before him who had not even undergone a single heavenly tribulation, but the bone-eating shaman king thousands of kilometers away. He deduced the layout of the bone-eating city. If it also possessed a formation like this, it would probably be 10 times or even 100 times more powerful. Coupled with the Xianxia totem that possessed the strength of a demon king, it would be useless no matter how he erupted on the spot. And, the bone-eating shaman king was different from the myriad poison ancestor. He was a melee fighter with a tough body, so it would be very difficult for him to launch a sneak attack successfully. Even if he succeeded out of luck, it would not be of any decisive use. I definitely can't clash with the bone-eating shaman king there. I don't even have a 10% chance of victory. Xianxia sighed and exhaled, producing a gust of wind that whistled through the air and turned into a tornado, sweeping away all the bone-eating shamans before him. The azure field was already in his hand, producing a blood-red swirl that swallowed the bone-eating shamans. Xianxia did not enter the tree hole. He simply stood at the entrance and whistled in with the wind, sweeping up the bone-eating shamans one by one and sending them into the azure field. He was like an anteater, extending his long tongue into the nest of ants and sticking it to them one by one. A furious roar rang out from the hole, and even the tree swayed. An extraordinarily fierce bone-eating shaman rushed out against the wind. He was the leader of the bone-eating shamans who had undergone the heavenly tribulation. Xianxia glanced at the bone-eating shaman leader. If it were not for the sake of refining the azure field, his gust of wind would have crushed the entire tree to pieces. In order to ensure that these bone-eating shamans had enough mental fortitude to fight, he was as gentle as he could be, doing his best to prevent them from being harmed at all. The bone-eating shaman leader stiffened up. His mind that had almost gone mad suddenly experienced great fear. In a daze, he saw a scarlet tiger staring at him, its eyes like blood and fire, its expression blank like it had sunk into a nightmare. The gust of wind swept him into the azure field powerlessly. this move really does work. As it turns out, turning souls into haunts is only a superficial effect. The deeper effect is to stun the soul. I'll see if I can make the living submit to me later. That way, no matter how many enemies there are, as long as they're weaker than me, I can turn them all into slaves with a single glance. Wouldn't that be insane? The towering tree shook violently. The whistling tornado poured in through the largest tree hole. The twisting and turning caves roamed through the entire bone-eating tribe, capturing bone-eating shamans one by one. Before this unstoppable ability, even the brutal bone-eating shamans let out cries of fear, drowned out by the wind. In the depths of the tribe, in a huge tree hole, the great shaman priest who was only second to the tribe chief danced in front of the totem murals in colorful clothes, chanting like he was singing. Even through the heavy door, the sharp whistle of the fierce wind passing through the cave still seemed to ring out clearly. The tree seemed to have become a flute, played by an invisible giant like it was a joke, but it was a disaster for the entire bone-eating tribe. The eyes of the monster in the totem suddenly lit up, producing a roar that drowned out the sound of the wind. Xianxia stood firmly on the huge branch. Of course, the branch was so large that even 10 people would struggle to wrap their arms around it. The young lady stood beside him quietly. Not only did the white lunar monk's robe not lose its color, but it also seemed even more clear and ethereal. Her unparalleled beauty had once been evaluated as a national beauty, but looking at her now, it seemed to be shallow and powerless. It was difficult to describe her true charm. Compared to what she was pursuing, what was a beauty that could cause the downfall of a city and overturn all living things? Xianxia, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about my new ultimate move. I'll show you right now. Xianxia returned to his senses and decided to give it a try. He casually grabbed a bone-eating shaman from the azure field, which happened to be Tusk. Before he could even understand what was going on, his entire mind was occupied by a pair of scarlet eyes. His viciousness completely turned into fear, and his body trembled like he was electrocuted. He seemed to want to flee, but he did not show much interest in submitting. As if it was different from what he had imagined, Xianxia's eyes widened, and he exerted a little more force. The veins on Tusk's vicious face bulged, wriggling about like earthworms. With a bang, his head exploded. Afterwards, his soul successfully turned into a haunt, nodding and bowing towards Xianxia. It's different. Little N smiled. The bone-eating shamans who had almost been swept over by the breath all stared blankly at their own safety. What's different? Xianxia said. Her smile made his heart skip a beat. The girl was becoming prettier and prettier. If she grew a little older, there really would be no one he had seen in his life who could match her. Brother Ox's cultivation method sure was wondrous. But apart from that, there was nothing else. In some aspects, he was indeed extraordinarily stubborn. Once he had made up his mind on a certain point of view, he would not change it. Little End explained, the divine soul and the physical body are completely different. If the divine soul is like water, then the physical body is like a cup filled with water. It's hard to say which is stronger and which is weaker. The water can be twisted at will, and the cup will shatter if it is violently twisted. Your supernatural power is to reshape the shape of the water, so to change the shape of the water, you must first break the cup. The ghosts of the hungry ghost realm could devour their own kind to strengthen themselves, but even the bone-eating shamans who ate humans required a conversion process. Moreover, the inner demons of ghosts were much larger than those of living creatures. Once they lost their stable bodies, it would be very difficult to restrain their thoughts. This was also the importance of a physical body. I see. Xianxia nodded. If it were not for the fact that his body had been destroyed, with the myriad poison ancestors' temperament and cultivation, even with the Clam King of Mirage Sea's assistance, why would he submit to someone else? Although he was rather disappointed, he had at least managed to understand the principle behind the tiger demon's supernatural power. It would be a little more wondrous when he used it in the future. This move is extremely effective against children. Whoever it stares at will die. I just wonder how effective it will be against true third heavenly tribulation experts. I'm not asking for too much. I just want a split second of absent-mindedness. In thought, Xianxia felt like calling the supernatural power accomplice to the tiger was no longer particularly appropriate, so he discussed it with Little and beside him, Little Ant said, "You comprehended this move in your nightmare. The enemies who fall for it will feel like they are trapped in a nightmare too. Let's call it the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye." "Alright, let's call it the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye." Li Qingshan repeated it a few times and found it to be a good name. At this moment, another roar rang out from the tree hole. A Xianxia totem shaped like a black tiger with a pair of wings on its ribs rushed out of the tree hole under the great shaman priest's control. However, it was over 10 times larger than regular tigers, giving off heavy malice. However, Li Qingshan was rather disappointed. The Xianxia totem did not possess the strength of a demon commander like he had imagined. At most, it was a powerful demon general with a special bloodline. Clearly, even with an ancient secret technique, the tremendous difference between realms of cultivation could not be overcome so easily. I wonder if the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye is effective against totemic beasts like this. Li Qingshan wanted to give it a try without spending any money, so he used the Nightmare Tiger's demonic eye and looked over. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia lunged right in front of him, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth and biting towards him. He glared at it, and it suddenly froze up, unable to move. Li Qingshan glared again, and Xianxia's colossal body began to twist and distort like smoke. Before long, it collapsed and dispersed. "Arg, my eyes are sore." Li Qingshan blinked his eyes and decided that he would just use his abilities in the future. It was best if he did not glare too hard. Little Ant laughed again. "Yeah. Soulless objects can't be turned into haunts, but they don't have a physical body. Instead, they're an amalgamation of countless thoughts, so the effects are quite impressive." The gust of breath swept up the great shaman priest and tossed him into the azure field. The entire bone-eating tribe was swept away, only leaving behind a few captured humans. They had no idea what was going on, with their faces filled with fright, and there were even a few who had already become numb to despair. The gust of breath had clearly destroyed their prison doors, but not a single one of them was bold enough to flee. Li Qingshan ignored these people. Once they've stuck around long enough, they'll have to flee sooner or later. There's no need for them to repay him for saving my life. He drew in the last gust of breath, which swept up a few translucent skulls that seemed both human and beast. They were of much better quality than the one he obtained before. Little Ant stared at them from the side too. Li Qingshan smiled. "I'll give them to you once I'm done using them." "Yep, those bone-eating shamans too. They'll all be used as firewood for you. Though, I still need to think about how to absorb the malice inside. I have an idea." Little Ant's eyes swiveled around, and she came up with an idea. "You always have an idea." Li Qingshan pinched her cheek. It was soft and smooth to the touch, as if it was about to melt between his fingers. "I'm not a child anymore. Stop rubbing my head, pinching my face, and my nose all day long." Little Ant glared at Li Qingshan. These actions that represented intimacy in the past only made her slightly jealous now. She had already recovered her memories as the princess. She was no longer that ignorant little ghost. However, because she practiced the path of white bone and great beauty, she did not seem any different. "In my eyes, you'll always be a child." Li Qingshan smiled. He reached over with his other hand and pinched her other cheek, rubbing her face that was known as a heavenly beauty around. "And you still want to kiss me?" Little Ant insisted that he admit to her charm. Li Qingshan smiled. He had been prepared for this a long time ago. "That's where you don't understand. Dreams are all inverted. If you want to kiss me in a dream, it means you don't want to kiss me in reality at all. Otherwise, would I want to wander around in the desert? You." Little Ant was utterly infuriated by his rude and unreasonable quibble. Alright. I want to kiss you, I want to kiss you." So fragrant." Li Qingshan immediately admitted defeat. He lowered his head and kissed her face a few times, rubbing her head. "Are you satisfied now? You're brushing me off, and you're even rubbing my head. Little ancestor, stop making things difficult for me. Can't I even rub your head? Who told you to be shorter than me? You're the one who's too tall." "I'm not short at all." Li Qingshan said, "I'm just saying. Let's go. We still have a lot of places to go." little and made up her mind. There would be a day when she would make him understand her charm. In the azure field, the sounds of battle shook up the sky. On the snowy mountain, Xianxia led a group of Azura, standing on the side of a cliff and gazing into the distance. In the very center of the azure field, under the blood-red sky, thousands of bone-eating shamans slaughtered one another on the ground. Under the influence of the azure field, every single one of them had become bloodshot. They could no longer differentiate between friend and foe. They only wanted to kill every living creature they saw. Murderousness surged into the air. The blood-red swirl in the sky slowly began to revolve. The Azuras all became restless. Unlike the Azuric commander Xianxia, who was tired of fighting and killing, they still maintained their exuberant battle intent. They requested to fight time and time again, but were all suppressed by Xianxia. Although they did not dare to resist, they all looked dissatisfied. In the Azura realm, women had always been discriminated against, and Xianxia's identity was an assassin, not a general. Coupled with the fact that she was injured now and her strength had declined, it made it even more difficult for them to accept her. "Since you want to go, then go." A voice rang out from behind. Xianxia arrived beside Xianxia. "Yes, sir." The Azura rallied with vigor and all brushed past Xianxia, directly leaping off the cliff and falling into a cone-shaped battle formation, charging towards the battlefield in the distance. Battle was the meaning, and slaughter was destiny. Even if they died in battle here, they could be reborn in the Azura realm. Men are still more suited for the battlefield after all. Though, my king, doesn't that mean I won't have anyone to order me around? Xianxia glanced at Xianxia unhappily. Xianxia smiled. "It's not like you're fighting anyone here, so what are you ordering so many people around for? Just stay here and watch the show. Didn't you say there were second heavenly tribulation existences among the bone-eating shamans? Why don't I see any? What kind of show is this?" Xianxia said. Although bone-eating shamans are brutal in nature, they've reached the second heavenly tribulation, so they already possess very powerful willpower. They won't be disturbed by the Azure field so easily. Releasing them now will only disrupt the battlefield. Moreover, if an Azure commander shows up later, can you win? "I can't," Xianxia said calmly. She had yet to recover from her wounds completely. Although assassins had to defeat those stronger than them, there was not a single weakling among Azure commanders. They would even surpass her in battle. End of chapter 845. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.